The world has entered an era of cataclysmic deluge. The apocalypse has arrived. Yet, in the aftermath of the flood, a far more terrifying outbreak of the undead ensues. In his previous life, Ling Feng was betrayed by a trusted companion and met his demise as a sacrificial pawn to the zombies. Upon his rebirth, Ling Feng acquires a system that enables him to tame animals, receiving various rewards with each new species he subdues. Let the dog, the cobra, the crocodile, and the wasp all become my formidable allies. I shall forge an invincible army in this post-apocalyptic world and take vengeance upon all those who once conspired against me. Wait a moment. Does this system categorize humans as animals too? Chapter 1. Rebirth. Ling Feng, if you refuse to comply with my request, we should part ways, Su Yi remarked, her brow furrowed in displeasure. At that moment, however, Ling Feng was fixated on his Labrador, seemingly oblivious to her words. Xiaobai, how did you know there would be a great flood a month from now? We animals possess a sensitivity to the natural world that far surpasses that of humans. Trust me, Ling Feng, you must find a safe place to hide. A dialogue of the mind transpired between the man and his dog. Smack! Su Yi, witnessing Ling Feng's neglect of her presence, slammed her hand against the table in frustration, startling both Ling Feng and Xiaobai. Ling Feng, I'm speaking to you. Do you hear me? You should address your girlfriend's matters first, Xiaobai remarked, a mischievous expression adorning its face, which appeared somewhat comical. Ling Feng sighed in resignation, rubbing his forehead. Su Yi, I believe we are incompatible. Let us break up. Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, her delicate features etched with disbelief. What had caused this devoted admirer to suddenly shift? In the past, he would acquiesce to any request she made. How could he now dare to suggest a breakup? Upon reflection, Su Yi surmised that he was reluctant to spend money and was merely employing a strategy of retreat to gain leverage. With a sense of disdain, she thought, men, Ling Feng, I merely asked you to assist my brother in purchasing a marital home. How could you dare to propose a breakup? Ling Feng sighed internally, recalling how he had been the fool in his previous life, taking out loans to help her brother buy property, only to be met with calamity when the Great Flood struck. In his desperation, he sought refuge with her, only to face near peril. Now, reborn and endowed with a system, he vowed not to repeat his past mistakes. Your brother's impending marriage and home purchase are family matters that do not concern me. What do you mean by that? Once we are married, isn't your brother-in-law my brother too? Ling Feng was at a loss for words. With a brother who was indolent, nearly 30, and spent his days gaming at home, it seemed a stroke of misfortune for anyone to be tied to him. He wondered who could possibly be so blind as to marry him. After all, following his expulsion from Su Yi's family, he sought a path elsewhere. And after the flood subsided and the zombie outbreak began, he had not encountered her family again. That Su Yi, observing his silence, mistakenly believed she had deciphered Ling Feng's tactic of retreating to advance. She plopped down on the sofa, arms crossed defiantly, her face ablaze with anger as she declared, I don't care. My sister-in-law is already pregnant and living in our home. This matter must be resolved, whether you like it or not. Little Bai, lying nearby, couldn't suppress a chuckle at the scene before him. Thanks to Ling Feng's system, his intelligence and strength had significantly increased, yet the laughter emanating from his canine throat felt oddly unsettling. In the midst of her fury, Su Yi reacted sharply to Little Bai's sound, exclaiming, Ling Feng, I have told you countless times to sell this wretched dog. My mother is terrified of dogs. What if it frightens her? Little Bai thought, canine expletives. Ling Feng, lacking the patience to engage with her further, thought to himself, what does she want? Does she expect her whole family to move in? How much more of this nonsense can I endure? In a previous life, he might have conceded, but not now. Such thoughts were utterly out of the question. Standing up, he pointed toward the door and commanded, the exit is over there. Leave immediately. Su Yi, startled by his intensity, felt her face flush with anger as she gritted her teeth, saying, fine. Ling Feng, from this day forth, we are breaking up. With that, she stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Yet, in her heart, she was calculating that this devoted fool would surely come crawling back within days. She resolved to ensure that he would have to buy her a lavish 500-square-meter home before reconciliation could even be considered. First, she needed to scout for any newly opened properties. What piece of work Does she really think I'm a fool? Ling Feng mused as he returned to the sofa and sipped his tea. Good job. I've been annoyed by her for ages. She always sneaks and kicks whenever she visits. Little Bai grinned and winked at him. Ling Feng chose to ignore Little Bai and focused his mind on the system. This system enabled him to capture and control various animals, rewarding him with prizes and chances to draw lots with each new species he acquired. Currently, his panel displayed only one Labrador, which was Little Bai. Inventory. Storage space. 5,000 square meters lottery tickets. 10. These were rewards received after Little Bai was registered in the system. He wondered what prizes the lottery might yield. Excited, Ling Feng declared 10 draws. Congratulations, host. You have obtained instant noodles 10 ultra-thin night. Use extended wing version 5 pre-prepared dompa pork 5 watermelon knife 10. All items have been moved to storage space. What on earth is this? The system must be running a grocery store. And it's so stingy. Ling Feng nearly cursed aloud. Nevertheless, in the face of an impending apocalypse, resources would be paramount. Though the haul was meager, it was better than nothing. He needed to expedite preparations for a safe house. Ling Feng assessed his current assets. His bank account contained around $1 million earned from years in foreign trade, and he owned the house left by his parents, which, due to its prime location, should fetch around $5 million at market value. However, with only a month until the Great Flood, he would likely have to sell it at a lower price due to the urgency of the situation. Subsequently, Ling Feng ventured out with Xiao Bai and sought the services of a real estate agent to list his property for sale, expressing a willingness to sell below market value, with the sole stipulation being expedience. Upon hearing this, the agent became visibly invigorated, for the more the owner was inclined to reduce the price, the greater the latitude for negotiation. I would like to inquire if there are any semi-mountainous properties available for rent in Hongcheng. There are indeed several villas in the semi-mountain district. May I ask what your specific requirements are? Let's forego the villa. I have been contemplating the creation of some artworks and require a tranquil and somewhat secluded environment. Ling Feng fabricated a casual excuse to avoid raising the agent's suspicions and incurring unnecessary complications. The agent nodded, understanding that artists often seek inspiration in remote and rugged landscapes. There's a restaurant over in the western suburbs that might suit your needs. Originally, it was a bomb shelter, but the owner, seeking novelty, converted it into a dining establishment. Unfortunately, it failed to thrive and has remained vacant for several years. The equipment within is quite comprehensive, albeit somewhat dated, yet still functional. As the agent spoke, he presented Ling Feng with photographs from the site, even expressing concern that the desolation might deter him, repeatedly assuring him that a simple clearing of the weeds would reveal the original path. However, it was precisely this desolate locale that Ling Feng desired. Nestled on the mountainside, it was impervious to the catastrophic floods, and amid the ensuing zombie outbreak, such a clandestine refuge was indispensable. With a few modifications to the entrance and some defensive fortifications, it would become an impenetrable stronghold. Without further hesitation, Ling Feng resolved to lease the premises on the spot. Upon learning that someone was finally willing to rent the space, the restaurant owner promptly visited the agency, and both parties amicably signed a 1-year contract. Ling Feng stipulated that he would pay a portion of the rent up front, with the remainder to be settled in full the following month. The restaurant owner pondered this arrangement and deemed it acceptable, considering the property had been idle for far too long, and it was rare to find a tenant. Accommodating Ling Feng would pose no inconvenience. Yet, Ling Feng was acutely aware that whether the owner would still be alive a month hence was uncertain, as this was no ordinary flood. The relentless downpour blurred the distinction between day and night, and Ling Feng shuddered at the memory. Chapter 2. Taming the Black One. Having received the keys, Ling Feng and Xiao Bai prepared to conduct an on-site inspection. As they stepped outside, Xiao Bai suddenly erupted into a flurry of barking. Xiao Bai, what is the matter? Ling Feng inquired telepathically. Do you see that little cat? My old friend, I must alert it to find shelter quickly. Following Xiao Bai's gaze to the flower bed by the roadside, Ling Feng indeed spotted a Siamese cat peeking out at them. This cat is quite beautiful. Just as Ling Feng intended to capture it, the Siamese cat darted away in a flash. What a pity otherwise, Xiao Bai. You would have a companion. It has an owner, why would you pursue it? You are aware of that? Xiao Bai lifted its head, displaying an air of pride. There is nothing in this vicinity that escapes my notice. And let me tell you about the cured meat from Aunt Lou in the neighborhood. Indeed, the moniker of paparazzi is well-deserved. Ling Feng drove, listening to Xiao Bai's incessant chatter, until they finally reached their destination. This place was indeed exceedingly secluded, surrounded by overgrown weeds that made it inaccessible for vehicles. Upon opening the air raid shelter's door, a cloud of dust assaulted Ling Feng, prompting a fit of coughing. Inside, the space was divided into 3 levels, vast and equipped with various facilities, all supplied by a connected underground water well. However, following the deluge, the entire city would face power outages, necessitating the procurement of generators. Moreover, for long-term considerations, it was essential to cultivate land outside the main entrance for growing vegetables and fruits. Yet, such endeavors could only commence post-flood, as the incessant rains during flood season rendered any planting efforts futile. What do you think of this place, Xiaobai? Since this Labrador underwent systematic enhancement, its intelligence had significantly improved. Coupled with the innate sensitivity of animals, Ling Feng placed great trust in its assessment of the surrounding environment. Upon hearing the question, Xiaobai darted around the vicinity, sniffing and exploring, before returning shortly. It is quite safe here. There are no other human scents nearby, though I did detect a snake in the underbrush. A snake? Given the dense foliage, the presence of a snake was not surprising. Ling Feng stealthily approached and indeed spotted a cobra, its head raised and tongue flickering in a menacing display. After a brief contemplation, Ling Feng resolved to tame it, intending to add an ally to their base. He was generally cautious about taming animals, as the system stipulated that captured creatures could not be irresponsibly discarded, and resources were paramount in the post-apocalyptic world. Acquiring more large animals would undoubtedly exacerbate the pressure on food supplies. However, a snake posed minimal issues in these desolate mountains. It could fend for itself. With his right palm directed towards the cobra, Ling Feng silently commanded, "Capture!" A flash of white light illuminated the scene, and a small icon of the snake appeared on the system panel, accompanied by a lock symbol at the bottom right. Ling Feng understood this to signify hard control. Every newly tamed animal bore this icon, granting it autonomy only upon Ling Feng's explicit activation. Otherwise, it would obey commands without question. The cobra, having relinquished its hostility, obediently slithered to his feet. "His master." Ling Feng nodded, saying, "From now on, you shall be called Hazy. Xiaobai and I will settle here in a few days, and you must help me guard this place. If you are hungry, seek your own prey." Following the command, Hazy vanished back into the underbrush. Ling Feng's mind re-entered the system, eager to discover the rewards for taming Hazy. Inventory. Storage space. 5,000 square meters. Reinforced steel door. 1 lottery ticket. 5. What is a reinforced steel door? Could it directly alter existing materials? Curiosity piqued, Ling Feng approached the air raid shelter's entrance, placing his hand against the door, and utilized the item within the system. An array of light flashed, transforming the once rusted iron door into a robust steel barrier. Indeed, there's no need to seek help for a replacement door with this thickness. It could rival even the vaults of a bank. After surveying the surroundings, and with dusk upon him, Ling Feng returned home with Xiaobai. At the break of dawn the following day, he gathered all movable possessions into his space, preparing for the relocation to the air raid shelter. He then procured several hundred meters of barbed wire, state-of-the-art power generation equipment, and surveillance systems, all delivered to the designated location before being transported back to his space. Ling Feng aimed to minimize the number of people aware of his base. After this flurry of activity, his 1 million was nearly depleted. At that moment, a glimmer of determination shone in Ling Feng's eyes as he availed himself of every available loan platform, without a thought for repayment. With a newfound surplus of several million, he promptly acquired a fully automated closed-loop ecological system, a solar energy setup, and various home improvement devices. This not only enhanced the environment within the shelter, but also allowed for indoor cultivation. However, during the 6 months of the impending deluge, he could only rely on the power generation equipment, postponing the installation of solar devices to prevent damage from torrential rains. Although the installation of professional equipment proved challenging, Ling Feng's years of survival experience from his past life enabled him to accomplish it, albeit with considerable time investment. After some time, as he observed the once opulent private room of the shelter being transformed into functional spaces such as bedrooms, bathrooms, and a surveillance room, Ling Feng felt a profound sense of accomplishment and security. With only 10 days remaining until the apocalypse, he still bore the weight of an impending dread, despite having faced it once before. On one such day, the long-absent Su Yi called, launching into a tirade. "Ling Feng, what do you mean by this? You sold the house without my consent and cleared out everything inside." Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling that Su Yi had a key to his home. They had previously been in a romantic relationship, and she occasionally visited, hence he had given her a key. "I sold my own house. What does that have to do with you?" "What do you mean? What does it have to do with me? We are a couple, practically married, and I have stake in that house. You must give me half of whatever you sold it for." "Su Yi, have you lost your mind? When did we become married? Besides, that property was left to me by my parents as premarital assets, even as a couple. You have no claim to it. I don't care we shared a life together, and that house is part of it. Let me be clear. If I don't receive half of the proceeds, you can forget about selling it." Ling Feng promptly hung up, feeling that engaging further with such a person would diminish his worth. Coincidentally, just after he ended the call, the real estate agent contacted him, informing him that there was a buyer ready to proceed and that they could now pay in full as per Ling Feng's requirements. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng immediately set off for the agency with Xiaobai. This agency is undoubtedly formidable, possessing connections across all departments, enabling swift processing of procedures that would typically take days to complete. The buyer, a burly man, promptly transferred the full payment to Ling Feng without a moment's hesitation after signing the contract. "Thank you, my brother," Ling Feng politely expressed, acutely aware that the apocalypse looms not far ahead. He felt fortunate that this gentleman was willing to purchase, otherwise he would have to devise alternative means to acquire funds. Why speak of such matters? The market value of this property is at least 5 million, and I'm only spending 1.5 million, so it seems I'm the one benefiting here. Ling Feng nodded, sensing a favorable disposition from man, and thus he disclosed the situation regarding Su Yi, hoping to prevent any potential complications when the buyer took possession of the property. Upon hearing this, the man's brow furrowed slightly, and he remarked, "Young man, are you daring enough to sell a property embroiled in disputes? You misunderstand me. Our relationship was merely that of a couple, and we have already parted ways. Furthermore, that property was inherited from my parents and has no connection to her." "Please hold on a moment," the man responded, taking out his phone and stepping outside, presumably to consult someone for further investigation. Half an hour later, he returned, stating, "My friend, the matter has been clarified. You may proceed with your affairs. I will handle the situation regarding Su Yi." Chapter 3. A reunion with an old friend. Having resolved the matter, Ling Feng departed the real estate agency with Xiaobai. "Mei Qiu, where are you going?" A girl's voice called out. "What is Mei Qiu?" Ling Feng turned towards the sound. He beheld a striking yellow and black cat sprinting towards him, and instantly recognized it as Xiaobai's companion, the Siamese cat he had encountered previously. In pursuit was a girl clad in a white dress. "Xiaobai, your old flame has arrived," Ling Feng remarked. Xiaobai rolled her eyes with a canine expression of disdain. "Is there no common sense? Cats and dogs are on different paths, and I shall not love again." Ling Feng gasped in astonishment. Where had this dog learned such dramatic lines? Upon reaching them, the Siamese cat began to meow fervently at Xiaobai. Xiaobai, caught in a moment of contemplation, oscillated between nodding and whimpering. Why did that foolish dog appear so enigmatic? What are they discussing? Ling Feng, intrigued, inquired, "Xiaobai, what are you two talking about?" "Mei Qiu is asking us to help save her owner." "Oh, the girl over there." At that moment, Mei Qiu's owner finally arrived, immediately embracing the Siamese cat in her arms. "Mei Qiu, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly run off? This is a busy road. Do you not realize how dangerous it is?" The Siamese cat, tightly held, gazed up at her owner with an expression of indignation. "I apologize. My cat suddenly darted away without warning," the girl said, bowing slightly to Ling Feng. As he scrutinized her, he noted her oval face, arched brows, and cherry-red lips, all contributing to her striking beauty. Yet, there was an unsettling familiarity about her. Suddenly, a flash of recognition struck him. It was her. In a past life, during the cataclysmic flood that unleashed the zombie apocalypse, the world had descended into chaos. However, as the zombies were ultimately mindless creatures, humanity gradually regained the upper hand after a decade. Various factions compiled a list of the 100 most formidable individuals to bolster morale, each possessing exceptional combat experience and having vanquished countless zombies. Among those consistently ranked in the top 3 was this very girl before him. Yet, Ling Feng hesitated, unsure if it was merely a resemblance. Clearing his throat, he nervously asked, "Hello, I believe we have met before. May I inquire your name?" The girl tilted her head and suddenly burst into laughter, her eyes crescent-shaped. "Your method of meeting girls is rather cliché." Ling Feng felt a twinge of awkwardness and decided to take a more indirect approach. "Ah, I apologize. It seems your cat was startled by something frightening." Xiao Bai shot a puzzled glance at Ling Feng, uncertain of the reasoning behind his statement. "Xiao Bai, do not question it. Just help that cat cooperate with me." Ling Feng communicated telepathically to Xiao Bai. The dog, understanding, whimpered a few times, seemingly prompting Mei Qiu to follow suit. The girl regarded Ling Feng with curiosity. "How do you know that?" "I can comprehend the expressions of animals," he replied. "Really?" The girl appeared skeptical. Ling Feng turned to Mei Qiu and asked, "You saw a snake just now, did you not?" Xiao Bai, demonstrating her intelligence, let out a few whimpers, and immediately, the cat in the girl's arms nodded in affirmation. "Wow, how did you do that?" "Impressive." The girl's eyes widened like copper bells. "In the past, I had befriended an elderly veterinary expert, and now I can consult him regarding matters in this domain." Ling Feng spoke earnestly yet absurdly, for he was exceedingly concerned about whether this girl truly ranked among the top 3 experts. After all, in the face of a zombie outbreak, a great flood would pale in comparison. Having such a formidable ally would undoubtedly enhance his strategic advantage in the future. The girl nodded eagerly. "Sure. Let us connect on Green Bubble. You can message me whenever there's something to discuss." Without hesitation, Ling Feng retrieved his phone to add her as a contact. The girl extended her hand and introduced herself. "Pleased to meet you. My name is Lu Su." "Oh, that name. It truly is her. The future top 3 expert. This is my lucky break." Ling Feng suppressed his excitement and shook her hand. "I am Ling Feng. It's a pleasure to meet you." Xiao Bai immediately informed Mei Qiu that at 6 o'clock in the evening 10 days from now, to pretend to go mad, I will rescue it and its owner. Xiao Bai growled a few times in response, and Mei Qiu meowed back a few times, sealing the matter. Lu Su gently patted Mei Qiu a few times. "Ling Feng, I have something to attend to. Goodbye." "All right, farewell." Watching Lu Su's graceful figure depart, Ling Feng felt a surge of confidence about the future. Perhaps this time, he would meet such a dire end. Presently, the foundational infrastructure of the base had been perfected. The next challenges lay in acquiring food and weapons. Time was of the essence. Ling Feng drove to a 5-star restaurant he had previously dared not enter, where he promptly approached the manager to reserve 500 tables for a catering service, priced at 10,000 yuan per table, with payment due in 10 days. The restaurant had never taken on such a large order before, and after some deliberation, the manager agreed, albeit with a requirement for a 500,000 yuan deposit and a signed contract. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Feng acquiesced. Securing 5 million yuan worth of goods for a mere 500,000 was a worthwhile investment. Moreover, he had conducted numerous experiments with his spatial storage, which could preserve everything except for living beings indefinitely. This banquet would suffice to sustain him until the end of the Great Flood. However, this was merely the beginning. The true test awaited after the flood. Thus, Ling Feng requested the manager for the contact details of food suppliers, information that hotel staff were generally forbidden to disclose. However, given Ling Feng's status as a significant client, his 500-table order alone would yield a substantial commission for the manager. He readily provided the information without much thought. After leaving the delivery address, Ling Feng made further arrangements, ordering 200 tons of rice, 50 tons of assorted meats, flour, condiments, and hundreds of boxes of other products, all with only a deposit paid, with the balance due in 10 days. Even so, these transactions had cost him nearly 2 million yuan. Money truly does not last. Freshly acquired funds had dwindled to nearly half of his 1,500,000 yuan Ling Feng used. However, within the base, He had no intention of purchasing the essential diesel and various daily necessities. According to his memories from a previous life, at the onset of the flood, the apocalyptic scene would terrify everyone to the point that no one would think to gather supplies. By the time they came to their senses, those crucial resources would already be submerged under several meters of water. Rather than allowing those supplies to be ruined, he preferred to utilize his spatial abilities to retrieve them himself when the time came, thereby conserving considerable funds for other endeavors. Subsequently, Ling Feng visited a seed wholesale market, acquiring every type of seed and sapling without exception, indulging in a frenzied buying spree. The base was equipped with indoor sunrooms, allowing for the cultivation of vegetables. Once the flood receded, he could also clear additional land for expanded planting. Sustainable development was the true path forward. Following this, Ling Feng procured a substantial quantity of pesticides, farming tools, fertilizers, and other essentials for cultivation. At the checkout, the proprietor's plump face nearly split into a beaming smile. As business had suffered greatly during this unusually oppressive weather, with fewer individuals willing to venture outdoors. Yet, Ling Feng was acutely aware that this was merely a precursor to the impending deluge. The days ahead would grow increasingly stifling. Chapter 4. Wu Mei. After departing from the seed wholesale market, Ling Feng proceeded to scour several large pharmacies. He welcomed an array of items, from antibiotics and cold medicines to both internal and external remedies, not to mention a substantial collection of traditional Chinese herbal medicines. He paid little heed to whether he would utilize them immediately, reasoning that he could always procure a few books on traditional Chinese medicine for later study. After all, with the impending apocalypse, he would possess ample time. The shopkeeper, glancing at the lengthy list of purchases, inquired subtly, "Young man, has some calamity occurred somewhere? If so, I can offer you a discount, charging only the cost price." Ling Feng sighed inwardly. In times of peace, benevolent souls still predominated. However, in apocalyptic circumstances, survival instincts would likely alter such kindness. "We are a charitable organization, preparing to assist impoverished regions. Please pack everything and have it delivered to the Oyue Hotel." "Understood," the owner replied, refraining from further inquiries. Charitable organizations typically possess their own channels, and it was rather uncommon for them to make purchases in physical stores. Since the young man had stated as much, it was inappropriate for him to pry further. Ling Feng stored all the medications in his spatial compartment and spent a night at the hotel with Xiao Bai, relishing the experience that he would not have the opportunity to enjoy again soon. However, he reassured himself that the facilities at his base were hardly inferior, which brought him some comfort. The following day, Ling Feng, with 1,700,000 in hand, arrived at an outdoor survival club. This venue served as a gathering place for numerous outdoor survival enthusiasts and was the city's largest and most comprehensive marketplace for survival gear. Initially, the owner claimed they did not sell crossbows or similar items. However, upon witnessing Ling Feng's first purchase of survival kits amounting to 700,000, he reluctantly mentioned that while they did not stock such items, they could provide some modified ones as souvenirs after reaching a certain spending threshold. Understanding the implication, Ling Feng selected a new batch of reconnaissance series watches, binoculars, and high-intensity electrobatons, and subsequently spent an additional 300,000, bringing his total expenditure to 1 million. The owner wasted no time, summoning 5 or 6 workers to swiftly pack the requested items for delivery to the Oyue Hotel, while mysteriously adding, "Do not open it in crowded areas. There's a surprise." Though curious about the surprise, Ling Feng did not rush back to the hotel. He needed to head to the warehouse he had previously rented to store the banquet supplies in his space. The efficiency of the Grand Hotel's operations was commendable. Within a mere day, all 500 banquet tables had their dishes meticulously arranged in the warehouse. However, the food suppliers had only delivered a portion of the items thus far, presumably due to the sheer volume necessitating additional sourcing from elsewhere. Ling Feng remained unperturbed. With 9 days remaining, there was ample time for everything to be delivered. With 70,000 still at his disposal, he decided to leisurely explore the commercial street. Having arranged the facilities and provisions at his base, it was time to consider matters of entertainment. Otherwise, spending such an extended period in seclusion might drive him to madness. In the fitness equipment store, Ling Feng deliberated on acquiring various apparatuses, including sandbags and several sets of boxing gloves, instructing the attendant to make a note for delivery to the warehouse. After departing from the store, he ventured into various shopping malls to procure the latest gaming consoles, audiovisual products, and books. Anything to pass the time, he purchased without hesitation. During this period, he also scouted several large supermarkets, notably a warehouse-style one that caught his eye, brimming with an extensive array of goods essential for daily living. However, being situated in the basement, it was easy to envision that once a torrential downpour commenced, the area would likely be inundated to the ceiling within a day. As he strolled, Ling Feng unconsciously returned to the neighborhood where he had once resided with his parents. He was intimately familiar with every blade of grass and tree in the vicinity. At that moment, a couple approached him. He recognized them as his former neighbors from downstairs, Meng Yuan and his wife, Wu Mei. They too noticed Ling Feng. Wu Mei spoke first. "Xiao Feng, you're back. I heard you sold your house. Is that true?" Before Ling Feng could respond, Meng Yuan interjected, "Humph. I suspect you're in debt and had to use your house as collateral, not to mention your girlfriend's family getting beaten up." It then dawned on Ling Feng that he hadn't heard from Su Yi in quite some time. Indeed, it seemed she had been reprimanded by that man involved in the house sale. Were they beaten up? Meng Yuan continued, but was interrupted when Wu Mei tugged at his sleeve, sensing that her husband's words were rather presumptuous. Though merely 3 years older than Ling Feng, she had always maintained cordiality with him. In contrast, she had witnessed his girlfriend engaging in inappropriate behavior with other men on several occasions. However, preferring to avoid conflict, she had never mentioned it to Ling Feng. Wu Mei added, "Yes, they have been occupying your house recently, claiming they had a stake in it and demanding money. Ultimately, that man had someone teach them a lesson." Ling Feng found the situation amusing. Not only was he struggling, but they had also involved their family. Truly, some people were beyond redemption, and a villain was indeed met with a villain. At that moment, Meng Yuan, dissatisfied, remarked, "Why are you telling him all this? This kid clearly isn't a good person. Come on, let us go. You need to get back to cooking." With that, he gave Wu Mei a gentle shove. Wu Mei, feeling awkward, merely nodded at Ling Feng, refraining from saying anything further. How astonishing that such a beautiful woman as Wu Mei would marry him. Ling Feng muttered to himself. Suddenly, Xiao Bai interjected, "That man often hits his wife." "How do you know that?" Ling Feng inquired. Xiao Bai, brimming with pride, replied, "My hearing is exceptionally sharp. There's nothing in this community that I don't know. Let me tell you, one night, Aunt Lu from the neighborhood committee." And so, the gossip resumed. As 9 days swiftly passed, all of Ling Feng's ordered items had arrived. Now, only one final step remained. At 15:30, Ling Feng savored his chocolate ice cream as he walked along the spacious street, eerily deserted. The oppressive heat distorted the air above the pavement, causing it to shimmer, while Xiao Bai, overwhelmed by the sweltering temperatures, rolled its eyes in despair. Had it not been for the system enhancing its constitution, it might have succumbed to the heat long ago. By 1603, after passing several snack shops, Ling Feng depleted his last savings to purchase an array of beverages and snacks, indulging alongside Xiao Bai in a much-needed feast. At 16:30, the television in the snack shop broadcasted findings from experts regarding the recent abnormal weather, mentioning that temperatures would gradually cool over the next 3 days. However, a subtle, scrolling message in the corner caught his eye. Unknown virus detected in various regions. Medical teams have swiftly been dispatched for investigation. Ling Feng recognized it as the zombie virus, realizing that if not for the flood temporarily isolating everyone, the outbreak could have occurred even sooner. "Ling Feng, do you sense it?" Xiao Bai suddenly communicated. "Sense what? I'm not sure what it is, but I feel an overwhelming fear." At that moment, the female server in the shop cried out, "Come quickly, there are countless rats and cockroaches on the street." Upon hearing this, Ling Feng immediately rushed to the door. And indeed, swarms of rats, cockroaches, and unknown insects scurried down the street. Even the sky was filled with birds fleeing in panic, creating an overwhelming scene that sent shivers down the spine. Curious onlookers emerged, buzzing with speculation. "Quick, capture this. I must upload it online. Could it be an impending earthquake?" "No need to panic. It's merely preparing to rain. After such oppressive heat, some rain is overdue. Ling Feng clenched his fists, sensing that the moment had finally arrived. He vividly recalled this scenario from his past life. 1830. The once azure sky and vibrant city would soon be rendered unrecognizable. Chapter 5. Taking away Lu Su at 5:30 p.m., guided by Xiao Bai, Ling Feng began driving towards Lu Su's residence. Due to the oppressive heat, the streets were nearly deserted, allowing them to reach their destination in a mere 20 minutes. As per their prior arrangement, Lu Su's Siamese cat was to feign madness at 6 p.m., prompting her to contact him. At that point, he merely needed to coax her into the car and take her to the base. Regarding her family, Ling Feng had gleaned information during previous conversations. Her mother had passed away, and her father, upon remarrying, had a son. Now, the entire family resided abroad, leaving her alone in the country. Unburdened and strong-willed, it was no wonder she had become one of the top 3 experts in her past life. It was all a matter of destiny. The car's air conditioning was set to its lowest setting, yet both Ling Feng and Xiao Bai were still drenched in sweat. Time ticked away, and by 6:10 p.m., Ling Feng's phone remained silent. Xiao Bai, did you make sure to communicate clearly with Lu Su? We can't afford any misunderstandings. Rest assured, I guarantee there will be no miscommunication. Just a little longer. At 6:13 p.m., the sky began to darken. Thick clouds accompanied by flashes of lightning loomed ominously above. Yet Ling Feng understood this was merely the beginning. At 6:15 p.m., anxiety crept in. He had plans to execute. If it extended beyond 6:30 p.m., he would have no choice but to abandon Lu Su, for even without rescue, she could likely survive. At 6:16 p.m., the sound of the green bubble notification chimed. She had arrived. Ling Feng promptly answered the call. Hello, Ling Feng. My cat has suddenly gone berserk. Do you have any solutions? Ling Feng suppressed his excitement, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Time was of the essence, and now was not the moment for mistakes. Oh, what seems to be the issue? Lu Su briefly explained the situation regarding her cat, but Ling Feng, preoccupied, could hardly focus. He merely hoped she would finish quickly. It sounds troublesome. By the way, I happen to be nearby. Where do you live? If it's close, could you bring her out for me to take a look? Lu Su then provided him with an address, which was less than 200 meters from his current location. What a coincidence. Please bring her down. I'm just around the corner. All right, I will. After hanging up, within 2 minutes, Lu Su appeared, dressed in black sportswear, cradling her cat. Ling Feng swiftly drove over. Get in. I know a veterinary hospital nearby. Your cat seems to have some issues. Let us get her checked out. Lu Su, without suspicion, entered the car. At that moment, she still retained her innocent nature. Had it been in her past life, she would never have trusted others so readily. With Lu Su and her dog and cat aboard, Ling Feng accelerated towards the warehouse-style supermarket he had previously scouted. This was the final and crucial step of his plan, one that must not go awry. Suddenly, Lu Su tugged at Ling Feng's shirt, her voice trembling. Ling Feng, look at the sky. What is happening? Ling Feng glanced at the time on the vehicle, 1830. The sky, shrouded in darkness, resembled the depths of night, prompting the city to illuminate its lights ahead of schedule. However, unlike the usual ominous skies preceding a torrential downpour, this evening's atmosphere refracted the city's glow. The astute Lu Su had already discerned that what loomed above was not merely clouds, but water, perhaps an ocean. An endless expanse of sea hung ominously above, churning and rolling, threatening to crash down at any moment, leaving no refuge for the populace. A stifling and desperate aura enveloped the entire world. Hold on tight, Ling Feng growled, pressing the accelerator as he sped toward their destination. Ling Feng, should we find somewhere to take cover? What is happening with this guy? Lu Su's voice trembled with fear. Ling Feng continued to drive, disregarding her concerns. Soon, they arrived at the supermarket, where panic had already begun to engulf the crowd. People were fleeing, their cries resonating like thunder. Do not leave. Wait for me here. Remember, do not go outside. I will be back shortly. He commanded. Xiao Bai, take care of them. The dog, Xiao Bai, had no time to respond and merely barked in acknowledgement. Without waiting for Lu Su's reply, Ling Feng exited the vehicle and hurried toward the supermarket. At this moment, the rain had commenced its torrential assault, Yet Ling Feng was acutely aware that this precipitation was but a prelude. The real horror had yet to unfold. Upon entering the supermarket, the usual order had disintegrated. Chaos reigned as people frantically fled, including security personnel and staff. However, Ling Feng's objective was not the merchandise on display, but rather the warehouse located on the lower level. Having previously scouted the area and rehearsed his plan in his mind countless times, he swiftly located the warehouse. There was no need to concern himself with surveillance. After tonight, this place would transform into an underwater cavern. With arms raised, Ling Feng activated his spatial storage ability, promptly clearing the entire warehouse of its contents, shelves and all, with thousands of square meters of goods vanishing in an instant. Once accomplished, he hurried back to the car, where the water on the road had already risen to his ankles. Fortunately, the subterranean supermarket and warehouse, equipped with an independent drainage system, had yet to flood, though. At this rate, it would not last long. As he entered the vehicle, Lu Su, visibly anxious, exclaimed, "Where did you run off to? Your dog almost bit me." Xiao Bai, sensing the accusation, interjected, "I am wrong, my lord. She was about to go down to find you, and I stopped her. Everything will be fine. Let us go." Ling Feng reassured them. Time, 1900 hours. The rain showed no signs of abating. In fact, it intensified, and the sea above churned with monstrous waves, manifesting a cataclysmic power. The roads became noticeably busier, yet the oppressive heat prior to the storm had kept many indoors, preventing a massive traffic jam. Ling Feng navigated toward the base, stopping intermittently, and each time he encountered a gas station, he exited the vehicle to press his hand against the fuel tank, swiftly draining it of diesel and gasoline. "Ling Feng, what are you doing? You go to the gas station without refueling. What does pressing your hand mean?" Lu Su anxiously inquired, her gaze fixated on the intensifying downpour and the despondent sea of clouds above, her heart racing like ants on a hot skillet, yearning to find a cave to burrow into, which might afford her a modicum of security. "Do not fret, it will not be long now," Ling Feng reassured her as they departed the city at 8 p.m., drawing closer to the foothills of the base. However, the once smooth road had transformed into a torrent, leaving Ling Feng and his companions with no choice but to abandon their vehicle and seek alternative means. He first retrieved 2 specially designed raincoats from his survival supplies. "Lu Su, put this on. The road ahead has become a river, and we cannot drive any further." Panic etched across Lu Su's face. "What shall we do? Why did you bring me to the outskirts in such torrential rain?" "There is no time for explanations. Every minute we delay increases the peril. Trust me, don the raincoat, and I will lead you to safety." Upon hearing this, a flicker of hesitation crossed Lu Su's visage. She was terrified of what Ling Feng might do, but with the unprecedented deluge pouring outside and the desolate surroundings, her options were limited to obedience. Gritting her teeth, she swiftly donned the raincoat and embraced a coal ball as she exited the vehicle. Subsequently, Ling Feng produced an inflatable raft he had procured from a survival club. Lu Su stared in astonishment. "Ling Feng, how did you manage this?" "No time for chatter, get on." The two, accompanied by Xiao Bai, swiftly navigated across the river and climbed for nearly half an hour before finally reaching the base. Chapter 6. Whole House AI. The heavy steel door was pushed open by Ling Feng. "Where is this?" Lu Su stepped into the base. Her curiosity piqued as she glanced at Shizhou. This place was an entirely different world compared to the outside. It was brightly lit, the temperature was pleasant, and due to the fully automated ecological system, the humidity was perfectly balanced, making one feel utterly at ease. "The room on the left on the second floor is yours. You can settle down here in peace," Ling Feng said as he emerged in a clean outfit. Lu Su frowned. "Are you trying to imprison me? That's illegal." Ling Feng scoffed. "Illegal? In this apocalypse, what laws remain?" "What do you mean?" Lu Su Vito. "Well, have you seen the sky look like this? Your phone still works, right? Search online for yourself." After saying this, Ling Feng casually sat down on the sofa and took out a steak from thin air, also offering a smoked chicken to Xiao Bai, the dog that had now become his loyal companion. Lu Su was intrigued by his ability to conjure items seemingly out of nowhere, but she suppressed her curiosity and began checking her phone for information. "Oh, Lu Su et Galim. Why is this happening? As she opened her phone, she was met with a flurry of messages about floods and pleas for help in the Green Bubble group. Her home was on the second floor, but now the water had already reached the first floor. How could it have escalated so quickly? Unwilling to accept this, she stepped outside the main door and gazed at the distant city, which should have been aglow with lights, now shrouded in darkness, with the ominous sound of rushing water echoing in the background. The sky remained suspended with an endless expanse of ocean, and the rain fell even more heavily than before, aptly described as a torrential deluge. Ling Feng, aren't you going to bring that woman back? If she catches a cold, we'll waste medicine. Xiaobai communicated while munching away. Let her be. Give her some time to accept reality. Ling Feng decided against offering any words of comfort, understanding that anyone would find it hard to accept such a situation immediately. The air raid shelter was divided into 3 levels. The second floor had previously been converted into private booths, but Ling Feng had transformed it into sleeping quarters and functional rooms. The first floor served as a space for daily activities, accommodating home appliances and bookshelves, while he planned to establish a gym in the basement. As they would inevitably face zombies in the future, without physical strength, one could easily be devoured. After arranging the equipment in the space, Ling Feng returned to the first floor and found Lu Su sitting silently on the sofa, lost in thought. He placed a cup of hot coffee on the table. Have something warm. It will make you feel better. Why? Ling Feng, can you tell me why this is happening? Lu Su's voice was heavy with despair, her damp hair clinging to her face, evoking a sense of pity. There is no why. This is humanity's fate. You should be grateful to your cat. It pleaded with me to save you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have reached this place. Lu Su lifted her head, her eyes filled with confusion. I told you before that I can communicate with animals, and that is true. It is precisely because of this that your cat sought my help. Animals are far more sensitive to the natural world than humans, and they have long known that the apocalypse was approaching. Xiaobai, translate the original words for Kohlball. Xiaobai, gnawing on a chicken carcass, cast an irritable glance at Ling Feng, then uttered a few muffled sounds. Kohlball's ears twitched for a moment before it leaped onto the table, gesturing animatedly at Lu Su while meowing incessantly. What was it saying? Lu Su looked at Ling Feng. Xiaobai promptly translated for Ling Feng. Kohlball is telling it that its owner should express gratitude to you, and it would be best if mating could happen soon. Ling Feng was taken aback. It said it wants to live well here in the future. Damn, how am I supposed to say that out loud? Huh, you haven't tamed it yet. Its intelligence is still at the level of an ordinary animal. The fact that it can express that much is already commendable. Ling Feng slapped his forehead, realizing his oversight. He then picked up Kohlball and mentally commanded tame. Instantly, an icon of a Siamese cat appeared on the interface. Ling Feng dismissed the heart control icon and transmitted a message. From now on, you can stay with your original owner. Meow understood. Kohlball obediently jumped back into Lu Su's arms. However, Lu Su was oblivious to this interaction. She remained absorbed in the fact that Kohlball and Ling Feng had saved her. Thank you, Ling Feng. All right, I suppose I'll stay here from now on. You might be hoping that the torrential rain will soon cease, and everything will return to normal. But I must inform you that this deluge will last for half a year, and everything will be irrevocably altered. You should muster your spirits. A long road lies ahead. Lu Su gazed at Ling Feng, wondering who he truly was. Why could he remain so composed in the face of such circumstances, preparing for various eventualities? And what was the source of his inexplicable ability to conjure objects? Ling Feng had no intention of concealing his spatial abilities from her. It was imperative that she understood that if he were to perish, she would also starve alongside him. This was the essence of having provisions, ensuring a calm heart. You should go upstairs and change your clothes. You're soaked and could easily catch a cold. But I didn't anticipate such an occurrence and didn't bring any spare clothes. Lu Su murmured, her face flushed. What size do you wear? Let me see if I have something suitable. 3. CD. Lu Su's head lowered even further. Ling Feng was equally surprised. Despite her slender, tall stature, she concealed her true measurements well. Please wait a moment. After speaking, Ling Feng ascended to the second-floor room, entering the spatial realm. He rummaged through the items he collected from the supermarket and retrieved several sets of lingerie and women's clothing in the appropriate size. He also gathered several boxes of tissues, cosmetics, and feminine products. Since these items were merely lying around and he had no use for them, it made sense to offer them to Lu Su. Moreover, these items represented less than 1,000th of the overall haul. All right, you can go change now. If you need anything else, just let me know. Lu Su dared not meet his gaze, clutching Cobalt as she ascended to the second floor to change. Seizing this opportunity, Ling Feng entered the system to check the rewards for taming Cobalt. Storage space, 5,000 square meters. AI Housekeeper Set 1. Lottery tickets 15. What is the AI Housekeeper Set? The name evokes a sense of advanced technology. Ling Feng discovered that the lottery system was not particularly impressive, yet the rewards were exceptional. Had it not been for the rule prohibiting the abandonment of captured animals, he would have rushed to the zoo to collect rewards. How vexing. Ling Feng retrieved a palm-sized metallic box along with several smaller, identical boxes. There was no manual accompanying this item, leaving him uncertain of its usage. Ding. Butler Onine. How may I assist you? A mechanical girl's voice emanated from a box. How should I utilize you? He inquired. Please connect me to the internet first. I must familiarize myself with this world before I can guide you on usage. What fortuitous timing. Although a torrential downpour was occurring outside, the internet remained operational for the moment. Had it been delayed by 10 days, all would have been lost. The base was already equipped with fiber optics, and Ling Feng had previously relocated his home computer to download various films for entertainment during the apocalypse. Now, he merely needed to connect the network cable to the box. Half an hour later, following the box's instructions, Ling Feng installed it within the ecological recycling system. While the smaller boxes were designated for installation on appliances that required AI control. At that moment, Lu Su descended, clad in a loose-fitting pink nightgown, appearing as though she had just bathed. Chapter 7. Doomsday Mode. What are you up to? Lu Su Inquit. Oh, this is an AI box. Installed on these appliances for convenient control by the main unit, he replied. As you mentioned, the apocalypse has already arrived. I wonder when we will lose power and internet. Is there any point in doing this? You need not worry about the electricity. I have made the necessary preparations. An AI box without internet may lack some functionalities, yet it can still control the appliances within the base. Master, based on internet information and the monitoring room's analysis of the external environment, the world you inhabit is currently experiencing a doomsday-level flood. Would you like to activate doomsday mode? Ling Feng was taken aback. Such a feature existed? The system's capabilities were indeed more sophisticated than he had anticipated. Lu Su curiously asked, where did you procure this AI? I've never heard of an AI having a doomsday mode. Could it possibly be a scam? Just a casual purchase. I don't even know its specific functionalities. Ling Feng fabricated an excuse. He could reveal the existence of the space to his companions, but must never disclose the system. What does doomsday mode entail? Ling Feng addressed the box. Doomsday mode. Reprogramming and deep control of all electronic products connected to the base. It will access all information available on the world's internet and enable mobile communication functionality up to 100 kilometers. Given that the base can only connect to a limited number of electronic products, Doomsday mode can only activate the aforementioned functionalities. Lu Su stood dumbfounded beside him. Such advanced technology could be casually purchased? Without hesitation, Ling Feng agreed to activate Doomsday mode. Understood, Master, the AI responded, and a red light illuminated. It would take some time to activate these features, so he decided to disregard it for the moment. Ling Feng, do you have anything to eat? Lu Su asked softly, her hunger becoming unbearable as it was already 10 p.m. How forgetful of me. Here, take this steak. There's red wine in the cabinet over at the restaurant. Help yourself if you wish. Ling Feng demonstrated his ability to conjure items from thin air. Gazing at the steak, slightly charred on the outside, yet retaining a succulent red within, Lu Su could no longer contain herself. She hurried to the dining area and began to devour it ravenously. Ling Feng poured 2 glasses of red wine, raising one in inquiry, how is it? Delicious? Lu Su's mouth was full, leaving her unable to respond verbally. Yet she nodded vigorously. In less than 10 minutes, the generous portion of steak was entirely consumed, followed by a hearty gulp of wine, her cheeks flushed. Will we live here forever? Lu Su asked, a hint of melancholy in her voice. However, she regretted her words almost immediately. In these apocalyptic times, having a safe haven was already a blessing. What more could she possibly wish for? No, Lu Su, the flood will last only 6 months, but after that, a far more terrifying zombie outbreak will ensue. Thus, you must train yourself to become proficient within this time frame. Ling Feng stated with grave seriousness. How do you know all this? And how did you manage to conjure objects out of thin air? Lu Su gazed intently at Ling Feng, awaiting his response. This girl was indeed formidable. Ling Feng recognized that she was making a decision. If he remained silent, she would refrain from taking any drastic actions, but he would forever be barred from entering her heart. She might regard him as a benefactor or a partner, yet he could never be her one and only. The harbingers of the apocalypse were revealed to me by animals, a fact I have previously shared with you. As for the ability to transmute objects, it was an extraordinary power I acquired inadvertently. While I brought you here, we paused in front of the supermarket for a while. In truth, I was there to claim all the goods from their warehouse for myself, including what you are currently wearing. Furthermore, the food I have gathered can remain perpetually fresh, sufficient for a lifetime's sustenance. Fearing she might doubt him, Ling Feng demonstrated his abilities by retrieving a goblet from his spatial storage and then returning it to view. Lu Su remained silent, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on his eyes. Ling Feng did not flinch, maintaining their eye contact for 2 full minutes. Isa puta, Lu Su suden lis mai, her eyes curving like crescent moons. Ling Feng exhaled in relief. From his memories of Lu Su's past, he knew her to be a person of immense loyalty. Once she granted her approval, her conviction was nearly unshakable. I'm exhausted. I need to sleep now, Lu Su declared, scooping up the coal ball and ascending the stairs, leaving Ling Feng in a state of confusion. Did I pass the test or not? At midnight, the deluge outside was not rain, but a torrent. Fortunately, the base was well soundproofed. Otherwise, the cacophony would drive anyone to madness. Ling Feng, unable to sleep, lay on the sofa, scrolling through his phone. At that moment, he noticed a flurry of messages from the former residents group. I'm from 302. We are trapped. Is there anyone who can rescue us? I'm stuck with my child. Please help us. We're in 310. Anyone who can run, head to the upper floors. Quickly. Does anyone have food? Bring some up. Ling Feng recognized the voice of Meng Yuan. Even amidst life and death, he was still concerned about food. Food? What are you thinking at a time like this? What do you mean? Come to the 6th floor if you dare. Why don't you come down to the 3rd floor and see if I don't take you down? You're insane. Ling Feng found it amusing. Meng Yuan was clearly a bully who only thrived on intimidating the weak, quickly cowering when faced with any real challenge. Suddenly, a notification from the system interrupted him. Host, please be advised, your pet, the cobra, Heizi, is outside seeking help. He had nearly forgotten that Heizi was nearby. With such heavy rain, he hoped it wouldn't be drenched. Ling Feng opened the steel door, and indeed, Heizi was coiled by the entrance. Heizi, are you all right? Come inside quickly. Hiss, master. The rain is too heavy. My original den has been destroyed. Not to worry, you can live here in the base from now on. Here, take this to eat. Ling Feng retrieved a large piece of pork from his spatial storage and tossed it to Heizi. Thank you, master. After Heizi swallowed the pork, it did not forget the command given by Ling Feng to keep watch. It promptly climbed up to rest on the beam beside the door, seemingly intending to make that its new nest. Ling Feng paid it no mind and continued to peruse news reports from around the globe. This calamity was of a worldwide nature, resulting in a plethora of coverage. In his previous life, he had been too preoccupied with escaping to even glance at such matters. Uncertain of how long he had dozed on the sofa, Ling Feng was awakened by sounds emanating from the kitchen. Awake? Why not go back to sleep? Have some breakfast, said Lu Su, still clad in her pink pajamas, her hair simply pinned up, revealing her swan-like, alabaster neck. A few strands fell over her eyes, prompting her to repeatedly tuck them behind her ear. You have quite the punctual biological clock. You even know it's morning, he remarked. The apocalyptic downpour obscured the entire sky, rendering it nearly impossible to distinguish between day and night without checking the time. I'm used to it, she replied. After the two finished their breakfast, Ling Feng introduced her to the existence of Haizi. He was just about to commence his training when, coincidentally, the AI butler had completed its upgrade. Master, little A has successfully completed the upgrade. Please instruct me. A mechanical female voice emanated from the hi-fi speakers. Ling Feng's eyes lit up. Indeed, there was something remarkable about it, as it could genuinely control the appliances within the base. The system appeared to be far beyond the products of this era. Upon entering the monitoring room, Ling Feng surveyed the myriad of screens. Little A, please analyze the situation outside, he requested. Understood, please hold on. This time, the voice came from his speakers integrated with the monitoring screens. Soon, the AI began to analyze the visuals displayed on the screens one by one, offering its recommendations. Truly, it was impressive. Following this, Ling Feng requested a set of training methods from the AI and commenced training with Lu Su in the basement. Chapter 8. The Hornet. Upon arriving in the basement, Ling Feng suddenly recalled the words of the Wilderness Survival Club owner, who had mentioned that his goods contained surprises. Yet he had not taken a look inside. After retrieving the package from his space, Ling Feng meticulously opened it and, to his astonishment, discovered that the bottom of the last box held 2 crossbows, a compound bow, an air rifle, along with a number of arrows and pellets. What a delightful surprise! With these items, his safety quotient had undoubtedly risen several levels. Lu Su, here are a reconnaissance watch and a monocular. Take a set. As for these weapons, see which one appeals to you, he offered. Lu Su accepted the watch and monocular, adorning herself with them, and glanced at the weapons strewn across the floor. Are there any knives or similar items? These don't quite suit me, she remarked. At that moment, Ling Feng recalled that in his previous life, Lu Su had indeed preferred cold weapons, as during that era, the production of weaponry was monopolized by a few powerful factions. Most weapons were utilized for city defense, and in the wilderness, the noise of firearms could be perilous. Thus, cold weapons or crossbows were far safer alternatives. I have some knives. Let us see which ones you fancy. He then produced 100 different types and materials of knives from his space. Lu Su was taken aback. What exactly did you do before the torrential rain? Ling Feng sheepishly scratched his nose. Just a casual purchase. Do I look like a fool to you? Selecting a 70 centimeters carbon steel machete, Lu Su began various training exercises under the guidance of the AI. Ling Feng, adhering to the philosophy of achieving 10 feats through sheer strength, prioritized physical training first. As time passed, the relentless downpour showed no signs of abating. Within the base, the AI managed the ecological system, ensuring that the lighting adjusted automatically to simulate day and night, which helped maintain a regular routine for the two. Ling Feng, I'm quite exhausted today and don't feel like cooking. Could you prepare something ready to eat? Lu Su said, rubbing her shoulders. For the past few days, she had taken on the culinary responsibilities, but after their usual training and tending to some vegetables in the sunroom, she felt overwhelmed. All right, what would you like to eat? Australian lobster and roasted duck. Lu Su unabashedly placed her order. They dined while listening to the summaries of global reports from Xiaowei. The internet was still operational, allowing them to gather worldwide intelligence, though such a situation could not persist for long. On the 6th day, the owner-s group chat was rife with despair. The water had already reached the 10th floor, and many who could not bear the pressure chose to end their lives. The darker facets of human nature began to emerge. 30,000. I'll take those 2 packs of instant noodles. I'll offer 50,000. I haven't eaten in 2 days. Please let me have them. I haven't eaten for 3 days. I trust everyone understands our current plight. Money has become mere waste paper. I need that item, though it's useless to me. Ling Feng immediately recognized the speaker as Wu Rongchong, a man with a history of social mischief, and based on his memories from the past life, he knew that the food Wu possessed had been seized from other residents. In the early stages of the flood, many had perished at his hands. At this moment, Meng Yuan stepped forward to speak. What could it be that Wu Ge desires? Meng Yuan, ever since I laid eyes on your wife in the community, she has occupied my thoughts. How about this? Let her come over to keep me company for a night, and in return, you may take these 2 packets of instant noodles. The entire group fell into a profound silence, awaiting the reactions of others, all too aware that this precedent would lead to increasingly outrageous occurrences in the future. At this juncture, Aunt Lu from a neighborhood committee took the initiative to speak up. Wu Rongchong, what are you attempting to do? The authorities are already organizing rescue efforts. Do you realize that what you're doing is illegal? Aunt Lu, you have repeated this countless times. And what has come of it? Every day, someone in the community drowns and others resort to suicide. Who among the survivors has not acted in self-preservation? Aunt Lu fell silent. These were her own fabrications, primarily meant to buy time. Initially, she could hold the crowd together, but as time wore on, it was impossible to conceal the fire beneath the paper. The group sank back into quietude. Ling Feng had long been displeased with Wu Rongchong and decided to post a picture of steak and red wine. You think 2 packets of instant noodles can exchange for a person? Does that mean my offerings could cost you your life? Damn it, which floor do you live on? Wu Rongchong, infuriated at having his scheme thwarted, retorted angrily. What does my floor matter to you? If you have the guts, come find me. If you can't, then you are nothing. Wu Rongchong seethed with rage. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. He vowed to track down this individual and have his revenge. Does anyone know who he is? Speak up, and I will reward you with instant noodles. However, as Ling Feng had never previously spoken in the homeowners group, no one could identify him. Nonetheless, everyone operated under the assumption that anyone in the homeowners group must be a resident of the community, otherwise, who would take the time to join another community's group. In no time, countless private messages began to flood in. Ling Feng declined all requests to add him, tossing his phone aside as he moved to the entrance to observe the situation outside. With his interruption, the topic of exchanging instant noodles for a person was temporarily shelved. But the seeds of that idea had already been sown. It wouldn't be long before it spiraled entirely out of control, especially once the power and internet were cut off. Outside, darkness enveloped everything, save for the sound of rain pouring like water being poured from a jug. Suddenly, Ling Feng noticed a large wasp sheltering nearby from the rain. An idea sparked in his mind. Capture it. A flash of white light ensued, and the wasp was absorbed into the system. Unlike previous icons, the wasp's icon could be expanded, revealing a multi-branch structure, suggesting that wasps operate as a colony. And a single individual does not meet the system's criteria. Wasp, can you comprehend my words? The wasp circled around Ling Feng before landing on the door. It seemed that even if subdued, such a small insect could not speak. However, as long as it could grasp my intent, that sufficed. Wasp, proceed to your nest and bring the queen back with you. Upon receiving the command, the wasp immediately flew toward its nest. Despite the heavy rain, which would typically ground it, the system enhancement allowed it to maintain normal flight in such weather. What are you doing? Lu Su, having finished her shower, approached. Ling Feng observed her as she dried her hair with a towel, her upper body swaying gently. Goodness, is she truly not wearing anything beneath? How brazen. Clearing his throat, he remarked, I rescued a wasp. It will soon return with the queen, thus providing our base with additional assistance. Lu Su, slightly taken aback, inquired, not only can you communicate with cats and dogs, but insects as well? This fellow, I shall eventually uncover your secrets. Ah, I meant your mysteries. Buzzing. Before long, the wasp returned, clutching a queen that was twice its size, followed by a throng of pursuing wasps, though many had been knocked down by the rain. Lu Su felt a shiver run down her spine and hastily retreated to the second floor. Ling Feng raised his hand, commanding subdue. Countless lights illuminated within the swarm. Subsequently, all the wasps halted before him, akin to soldiers awaiting orders. He designated a corner of the sunroom for their nest, mandating that a portion of them patrol outside through various vents daily, thereby addressing the surveillance blind spots. Once everything was arranged, Ling Feng's mind delved into the system to check for any rewards. Wasp Swarm Drone 1. Lottery tickets 20 Ah? More treasures. The Wasp Swarm Drone appeared as a substantial black box, which, upon opening, revealed 20 drones within, with the box itself serving as the control console. After some exploration, Ling Feng linked the drone swarm to the AI steward, entrusting it with their operation. Beep, beep, beep. His phone on the sofa incessantly buzzed. Ling Feng picked it up to find someone fervently adding him as a contact, leaving a message that read, You are Xiao Feng, right? Please help me, Xiao Feng. Meng Yuan intends to sell me. Chapter 9. A cry for help unexpectedly. The past remains immutable in her previous life. Wu Mei was betrayed by Meng Yuan for 2 packets of instant noodles, ultimately enduring humiliation before taking her own life during a blackout. Let's first see what she has to say. She does not reside in the community, nor is she a saint, so expecting her to call for rescue is futile. Upon approval, Wu Mei promptly sent a message. You are Xiao Feng, aren't you? I once inadvertently saw you click on the green bubble. Your avatar is this cartoon. It is I, Yao Wu Mei. Xiao Feng, I implore you to save me. I just overheard Meng Yuan on the phone with Wu Rongchang, indicating that he intends to send me away tomorrow evening. I have already moved away from the community, as you are aware. Then, previously, the items are genuine, but I am elsewhere. In that case, I apologize for disturbing you. Mei Jia, I can inform you where to find food. But you must leave Meng Yuan. Whether he starves or meets a grim fate is no concern of mine. Can you do this? This time, Wu Mei took much longer to respond, evidently hesitating. I can agree to that. Meng Yuan usually resorts to verbal and physical abuse. But now he intends to barter with me for instant noodles. His fate no longer concerns me. However, where can I go now? I have my methods. But I have another request. You must flip your eyelids and send me a photograph showcasing the white of your upper eye. Although the zombie outbreak occurred after the Great Flood, many individuals have already been infected. The early signs of infection include a black line appearing in the white of the eye, extending towards the pupil. If Wu Mei has already been infected, there would be no purpose in offering her aid. However, as she gazed at her phone, a blush crept across her face, clearly misunderstanding Ling Feng's intent, believing he referred to another area. After a few minutes of grappling with her thoughts, Wu Mei bit her lip. It was certainly better to show that handsome young man than to be bullied by the loathsome Wu Rongchang. Lifting her shirt, Wu Mei took a pristine selfie with her phone. Huh? Ling Feng was taken aback upon seeing the photo. The married woman is so audacious? Does she truly believe me to be a rogue? Quickly saving the image. Mei Jia, you've misunderstood. I meant your eyes, the white of the upper eye, literally, not your headlights. Wu Mei's face flushed with embarrassment, nearly dripping with mortification. She was a conservative person, and to her surprise, her first courageous act would be misinterpreted. After retracting, Wu Mei earnestly captured a photo of her eyes and sent it. Ling Feng enlarged the image for a closer inspection. Her eyes bore numerous blood vessels, evidently having endured considerable distress recently. Nonetheless, the black line was absent, indicating she was still worth helping. Which floor are you on now? Ling Feng inquired. The 15th floor. All floors below the 10th are flooded. Can you slip out now? Yes. Meng Yuan is already asleep. Quietly make your way to room 1805 on the 18th floor. Once you arrive, let me know, and remember to ensure you are not seen. Understood. 10 minutes later, Wu Mei sent another message. Xiao Feng, I have arrived. There is no one else here. Retrieve the key from beneath the potted plant at door 1805 and enter, instructed Ling Feng. This location was where he had once saved Wu Mei's life in a previous incarnation. Is it all right to go in? She questioned. The family is absent. We must hurry. Lock the door behind you once inside. Following his instructions, Wu Mei indeed discovered a key hidden beneath the plant, unlocking the door to find that. As Ling Feng had indicated, the owner had not returned. Xiao Feng, I have heard that the neighborhood has recently experienced thefts. We'll be safe here? She inquired. Go into the master bedroom and move the large wardrobe on the left. There is a secret room inside. You will be safe there for at least 10 days or so, he assured her. Wu Mei followed Ling Feng's guidance and soon found the hidden chamber, though its contents caused her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. In the center of the room lay a large, round red bed, and the walls were thickly lined with soundproofing material. Scattered about were whips, leather garments, and peculiar implements. Though Wu Mei was conservative, she was not entirely ignorant. Upon seeing these items, she quickly deduced that the room's owner must possess certain peculiar inclinations. Then, she noticed several boxes in the corner. Upon opening them, she found them filled with energy bars and chocolates, foodstuffs meant to replenish strength. No wonder Xiao Feng claimed she could stay safe here for 10 days. But how could he possibly know of this place? Could it be that this was his? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Wu Mei felt an inexplicable dryness in her throat. "Mei Jia, have you found it?" Ling Feng inquired. "Yes, I have found it and am now hidden away." "Thank you, Xiao Feng." Ling Feng did not reply further. He had no need for such things anymore. Moreover, as a neighbor, Wu Mei had often looked after him in various ways. He considered it a favor returned, granting her a reprieve of 10 days or more. Meanwhile, Meng Yuan awoke to find his wife missing. He frantically called her, but Wu Mei had already blocked all his contacts. He then began searching desperately, for he had promised Wu Rongchong to deliver supplies that evening. Otherwise, he would not only go hungry, but might also face Wu Rongchong's wrath. "Has anyone seen my wife?" he asked in the neighborhood group. "How amusing. You can't even keep track of your own wife, yet you dare to ask," one responded. "Maybe she was sent to trade for instant noodles and forgot everything after filling her belly." Meng Yuan, known for his selfishness and sharp tongue, was met with scorn from many in the community. At this moment, Wu Rongchong stepped forward, saying, "Meng Yuan, are you putting on a show?" The crowd quickly grasped the situation. He had promised to send his wife to trade for food, and now that she was missing, he was in a frenzy. Meng Yuan paid little heed to their mockery, incessantly tagging Wu Mei in the group. Wu Mei observed everything unfold, but had no intention of responding. After all, Meng Yuan had sought to betray her. Why should she concern herself with his fate? In this lively scene, the instigator, Ling Feng, did not miss the opportunity. He snapped a photo of the freshly cooked noodles he was preparing and shared it in the group. How tiresome. Eating the same things day after day has become quite monotonous. In the group, a torrent of invective erupted, as everyone sought to unearth the culprit. How despicable! At a time when everyone was forced to ration their meager sustenance, how could he complain of being satiated? Although the waters had risen to the 10th floor, the complex housed dozens of buildings, each with 10 or more stories, making it quite challenging to locate him. The most pressing concern was that some residents had begun to hoard supplies, resulting in a palpable sense of anxiety. No one was willing to open their doors for fear of being searched. "You brat, are you hiding my wife? Hand her over if you know what is good for you." Meng Yuan recalled the events of the previous day, convinced that Wu Mei had been deceived by Ling Feng. He was astonished that such a seemingly reserved woman could be led away by merely a photograph. Had he known, he would have offered her to Wu Rongchong yesterday, thereby avoiding the current predicament of having no instant noodles to eat. Yet, Ling Feng remained indifferent to Meng Yuan's thoughts. "Your sister-in-law is truly alluring," he remarked, provoking an uproar in the group chat. This was no mere infidelity. It was akin to wearing a green traffic light. Meng Yuan let out a desperate scream, feeling as though he were losing his mind. Damn it! He cursed vehemently, which only amused Ling Feng. He relished the sight of Meng Yuan's impotent fury. Meanwhile, in the secluded room, Wu Mei consumed her energy bread, her face flushed as she read the messages in the group. The photograph had been seen, but why was it being discussed so freely? Chapter 10. System upgrade. By the way, Xiao Bai, shouldn't you take a jog in the basement? The Labrador had indulged in a life of abundant feasting and slumber since arriving at the base, and had noticeably bulked up. At that moment, Xiao Bai was gnawing on a beef bone, and replied, "I'm of no use anymore. Let the younger generation handle the affairs of the base." Ling Feng felt a wave of frustration. This lazy dog had taken to watching movies at midnight ever since it learned to operate the remote, now spouting nonsensical chatter. Run if you wish. In 6 months, when the zombie outbreak occurs, if you can't outrun them, you'll serve as their feast. Xiaobai's ears perked up, and it sprang to its feet. I completely forgot about that. Lu Su is leading me astray. I shall go and exercise right away. It was no wonder Xiaobai had become increasingly absorbed in food and drink. Lu Su's culinary skills were truly remarkable, rivaling even that of a fine restaurant. Ling Feng had given the matter considerable thought. Animals, in terms of speed and strength, inherently surpass humans, since he could communicate with and control them. Why not harness their abilities? Perhaps he could even assemble an animal army to sweep through the apocalypse. Heizi, don't be idle either. Head to the basement to train with Xiao Bai and utilize your strengths. Yes, understood, Master, Heizi replied, a creature that brought great peace of mind to Ling Feng. It spoke little and unwaveringly executed commands, perhaps a trait inherent to its cold-blooded nature. Training animals required minimal intervention. Each possessed its own innate methods of attack. With sufficient physical training and the support of the system, they would undoubtedly progress significantly. At that moment, Lu Su approached after washing the dishes. Ling Feng, have you rested well? How about we spar today? I've learned quite a few techniques recently and wish to test them out. Lu Su, undoubtedly one of the future 3 great masters, exhibited flawless talent. In such a short span, she could wield a broadsword with remarkable finesse. Ling Feng was equally eager. While he had been focusing on physical training, his past life's combat experience would allow him to effectively execute many techniques, provided his body kept pace. They descended into the basement, where Xiaobai and Haizi were already engaged in a playful chase around the open space. Ling Feng paid them no mind, allowing them to train freely. Lu Su changed into a sleek black outfit, her impressive figure on full display. What weapon will you use? Ling Feng retrieved a wooden stick from the weapon rack. Strength lies in length. I shall use this stick. Where did you learn to wield a stick? A long time ago. Let us begin. Ling Feng assumed a starting position. Lu Su, without further ado, lunged forward with her broadsword in a swift slide. How fast? Ling Feng was taken aback, but his extensive combat experience told him that such speed posed no real threat. They exchanged several blows, and in a moment, Ling Feng deftly disarmed Lu Su, sending her sword flying. I concede, Lu Su said calmly. Your technique is sound, but your strength is lacking, Ling Feng assessed. Lu Su nodded, having sought out this sparring session to discern her weaknesses. I shall now consult the AI steward to devise a tailored physical training regimen, she declared, and hurried upstairs. Ling Feng was slightly taken aback. This girl was a training fanatic, seemingly devoid of leisure time aside from eating and sleeping. As days passed, Wu Mei would occasionally send messages to Ling Feng, mostly consisting of trivial banter. For her, each day that passed felt like a step closer to death. Fortunately, her mindset was relatively broad. Otherwise, such a life akin to that of a death row inmate would have driven her to madness long ago. Yet, she remained but a fragile woman, utterly powerless to instigate change. The community had spiraled entirely out of control. Floodwaters had surged up to the 17th floor, and Wu Rongchong, employing his ruthless tactics, had gathered a group to pillage other residents. Many men were killed, while most women became mere playthings for them. Previously, a group of residents had banded together to resist Wu Rongchong and his followers, but within days, they were annihilated, leaving no one left to organize a defense. Each person felt as if they were lambs awaiting slaughter, praying daily that they would not be the next victim. Ling Feng gazed at his phone, shaking his head in disbelief. It had only taken 10 days for matters to devolve into such chaos. Reflecting on his previous life, he felt fortunate to have survived during the flood phase. Sister May, at 10 o'clock tonight, all electricity and network connectivity will be cut off. Prepare yourself. He sent her a message. I've resigned myself to fate. A few days ago, someone broke into this room, and I fear they would find me. I was ready to end it all, yet they did not discover me. Each day I live now feels like a gain, she replied. Ling Feng chose not to respond. He was at a loss for words, yet he admired her indomitable spirit. In stark contrast, the majority would choose to betray themselves for a chance at survival. Ling Feng, come on for a duel. This time, I absolutely want to lose. Lu Su called out as she rushed up from the basement. Setting aside matters concerning Wu Mei, Ling Feng followed Lu Su to the basement for another round of practical training. After all, rescuing Wu Mei was out of the question, but at least she would die with dignity, unlike in his previous life. They engaged in combat training, but it wasn't long before Lu Su, exhausted, landed a punch and collapsed on a Ling Feng. Reacting swiftly, Ling Feng reached out to catch her, only to find himself encountering 2 soft spots. What on earth? What's with this girl? Wearing pajamas and going commando at night is one thing, but to train in such a manner, this is a challenge to my vulnerabilities. Ling Feng carried the unconscious Lu Su to a chaise lounge, while he recited a calming mantra and ascended the stairs. Lu Su opened her eyes slightly, glancing toward the staircase. TCH. Coward. At 9:40 p.m., on the 10th day of the Great Flood, Ling Feng recalled from his previous life that tonight would herald a massive blackout, after which all communication and power would cease to exist. Suddenly, the system emitted a notification. The darkest hour has arrived. System upgrade. Upgrade complete. An additional level has been added to the host's base underground. Increased values for capturing animals. Rewards will be skewed towards base construction. Lottery probabilities adjusted. What the heck? Ling Feng dashed to the basement, where he indeed discovered a new staircase in the corner. Descending, he found that the area mirrored the upper level, but the walls were constructed of steel, creating a fortified underground chamber. At this moment, Lu Su followed, and upon witnessing the inexplicable layer that had materialized, she found herself at a loss for words. The events unfolding around Ling Feng defied all conventional understanding. No, I must capture him swiftly. Tonight, yes tonight, I shall forge a new path. Liu Su muset silenti. Meanwhile, the small white dog and the black dog, who had been frolicking around the basement, approached. To her astonishment, the once plump white dog had shed its excess fat, replaced instead by a physique of solid muscle, exuding an aura of explosive power and menace. Conversely, the black dog had diminished in size significantly. Black dog, what has happened to you? While white dog has bulked up, you seem to have shrunk. Hiss, master, though my size is reduced, my speed has increased severalfold. Moreover, the venom in my fangs is transformed. I feel as though a mere scratch from my teeth could fell a bull, black dog replied, revealing glistening, sharp teeth. Observing the transformations in his companions, Ling Feng felt that with such formidable allies, not only could he survive in the future, but he could thrive splendidly. The system had mentioned that rewards for taming animals would now favor base construction, and the odds of obtaining prizes would also shift. He wondered if there were any creatures nearby that he could tame. However, he soon recalled that capturing too many could exacerbate the strain on food resources, necessitating a cautious approach. Creatures like rabbits and butterflies, even with the system's enhancement, would likely lack lethality. Thus, his current focus remained on selecting animals with a more pronounced offensive capacity. Chapter 11. The Darkest Hour got it. Little A. Could you deploy the drone swarm to search for any wildlife in the vicinity? Certainly, Master. The swarm drones are equipped with cameras and other functionalities. I can command them to conduct a search. Very well, proceed with it. Notify me if you find anything. Understood, Master. Ling Feng, why do you need so many animals? Lu Su inquired, her curiosity piqued. She was unaware of the amount of food Ling Feng had stored in his space, but she worried that an incessant increase would inevitably lead to pressure. In this apocalyptic world, animals are more reliable than humans. We must bolster our strength as much as possible before the flood subsides. Lu Su nodded, feeling an inexplicable trust in Ling Feng. She resolved to believe unconditionally in whatever he said. At 10:02, the lights of the entire base flickered momentarily before returning to normal. The long-anticipated blackout had finally arrived. Ling Feng had already made the necessary preparations, and as the power failed, the base's generators sprang to life. Their phones would connect through the AI butler box, serving as a base station. At that moment, Ling Feng noticed a message from Wu Mei that had just come through. Little Feng, thank you for your help. I will share all my bank card passwords with you. The cards are with me. Although I am uncertain if they will be of any use in the future, this is all I can offer you. Password. Also, here's some photos. Keep them as mementos. Wu Mei sent over a dozen pictures, all featuring herself. One of the images was unmistakably the white headlight photo she had previously retracted, leaving Ling Feng uncertain whether it was intentional or accidental. Ling Feng sighed, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. In this darkest hour, the community descended into chaos. Wu Rongchang and others engaged in rampant looting, showing no hesitation in using violence against any resistance. Such scenes unfolded in countless communities, as the world seemed to transform into a hellish landscape. In stark contrast, the atmosphere within the base remained harmonious and warm. Following the blackout, they cut power to all non-essential devices to conserve energy. This forced the timid Lu Su to sit on the sofa with Ling Feng playing games. Sister, you're too weak. I'm not playing with you anymore. Now, aside from me, who else would play with you? Then I'll play against the AI. Don't be like that. If I lose again, I'll give you a massage. All right, one should never refuse a free service. Let's continue. 10 minutes later, Lu Su found herself decisively defeated. Technician, start with the shoulders. Ling Feng declared triumphantly. You're insufferable, Lu Su retorted, moving behind him and beginning to massage gently. To be fair, the girl had quite the skill. Her touch left him feeling utterly relaxed. Ling Feng, what do you think is happening outside now that the power is out? Lu Su asked, her curiosity piqued. Outside is akin to hell. If you wish to see, I can have little A send a few drones over. There are currently 20 out there searching. I don't want to see. Actually, Lu Su had a sense of the situation. Her green bubble also had a group for the homeowners in her community. And the circumstances, there were not much better than those in Ling Feng's neighborhood. As he pressed on, Ling Feng unexpectedly fell in a slumber, utterly exhausted. Since his rebirth, despite frequently bickering with Xiao Bai and later including Lu Su, he had scarcely a moment of genuine relaxation. Sleeping now? At that moment, Lu Su was gently massaging his temples. It was her first time observing Ling Feng from such proximity. He appeared rather handsome. Lowering her head, she couldn't resist planting a kiss on his forehead before retreating to the sofa, where she nestled her head against his thigh and drifted off to sleep. Xiao, he seemed to sense the atmosphere, understanding and gradually dimming the lights. In the morning, Ling Feng awoke to the ache in his thigh, glancing down in astonishment to find that Lu Su had indeed slept there throughout the night. Shaking her gently, he said, "Hey, wake up. My leg is about to give out." Lu Su, still groggy, replied, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I must have dozed off after giving you a massage last night." "It's fine. Go freshen up. I'll let my leg recover for a bit." Lu Su, still dazed, wandered toward the bathroom. "Master, the drone has detected biological signs at the Hongshang Zoo. Note, non-human. The Hongshang Zoo? That place isn't nearby. Can the drone fly that far?" The battery of the Master's drone is remarkably durable. According to Xiao's technological assessment of this world, its technology does not belong here. I should have suspected as much. The drone, like Xiao, is a piece of black technology sourced from who knows where. Can you analyze what kind of creature it is? Please proceed to the monitoring room. I will switch the feed there now. Lu Su, come to the monitoring room when you're ready, Ling Feng instructed as he headed upstairs. Soon, one of the screens displayed the image relayed by the drone, albeit in thermal imaging. It resembled a bear, perhaps. Analyze it further. Based on thermal imaging analysis, the results indicate 40 brown bear cub, 40 panda cub, 20 dog. Please make a judgment, Master. At that moment, Lu Su arrived. Ling Feng, what is that creature? There are still animals alive at Hongshang Zoo. The image from the drone should be a brown bear or panda cub. What are you planning to do? I intend to go retrieve it. Lu Su gasped in disbelief. Are you insane? The floods outside have risen to the 10th floor. Going out there is tantamount to seeking death. Perhaps not. Xiao, hey, I plan to go after that creature. Assist me in devising the most viable plan. Please hold on. Utilize a speedboat. With AI Butler controlling the drone for reconnaissance. Success rate, 80. No way. Lu Su still opposed. Why not? Do you doubt Xiao's judgment? Lu Su found it difficult to argue. The capabilities of the base AI Butler far exceeded her expectations. On several occasions, she had questioned whether this AI possessed autonomy. Yet she could find no evidence. No means no, unless you take me with you. This. Ling Feng gazed deeply at Lu Su, and she did not shy away, maintaining eye contact with him. At this moment, the bewildered Xiao Bai ascended the stairs while calling out, Ling Feng, have you seen my rice bowl? The coal ball has hidden my things again. Upon entering the surveillance room, Xiao Bai sensed something amiss. How strange. I clearly intended to go to the restroom, yet I ended up here. She promptly turned around and descended the stairs once more. All right, I will take you with me. Ling Feng consented. Presently, Lu Su had not personally encountered hardship, and it was imperative for her growth to witness the harsh realities of the outside world. When shall we go? Ling Feng pondered for a moment. Tomorrow. Excellent. I shall prepare some steak. Come down to eat shortly. Ling Feng paused. Although it was impossible to discern day from night outside, the lighting within the base indicated that it was indeed morning. Steak? Very well. I shall come down shortly. Ling Feng continued to engage in a more profound analysis with Xiao in the surveillance room, primarily focusing on selecting the most suitable route based on the reconnaissance data returned by the drones. After an hour, Ling Feng finalized a detailed plan, and Xiao A provided a 90 success rate, allowing him to execute the plan with confidence. Upon reaching the lower level, he discovered that Lu Su had, at some point, changed into a sleek black bodycon dress, her long legs adorned in black stockings, and her face lightly made up. Lu Su was inherently beautiful, and this attire rendered her utterly mesmerizing to Ling Feng. "What are you staring at? Come and eat." Lu Su seemed pleased with his reaction. Ling Feng, unsure of her intentions, approached the dining table and observed 2 exquisite servings of steak paired with red wine. They dined in silence, with Lu Su occasionally lifting her glass for a sip. Whether it was the wine or something else, her cheeks flushed a delightful red, enhancing her allure. Suddenly, Lu Su stood, walked over to Ling Feng, and sat on his lap, her arms tightly wrapping around his neck. She leaned in, her rosy lips brushing against his ear as she softly murmured, "Ling Feng, I do not know what the future holds, but I do not wish to miss this moment." Unable to restrain himself any longer, Ling Feng lifted Lu Su into his arms and made his way towards the room on the 2nd floor. Chapter 12. The fugitive. As noon approached, Ling Feng gently withdrew his arm from beneath the pillow and adjusted the quilt covering Lu Su. He was acutely aware that this was not the time for slumber. Preparations were necessary for their impending departure the following day. Although the flood period was perilous, it still offered the opportunity to encounter various animals. When the time of the zombies arrived, humans would be a rarity, let alone the prospect of taming beasts. Thus, Ling Feng resolved to seize the moment and acquire any suitable creatures he could find. He gathered essential supplies, an inflatable boat, life jackets, specially crafted raincoats, and, rather than a mere stick whose lethality was insufficient, he opted for a steel spear. He also decided to take Lu Su's machete along. After meticulously organizing his belongings, he returned them to his spatial storage. "Xiao Bai, hey Z, come here." The dogs and the cobra, currently in training, rushed over swiftly. "What is up?" one dog inquired. "Master," hissed the cobra, "tomorrow, you both will accompany Lu Su and me to the Hong City Zoo. It's about time you got some fresh air. Staying cooped up in the base without real combat experience is not ideal." "Understood. I've been itching to get out," Xiao Bai exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Hey Z remained silent, maintaining an air of aloofness. Yet Ling Feng knew that when it came to ferocity, the cobra was unmatched, being a cold-blooded creature filled with an instinct for slaughter. Subsequently, Ling Feng prepared an iron box to transport a swarm of wasps. The queen, enhanced by the system, had significantly increased her reproductive capacity, resulting in a hive that now towered 2 meters high, teeming with countless worker bees. Even if a portion were perished during their journey, it would not pose a problem. As for the coal ball, it would remain at the base as a mascot. For this cat was ill-suited for combat and preferred to engage in playful mischief. Once his tasks were complete, Ling Feng took to the kitchen to prepare a meal for Lu Su. Although he had previously possessed a girlfriend, he had never learned to cook and was reluctant to do so. Over time, however, he had honed his culinary skills, and while he still fell short compared to Lu Su, he had achieved a level of competence. Suddenly, a pair of delicate hands wrapped around him from behind. "Darling, what delicious dish are you cooking?" "Roast chicken, braised ribs, and yellow beans with pig trotters." "My goodness, what a feast! Are you trying to pamper me?" Lu Su beamed with her characteristic crescent moon smile. "Indeed, we need to fortify ourselves for tomorrow's journey," he replied. "Don't say that." Lu Su Lu said, playfully punching Ling Feng before stepping away. Before long, the 3 dishes were ready. Whether out of genuine hunger or to flatter him, Lu Su initiated a clean plate club, providing Ling Feng with an emotional boost. "I'm so full. I didn't realize you could cook so well," Lu Su said, reclining in her chair and rubbing her belly. "Just average, really. I still have a way to go compared to you." After a brief respite, Ling Feng retrieved items from his spatial storage. "Here are the raincoats and waterproof headphones. You should wear these, and take the machete as well." Lu Su accepted the items and asked, "Have you thoroughly scouted the route?" "Yes, I have already mapped it out. We shall proceed according to the plan." "All right, darling, you take a rest. I'll go stretch a bit," Lu Su said, planting a kiss on Ling Feng's cheek before heading toward the basement. Ling Feng did not intervene. After spending time together, he understood Lu Su's character well, strong-willed, independent, and always reluctant to lag behind others. He believed that if he were to stand on the same starting line as her, she would undoubtedly leave him in the dust, let alone tenderly call him husband. Unlike the inexperienced Lu Su, Ling Feng possessed a wealth of combat experience from his past life. What he needed now was ample rest to rejuvenate his spirit. Upon reaching Lu Su's room, he shed his shirt and lay down immediately. Before long, the sound of water trickling from the bathroom filled the room, and soon after, a warm body slipped under the covers, curling up beside him and drifting into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, Ling Feng awoke to find that Lu Su had prepared breakfast. After both had their fill, they prepared to set off for the Hongsheng Zoo. Why choose the morning? It was because at present, there was hardly any distinction between morning and night. Each day was cloaked in darkness, leaving the biological clocks of ordinary people in disarray. The two were fully equipped, with even Little Bai donned in a raincoat tailored by Lu Su. As for Haizi, he was already tucked safely in Lu Su's raincoat, providing her with protection. Lu Su, take this compound bow and quiver. They might come in handy. What about you? I have crossbow bolts in my space. Oh, and I almost forgot about the hornets, he said, as he went to the sunroom to retrieve a metal box filled with hundreds of large hornets. Lu Su inquired curiously, with such heavy rain outside. Won't they just get knocked down? These are specially trained soldier hornets. A bit of rain won't phase them. Lu Su chose to remain silent, convinced by Ling Feng's extraordinary claims. She would believe him even if he said hornets could carry a person. Let us depart. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they found the area had transformed into a raging river, with countless debris swirling chaotically. Venturing down would be perilous. At that moment, the AI's voice echoed through their headsets. Master, please walk 100 meters to the right. You could deploy the assault boat to embark. It turned out that prior to their departure, Xiao had already dispatched 5 drones to hover above them, continuously monitoring the environmental changes in Shizhou. Following Xiao A's guidance, Ling Feng moved right for 100 meters and indeed found a spot where the water flow was relatively calm. Without hesitation, he retrieved the assault boat from his space and boarded it with Lu Su and Little Bai. As they navigated through the disaster-stricken city, the scene was nothing short of harrowing. Currently, the water level averaged around 15 stories high, roughly 15 meters in Shizhou, while some lower areas might have reached 18 stories. Husband, do you think there are still living people in those buildings? Due to the torrential rain outside, Lu Su could only communicate with Ling Feng through the headset. There might be, he replied, although he knew full well that there had to be survivors. However, the means by which they survived remained uncertain. After all, more than 10 days had passed since the flood began, and the food supplies of ordinary people were likely long depleted. In such dire circumstances, the instinct for survival would compel humanity to undertake unimaginable actions. In such an environment, neither morality nor law holds any significance. What drives individuals is merely their most primal instincts. Lu Su cast a glance at Shizhou, remaining silent, for her keen intellect allowed her to surmise the nature of the scenes unfolding within those buildings. Simultaneously, she felt an overwhelming sense of fortune to have encountered such a man. Suddenly, an alarm blared through their headsets. Attention! Human fugitives detected 300 meters ahead. Please exercise caution. Ling Feng was somewhat taken aback by this unexpected encounter, yet upon reflection, he realized the timing was rather fitting, as he too had taken risks to escape the clutches of Wu Rongchang and others at this very hour in his previous life. How many are there? He inquired. According to visual analysis, there are 5 individuals, all male, along with one suspected deceased, identified as female. Chapter 13. The arrival of new members. Lu Su, be prepared. The rain poured heavily, shrouding the surroundings in a veil of thick mist. The opposing party navigated a small boat, seemingly carried by the floodwaters, wielding wooden paddles with fervor. At this moment, they appeared to have noticed Ling Feng, vigorously waving their hands. Given the speed of Ling Feng's assault boat, they could have easily disregarded these desperate souls and departed. However, he decided to impart a lesson to Lu Su, allowing her to witness the harsh realities of the apocalypse. As he turned off the engine, the group swiftly approached. At the forefront was a bald man with a scruffy beard, flanked by raggedly dressed individuals, resembling the reconnaissance images captured by drones. Ling Feng illuminated the scene with the boat's headlights, revealing that all five had sunken eyes and bloodshot gazes, clearly having consumed something unsuitable. "Greetings. May I inquire where you hail from?" the bald man asked politely. "From the affluent Huagua community." Ling Feng casually replied with a fabricated address. Might I ask if you possess any food? We have not eaten in several days." "Please, we beg of you," the bald man implored, his companions echoing his plea. "Indeed, to spare a life is worth more than constructing a grand pagoda. Have pity on us." They chimed in. "Just a little will suffice. We do not require much." Ling Feng cast them a sidelong glance. At this juncture, even a landlord's household has no surplus provisions. "I was hoping to borrow some from you." "Brother, you jest. You are operating an assault boat, accompanied by a dog and a woman. How could you possibly lack sustenance?" "We do not ask for much, merely enough for us 5 brothers to survive," they countered. "I have already stated that there is none." Ling Feng's tone sharpened. "Ha, brother, you understand it is the apocalypse. Without food, we are destined to perish. Since fate has brought us together today, and you refuse to cooperate, it may become exceedingly difficult for you to leave unscathed." Ling Feng remained silent. He discerned their intentions with clarity. Their request for food was merely a pretext. Once he acquiesced, they would demand women, boats, and ultimately lives. Lu Su furrowed her brow and whispered, "Darling, perhaps we should give them something. We have matters to attend to. A small offering would save us time." Ling Feng had anticipated this moment. Since the onset of the apocalypse, Lu Su had been sheltered in the base. Unlike in her previous life, where she had faced such trials firsthand, it was time for her to understand the treachery of human nature. "I have a box of chocolates. You may offer them that," Ling Feng said, placing his hand behind his back and retrieving a whole box of chocolates from his spatial storage. Simultaneously, he communicated telepathically with Black Z. "Black Z, climb to Lu Su's hand and be ready to strike at my command." "Understood, master." Black Z responded eagerly. Lu Su took the chocolates and approached the edge of the boat, preparing to extend them to the bald man. At that moment, a sinister smile crept across his lips. From the instant he laid eyes on Lu Su, he had been captivated by her beauty. Unlike the emaciated women around him, this enchanting lady appeared remarkably unscathed. He could not let this opportunity slip away. "Here, take this. Carry on," she said, handing over the chocolates. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed in the man's eyes as he prepared to seize Lu Su's hand and pull her towards him. "Blackie, attack!" A black flash darted from Lu Su's sleeve, sinking its fangs into the man's hand. The man let out a piercing scream. The cobra possessed potent venom, and with Blackie's enhanced capabilities, the toxin had been amplified several-fold, effectively sealing the man's fate. "How dare you lay your hands on my woman? You seek death." The man staggered back, attempting to speak, but as he opened his mouth, he felt a surge in his throat. With a violent cough, he spat out blood, which soon gushed from his nose, eyes, and ears, leading to his demise. In less than 10 seconds, he lay lifeless on the ground, blood oozing from 7 orifices, shocking the onlooking Westerners. However, they were no strangers to death, having dealt with many themselves. "Brothers, grab your weapons. First, cut down that snake and the kid. We'll keep the woman." Lu Su appeared momentarily stunned by the abrupt turn of events. Ling Feng placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "This is the apocalypse. You must grow." "I'm sorry, my husband. I was naive," Lu Su murmured as she slowly drew a machete from her back, then retrieved a cloth from her pocket to bind her right hand to the handle of the blade. "Husband, witness the fruits of my recent training." With a leap, Lu Su sprang onto the enemy's boat, her blade flashing as blood sprayed in the air. Lu Su's swordsmanship had been meticulously honed by Xiao A, devoid of superfluous movements. Each strike a lethal blow. Coupled with her extraordinary talent in this area, those who merely flailed their weapons stood no chance against her. Back on the speedboat, Lu Su faced Ling Feng, her expression still grave, teeth clenched, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Ling Feng understood that her nerves were still taut, adrenaline surging wildly. If he did not intervene now, she risked spiraling into madness. He pulled her into an embrace, kissing her deeply. After a prolonged moment, Lu Su's tense body gradually softened, her breathing becoming rapid as she clumsily responded to Ling Feng's affection. "Are you feeling better?" Ling Feng inquired gently. Lu Su nodded. "Yes, I'm fine." "You need not feel guilty. These individuals deserve their fate." Ling Feng stepped onto their boat and lifted a piece of cloth, revealing a dismembered female corpse. Ugh! Lu Su immediately felt nausea at the sight. "See? This woman's limbs were consumed by those 5 men, and it was raw. Thus, your act of vengeance against them also avenged her." Lu Su clenched her fists, her gaze regaining its firmness, no longer vacant as before. Ling Feng silently acknowledged her resilience. Indeed, she was a master from a previous life. Her mental fortitude was not something ordinary individuals could compare to. Reflecting on his first experience with killing, which had haunted him for 3 days, he marveled at how she had completed her psychological adjustment in mere minutes. Truly remarkable. "Hurry home, dear. That boat is utterly repulsive. Let us set off quickly. I long to return home for a shower and sleep." "Very well. Let us embark. We're not far from Hongqing Zoo." The speedboat roared to life once more, racing towards its destination. "Xiao, hey, how far are we from our target?" "Master, you've already arrived nearby. Given the tumultuous surroundings, I recommend deploying a drone to navigate at low altitude. Simply follow its lead." "Agreed." Before long, a swarm drone hovered ahead of the speedboat, guiding them towards their goal. Perhaps due to its location above the zoo, the area was cluttered with debris, and the current was quite swift. Without the drone's guidance, the propellers would easily become ensnared by the abundant vegetation. "Attention, attention, the target is 50 meters ahead." Ling Feng reduced the engine's power, and the pair grasped their flashlights, searching the vicinity. "Darling, look at that pile of branches. Is there something in the middle?" Ling Feng directed the flashlight towards the heap and beheld a black and white panda nestled atop a large stack of bamboo, peacefully slumbering. The bamboo, having been gathered by the water's force, formed what appeared to be a small island, now ensnared by the zoo's Ferris wheel. "How delightful! A panda! We must adopt this precious creature." Women possess an inherent weakness for adorable things, and Lu Su's eyes sparkled with affection. "Hurry, dear, I want that one." Ling Feng chuckled softly, extending his right hand towards the panda while silently uttering, "Tame." Startled, the panda sat up abruptly and in a soft voice responded, "Master. From now on, you shall be called a Bao. Come over here. I cannot approach you amidst the bamboo." Obediently, the panda crawled towards him, and Ling Feng scooped it up, handing it to Lu Su, while he gathered the island-like bamboo into his spatial storage. Now, even its food supply was secure. Ling Feng noticed that not only bamboo was collected in the space, but also a multitude of animal carcasses trapped within. Initially, he contemplated discarding them, but reconsidered, pondering their potential utility in the future. He decided to keep them for now, as there was ample room in the space. At that moment, a quick twitch of his small, white ears signaled, "Ling Feng, there is something beneath the water. Be cautious." Chapter 14. Rescue. Ling Feng swiftly retrieved his steel gun from the spatial realm. "What's wrong?" "Liu Su in guit an si o li." Ling Feng did not respond, but instead communicated through his earpiece to Xiao, instructing, Xiao Bai has detected something beneath the water. Please investigate." Liu Su, overhearing Ling Feng's words, promptly placed the little panda inside her raincoat, where it snugly settled in the position of her own panda. "Please hold on." Soon, 5 drones began to circle frantically above. Ling Feng brandished his steel gun, while Lu Su gripped her machete. The two stood back to back, prepared for any eventuality. The sound of the rain was deafening. Biological entity detected underwater. Suspected crocodile at the 6 o'clock position. Please exercise caution, Master. A crocodile? Could have escaped from the zoo? Warning, the target is approaching rapidly. With a splash, a massive crocodile emerged onto the assault boat. Ling Feng, quick-witted, swept his steel gun swiftly, and with a thud, the crocodile was struck solidly, retreating into the water in pain. Warning, the crocodile is circling the boat. Ling Feng remained vigilant while contemplating. Crocodiles are extraordinarily fierce creatures, adept at living in water. Given that we have now entered the second phase of the Great Flood, Many more escapees will likely appear. It might be prudent to subdue this crocodile and station it near the riverside at the foot of the mountain as a guardian. Warning: the crocodile is preparing to leave. Xiao A. Follow it and report in real time. Yes, master. Ling Feng, what do you intend to do? Lu Su was perplexed by his desire to pursue the crocodile. I plan to tame it as my subordinate. How much food do you have in your spatial realm? Crocodiles have considerable appetites. Lu Su expressed her concern. Do not worry. There are numerous carcasses of other animals nearby. Although some may have begun to rot, my space can eliminate the microorganisms, and the crocodile, with its underdeveloped sense of taste, will not refuse it. The crocodile is moving rapidly towards the 3 o'clock direction. Ling Feng adjusted the engine and quickly pursued in that direction. At this moment, the crocodile seemed to realize that Ling Feng's assault boat was chasing it. Its instinct for survival caused it to continuously alter its angles in the water, sometimes deep, sometimes shallow, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, leaving Ling Feng utterly bewildered. After pursuing for over 20 minutes, the crocodile submerged into deeper waters, making it temporarily undetectable by the drones. Damn, why is this creature so elusive? Ling Feng kicked the side of the boat in frustration. What is this place? Ling Feng recognized the surroundings somewhat. Xiao, hey, pinpoint our current location. Near Building 20 of the Bailey family community. Ling Feng paused. No wonder it seemed familiar. It was the neighborhood he had visited before. He wondered if Mei Jie was still alive. Xiao, hey, please search Building 13, 18th floor, for any remaining occupants. Ling Feng, who are you looking for? Liu Su Yingui, her expression shifting subtly. A familiar face. I'm uncertain if she still lives. A woman? Lu Su's demeanor changed slightly. Indeed, Ling Feng exhibited no intention of concealment. At this juncture, he harbored few thoughts, having been accustomed to the darker aspects of human nature in his previous life. He found Wu Mei's unwavering spirit amidst the apocalypse remarkably rare. Should she continue to survive, he would not mind adding another member to their base. However, Lu Su's perspective differed. She sighed inwardly, yet quickly found solace in the realization that, in this era, binding a person to oneself was an impossibility, particularly for someone like Ling Feng, who possessed unique abilities. It was easy to envision that countless women would undoubtedly seek him out in the future. Moreover, they would have to confront the frenzied hordes of zombies. Relying solely on Ling Feng and herself would be insufficient. Yet, trusting ordinary individuals was fraught with uncertainty. It seemed that she must oversee these matters personally. The drone, equipped with thermal imaging capabilities, swiftly provided an analysis. Due to the water level reaching the top of the 17th floor, there is only one sign of life on the 18th floor of Building 13. Can you determine which unit it is? Based on a location and directional analysis, the sign of life is in Unit 1805. Indeed, she was still alive. In his previous life, he had already exhausted the food supplies in the secret chamber by this time, resorting to a rudimentary flotation device to seek rescue from Su Yi. He never anticipated that Wu Mei could endure until now. Adjusting his course, Ling Feng hurried towards the location. The secret chamber lacked windows, yet Unit 1805's living room had one. The water level had now risen perilously close to the 18th floor. After pinpointing the position, Ling Feng smashed the window and climbed inside. Entering the bedroom, he moved the wardrobe on the left side and was taken aback to find Wu Mei lying motionless within the secret chamber. Sister Mei, wake up, he urged, shaking her vigorously. Xiao Feng, am I already dead? Wu Mei gazed at Ling Feng, tears welling in her eyes. You aren't dead. I've come to rescue you. Let us go. Ling Feng, pulling the still-dazed Wu Mei along, made for the window. Wait, what is happening? Follow me. We could talk once we reach a safe place. Lu Su was on the boat, ready to assist Wu Mei, who, at that moment, lacked even the strength to stand. Ling Feng had no choice but to provide her with a larger raincoat. Otherwise, in her weakened state, exposure to the rain could lead to severe illness, if not death. Warning, 30 escapees are approaching. Please ensure your safety. Damn, they're coming. Ling Feng cursed under his breath. Initially planning to make a swift exit, their speed could easily disregard these intruders. But upon seeing the newcomers, he promptly changed his mind. The approaching figures were none other than Wu Rongchong and Meng Yuan. followed closely by 3 small rafts filled with people from the west, their origins unknown. "Stop right there. Give me back my wife," Meng Yuan shouted. Ever since the power outage, they had banded together, ruthlessly pillaging the entire building, enslaving its inhabitants, and setting their sights on other buildings. They had stationed sentries outside to monitor the situation. At first, believing the approach of the assault boat signaled a rescue team, they dared not reveal themselves. However, upon witnessing Ling Feng rescue Wu Mei, Meng Yuan instantly recognized her as his wife. Realizing with shock that this wretched woman had been hiding right beneath his nose all along. At this moment, Ling Feng was still able to operate the assault boat, accompanied by a beautiful woman, undoubtedly living quite well. He resolved to seize him, to take all his resources, and to toy with his woman right before his eyes. Upon hearing Meng Yuan's voice, Wu Mei immediately panicked, pleading, "No, please don't hand me over. I beg you, Xiao Feng, I'll do anything." Lu Su comforted her, "Rest assured, my husband, having saved you, will not surrender you." Wu Mei calmed down slightly at these words, but as a woman, she instinctively understood that the other party was asserting dominance. For now, her only wish was that Ling Feng would not turn her over. She desired nothing else. Ling Feng remained silent, patiently waiting for them to approach. Once they were within a certain distance, he moved beside the metal box and forcefully knocked on it. "Hornets, mobilize! Sting them mercilessly!" Buzzing. Hundreds of hornets instantly swarmed out. Wu Rongchang and his companions, still bewildered by the situation, suddenly felt excruciating pain from countless stings. These hornets had been genetically modified, their venom and ferocity vastly different from the original. Wu Rongchang and his dozens of men frantically swatted at the air, their faces swelling grotesquely. "Meijia, if you can't bear to watch what's about to unfold, then close your eyes." Though this was not directed at Lu Su, she understood what was coming and securely bound the mountain-cutting knife to her hand. Ling Feng drew forth a sharp spear, shouting, "Charge!" At this moment, the enemy's inflatable raft was already close to the assault boat. Ling Feng took the lead and leapt forward, driving the steel spear through Wu Rongchang's throat, ending his nefarious life. Lu Su and Xiao Bai swiftly followed, executing their moves with precision. Lu Su's blades struck relentlessly at the faces of their foes, swift and accurate, dispatching 2 in the blink of an eye. Although it was Xiao Bai's first battle, it was now a far cry from the past. Its explosive muscles and formidable bite allowed it to sever 3 throats in mere bounds. Heisei had somehow emerged from Lu Su's raincoat, now just under 60 centimeters long, relying on speed and poison for its stealthy assassinations. It darted about, and those nearby fell to the ground, blood streaming from their orifices. Ling Feng couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Killing machine, you truly excel, Heisei." "Hiss, thank you for your praise, master." The commendation seemed to invigorate Heisei, as it moved with even greater speed, leaving no survivors in its wake. Meanwhile, Wu Mei, seated in the assault boat, was utterly stunned, her hands covering her gaping mouth, eyes filled with terror. Yet, amidst the fear, there was a subtle thrill, and even she could not comprehend why she felt this way. "Wrap it up. Retreat." The massacre concluded in less than 20 minutes. Wu Rongchang and Meng Yuan could never have imagined that after having enslaved an entire building's worth of people, they would soon be claiming the entire community, only to have their ambitions dissolve into nothingness. Suddenly, Xiao Bai's ears twitched. Chapter 15. The Return of the Crocodile. Beware. The crocodile has returned. Originally, this reptile had fled, but the scent of blood proved irresistible, compelling it to return. Its massive head loomed over the small inflatable raft, nearly capsizing it. One opportunity. Ling Feng extended his right hand, silently invoking, "Subdue." A flash of white light illuminated the system panel, revealing a new crocodile icon. "Huh, almost let you slip away. From now on, you shall accompany me, and I promise you will feast on meat at every meal." "Master." A raspy voice reached Ling Feng's ears. "Henceforth, you shall be called Lao Sha. As for these corpses, do not consume them. They may carry the zombie virus. Here, take this." With that, Ling Feng tossed a previously collected antelope carcass from his spatial storage. The crocodile's skin was tough, concealing its expression. yet its eagerness was evident in its frenzied consumption. Let us return home. Shout cleverly piloted a drone ahead of the speedboat to guide them back to the base. Meanwhile, in a nearby residential complex, numerous onlookers emerged from various buildings. Was it my imagination? Did that man and woman truly annihilate Wu Rongchong and his gang for building 13? No, there was also that white Labrador. I witnessed it kill at least 6 people. I recognized that dog. It belonged to the man who seemed to be named Ling Feng. How terrifying. Along the way, Lu Su supported Wu Mei while recounting tales of the base and Ling Feng's extraordinary abilities. However, upon entering the base, Wu Mei was taken aback by the surroundings. The lights were bright, the equipment was comprehensive, and the temperature and humidity were perfectly comfortable, a stark contrast to the dark, damp discomfort of the outside world. Mai, have some meat porridge. You have been hungry for too long. Do not eat too much at once, Ling Feng said, presenting a steaming bowl of porridge before her. Tears glistened in Wu Mei's sunken eyes. She had imagined countless ways to meet her demise, yet never envisioned she would survive. All is past from now on. You may live here in peace. You could choose a room on the 2nd floor later, Ling Feng reassured her. Thank you, Xiao Feng, Wu Mei said, slowly savoring the porridge. Husband, come with me, Lu Su urged, leading Ling Feng upstairs. Once inside the room, she swiftly closed the door and kissed him passionately. She had suppressed her emotions for too long. Having killed for the first time and witnessed humanity's dark side, she desperately needed to release these pent-up feelings. However, whether it was Lu Su's heightened emotions or the base's poor soundproofing, Wu Mei, who was downstairs eating, soon heard the commotion. As someone with experience, she understood what was transpiring, her face flushing as she pretended not to hear and continued to eat. An hour later, Ling Feng descended with a refreshed demeanor, having arranged a room for Wu Mei, advising her to bathe and rest afterward. Entering the system, Ling Feng sought to discover the rewards for subduing the 2 animals. A fully automated protein recombination machine, a steel protective wall, and 40 lottery tickets. Has black technology emerged once more? Ling Feng ventured into the 2nd basement, retrieved the fully automated protein recombination machine, and connected an AI box to it, enabling the AI butler to control the device. What is the purpose of this grand machine? He inquired. Analysis complete. The fully automated protein recombination machine will transform any meat placed into the funnel into new meat products. Even spoiled meat? Indeed. Ling Feng, having collected animal carcasses from a zoo, tossed 2 into the machine. In less than a minute, a complete chunk of meat emerged, with bones and fur completely decomposed and vanished. He poked it with his hand. The meat was remarkably elastic and appeared exceedingly fresh. Nevertheless, Ling Feng hesitated to consume it himself and decided to feed it to Lao Sha instead. Upon returning to the base, Lao Sha was settled in a spacious underground section linked to the mountain's foot, a suitable habitat for a reptile like the crocodile, complete with both water and dry areas. Come here, he called. Immediately, Lao Sha crawled out from the pipe. Master, here's a piece of meat for you to try. Without hesitation, Lao Sha clamped his elongated jaws around the meat and swiftly swallowed it. How does it taste? It's very fresh, with no discernible flavor. Ling Feng nodded. Crocodiles primarily rely on smell and touch to assess food, with taste playing a negligible role. Since Lao Sha deemed it fresh, the meat must be safe. That's enough. Return now, and remember to guard the pipe. Do not allow anyone to enter. Understood, Lao Sha replied, slithering back into the pipe. This pipe connected to a river at the mountain's base, allowing Lao Sha to not only guard the passage, but also monitor the surroundings, serving 2 purposes simultaneously. As for the steel protective wall, Ling Feng had no immediate plans for its use. This apparatus was likely designed to enhance the barbed wire outside the base. Akin to the reinforced steel doors, given the current torrential rain, erecting a wall would only attract attention. It would be more prudent to wait until the floods recede before utilizing it. Ling Feng gazed at the system panel. Unbeknownst to him, he had accumulated 40 lottery tickets. After the recent system upgrade, the odds of winning had changed, leaving him curious about what might emerge. Let us commence with 20 draws. System, initiate 20 consecutive draws. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained 10 high-grade mosquito repellents, 5 self-heating spicy hot pots, 1 Glock pistol with 100 bullets, 1 revolver. With 100 bullets, 1 pair of Liu underwear. Splendid. At last, the system has shown some integrity. Acquiring firearms is notoriously challenging. Although cold weapons are safer during a zombie outbreak, having a few firearms on hand is always advantageous. Should I tempt fate with another 20 draws while I'm on a roll? On second thought, it will be wise to save them for potential future upgrades. After all, lottery tickets can only be obtained by capturing animals, so I must conserve them. By the way, what on earth is Liu's underwear? I can simply take this thing myself. What a ridiculous system. The following day, Wu Mei rose early, having regained some vigor after a night of rest, yet she still felt rather drained. It was simply a matter of time to recuperate. Lu Su, I can cook as well. Leave these matters to me, Wu Mei said as she approached the kitchen where Lu Su was bustling about. She had witnessed the fierce demeanor Lu Su displayed in front of Wu Rongchong and his associates the previous day, and reflecting on her own lack of skills, she realized that if this continued, she might become a source of disdain. It was imperative to contribute more. Just let Mei Jie handle it. After all, she has been a homemaker for so many years, so this is hardly a challenge for her. But, nobles, go outside and wait for your meal. Wu Mei interjected, deftly taking the spatula from Lu Su's hands and getting to work. All right then. The two settled onto the sofa, and Lu Su immediately snuggled up with the panda plush bow. Ling Feng found it curious how this woman had grown so clingy upon returning. She had not been like this before. What is wrong? Why are you leaning on me? Lu Su smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped. I enjoy leaning on you. Is that a problem? All right, as long as you're happy, he replied, choosing to ignore her, and picked up a nearby novel to read. Chapter 16. Yichinyo in the following period, Wu Mei took on nearly all the chores at the base, efficiently managing everything from meals to indoor planting in the sunroom, as well as daily cleaning. Meanwhile, Ling Feng and Lu Su engaged in rigorous training every day, significantly enhancing their strength. Husband, do you think it's necessary for Mei Jie to train as well? If one day we're not around and she encounters danger, it could be quite troublesome. Ling Feng remarked as he placed a wooden stick onto the weapon rack. I've tried before, but she is rather delicate and finds it hard to excel, he added. What about ranged weapons? Don't you have 2 handguns? Or perhaps a bow, an arrow would suffice. Well, I hadn't considered that. Let us have her try in a basement, Ling Feng decided. He promptly took out his phone to summon Wu Mei. Before long, Wu Mei appeared in simple home attire. After a period of recuperation, she no longer appeared as frail as when she first arrived. She had regained her pre-apocalypse physique. Did you call me for something? She inquired, a hint of trepidation evident in her expression, likely due to her previous experience in the underground training facility. Ling Feng chuckled at her anxious demeanor. Don't worry, I want to make you run laps this time. Here, give this bow a try. After a brief tutorial, he encouraged her to shoot at the target. Wu Mei grasped the compound bow, drew it back tightly, and with a resounding twang, she immediately crouched down, clutching her chest. Oops, I hit myself, Wu Mei said awkwardly. Husband, why don't you go upstairs? I'll help Mei Jie, Lu Su suggested, gently nudging Ling Feng to the upper floor. Ling Feng scratched his head, thinking that might have stung a bit, but decided to let them figure it out. Little A, is there no other wildlife in Hongchen? There hasn't been any news lately, he inquired. Reply to the master. No other discoveries at the moment. Phew, it seems that's about right. With such a massive flood, it's unlikely any animals could survive. It was already fortunate to have found a panda and a crocodile previously. Moreover, during this time, 5 drones had already been lost. Since the prospect of finding other animals seemed dim, it would be wise to recall the drones. Little A, bring all the drones back. It's unnecessary to keep them out there. Understood. After several days of practice, Ling Feng was pleasantly surprised to discover Wu Mei possessed a remarkable talent for ranged weaponry. Despite her slight nearsightedness, she consistently hit the bullseye. When he inquired about her success, she could only attribute it to instinct. Mei Jie, this revolver is now yours. Use it sparingly during practice. There are only 100 bullets, and they're all yours. I thought I was just using the bow and arrow. Why do I also have a firearm? This thing is far too dangerous. You should let Lu Su handle it instead. Wu Mei, though cautious, was not foolish. She understood the potential trouble that could arise if such a lethal weapon were to find its way into her hands, especially if it sparked suspicion. Here, take this. This item was given to you by Lu Su. As you know, there are only the three of us in the base now. Both Lu Su and I are accustomed to wielding cold weapons, and since you are more suited for ranged weaponry, it is only natural that a firearm is included. Wu Mei, upon hearing this, accepted the revolver and ammunition. Her feelings towards Ling Feng were rather complex, yet she harbored a deep-seated fear of Lu Su. This young girl, although younger than herself, was assertive and decisive in her actions, having seemingly established herself as the matriarch of the base prior to Wu Mei's arrival. Without her consent, Wu Mei would never dare to possess such a dangerous weapon. After dinner, the three of them habitually gathered to discuss their current situation. Lu Su reclined on Ling Feng's lap and asked, "Darling, are you suggesting that our location will soon be discovered?" Indeed, it has already been a month since the Great Flood, and those with capabilities must have begun to establish their own factions. Wu Rongchang and others are the best examples. Once they develop to a certain extent, they will inevitably venture outward. Wu Mei's expression grew troubled. What should we do? Can we lock the door? Ling Feng toyed with Lu Su's hair. Locking the door would certainly ensure safety, but it is not a long-term solution. We shall see when the time comes. Mai, there is no need for concern. When soldiers come, one meets them with arms, and when water comes, one uses earth to shield. If it comes to it, you could just send them to meet their maker with a few shots, Lu Su remarked nonchalantly. Wu Mei chuckled softly, realizing how cowardly she felt. With the two of them around, there was truly little to worry about. A few days later, an old sand rat lurking in the pipes reported that he had noticed a speedboat docked at the foot of the mountain. Ling Feng immediately instructed Xiao A to dispatch several drones, and soon, the drones relayed images back. Master, based on thermal imaging analysis, there are 18 individuals, including 2 women. Ling Feng observed the footage in the monitoring room without uttering a word. The drones, in order to remain hidden, could only capture footage from a high vantage point. Thus, the information returned was limited. However, judging by their movements, it seemed they had not discovered the location of the base. If they did not intend to linger for long, Ling Feng would not proactively reveal his presence. Xiao, is there any way to obtain information about them? Please hold on. Based on signal analysis, Xiao has detected that 3 individuals among the target group are equipped with communication devices. I can disguise myself as a base station signal intruder to acquire the information within. Ling Feng was somewhat astonished. After such a prolonged power outage, they still had electricity to utilize. Did they perhaps possess a generator? Proceed. Infiltrate their devices. Understood. Subsequently, Ling Feng instructed He Zi to stealthily monitor the group at the mountain's foot. Once arrangements were in place, Ling Feng briefed Lu Su and Wu Mei, primarily to prepare them psychologically. Approximately half an hour later, Xiao A relayed the information. Master, infiltration successful. All information from the 3 individuals' communication devices has been acquired and transferred to the computer, available for your perusal. Ling Feng approached the computer and opened the content sent by Xiao A. It not only contained a copy of all their chat software exchanges, but also included their photo albums. Lu Su glanced over, recognizing the individual before her. Could it be Yijin Xuan, the director of Jingsheng Group? A director? So youthful? Ling Feng observed a photograph of a man and a woman, the man appearing to be in his 30s, strikingly handsome, while the woman beside him radiated beauty that could eclipse even Lu Su and Wu Mei, easily recognizable in a crowd. Ah, I recall seeing him frequently in the news. I never imagined he was still alive. The woman beside him must be his sister, Yi Qinyao, a formidable figure in her own right. At that moment, Wu Mei interjected. It is said that Yi Qinyao is not his biological sister, but rather an adopted daughter of his father. There are rumors to that effect, but their veracity remains uncertain. Ling Feng absorbed this information, gaining a fundamental understanding of their situation. It turned out that when the flood initially struck, they had been holed up in their Company S building, relying on supplies for survival, only fleeing once their provisions were exhausted. If they were merely passing through, Ling Feng had no intention of intervening. However, from the intel gathered by He Zi, it appeared that this group had committed numerous acts of plunder along their journey. with several casualties at their hands. This was, in fact, anticipated. Having left their company, they surely faced food shortages, and their survival to this point likely involved many unscrupulous deeds. Alas, such is the code of survival in a post-apocalyptic world, nothing more to be said. Now that he was here, and feeling rather bored during this period, Ling Feng decided to engage with them meaningfully. Shout, hey, disguise yourself as a base station and assist me in tapping into their signal. Understood, master. Ling Feng picked up his phone and promptly added Yi Qinyao as contact. The other party likely did not expect a signal to be available in such a place, and thus, the addition was accepted swiftly. I have acquired your private image. Transfer me 50, or I shall disseminate it. Lu Su, witnessing Ling Feng's message, playfully nudged him. You are incorrigible, my dear. In truth, Ling Feng had not entirely fabricated his claim. The data retrieved by Xiao indeed contained several alluring images of Yi Qinyao, likely selfies taken during her moments of leisure, as this woman exuded confidence in her appearance and figure. Chapter 17. Private photo. Yi Qinyao was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the situation. Even in this apocalyptic world, there were still scammers? Moreover, they demanded a mere 50 yuan. What a lowly scheme. Who are you? She inquired. That's none of your concern. Just tell me whether you're interested, came the response. Regardless of whether you're deceiving me, what use is 50 yuan in this wasteland? A group of over 10 individuals were huddled in a small cave at the foot of a mountain. Yi Zhenchuan was embracing Tan Siki when he noticed Yi Qinyao incessantly fiddling with her phone. Curiosity piqued. He asked, Qinyao, what are you up to? Is there even a signal here? Brother, does your phone have no signal? Someone just added me on Green Bubble. What? Yi Zhenwan aprudochiter. Ever since the massive blackout, their phones have been rendered useless. Fortunately, their company had a generator and specialized power banks to sustain them thus far. They had hoped for rescue. Hence the 3 phones remained operational. To his astonishment, someone had indeed managed to contact them. However, upon glancing at her screen, Yi Zhenchuan's expression darkened instantly. At such a dire time, was someone trying to scam them? And for a paltry 50? Did they take him for a fool? Qinyao, ask him where he is. He instructed. Yi Qinyao promptly sent a message. Yet, Ling Feng had no intention of playing by the rules. Instead, he sent a cropped selfie of Yi Qinyao, strategically omitting sensitive areas. Yi Qinyao eyes widened in shock. How did he acquire these photos? Any response from him? Yi Zhenwan inweited. No reply. I'll ask him again later, she replied, a hint of disappointment in her tone. All right, Yi Zhenchuan said, slightly disheartened as he retreated to a corner of the cave. You all take turns guarding the entrance tonight to prevent any marauders from entering. After instructing her 15 bodyguards, Yi Qinyao returned to her spot. These guards were all seasoned veterans hired by the Jingsheng group, each exceptionally skilled and fiercely loyal. Initially, there had been 20, but several encounters with rival factions had resulted in the loss of 5 members, albeit they had also procured a considerable amount of food. Brother, I'm feeling a bit cold. May I sit beside you? Yi Qinyao sweetly asked. However, Yi Zhenchuan glanced at Tan Siki, whose complexion appeared pallid, and replied, There's not much room here. If you're cold, you should move closer to the fire. Being as astute as she was, Yi Qinyao could easily discern his reluctance stemmed from fearing Tan Siki's wrath. With a huff of disdain, she glared at her, her mind seething with thoughts of eliminating that wretched woman sooner or later. Tan Siki, noticing the hostility in Yi Qinyao gaze, remained unfazed. Despite the lack of blood ties, their public facade as siblings could never surpass her own blatant confidence. Meanwhile, Ling Feng at the base, seeing no response, sent another photograph. This time, he sent it in full without any cropping. Yi Qinyao seethed with anger upon viewing it. Do you know the repercussions of crossing me? Just kidding. With your beauty, Miss Yi, it's hard not to be captivated. But I'll stop teasing for now. I'm off to have my meal. Fuming, Yi Qinyao nearly smashed her phone, infuriated by his nonchalant dismissal. Young man, I trust you're already aware of my identity. Hand over the food you possess, and I might let you off lightly. Ling Feng, savoring a delectable pig trotter, found the message amusing. In this apocalyptic world, resorting to intimidation seemed utterly absurd. He snapped a high-resolution photo of the pig trotter and sent it back. If you crave a taste, seek it yourself, you shameless wretch. Yeqing Yao nearly choked on her breath. As the vice president of the Jingxing group, everyone typically addressed her with utmost courtesy. How dare this scoundrel insult her so brazenly? However, where did he acquire such food? The background of the photo revealed a well-lit and immaculate environment. Before the apocalypse, she would have never glanced at such lowly fare. Yet now the mere image stirred her appetite. Young brother, if you could share some food with me, I would be willing to offer you 5 million. Ling Feng remained unresponsive. What use was that worthless paper? Yeqing Yao's mind raced, and she handed her phone to Yi Zhinshuan. Brother, look at this. I suspect this person is nearby. Perhaps we should send someone to search. Yi Zhinshuan perused the chat history, and suddenly, his gaze was arrested by a private photo sent by Ling Feng of Yeqing Yao. He found it hard to look away. It was impossible not to be captivated by Yeqing Yao's stunning beauty. Yet, considering their public sibling relationship and his genuine affection for Tan Siki, he suppressed his feelings. Tan Siki, observing the exchange, snatched the phone and declared, I agree with Yao. We should send someone to search. Indeed, Yi Zhinshuan replied, rising to instruct the bodyguards to conduct a search around the cave's perimeter. Seizing the opportunity, Yeqing Yao reclaimed her phone and hissed, Keep your distance from my brother. Tan Siki, undeterred, retorted, We are openly in a relationship, unlike some who resort to underhanded tactics to entice others. Upon Yi Zhinshuan's return, the two quickly resumed their amiable facades. He pulled them aside and whispered, Yao, what are those photos about? Who is that person? Why do they possess your pictures? Yeqing Yao chuckled lightly. The photos were taken for my boyfriend. As for his identity, I am unaware. Boyfriend? When did you acquire a boyfriend? Why was I not informed? At this moment, Tan Siki approached, linking her arm with Yi Zhinshuan's. What are you two discussing? Oh, nothing much, merely speculating on the identity of that individual. Is that so? Tan Siki eyed them suspiciously. Yeqing Yao crossed her arms, casting a disdainful glance at Tan Siki before walking away. After a night of labor, while Lu Su remained asleep, Ling Feng wandered around the base, conducting a thorough inspection. It was only a matter of time before Yi Zhinshuan and the others discovered the entrance to the base, thus ensuring that every area requiring scrutiny was diligently examined. According to the analysis of the information, it appears that the opposing group is unarmed, which emboldens Ling Feng to confront them. The base is fortified with the presence of Lu Su, Wu Mei, as well as Xiao Bai, Lao Sha, Ma Feng, and the lethal Black Z. A direct confrontation can be adequately supported by the base, while ambush tactics would offer a greater advantage, particularly as both Black Z and Lao Sha excel in such strategies. As for Panda and Meichio, they may temporarily serve as mere mascots. Xiao Feng, would you like a cup of coffee? Wu Mei entered the surveillance room, holding a steaming cup of rich brew. Thank you, Ling Feng replied, accepting the coffee. Inadvertently, his fingers brushed against Wu Mei's hand, causing her to blush instantly. Ling Feng found this peculiarly intriguing. Was there something amiss with her? Why did she often flush so easily? By the way, Mei Jie, I heard you used to study music. Is that true? Yes, before I got married, I was a teacher of traditional instruments. Why do you ask? I noticed that aside from training and attending to base affairs, you seem to lack leisure activities. Here, take these instruments and enjoy yourself. As he spoke, Ling Feng retrieved a guzheng and a pipa from his storage, along with several exquisite kipeos. This is wonderful, Wu Mei exclaimed with delight. Ever since her marriage, Meng Yuan had dissuaded her from playing, deeming such activities beneath her, which often left her yearning for her beloved instruments. There's little else to do now. Go ahead and play. I must keep an eye on that group at the foot of the mountain, he encouraged. Thank you, Xiao Feng, Wu Mei said, her voice tinged with excitement. In this apocalyptic world, not only did she have sustenance, but she could also indulge in her passion for music, creating an illusion that she was on holiday rather than in a dire situation. Tears welled in her eyes as she embraced Ling Feng, but feeling it inappropriate. She quickly lowered her head, clutching the chi pao and guzheng as she hurriedly exited. However, upon reaching the doorway, she collided with Lu Su. Ah, Lu Su, you're awake. There's breakfast in the kitchen. You should go eat. Lu Su looked perplexed. Did you make Mei Jie cry? She used to be a traditional music teacher. I thought I'd let her play with some instruments I found, but somehow it made her cry. She has a cheap how too? Isn't it customary to wear one while playing traditional music? Indeed, but speaking of which, my few outfits are quite worn out. Several have been torn by you. Please bring me some more to change into. Oh, here you go. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Are these clothes suitable for daytime wear? Lu Su's face flushed as she waved her fists playfully. All right, I'll get you some different ones. Ling Feng chuckled, retrieving several garments made of more substantial fabric. Bring them all here, Lu Su exclaimed, snatching the entire collection, then murmured sweetly, these will do nicely for the evenings. Chapter 18. The marksman Wu Mei within the cavern at the foot of the mountain. Yi Chenyo rushed inside with uncontainable excitement. After 2 days of searching, she had finally discovered a suspicious location on the mountainside, likely used as a refuge. There would undoubtedly be a wealth of supplies within. If they could secure this spot, they would no longer need to roam for quite some time. Brother. Upon entering the cave, Yi Chenyo was met with the sight of her brother. Yi Zhenxuan and Tan Siki entwined in each other's embrace. Fury ignited within her, and she stormed forward, seizing Tan Siki by the hair and delivering a resounding slap to her face. What madness is this? Yi Zhenwan beloved, grasping haririst. With tear-filled eyes, Yi Chenyo retorted, how dare you scold me? You have the audacity to strike your sister-in-law. What's wrong with me rebuking you? Sister-in-law? Huh. What makes her worthy of that title? Yi Shenyao will scream in desperation. Yi Chenyo, whether she is worthy or not is not for you to decide. That is for me to determine. Fine. If she is your sister-in-law, then so be it, Yi Chenyo declared, picking up a glass bottle from the ground, intending to strike Tan Siki upon the head. Bang! Yi Zhenxuan swiftly positioned himself in front of her, and the glass shattered upon his head. Yi Shenyo, have you lost your mind? Get out of here, he shouted. At that moment, Tan Siki, hiding behind Yi Zhenxuan, draped a blanket over herself and said in a soft voice, Zhenxuan, let it be. After all, she is your sister. However, Yi Chenyo noticed the smug smile curling at the corners of Tan Siki's lips. Very well, you wretched woman, just wait. Exiting the cave, Yi Chenyo led 10 bodyguards to the location she had uncovered. Meanwhile, the two inside remained unaware that Yi Chenyo had acted independently, and the remaining bodyguards assumed the young lady had informed the young master, thus refraining from entering to report. What a mad woman! How did I not notice this before? Ye Zenwa muteret bitterli. Perhaps my sister does not care for me, Tan Siki said, forcing out a few tears. Yi Zhenxuan immediately embraced her, speaking gently. This is not your fault. Come, let us proceed. You're still bleeding from your head. Never mind that. Meanwhile, the observer, Hazy, quickly returned to the base and reported to Ling Feng. By this time, Ling Feng had already prepared for their arrival at the base. Lu Su looked at Wu Mei and asked curiously, Sister Mei, is it convenient for you to wear that cheap how? If not, perhaps you should change? Wu Mei's cheeks flushed crimson. She had been trying on the cheap how when she received Ling Feng's call about the approaching enemies, and had hastily equipped herself with a compound bow and revolver. Yet, the real embarrassment lay in the fact that the cheap how was slightly too small, barely accommodating her voluptuous figure. Ling Feng was intently focused on the surveillance screen, oblivious to their conversation. Little A, report the situation. According to surveillance analysis, 11 individuals are approaching, one of whom is female. Wait, were there not 18 of them? Could they be lying in ambush elsewhere? Drones hovered near their encampment, where 7 individuals remained uninvolved. Ling Feng pondered the rationale behind their division into 2 teams, yet deemed it inconsequential. They would simply engage with whatever came their way. Listen closely. Oh, Mei Jia, are you donning the cheap how as battle attire? It appears rather striking, Ling Feng remarked sincerely, observing Wu Mei clad in an elegant black cheap how. Her long hair, simply secured with a chopstick, a few strands cascading down her cheek. She carried a long bow on her back and wielded a revolver in her right hand, exuding an impressive aura. However, Wu Mei felt deeply embarrassed by his comment, her ears flushing red as she softly replied, Cheap how is a bit snug, while tugging at the split seam. Well, Mei Jia, you shall take the lead this time. Me? Wu Mei responded, bewildered. Indeed, Your proficiency with ranged weaponry is unparalleled at the moment, and the main entrance remains impervious to their attempts. You need only to open the upper door and deliver the initial shot. Lu Su expressed her disappointment. Why don't we charge in and eliminate them? Did you not review the communications data from Xiao? Their subordinates are seasoned veterans. We ought to avoid unnecessary risks whenever possible. With Ling Feng's insistence, Lu Su acquiesced. Warning, someone is approaching. Xiao alerted. At that moment, Yi Qinyao had already arrived near the barbed wire, accompanied by 10 bodyguards. Miss, the main gate within the wire is the location we've tracked. Yi Qinyao's eyes shimmered, indistinguishable between rain and tears. Break it down for me. Yes. 5 bodyguards advanced with iron rods and fire axes, attempting to pry it open. Whoosh! One bodyguard collapsed, an arrow piercing his skull. Magnificent! Mage Jia, your archery skills are extraordinary. Ling Feng exclaimed in admiration. Thank you. The group outside, upon witnessing the incident, quickly surrounded Yi Qinyao, ushering her behind a large rock for cover. Miss, they have bows. Approaching would be tantamount to courting death. Slap! Yi Qinyao struck a bodyguard. Are you not aware to disperse our advance in the presence of archers? The bodyguard gritted his teeth, his eyes reflecting defiance. Yet his duty to protect the Yi family compelled him onward. Brothers, spread out and advance swiftly. Avoid the front line. Understood. Observing their movements, Ling Feng couldn't help but admire the veterans' discipline. Had they been reckless fools, they would have charged forward heedlessly. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 arrows flew, both striking true at the foreheads of their targets. However, the arrow speed remained relatively slow, compounded by the heavy rain, making accurate aiming increasingly arduous. Mei Yi, why not try the revolver? Wu Mei felt a surge of excitement, devoid of the initial fear of taking a life. Rather, the sight of blood rising invigorated her. Setting down the compound bow, she adeptly raised the revolver. Bang! 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 Each shot found its mark, and the enemy fell, struck squarely in the forehead. From the moment the gunfire erupted, the bodyguards comprehended the futility of their resistance. Even if they evaded the bullets and managed to open the door, it would be in vain. Retreat. Take the young lady and leave. Lu Su, did you not wish to practice your skills? Take Xiao Bai and He Zi with you. Ling Feng remarked, having already noticed Lu Su's eager anticipation. He decided to indulge her momentarily. Understood, just watch. Xiao Bai, He Zi, follow me. Ling Feng observed their animated figures with a shake of his head, recognizing that the imminent danger had dissipated. Their adversaries were now reduced to 3 demoralized bodyguards and 1 woman. At that moment, Ling Feng's attention was drawn to Wu Mei, who leaned against the wall, trembling. Sister Mei, what troubles you? Is it the horror of your first kill? Yet, such a reaction seems excessive. Placing his hand gently on her shoulder, he reassured her. It is normal. The first time is always overwhelming, especially in this apocalypse. Suddenly, Wu Mei embraced Ling Feng, forcefully silencing him as if attempting to draw the very essence from him. He nearly staggered back, struggling to extricate himself from her grip. Sister Mei, you're being too impulsive. I apologize, Xiao Feng. I do not understand why I reacted this way. Do not fret. Perhaps you should take a shower. We can manage the situation from here. With a slight nod, Wu Mei ascended the stairs, though her gait appeared somewhat unsteady. What is the matter with these 2 women? I recall Lu Su exhibiting the same roughness upon returning from her first kill. Is there some peculiar constitution at play? It eludes my understanding. Chapter 19. The cause. A few minutes later, Xiao Bai returned, panting. Ling Feng, Lu Su asked me to call you over. Although Xiao Bai could not converse with Lu Su, she was aware that the dog understood her words. What's going on? You'll find out when you get there. Ling Feng donned his raincoat and stepped out of the base. He was met with the sight of the last 3 bodyguards, lifeless. One had been struck down with a blow to the head, while the other 2 bore bloodied faces without any visible wounds. It seemed Xiao Bai had not made any contribution. Perhaps tomorrow's rations would be halved. My dear, please deal with this woman, Lu Su said, still holding a machete against her neck. Ling Feng gazed at Yi Qinyao captivating yet perilous visage, marveling at the creator's handiwork. Are you the leader here? Yi Qinyao inmuted. Yes, you could say that. I would like to have a private conversation with you. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow. What is it that cannot be discussed here? Lu Su had already pulled aside Yi Chunyao's raincoat, leaving her drenched. Do you believe this environment is suitable for conversation? The beauty remained striking, even in the rain, exuding a poignant allure. Very well, Lu Su, take her to the small room in the basement. I'll bury these bodies and join you shortly. Lu Su nudged Yi Chunyao forward, indicating for her to proceed. Xiaobai, stand still. What's the matter? Xiaobai replied with a grin. You're slacking off, aren't you? One of these three was killed by Lu Su, and the other two were taken down by He Zi, right? That is unfair, my lord. I wouldn't dare steal your prey, and He Zi is incredibly swift. I couldn't keep up with him. Ling Feng had anticipated this scenario, yet he could not reveal his foresight, lest he dig his own grave. Don't think I'm unaware of your recent laziness in training. Here is your chance to redeem yourself. Go dig 10 graves to bury these bodies. Xiaobai's eyes widened in astonishment. It seemed he was being assigned a daunting task. What? Do you have an objection? Coincidentally, I checked the food supplies yesterday, and it appears we're running low. We must economize, Ling Feng remarked. No. You're the boss. I'll do the digging. With that, Xiaobai scurried off to a distant spot, frantically clawing at the ground to dig a grave. At least you know your place, Ling Feng said, returning to the base. Upon reaching the first level of the basement, Yi Qinyao found herself confined in a dimly lit room that had once served as a storage space, now cleared out by Ling Feng. Speak. What do you wish to discuss? I want you to help me capture Yi Zhenxian and Tan Siqi. I wish to end their lives with my own hands. Yi Chunyao's beautiful eyes were filled with resentment. Ling Feng was familiar with Yi Zhenxian. He was the man from a cave at the foot of the mountain. According to intelligence, there were 2 women among their ranks. It seemed the other was indeed Tan Siqi. What benefits do I stand to gain? Even if Yi Chunyao hadn't made this request, Ling Feng would still seek an opportunity to eliminate Yi Zhenxian. However, since she had broached the subject first, he might as well maximize the potential gains. In Yi Chinyo's eyes flickered a hint of struggle, and then she rose, beginning to shed her garments. Wait, what are you doing? Ling Feng hastily interjected. Aren't you the one seeking favors from me? In this era, I possess nothing else to offer, but my body is untainted. You may have it if you desire. Ling Feng was rendered speechless, utterly bewildered by her madness. Yi Chinyo, noticing his silence, felt a twinge of curiosity. Was he truly uninterested in her? That seemed improbable. Since her awareness began, no man aside from her stepfather had ever shown disinterest. When you entered, you must have observed the surroundings. If I wished for a woman, I would never lack for options. If you lack other bargaining chips, then let this matter be concluded. After speaking, Ling Feng prepared to rise and depart. Naturally, he found her beauty captivating, yet having witnessed countless lives lost over women in his past life, he was unwilling to make such a mistake. Wasn't Lu Su fragrant? Wasn't Mei Jie alluring? Why would he pursue this seemingly deranged woman? My apologies. I underestimated you, Yi Chinyo replied as she fastened her clothing and sat quietly. I am aware that Yi Zhenxuan possesses something you might find intriguing. Pray tell, he urged. We once acquired information regarding the Mingshang arsenal from a fallen soldier. This documentation contains detailed addresses and various codes. If located, it would undoubtedly yield a wealth of armaments, greatly aiding your future endeavors. Mingshang? Ling Feng suddenly recalled a formidable organization from his previous life that had prospered in its early stages due to abundant military supplies. Could this be connected to that arsenal? Have you examined that document? Yi Chinyo shook her head. Yi Zhenxuan concealed it after acquiring it, showing it to no one. I merely know of its existence. Are you not concerned that I might seize it for myself? To me, whether you personally killed him or not seems inconsequential. Yi Chinyo lifted her gaze to meet Ling Feng's, her hair somewhat disheveled, yet her eyes resolute, albeit tinged with madness. Are you wagering on my character? Ling Feng discerned a deeper meaning in her gaze. I have no other options. In truth, Yi Chinyo had not intended to bring anyone with her initially. She merely sought to claim this territory and exact revenge on Tan Siqi. However, upon witnessing Ling Feng and his companion's prowess, she realized that was an impossibility. She then contemplated using her beauty as currency to persuade Ling Feng to act, but once again miscalculated. He did not respond as she had envisioned. Now, she found herself devoid of alternatives. Ling Feng exhaled deeply. Very well, I shall grant your request. For him, this was merely a trifling task. There were only 7 individuals left, 5 of whom were bodyguards, while the other 2 posed no combat capability, making their defeat a simple endeavor. Truly? Yi Qinyo's eyes sparkled with a frenzied joy. Indeed. Shall I lure the bodyguards out? Unnecessary. Dealing with them will pose no challenge. Thank you, Yi Qinyo said, her voice unexpectedly gentle. Indeed, I find myself quite intrigued as to why you wish to take their lives with your own hands. Is Yi Zhenxuan not your brother? Yi Qinyao's expression dimmed once more. Do you have a cigarette? She asked. TSK. This woman is quite demanding, Ling Feng thought to himself, before feigning the act of reaching into his pocket, retrieving a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from the spatial realm. With her cherry lips clenching the cigarette, Yi Qinyao took a deep drag, the nicotine coursing through her lungs allowing her to experience a long-forgotten sense of relaxation. Her head tilting back in comfort as she closed her eyes. I was adopted by the Yi family from an orphanage and grew up alongside Yi Zhenxuan. He has always taken great care of me. Did you know? In the orphanage, the caregivers never approached the children, no matter how fiercely you cried. Even if they felt a pang of heartache, they would never offer a comforting embrace. Ling Feng had indeed heard of this practice, primarily to prevent children from forming attachments, which could complicate future adoptions, as caregivers had their own families to consider. The first time I was embraced, the first time I felt love, was bestowed upon me by my brother. That warmth is something I can never forget. As we grew older, he changed, becoming entangled with numerous women. However, that did not matter. In a family as large as the Yi family, such affairs were trivial, and we remained close. Until he met Tansiki. I cannot comprehend what is so special about that woman. In terms of beauty, physique, and talent, how does she compare to me? Yet ever since he became involved with her, he has begun to distance himself from me, even going so far as to scold me for her sake. I refuse to accept this. I do not care how many women he has. He cannot abandon me. I must eliminate her. I want my brother to remain with me forever. Ling Feng shook his head. This woman has truly lost her mind. A 3-legged toad is hard to find, but 2-legged men are plentiful. With her looks and wealth, suitors must surely line up in droves. Chapter 20. Mutual Destruction Well. Do you wish to depart now, or wait until tomorrow? Now. Yi Qinyao's resolve was unwavering. All right, wait for me a moment. Ling Feng stepped out of the room, instructing He Zi to stealthily position himself outside the cave at the foot of the mountain, ready to act at a moment's notice. Subsequently, he directed Xiao A to maneuver the drone for a thorough reconnaissance, ensuring that their targets remained stationary within the cave before making the decision to engage. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, it was perilous to place complete trust in a stranger, as it could lead to dire consequences. Mai, you should also conceal yourself outside the cave. Choose a position that you deem suitable, but ensure you remain hidden. Ling Feng refrained from giving specific instructions, intending to cultivate Wu Mei's skills as a sniper. Selecting a vantage point was an essential capability for such a role. Lu Su, stay close to me, just in case. Take this jar. It contains wasps. Understood. Ling Feng then instructed Lao Sha to descend through the pipe into the river, surfacing and preparing for immediate action. This time, he planned to assume a commanding role rather than engage directly. With all arrangements in place, Ling Feng returned to the small room and released Yi Qinyao, saying, Miss Yi, let's begin our journey. Outside the cave, Wu Mei, He Zi, and Lao Sha had already taken their positions, yet Yi Qinyao regarded Ling Feng with skepticism, questioning how he could possibly eliminate 5 seasoned veterans with only a woman by his side. Did you bring your gun? Ling Feng disowned her implication. I will fulfill my promise. Just observe. The flickering light of the campfire illuminated several men resting against the stone wall. In truth, He Zi could have silently dispatched them, but this opportunity was primarily for Wu Mei's training. Ling Feng communicated through his earpiece. Meijia, take them out with arrows. Understood. As soon as the words left his lips, a swift arrow shot forth from the underbrush, piercing the head of one man. A second and third arrow followed suit, each finding its mark. The men inside soon realized the peril and retreated into the cave shadows. Xiao Feng, I can no longer aim at them. They have taken cover. I will force them out. Be ready. After relaying his orders, Ling Feng turned to the jar in Lu Su's hands, tapping it twice before conveying telepathically. Wasps. Go and drive them out. Buzzing. Hundreds of wasps erupted from the jar, heading towards the cave. Yi Qinyao observed this spectacle with astonishment flooding her heart. Who is this person? How does he command such formidable subordinates? And how can he control the wasps? In an instant, she realized how naive her initial thoughts had been, considering occupying his base or sacrificing her allure to entice him into action. Even if he were to force himself upon her now, she would be utterly powerless to resist. From the moment they arrived at this place, they had already become prey in his sights. A scream echoed from the cavern, followed by the swift exit of several figures. Sister May, eliminate those two clad in black. Leave the man and woman. Swift as the wind, the arrows struck true, finding their marks with lethal precision. At that moment, Lu Su was not idle either. Wielding a mountain-cleaving knife, she swiftly subdued the two individuals. The entire operation unfolded in less than 20 minutes, leaving Yi Qinyao still in a state of disbelief. Ling Feng retrieved a dagger from his spatial pocket and placed it in her hands. It is your turn now. With tears glistening in her eyes, Yi Qinyao stepped forward. Upon seeing her, Yi Zhenxuan and Tan Siki initially felt a surge of joy, unaware that the 10 bodyguards were already dead, believing Yi Qinyao had come to rescue them. To their astonishment, without a moment's hesitation, she thrust the dagger into Tan Siki's chest. Qinyao, what are you doing? Yi Zhenxuan was on the brink of madness. Yi Qinyao offered no reply, withdrawing the dagger only to plunge it into Yi Zhenxuan's abdomen next. In disbelief, he gazed at his sister, struggling to comprehend her motives for such betrayal. Suddenly, he noticed Ling Feng standing behind Yi Qinyao, and a flurry of thoughts flooded his mind. With a grievous wound, blood spewed from his mouth as he struggled to utter, Yi Qinyao, I never liked you. Go away. With his last ounce of strength, he pushed her away. Tears cascaded down her exquisite face like pearls, and she smiled. A mournful, desolate smile. Yi Qinyao slowly leaned closer, whispering, but I love you. With that, she plunged the dagger in her own heart, collapsing into Yi Zhenxuan's embrace. Nearby, Lu Su's eyes brimmed with tears as she clung to Ling Feng's arm. This scene was unexpected for Ling Feng. He had thought Yi Qinyao merely intended to eliminate her brother and Tan Siki, unaware that she planned to take them all down together. Lu Su, you should return with Sister May. I need to search for the information Yi Qinyao mentioned. All right, we'll prepare some food and wait for you. Go ahead. After Lu Su departed, Ling Feng sighed as he gazed at Yi Qinyao, pondering the futility of it all. Suddenly, he noticed a slight movement in her fingers, stirring his curiosity. He wondered if the system had classified humans among animals. Regardless, she was on the brink of death. He might as well give it a try. Subdue. A flash of white light enveloped the scene, and Yi Qinyao body vanished from sight. What has happened? Ling Feng hurried into the cave, rummaging through their belongings, and indeed found the documents Yi Qinyao had mentioned. He promptly stored them in his spatial pocket, planning to review them later, but first, he needed to investigate the process of subduing a human. Finding a suitable spot, Ling Feng immersed his consciousness into the system. He discovered a humanoid icon on the panel, but in the lower left corner, there was a small battery-like symbol with the green section barely occupying any space, reminiscent of a phone running low on power. With a mere tap, a prompt appeared. Target organism severely damaged. Please await recovery before attempting summoning. Goodness, this system is astonishing, capable of even subduing humans. One could almost take flight on the spot. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Feng sensed that the situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. He diligently examined the matter for several more minutes and discovered that a long press on the icon revealed a line of explanation. Despondent, near-death subjugation, recovery rate 10. Could it be that only those who are psychologically crushed or severely injured and lose consciousness can be subdued? Never mind. I will set this aside for now and address it later. Although Yi Zhenxuan's group possessed a fair amount of supplies, They were mostly a hodgepodge of useless items: waterlogged bread, foul-smelling meat, and rotting fruit. Ling Feng had little interest in these, so he collected a few useful tools into his space and departed, leaving the rest for Lao Sha to handle. If he wished to eat, he could. If not, he could simply discard them into the river. Upon returning to the base, he found Lu Su and Wu Mei already busy in the kitchen. Back already? How about a little drink tonight? Lu Su, my. Sure, let us celebrate our first successful defense against external foes, Ling Feng replied, producing an array of red wine, white liquor, and beer. Wow, darling, are you trying to get me drunk to commit mischief? Lu Su et clim de damaticas. Wu Mei, overhearing in the kitchen, chuckled softly but remained silent. Ling Feng wrapped an arm around her, saying, "Who needs alcohol to misbehave? You naughty one." Chapter 21. A day of corruption the following morning. Lu Su nestled in Ling Feng's embrace, reluctant to rise from their cozy sanctuary. They lingered in each other's warmth for a while. "Darling, are you planning to visit the armory in Ming City?" Ling Feng pondered for a moment, reflecting on the information he had gathered. According to the data, the terrain there is quite low and has likely succumbed to the floodwaters. It would be futile to go now. We should wait until the waters recede. Very well. Are you still not getting up? Mei Jia has called us to breakfast 3 times already. She can manage without us. It's rare to have a moment to be lazy. A gentle knock echoed through the door. "Haven't you two finished your affectionate interlude yet? I've reheated breakfast twice. If you don't come soon, I shall feed it to Xiao Bai." "We're coming." Ling Feng playfully slapped Lu Su's firm bottom. "Get up. You've eaten enough while I'm still hungry." "Don't say that," Lu Su protested, covering Ling Feng's mouth with her small hand. "My apologies, Mei Jia. I overslept after drinking too much last night," Ling Feng admitted, lifting a bowl of warm congee. Vei Mei, clad in Ling Feng's kipao, tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear. "It's quite all right. I woke early, intending to practice the pipa, and took the opportunity to prepare breakfast for you both." Initially puzzled by Wu Mei's choice of attire so early in the morning, Ling Feng soon realized it was a ritualistic aspect of playing a musical instrument. Though she seemed unconcerned about the fit, the smaller size actually looked rather appealing. Ling Feng was too lazy to change, as the space was cluttered with clothing, and finding a suitable size was a rather laborious task. Only after Ling Feng had satisfied his appetite did Lu Su finally make her appearance. Upon seeing Wu Mei, her face flushed with warmth. She sat beside Ling Feng and began to eat, occasionally sneaking a playful pinch at him. Ling Feng chose not to tease the bashful little lioness and settled onto the sofa, his mind drifting into the system. To his disappointment, he discovered there were no rewards for taming humans. This feature could only be activated when the target was on the brink of death, serving as a means of preserving the lives of those close to him. However, if he were to encounter a formidable opponent on the verge of demise in the future, capturing them might prove advantageous. He wondered what transformed individuals would be like after being restored by the system. He would have to wait until Yi Qinyo recovered to find out. Never mind. I shall use the lottery tickets and see what splendid items I can acquire. System. Initiate 20 consecutive draws. Congratulations, host has obtained Shaving Razor 1, Supreme Chi Pao, Night Use 1, Revolver 1, Bullets 500, Zombie Vaccine 5, Catwoman Outfit 3, AI, Butler Enhancement Component. Zombie Vaccine? What a valuable item. Although we have yet to reach the zombie outbreak, many people must already be infected. With this, I can defend against airborne viruses. This 20 draw was not in vain. Despite most items being rather peculiar, the bullets and vaccines were indeed necessities at present. In Ling Feng's recollections, during his past life, scientists had failed to produce reliable vaccines by the time of his demise. What then was this Supreme Chi Pao? A night use? Was it akin to an evening gown? Forget it. Let us find an opportunity to gift it to Sister Mei. First, let us examine this AI Steward Enhancement Component. In the early hours, Ling Feng took out a box larger than the AI Steward itself. Little a, how is this enhancement component used? To the master, simply connect the interface to the main body. Following the instructions, Ling Feng attached the component. Upgrade complete. Base station signal coverage enhanced. AI model content strengthened. How far can the signal cover now? Please check the signal coverage area on the computer. Ling Feng was quite intrigued by this AI. It seemed that as long as it received components, the potential for upgrades was astonishingly vast. Furthermore, many of its functions were currently unusable due to the limitations of the base station equipment. Incredible, it even covers West Seat City. Little A, can you not open the signal and allow everyone to connect? This was a sudden inspiration for Ling Feng. Most people currently had no electricity, but there might be individuals like Yi Zhinshuan. If the signal were opened, perhaps some valuable information could be discovered within. Yes, would you like to open it? Can you monitor all incoming information? Yes, as long as the master specifies the type of information desired. Little A can analyze it. All right, open it up. Understood. Base station function is being opened. Success. At that moment, the computer screen displayed a map dotted with numerous green points, indicating the connected individuals. Although these points appeared abundant, they were woefully scant compared to the actual population base. Little A, please keep an eye out for any significant information and inform me, excluding any distress signals. Understood, Master. Xiaofeng, Lu Su, I have already tidied up the kitchen. I'll head upstairs for a bit, said Wu Mei as she prepared to ascend. Hold on, young lady. Ling Feng chuckled. Liu Su, Wei Yu Mei, are you planning to go upstairs to play the pipa? If so, why not perform here and broaden our horizons? Lu Su happily chimed in. Yes, yes. Let us do it here. I've always wanted to see a live performance of traditional music, and it's rare to have a teacher around. Please, showcase your skills for us. Seeing their enthusiasm, Wu Mei didn't want to dampen their spirits. All right, but I haven't played in a long time. If I make any mistakes, please don't laugh at me. It's fine, dear. Bring out some sunflower seeds and a little drink. This girl really comes alive around people. She just got tipsy last night and is already drinking again upon waking. All right then, I have plenty of snacks. Let us skip training today and indulge a little. Hooray! Lu Su jumped up in delight. Wu Mei smiled beside her. I'll go grab the pipa. Please wait a moment. At that moment, Ling Feng recalled the exquisite qipao he had just won in the lottery. Sister Mei, I have a rather nice qipao here. Do check if it fits. Wu Mei took the black bag and nodded. I'll go take a look. Soon, the two of them adorned the dining table with a plethora of delicacies and an array of beverages. However, both Lu Su and Wu Mei had little fondness for strong liquor, opting instead for light rice wine and yellow wine. 10 minutes later, Wu Mei descended the stairs, cradling a pipa. With her ample figure and classical beauty, the qipao she wore accentuated her regal elegance. Yet, Ling Feng found it peculiar. Had he not gifted her a black qipao? Why was she now clad in green? Was it ill-fitting? Mei Jia, you look stunning. Lu Su whispered conspiratorially into Ling Feng's ear. You're not lacking either, he replied playfully. A chair had already been placed at the table, and Wu Mei glided over with graceful steps, resting the pipa on her lap. After making a slight adjustment to the instrument, she glanced at Ling Feng, her eyes sparkling with a hint of shyness and mild reproach, leaving him momentarily speechless. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could there be some trickery associated with that exquisite qipao? Damn it, had he known the system was so mischievous, he would have examined it before giving it away. How careless of him! The clear, melodious strains of the pipa began to resonate. Instantly, Ling Feng recognized it as Sheng Man. Was she going to sing as well? As the prelude concluded, she began, blue bricks accompany lacquered tiles, a white horse treads upon fresh mud. Mountain flowers and banana leaves in twilight dye the red scarf. This opening left both of them spellbound. Wu Mei's vocal prowess was nothing short of divine, delivered in the soft and delicate dialect of Wu, enveloping the listeners in a euphoric sensation. Lu Su took a sip of her drink, exclaiming, Mei Jia is truly remarkable. Her voice is like celestial music. Indeed, he concurred. Chapter 22. Preparation for special training. Raindrops fell from the eaves, and wisps of smoke curled upwards. Where are you, lost in the flow of time? As she sang this, Wu Mei smiled gently, casting a warm glance at the two individuals. They raised their glasses in acknowledgement of her performance. In a search for meaning, amidst the desolation, the moon waned, and the cries of crows echoed over the lonely well. As the song concluded, the two listeners were left yearning for more, and Wu Mei felt elated to have such appreciative audience members. After taking a sip of wine to soothe her throat, she launched into several more songs. Whether it was the release of pent-up pressure from the apocalypse or the influence of alcohol, her songs grew increasingly fervent. As the intoxicated Lu Su lay sprawled across the table, Wu Mei too began to feel the effects, her gaze becoming hazy as she looked at Ling Feng. Little Feng, do you wish to see your sister don at Chongsam? Report, Master. Little A has intercepted information from the direction of Harbor City. Please review it. After carrying the two who had succumbed to drunkenness back to their respective rooms, Ling Feng returned to the first floor. Little A elaborate. According to the intercepted content, Century Building in Harbor City is currently undergoing large-scale personnel recruitment. Personnel recruit? Are they utilizing our signal? Analysis indicates they have their own signal tower, though it has limited coverage. They began large-scale recruitment only after connecting to our signal. Harbor City. Ling Feng strained to recall events from his past life, realizing he hadn't heard any news about Harbor City during the flood period. Was it because he had lost communication devices by then? Or perhaps the rebirth had caused some butterfly effect. If they dared to recruit en masse, it implied they possessed considerable resources. What does a recruitment entail? Little A forwarded the recruitment information from Century Building. The essence was as follows. They sought skilled individuals for a competition, with the victors earning the right to reside in Century Building, along with provisions and women. Such straightforward recruitment content seemed to appeal to the most primal desires in this era. Little A, do you have any information about Century Building? Century Building in Harbor City consists of 50 floors. Based on topographical analysis, the floors below the 21st have been submerged by floodwaters. Quite intriguing. Can you ascertain how many people are there? Data prior to connecting to the signal is unknown, but it is estimated there are no fewer than 300 individuals. After connecting, 53 signal points have been detected moving toward Harbor City. The resilience of humanity is truly remarkable. Ling Feng felt a growing curiosity to explore the area. After all, in times of the undead, his base would inevitably encounter friction with others. Currently, the strength of his base was still too feeble, and facing a force armed with weaponry would render them nearly powerless. Little A, have we completed the training regimen you devised for us? Is there any higher intensity training available? Yes. Shall I formulate it now? Yes, prepare it. We shall commence tomorrow. Understood. After a day of revelry, while Ling Feng was not intoxicated, he had consumed a fair amount of alcohol. He took a brief shower and prepared for sleep. At this moment, Lu Su had fallen into a deep slumber, yet she seemed to sense Ling Feng's presence, instinctively turning over and embracing him tightly. Ling Feng, slightly intoxicated, found himself disinclined to sleep, contemplating a visit to Haigang City in a month's time. However, it was imperative to leave someone behind at the base for security. After much deliberation, he concluded that Wu Mei would be the most suitable choice. Firstly, Lu Su's temperament would certainly keep her close to him, and secondly, although Wu Mei excelled in archery and marksmanship, her physical stamina was lacking. In the event of an emergency, she might struggle to escape. Thus, the decision was made. Time slipped away, and before he knew it, Ling Feng dozed off. In the middle of the night, he felt something probing at him, likely Lu Su, who was restless in her sleep. He paid it little mind and drifted back into slumber. Ling Feng awoke at noon, only to find that Lu Su had already risen and gone downstairs. As he threw off the covers, he was startled. Had he forgotten to wear pants after his shower last night? He resolved to drink less next time. After a light meal, Ling Feng shared his plans with the others. Lu Su was the first to respond. All right. Let Mei Jie keep watch at home while the two of us make a quick trip. Wu Mei, sporting dark circles under her eyes and resembling the panda beside her, sat in a chair with a distracted demeanor. Mei, Lu Su called out again, noticing her silence. Huh? Yes, I can stay at home. You two go ahead. Wu Mei replied, startled. What is wrong with you? You look half asleep. Oh, it's probably the hangover. I think I'll catch up on some sleep first. You all carry on. All right, go ahead, they replied, not giving it much thought. Soon after, they received a new set of training methods from the AI, the intensity of which was several times greater than before, encompassing physical training, combat techniques, and weaponry. Darling, we haven't sparred in a while. How about we have a little warm-up? Lu Su suggested. Ling Feng opted for the wooden stick from the weapon rack, chuckling. ISNT last night, S surprise attack, considered sparring? Lu Su scoffed. I had no idea when you came in last night. Who surprised you? Ling Feng began to doubt whether he was dreaming. Ready or not, here I come, Lu Su announced, brandishing her favorite machete and striking a pose. Come, let me teach you how to behave. Ling Feng had primarily relied on firearms in his past life, but fearing he might inadvertently harm Lu Su, he chose the wooden stick for their sparring. Nevertheless, the techniques of staff and gun were interconnected, and with the guidance of the AI, Ling Feng had reached an extraordinary level of proficiency. However, Lu Su was no pushover. Her remarkable talent, combined with diligent practice, allowed her to hold her own against Ling Feng for several rounds. Here we go. Ling Feng skillfully disarmed Lu Su, sending her blade flying. Fustet, Lu Su poutet. This is infuriating. Can't you let me win just once? Ling Feng chuckled reassuringly. I could allow you to win 100 times, but remember, your enemy's 1T extends such courtesies. Your journey is still long ahead. My comrade Lu Su, incensed by his sage-like demeanor, lunged at him. I'm going to hit you. Time passes swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a month has elapsed. Both individuals, having undergone rigorous training, have made significant progress. Sister May, we shall set off tomorrow, bringing only Hazy along. As for the others, please tend to them as usual. I have reserved a month's supply of fuel and food for the generator. Should any issues arise, they can assist you, said one. Xiaofeng, you should take Xiaobai with you. I will securely lock the doors. No one can breach my defenses. Even if they do, I will eliminate them with a single shot, replied Mei. Whenever the topic of firearms arose, Wu Mei's demeanor would instantly transform, a fact that even Lu Su found intimidating. In a mere moment, her gentle disposition could morph into that of a deadly assassin. No need. Are you not aware of our capabilities? Moreover, the Sentry Building, with its recruitment efforts, will undoubtedly attract many hungry eyes. What if someone spots Xiaobai and decides to stew him? Beside them, Xiaobai, gnawing on a bone, scoffed. As if. You don't even know who would end up as the meal. Indeed, Wu Mei nodded. This wretched dog would likely devour any ordinary person. Since you are confident, let us proceed as you suggest. I shall prepare a delightful meal to see you off, Wu Mei declared. I'll assist you, Lu Su volunteered. Ever since Wu Mei joined, she had rarely stepped into the kitchen. With their impending journey, she was determined to prepare a couple of hearty dishes. Wu Mei smiled softly. That sounds wonderful. By the way, Xiaofeng, would you like to have some wine? Ling Feng noticed that ever since their last joyful drinking spree, Wu Mei seemed to have developed a fondness for it, frequently inquiring if anyone wished to indulge, so she could prepare some delectable snacks. We won't drink today. We have a journey ahead of us. We can celebrate properly upon our return. Wu Mei nodded, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes before she quickly masked it. Very well. I shall heed your wishes. Chapter 23 Farewell to Su E Sister May. It's raining so heavily that you needn't see me off. Just head back and remember to lock the door, Ling Feng remarked. All right, understood. Please ensure your safety and do call when you have the chance, she replied. Sure, I will. The journey from the base to the Sentry Building in Harbor City would take at least a day, even aboard a speedboat. This time, they relied on the AI for navigation through their phones, as utilizing drones was impractical due to the distance. Nonetheless, those traveling to Harbor City were primarily individuals still able to use communication devices, allowing the AI to ascertain whether there were any nearby people based on signal strength. Willow Katkin, come aboard. I'm coming. By the way, I almost forgot this, Ling Feng said as he retrieved 2 vials of zombie vaccine from his storage. After explaining their purpose to Willow Katkin, they each administered a dose. With all preparations complete, Hazy was once again concealed within Willow Katkin's raincoat. Let's set off. Under the guidance of the AI, the speedboat surged forward at full throttle, skillfully navigating several areas with turbulent waters. Darling, do you feel like there are significantly fewer debris compared to last time? Certainly, it has been 2 months. Most of it has been washed away. At that moment, they spotted a figure ahead, a Westerner standing on a dilapidated boat, frantically waving a flashlight in their direction. Ling Feng adjusted the boat's direction, intending not to stop. Those who had survived until now were fortunate. He was no savior, as he had 2 women and several animals at home to care for. Ling Feng, is that you? Ling Feng. That voice sounds somewhat familiar. Darling, there's a woman calling your name, Willow Catkins said, nodding towards the sound. Ling Feng halted the boat to take a closer look, incredulously realizing it was Su Yi's family. They had truly managed to survive. What are you doing here? Ling Feng inquired coldly. Where have you been during this prolonged flood? Didn't you come to rescue us? Su Yi exclaimed upon spotting him. Her brother, Su Wei, gazed at Willow Catkin, his eyes widening. Sister, I think he has just been enjoying himself. Look, he has even got a beautiful companion. Su Yi's mother, He Xiulian, chimed in. Ling Feng, hurry and give us your speedboat. Our old boat 1T start, and my son has been rowing all this way. It's exhausting for him. Willow Catkin was astounded by the audacity of their words, struck dumb by their entitlement. Ling Feng, are you deaf? My mother is asking you to switch boats. And don't think I'll forgive you so easily. I still haven't settled the score with you for selling the house and getting us beaten last time. Su Yi's father, Su Kai, stepped forward. I must say that girl seems quite lovely. She will make a perfect match for our Wei Wei. Why not let her be his bride? Darling, who are these people? Willow Catkin asked, her displeasure evident at their arrogant demeanor. A bride for your son, indeed? Do take a moment to reflect upon your son's disgraceful behavior. That woman is my former girlfriend. I refused to purchase a house for her brother, and thus we parted ways. Lu Su crossed her arms, casting a critical glance at Su Yi. Your taste has never been particularly discerning, has it? You vile harlot. What are you insinuating? Su Yi retorted loudly. Ah, dear Yi, let us refrain from such harsh words. She is to be your future sister-in-law. It is imperative that we maintain familial harmony, Su Kai interjected. At that moment, Ling Feng suddenly noticed Su Wei stealthily attempting to climb onto the speedboat, muttering, beautiful lady, I am coming. Ling Feng's gaze darkened. Begone. He swiftly kicked Su Wei off. He Xiulian, witnessing the scene, rushed over to help Su Wei up, exclaiming, Ling Feng, how dare you strike my son? This matter is far from over. Su Kai also chimed in. Ling Feng, what is the meaning of this? My son merely wished to board your vessel. Why did you kick him? Do you believe that owning a boat grants you some sort of superiority? Let me tell you, without my consent, he will never be with you. Ling Feng scoffed. Did I ever claim her as mine? You. Su Kai was momentarily at a loss for words. With your daughter's appearance, I would consider it a waste of resources to accept her. My wife is far more appealing. As he spoke, Ling Feng wrapped his arm around Lu Su, who playfully planted a kiss on his cheek. Su Wei, witnessing this, became visibly agitated, shaking He Xiulian's arm. Mother, she is my wife. Bring her back. Do not let Ling Feng touch her. He Xiulian, looking troubled, struggled to find the right words and could only comfort Su Wei. Be calm, dear. Your father will handle this. Lu Su, feeling repulsed, remarked, You think you deserve to call me your wife? Su Yi felt a sense of urgency. Their supplies were dwindling, and with Ling Feng aboard a speedboat, should he depart, she would be utterly powerless. After some contemplation, Su Yi resolved that they must first board his vessel. Her tone softened. Ling Feng, let us discuss matters once we are aboard. Our rickety boat cannot hold out much longer. I said leave. At that moment, a glint of malice flashed in Su Kai's eyes as he reached into his pocket, stating, Since Xiao Feng refuses, then let it be, but given our previous acquaintance, is it too much to ask for some provisions? As he spoke, Su Kai began to approach them, and suddenly, a knife appeared in his hand, aimed directly at Ling Feng. However, such trivial tricks could not escape Ling Feng's notice. A steel gun materialized from thin air, instantly piercing Su Kai's throat. Foolish to the end. Su Yi and He Xiulian screamed in unison. You dare commit murder? What you demand it? Murder? If I recall correctly, your brother Su Wei had a wife once, did he not? Where is she? Su Yi, feeling guilty, averted his gaze. She drowned during the flood. Drowned? How come you were not drowned as well? Su Wei pointed an accusatory finger at Ling Feng. My wife drowned, so what? What business is it of yours? With a swift motion, the steel gun pierced Su Wei's shoulder. Mother, save me. It hurts. Her demise is of no concern to me. But should you dare to covet my woman, you shall face the consequences. He Xiulian wept as she pressed down on Su Wei's wound. Yet, blood continued to pour forth under the relentless assault of the rain, no matter how firmly she applied pressure. You should be well aware whether your wife drowned or met a more gruesome fate. Upon hearing these words, Su, Yi, and the others felt a crushing weight in their hearts. Nearby, Lu Su recalled the scene of encountering the female corpse on their first outing, and retched violently. In truth, from the moment Ling Feng noticed one of their number was missing, he had surmised the grim reality. Only Su Wei's wife was devoid of any blood relation among them, and it was indisputable that she would inevitably become sustenance. Should they fail to procure any other food, He Xiuyan would surely follow suit. Ling Feng, I beg you, take me away. I promise to obey from now on. Su Yi, now devoid of her previous arrogance, knelt and wept inconsolably. Ling Feng did not spare her a glance. Lu Su, let us depart. Very well, Lu Su replied as she ignited the engine, and the speedboat swiftly surged away. No, Ling Feng, don't leave me behind. Su Yi's heart-wrenching cries echoed from a distance. Why not eliminate them? Liu Su Yin Gui. Sometimes, enduring life can be more tormenting than death. Lu Su fell silent, struggling to fathom the choices Su Yi and her mother would make in the dire circumstances that lay ahead. Chapter 24. The hall as they drew nearer to the harbor city, the throngs of people around them increased. Some navigated inflatable rafts, others perched in wooden boats, and many, like Ling Feng, rode in speedboats. Yet, amidst this bustling crowd, the presence of women was scant, with men constituting over 90% of the assembly. At that moment, a Western man paddling an inflatable raft glided past Ling Feng's speedboat, whistling at Liuxiu. Hey girl, come over here. Why follow that pretty boy? Laughter erupted among his companions. Liuxiu did not even glance back, seemingly impervious to their taunts. Seeing her indifference, the Western man prepared to approach, but just then, a dilapidated fishing boat cut through the crowd. Bang! The two vessels collided. The leader of the group erupted in a torrent of curses. You little brat. Are you looking for trouble? Do you even know how to steer a boat? The fishing boat bore only a young man, his hands dangling at his sides, his expression devoid of emotion. A master. This was Ling Feng's immediate impression of the young man. Unlike Liuxiu, who, despite her innate talent, had only trained for a couple of months, Ling Feng possessed a wealth of combat experience and a sixth sense honed through years of life and death situations, marking a significant disparity. Noticing the young man as silence, the Westerners, acting like hooligans, leapt onto his boat. The middle-aged man at the forefront seized the young man by the collar. Are you deaf? I'm talking to you. You have 3 seconds to get back to your own boat. The young man's voice was chilling, betraying no emotion. Ling Feng and Liuxiu watched this scene with keen interest. The Westerners laughed heartily, having emerged from the depths of violence themselves. They were not about to be intimidated by someone who appeared to be in his early 20s. 3. You really counting down, huh? 2. Come here, boys. Teach him a lesson. 1. You son of a. In an instant, a flash of sword light appeared. The Westerners stood frozen, then collapsed one by one, blood gushing from their throats, mingling with the rain. Impressive, Liuxiu exclaimed. Indeed, this individual is extraordinary. After disposing of the Westerners into the water, the young man continued to steer his fishing boat towards the sentry building, not casting a single glance at Ling Feng and Liuxiu. Darling, did you see his sword? Why did I only see the flash of the blade, but no weapon on him? That is a hidden soft sword, concealed at his waist. This man, he was likely a killer before the apocalypse. Ling Feng deduced swiftly, drawing from his experiences of similar individuals in his past life. A killer? Liuxiu, having lived a relatively simple life before meeting Ling Feng, was accustomed to the routine of work, playing with her cat, and shopping with friends, devoid of exposure to such matters. Never mind, let us go. P.S. heading towards the sentry building too. Perhaps we will encounter him again. They powered up the speedboat, swiftly approaching the sentry building, which was originally 21 stories high. However, several large holes had been smashed into the walls, with wooden planks extending out to serve as a docking area for boats. One extravagant display, observing the entire building ablaze with light. Ling Feng felt an intense curiosity regarding the methods employed by its owner. While he was able to navigate life normally due to his past memories and system, It was remarkable that this place had managed to achieve such a feat from the outset. Once the boat docked, a girl clad in a black raincoat approached them, seemingly the receptionist of this establishment. "Welcome to the Sentry Building. Please follow me for registration. Rest assured, there will be personnel to assist with your vessel," she stated in a mechanical tone, indicating her experience in attending to numerous guests. After a brief registration in a corner, Ling Feng inquired, "In this era, isn't it dangerous for a girl like you to work as a receptionist here?" The girl flashed a professional smile and politely replied, "The building provides us with protection. Thank you for your concern." At that moment, shouts erupted from outside. "Guests, please observe. This is the protection the building affords us," she promptly remarked. Ling Feng and Lu Su stepped outside to witness a man in a black raincoat, identical to the receptionistess, fiercely wielding a steel blade against 3 individuals, seemingly defending the receptionist. "Those 3 must have attempted something against our colleague and were dealt with by the building security," she explained. Understanding the situation, Ling Feng asked, "What should we do after registration?" "You may choose to rest in the hall at the back of the building while awaiting the competition notification. Additionally, the building does not provide food for those who fail the preliminary round," she responded. "Very well, understood," Ling Feng said, leading Lu Su towards the hall. The receptionist's lips curled into a sinister smile. Bringing a companion? That escorting death. As they entered the hall, they instantly captured the attention of everyone present. The atmosphere resembled that of a refugee camp, with a diverse array of individuals, all clad in tattered clothing, gathered in groups, their eyes filled with hunger. Ling Feng glanced around, pondering the sheer number of people within, noting the lack of available space. Suddenly, he spotted a relatively empty area ahead, occupied by only one person, as if those around dared not approach. Disregarding any hesitation, he took Lu Su by the hand and made his way over. Nearby, a tall, lean man remarked to his companion, "Brother, that girl is stunning. Why don't we just take her? She must be quite tender." The one referred to as brother lowered his voice and cautioned, "Are you foolish enough to act here? Have you forgotten how the last group met their end?" The slender man trembled slightly, falling silent. "Brother, would you mind if we sat here?" Ling Feng asked, recognizing the individual as the assassin who had previously wielded a soft sword. "Suit yourself," the man replied coldly. "Thank you," Ling Feng said, wrapping an arm around Lu Su as they settled into the adjacent spot. No sooner had they sat down than hushed whispers erupted around them. It was evident that the young assassin instilled fear, yet the onlookers were more overtly consumed by their desire for Lu Su. However, Lu Su remained indifferent to the situation, not to mention that Ling Feng was by her side, even in his absence. She regarded those who had fought their way through various neighborhoods with brute force as beneath her contempt. Moreover, concealed beneath her raincoat was the notorious killer, Hazy. "Darling, I am hungry," Lu Su whispered. Ling Feng couldn't help but smile. This girl truly was unafraid of trouble. The hall was filled with at least 50 or 60 individuals, each one ravenous, and taking out food would undoubtedly make her the target of their collective hunger. "Here, have a hamburger." With Lu Su's indifference, Ling Feng felt no concern for the crowd. As expected, when he produced the hamburger, someone immediately approached. "Brother, could you spare some food?" The newcomer was a disheveled man with several missing teeth. "Get lost. Can't you hear him telling you to leave?" A provocatively dressed woman approached, her figure voluptuous, cascading waves of hair framing her attractive features. The man, disheartened by her words, retreated in silence. "Little brother, could you share a bite with your sister? I promise you'll be quite comfortable," she purred, casting a flirtatious glance. Lu Su felt a twinge of annoyance. These people buzzed around her like pesky flies. With a swift motion, she plunged her machete into the ground, piercing through the tiles. "If you wish to eat, you must first ask my blade," Lu Su declared coldly. "All right then, if you won't share, little brother, your girlfriend is quite fierce." "Unlike me, who knows how to be gentle," the woman retorted, swaying her hips as she turned to leave. "Darling, am I really fierce?" Lu Su pouted. "Of course not. Pay no mind to what she says." Chapter 25. Promotion. Ling Feng reached into his pocket and retrieved a compressed biscuit from his spatial storage, offering it to the assassin beside him. "Brother, would you like to have some?" The assassin, whose eyes were previously shut, now slightly opened them. It was evident that he had no food left, yet Ling Feng, drawing from his past experiences, discerned from the unblemished whites of his eyes that he had not consumed anything inappropriate. "Thank you. If I eat your food, I can kill someone for you." The assassin accepted the biscuit, stating matter-of-factly, "No need for that. I merely feel a connection with you. Nothing more." The assassin remained silent, his demeanor as cold as ice. What a taciturn fellow he is. "What is your name?" "Fu Qiyuan. I am Ling Feng. It is a pleasure to meet you." Ling Feng scratched his nose, feeling a bit awkward. At that moment, a woman clad in professional attire entered the hall, appearing to be of mixed heritage. The first elimination match will commence at 6 p.m. Those wishing to participate may find their own teammates. Each team must consist of at least 3 members and a maximum of 7. Once your team is formed, proceed to register. The hall erupted into a cacophony of chatter as everyone began to whisper amongst themselves. Strangely, however, no one approached Fu Qiyuan and Ling Feng. It seemed that others were somewhat averse to them. "Brother Qiyuan, do you know how this competition is conducted?" Ling Feng inquired. "Kill. What does that mean?" Ling Feng scratched his head, deciding it was futile to ask further. "Shall we form a team?" "Sure. All right. Let us form a trio, then, and go register." Upon seeing the 3 approach the registration desk, the receptionist remarked, "You can have 5 members in a team. Why not find 2 more?" Ling Feng smiled and replied, "No need. We are sufficient as a trio." The receptionist smirked, "Since you wish to court danger, I shall not stop you." She completed their registration and informed them, "You will be notified by broadcast when the time arrives." Ling Feng received 3 small badges, distributing 1 each to Lu Su and Fu Qiyuan before returning to their previous spot. "Honey, how do you think this place maintains its electricity?" "I have some guesses, but I'm uncertain. I'll need to find an opportunity to investigate." Lu Su sensed his reluctance to elaborate and chose not to press further. The two had developed a mutual understanding over time. A glance or tone was often enough for them to grasp each other's meanings. At 6 p.m., an announcement echoed. "All registered participants, please proceed to the competition venue on the 22nd floor. Qiyuan, let us go." Fu Qiyuan rose and followed closely behind the two. The 22nd floor had been entirely transformed into a vast arena, brightly lit and adorned with numerous spectator seats, though the audience was sparse. "All participants, please enter the arena." 50 or so individuals trickled into the center of the arena, nearly all of whom Ling Feng had seen in the hall. The rules of the competition are as follows. Any participant who passively or actively leaves the arena will be eliminated. Those who lose their lives or become incapacitated will also be eliminated. The victors shall be limited to 10 slots. All weapons are permitted for use, save for firearms. The competition commences now. To his astonishment, Ling Feng had anticipated a preparatory moment, but upon the recitation of the rules, the contest began immediately. Others in the arena, equally taken aback, scrambled in disarray, hastily retrieving their weapons, fire axes, hammers, kitchen knives, an array of eccentric implements. Amidst the chaos, Ling Feng procured a short dagger from his spatial storage. Although he was more accustomed to wielding a spear, the crowded environment deemed it too conspicuous. Thus, he opted for the dagger instead. The trio positioned themselves back to back, forming a formidable triangle. With a swift motion, Fu Qiyuan unsheathed his soft sword, instantly slicing through an opponent's throat. "Lu Su, unleash your fury." "Understood, my dear husband." Ling Feng, aware of her formidable prowess, cautioned her, lest she feel constrained by his presence. Simultaneously, he discreetly instructed Haizi to intervene should Lu Su encounter peril. "Brother Qiyuan, shall we see who can claim more lives?" "By all means." No sooner had the words left their lips than the two surged forth like cannonballs, the arena exploding into a whirlwind of flashing blades and gushing blood, as though consumed by a frenzy of slaughter. "Ha ha ha! Qiyuan, your skills are quite impressive. You too." 10 minutes elapsed, and the number of standing contestants dwindled at a visibly alarming rate. At that moment, a lanky man grasped his elder brother, trembling as he implored, "Brother, we must flee. Those 3 are utterly unhinged." Gritting his teeth, the elder brother hesitated, still contemplating a gamble, but upon witnessing 3 more individuals fall, their heads severed, he decisively declared, "Very well, we shall retreat." The woman who had earlier solicited food from Ling Feng now furrowed her brow, sensing a chill at her throat. Had she pushed her luck further, she might have met a grim fate at that very moment. Suddenly, Lu Su's gaze landed on her, a surge of anger igniting within her. Dare to tempt my husband? I shall not spare you. She took off in pursuit. The woman, terrified, fled the arena, rushing downstairs in fear of being slain with a mere step too slow. She had witnessed Lu Su's brutal strikes aimed squarely at faces. It was sheer savagery. In the audience, the mixed-race woman who had previously informed them of the competition remarked to her companion, "These three are exceptional. I shall claim them. Anna, your confidence grows bolder. Do you presume to take them without consulting me? Very well. We shall see whom they choose next." At that moment, only Ling Feng and his two companions remained amidst the sea of corpses strewn about the arena. The competition has concluded. The victors are Group 7. Yay, we won, husband. Lu Su exclaimed joyfully as she embraced Ling Feng. Thank you, Qiyuan, he replied, feeling a twinge of awkwardness in their exchanges, as if Qiyuan was solely adept at the art of killing. Applause erupted from the audience as two individuals descended from the stands. Ling Feng recognized the woman as the one who had previously notified them of the contest. Congratulations to the three of you on your successful passage. You may now relocate to the 25th floor, where accommodations and provisions will be provided. Thank you, Ling Feng replied gratefully before preparing to depart. Wait a moment, said Anna's colleague, Li Bo. Is something the matter? I am Li Bo, the captain of the intermediate team, and I would like to invite you to join my third squad. Ling Feng was puzzled by their conversation. Anna explained, having advanced past the preliminaries. You have already ascended to the ranks of intermediate competitors. Both he and I are captains of intermediate teams, and by joining one of our squads, you can continue to challenge higher levels. She added, by the way, I am a captain of the West team, and I officially invite you to join my team. Li Bo interjected, join my third team, and I can provide you with the finest training facilities and nourishment. What if we refuse to join? Ling Feng asked. Well, then you may only reside on the 25th floor for a week, and will be unable to participate in the subsequent matches. It seemed this place compelled one to strive upward for some unknown purpose. Anna said, young man, both your girlfriend and I are women, and I understand her needs. Moreover, I have many female competitors here, which surely is more pleasing to the eye than that group of monks in the third team. Isn't it? Li Bo was momentarily at a loss for words, as this was something he had not considered. In his mind, men were undoubtedly stronger than women, and thus he had not thought to select women for his team. Ling Feng chuckled. He was indifferent, but Lu Su was quite resistant to other men besides him. All right, let us join the West team then. Qiyuan, what do you think? Whatever. Welcome aboard. I am Anna, she said, smiling as she extended her hand for a polite handshake. Li Bo's expression darkened, and with a huff, he turned to leave. From the glint in his eyes, Ling Feng discerned that he was a man who bore grudges. Caution would be prudent. After some introductions and pleasantries, they moved to the 25th floor, which was far more luxurious than the lower levels and divided into 10 distinct areas, each team possessing its own territory. As Anna had stated, the majority of the competitors here were women, each with their own suites. Compared to the apocalyptic scenes outside, describing this place as paradise would not be an exaggeration. No wonder so many were willing to risk their lives to come here. Ling Feng and Lu Su were assigned to share a room, while Fu Qiyuan resided next door. Shortly after their arrival, a service attendant knocked on the door, delivering food and feminine hygiene products to Ling Feng and the others. However, the food consisted merely of compressed bread, which Lu Su, accustomed to better fare, found unpalatable and decided to pass on to Fu Qiyuan next door. Chapter 26. The first spar, Fu Qiyuan, naturally welcomed all visitors. Although he was slight of build, his appetite was substantial. Ling Feng discreetly retrieved some tools from his space, and, after ensuring the room was devoid of hidden cameras, brought forth some abalone and lobster to indulge in. Heizi, eat up. Ling Feng offered the tender meat to its mouth, and Heizi promptly devoured it. Just then, the room's landline rang. Ling Feng answered. Hello, Ling Feng. This is Anna. Hello, Captain Anna. Haha, you could just call me by my name. There won't be any other competitions today. You may either rest or visit our Western team's training ground, where many skilled individuals are present. All right, thank you, Anna. I understand. After hanging up, Lu Su approached. Whose call was that? Anna. She mentioned there are no competitions today, so we can sleep or head to the training ground. How would you like to arrange it? Lu Su glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 10 in the evening, and she was accustomed to retiring early at the base. I wish to sleep. You could decide what to do. Then rest for a bit. I want to find Qiyuan and check out the training ground. You seem quite concerned about him. Talented individuals are rare. If possible, I would like to recruit him, Ling Feng replied, his gaze profound. Lu Su nodded, finding Fu Qiyuan quite remarkable, as his skills surpassed her own significantly. Ling Feng exited the room and knocked on Fu Qiyuan's door next door. Is there something you need? Do you wish to see the training ground? Fu Qiyuan said nothing, stepping out of the room and closing the door behind him. Ling Feng gradually grasped this individual's mannerisms. When he refrained from speaking, he often communicated through actions, and when compelled, he would respond in sparse phrases. The training ground was expansive, not dedicated to a single team, but divided into various sections. The two arrived at the area designated for the Western group, where only 5 individuals were exercising on the equipment. Newcomer? A muscular, rugged woman approached. Yes, just joined today. Ah, quite discerning. I hope you can survive longer. Ling Feng, puzzled, asked, what do you mean? To ascend from the 20th to the 30th floor, one must endure many competitions, where fatalities are commonplace. I see. Ling Feng realized that the process was an elimination format from the bottom to the top. Seeing Ling Feng's silence, she continued. Do not think that merely passing the preliminary round makes you formidable. I eliminated 3 opponents in my time, yet only achieved 10 victories and 10 losses in the intermediate round. Ling Feng glanced at Fu Qiyuan, thinking, is killing 3 worthy of boasting? Each of us has taken down at least 10. Thank you for your advice. May I ask your name? I am Hong Ho Hat. You can call me Sister Hua. It seems I'm older than you both, so addressing me as sister would not be a loss. Hello, Sister Hua. What did you do before the flood? Ling Feng, sensing her affable nature, seized the opportunity to inquire further. I was a pig slaughterer. Also, the one on the treadmill is Yuning Yan, and the one hitting the sandbag is Tsang Shuitao. The others, hearing their names mentioned, politely smiled in acknowledgement. All right, you all enjoy yourselves. I shall resume my training, Hong Ho Hat declared before continuing her workout. Qiyuan, shall we engage in some sparring? It is vital for teammates to familiarize themselves with each other's skill levels. Fu Qiyuan furrowed his brow, stating, the short blade is not your weapon. I will not practice with you. Did expressing so many words tire you out? Good. Haha, you've seen through me. I'm accustomed to using a firearm, but I cannot find one here. Ling Feng, not at all surprised by the other's perception, understood that both of them were masters. His movements, rooted in the techniques of marksmanship, would inevitably be discernible to a keen eye. At that moment, Hong Ho Hat interjected. There are plenty of weapons in the storage room over there. Why not take a look? Oh, Ling Feng approached, and indeed found an array of various weapons stacked inside. Though there was no steel spear, only a red tassel spear, which was light yet serviceable. Qiyuan, draw your weapon, he called, positioning himself with a red tassel spear in hand. Seeing the sparring commence, the others set aside their own activities and gathered around. Normally, Fu Qiyuan would not reveal his soft sword so readily, but having previously collaborated with Ling Feng, he recognized that this individual was nearly his equal in skill, especially since he had previously wielded an unfamiliar short blade, warranting his attention. With a swift motion, the sound of iron shifted echoed, and the onlookers could scarcely perceive his actions before a sword appeared in his grasp. Watch closely, Ling Feng announced, thrusting the spear towards Fu Qiyuan's lower body. Fu Qiyuan frowned, wondering if he had misjudged. The gunman's technique seemed rather rudimentary. However, Ling Feng's true intent was to scrutinize his opponent's eyes, knowing that the zombie virus was rampant. Since he had resolved to recruit Fu Qiyuan, he needed to ascertain whether he had been infected. After several exchanges, Ling Feng focused solely on low strikes, inciting Fu Qiyuan's irritation. A sweeping strike. At last, Ling Feng discerned that Fu Qiyuan had not contracted the zombie virus. Are you performing tricks? Someone remarked. One is merely flailing, while the other appears to be dodging. The surrounding spectators chimed in with their critiques. Ling Feng chuckled at their banter. Qi Yuan, I have warmed up. Be prepared. With a swift motion, the red tassel spear shot forth like lightning, aimed at Fu Qiyuan's throat. A surge of tension coursed through Fu Qiyuan. The attack was exceptionally sharp. The spear moved like a dragon, its light dazzling the spectators, even causing Hong Ho Hot, who had been focused on her workout, to pause and observe. Although Hong Ho Hot had been raised in a butchery, her elders had taught her martial arts from a young age, enabling her to survive in the apocalypse. Yet witnessing the duel between the two men, she felt that even she would struggle to last more than 2 exchanges against either of them. What had transpired between them in the preliminary rounds? With a swift motion, Ling Feng halted his spear just 2 centimeters from Fu Qiyuan's throat. The crowd held their breath, their palms clammy with anticipation. Ikonchede, Fu Qiyuan stated calmly. Thank you for your graciousness, Ling Feng replied politely. In truth, it is quite remarkable for someone of Fu Qiyuan's age to possess such skill. Had it not been for my past experiences and the guidance of AI, I surely would not have triumphed over him. At that moment, an unpleasant voice interrupted. Why are so many of you gathered to watch a performance? Hong Ho Hot stood up and exclaimed, Lu Kuan, this is our territory in the West Group. What brings you here? I merely heard that 2 men had joined your West Group of women, so I came to take a look, Lu Kuan replied, his robust physique clad in a sleeveless shirt that revealed numerous tattoos. Ling Feng chuckled. I have heard that those adorned with tattoos tend to feel particularly warm. It appears to be true. The crowd was initially taken aback, but soon realized the jest, erupting into laughter. Ling Feng was subtly mocking Lu Kuan for donning a simple tank top to flaunt his tattoos. Chapter 27. Taming the Eagle. Though Lu Kuan was robust and brawny, he possessed a meticulous mind and was not oblivious to the underlying message conveyed by his opponent. You little rascal, I hear your preliminary results are quite impressive. Do you dare to spar with me? Before Ling Feng could respond, Hong Ho Hot stepped forward, asserting, this is a training ground, not a competition arena. If you wish to duel, await your turn. There is no need to boast here. Lu Kuan revealed his yellowed teeth in a grin. Oh, have you learned to live off others so quickly? Ling Feng recognized that if he refrained from retaliating, the reputation of Team West would be tarnished. Sister Hua, is it permissible to kill during this training match? Lu Kuan, misinterpreting his words as fear, reassured, don't worry. Only in the competition can one kill. Here, that is not allowed. Yet, he secretly pondered, I may not be able to kill you, but I can certainly incapacitate you. I shall take my turn, declared Fu Qiyuan. Ling Feng raised a hand to halt him. Allow me, you rest for the moment. Fu Qiyuan retreated to the back. You are Lu Kuan? Choose your weapon. Ling Feng stated with an air of nonchalance. Lu Kuan, incensed by Ling Feng's seemingly carefree demeanor, retorted, you look like a pretty boy. Do you even need a weapon? Since you're so confident, come at me. With a thunderous roar, Lu Kuan lunged forward, his fingers akin to steel rods, aiming to seize Ling Feng. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. He was clearly skilled in hard techniques. Crouching low, he evaded the grasp and swept Lu Kuan's calf with his red tassel spear. The impact sent Lu Kuan staggering off balance, and Ling Feng swiftly pivoted, delivering a kick to his chest that sent him flying. Silence enveloped Team West, as if the very air had solidified. Is this it? Wasn't Lu Kuan supposed to be a formidable fighter? Did I just witness a swift conclusion? Lu Kuan lay on the ground, clutching his chest in pain, gritting his teeth. As he attempted to rise, the sharp end of the red tassel spear pressed against his throat. With such skill, how dare you raise a ruckus? Remember to steer clear of me in the future. If we meet again, I shall strike. With that, Ling Feng sheathed his spear. Sister Hua, we shall take our leave now. Continue your training. The onlookers merely nodded in a daze, their eyes fixed on Ling Feng. Upon returning, they were unaware that someone had alerted Anna, who arrived at the training ground with a stern expression. Awa, what transpired just now? Hong Ho Hot recounted the events in detail. This situation is more complex than it appears. I recognize Lu Kuan, although he is skilled. He lacks the audacity to instigate trouble on his own. Everyone here is driven by the instinct for survival. Having reached the 25th floor, why would one seek conflict unless compelled by another? Anna and Libo had originally been employees of the Sentry Building's management. Following the apocalypse, they were promoted to captains. However, competition existed among the captains. Should their subordinates ascend to the 30th floor, the captains would also rise with them. Yet, with limited slots offered by the company, ensuring that teams would not resort to underhanded tactics became increasingly challenging. All right, Ahua, you may continue. Understood, Sister Anna. After Fu Qiyuan returned to his room, Ling Feng chose not to go back. Instead, he strolled around the western area. To his disappointment, he found that he could only roam on the 25th floor or below, as the upper passages were either sealed off or guarded, leaving him with no opportunity to explore further. Suddenly, he noticed an eagle perched by the window, seeking refuge from the rain. A smile crept across Ling Feng's lips as he extended his hand towards the eagle, commanding, "Subdue." A flash of white light enveloped the room, and the eagle soared through the open window, landing gracefully on Ling Feng's arm. "Master," came a deep voice. Ling Feng quickly brought the eagle into his room, wary of being seen in the hallway. Upon entering, he startled Lu Su, who had just awakened. Where did you get that eagle?" "Just subdued it," Ling Feng replied, retrieving some meat from his spatial storage to feed the creature, which appeared to be quite famished. "Eagle, can you fly up and peek through the window to see what the upper levels are like?" "Yes, master. Take your time eating. Go when you're full." Ling Feng felt an odd sensation about this place. If he were to ascend through competition, he wondered how long it would take. Thus, he decided to take a shortcut. "Darling, what do you want it to do?" "Liu Su in quit, gu di si ti peek." "The eagle has keen eyesight. I wanted to ascertain the situation on the upper levels." "Oh, by the way, when are we going back?" "What's wrong? Missing home after just 2 days?" Ling Feng smiled. Lu Su nodded. "Yes, I find the outside world chaotic. One must remain perpetually alert. Home feels so much more comfortable." As he lay in bed, Ling Feng watched the eagle's silhouette as it flew away, reflecting on his own thoughts. Yet, he knew there were many challenges ahead. He couldn't remain in the base indefinitely. If a more formidable presence emerged outside, he might remain oblivious until it was too late to defend himself. Since discovering the Sentry Building, he felt he had missed many opportunities in his past life due to a lack of communication devices. Perhaps the powerful factions during the zombie era had begun their rise even during the flood. Later that evening, Lu Su, well-rested, was engaged in a video chat with Wu Mei. Seizing the moment, Ling Feng entered the system to see what rewards he would receive for subduing the eagle. Steel Protective Wall 1. Mechanical Arm Manufacturing Platform 1. Lottery Tickets 10. Another piece of advanced technology? Ling Feng mused, his curiosity piqued, though he knew he would have to wait until he returned to utilize it. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a knock at the door interrupted him. Ling Feng approached. "Anna, is something the matter?" Anna appeared to be around 30 years old, her genetics evidently favorable, golden hair, azure eyes, and a statuesque figure. "Did I interrupt a tender moment with your girlfriend?" "Not all. Come in and have a seat." "Very well," Anna replied politely, exuding the aura of a formidable career woman. "I heard that the third group is causing you some trouble. Just a bunch of petty thugs. There's no need to concern myself with them," Ling Feng replied calmly. Anna found no fault in the statement, as it was indeed the first instance of someone withdrawing from the competition after being overwhelmed by others. It seemed reasonable for him to label Lu Kuan as a mere pawn. "I approached to inform you that Lu Kuan might be acting under Li Bo's direction." "I surmised there must be some form of rivalry between your captains, correct?" Anna nodded in tacit agreement. Ling Feng continued. "Our performance in the preliminary round may have been commendable, yet joining the Western group has likely placed additional pressure on him. Has it not?" Anna nodded once more, reflecting on how astute he was, deducing so much from just a few hints. "Ling Feng, I am well aware of Li Bo's character. He will not let this matter rest easily, so you three ought to exercise caution." Ling Feng did not respond immediately, but instead inquired, "I wish to know, does the nature of your competition pertain to life and death?" Gasp! Anna's eyes widened in disbelief, wondering if he was privy to some hidden knowledge. Chapter 28. Regular Season in Summary. It is prudent for you to exercise caution. There are matters best left unknown. Anna preferred to say no more. "All right, understood." The following day, the Hawk returned with news. There was nothing particularly exceptional from the upper echelons, aside from an influx of individuals clad in white, resembling researchers. Ling Feng offered some meat to the hawk, pondering the presence of researchers. As he recalled, the Century Building had housed a technology company prior to the flood. Could it be that, due to the apocalypse, many had become stranded here? Yet, 2 months had passed since the deluge. How were they sustaining these individuals? Lu Su embraced him from behind, resting her chin on his shoulder. What are you thinking about? I'm contemplating what sustains this building. Is it not merely the power generation equipment? What else could it depend on? Power generation equipment. Suddenly, Ling Feng's gaze sharpened. Now I understand. Lu Su, Pu Dao, inquired, what have you figured out? Hee, I know you are quite intelligent. Ling Feng ruffled her hair affectionately. Lu Su smai nao win li. At that moment, Anna's voice resonated through the broadcast. Attention, members of the West Group, there will be individual regular season matches at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Please be prepared. Lu Su emerged from the restroom after washing her face. What does individual regular season mean? I heard them mention it at the training ground before. It refers to one-on-one battles, a method for the captain to select the most capable members from the team. Is it a match against other groups? To be precise, it is random. One might even encounter members from their own group. At that juncture, a knock at the door was heard. It was a server delivering food. Ling Feng accepted it and promptly took it to the adjacent room for Fu Qiyuan. Fu Qiyuan received it with an impassive expression. The food provided here was merely sufficient to sustain life. Aren't you eating? Oh, we brought our own provisions. We don't particularly need this. These items are toxic. Huh? Ling Feng stared at him in astonishment. It is a potent poison. I can smell it. Ling Feng sensed that this individual was no ordinary assassin. Distinguishing poisons was not a skill possessed by everyone, and he had merely caught a whiff to deduce it, indicating a high level of expertise. It seemed to be Li Bo again. This fellow was truly relentless. Here, eat this. Ling Feng feigned entering his room, then re-emerged with half a roast chicken in hand. Fu Qiyuan's eyes widened in surprise. Where did you acquire that? Don't ask, just eat it. Fu Qiyuan's demeanor returned to calmness. Thank you. Ling Feng patted his shoulder. Enough of this. Henceforth, do not consume what they provide you. I will bring you food daily. Fu Qiyuan nodded silently, yet something shifted in his gaze. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone arrived punctually at the competition venue. The audience was significantly larger than during the preliminary rounds. The arena was divided into 5 smaller competition areas, where one-on-one contests would take place. Please, Group 1 Su Lin and Group 5's Min Jijia to Arena 1. Please, West Group's Hong Hohat and Group 2's Tang Yuxiang to Arena 2. The competitions here do not distinguish between genders, indicating that women, who may not possess the same physical strength, must exert greater effort to survive. Ling Feng and his companions sat in the audience, observing the matches. Most of them were ordinary individuals relying solely on sheer determination, with a few exhibiting skills reminiscent of martial arts training. However, the previous arena contests were entirely different from this life-and-death struggle, offering no significant advantage. The pace of the matches was rapid, often concluding in a matter of seconds, with only a handful of evenly matched opponents managing to exchange blows for several rounds, rendering the spectacle rather unremarkable. Please summon Shiyu from Group 6 and Yuan from Group 10 to Arena 5. Darling, I'll head over to warm up, Shiyu said with a smile. Be careful, Ling Feng replied, immediately transmitting to the hidden companion within Shiyu's loose leather attire. Eliminate the opponent at the first sign of danger. Understood, Master. Shiyu, clad in a roomy leather outfit, concealed a serpent within, brandishing a machete as she confidently approached the arena. Yuan from Group 10 was a muscular man, bare-chested and donned in shorts, his limbs wrapped in white cloth, suggesting he was a practitioner of Muay Thai. Yuan licked his lips and taunted, Little girl, surrender gracefully, and come to my room tonight. I shall spare your life. Shiyu did not deign to glance at him, instead addressing the referee beside her. Is killing permitted in this arena? The referee was taken aback. Such a question had never been posed before, especially by someone who appeared so delicate. According to the rules, there are no grievances in matters of life and death. Shiyu nodded and swiftly bound the machete to her hand with a strip of white cloth. Feeling insulted, Yuan's anger flared as he assumed a fighting stance and advanced. Ling Feng and Fu Qiyuan simultaneously shook their heads, exclaiming, "Fool!" The members of Group 6 nearby gazed at them in astonishment. "Why do you say that?" Ling Feng explained. He has likely never faced a true master before. Approaching someone wielding a machete in such a manner is tantamount to courting death. Indeed, Yuan soon launched a sweeping kick. Shiyu immediately swung the machete with one hand, aiming for his leg. Yuan's face contorted in terror, but it was too late for him to retract his leg. He screamed in pain as his right leg was severed at the knee, flying away. Group 6 wins, the referee announced. TCH, not satisfying enough. Shiyu disdainfully glanced at the fallen Yuan before returning to the audience. "Wow, Shiyu, you are incredible," the members of Group 6 exclaimed in admiration. Shiyu felt a bit embarrassed by the praise. "You are all exaggerating. No, you may not know, but Yuan has fought many matches before. Hardly anyone has survived against him. Indeed, 3 of our members fell to him." Shiyu sheathed her machete, a look of regret crossing her face. "Had I known, I would have killed him just now. What a pity. He is finished now. I doubt we shall see him again. Please summon Fu Qiyuan from Group 6 and Chang Xuesong from Group 3 to Arena 2. Fu Qiyuan, still wearing an expression of calm, proceeded to the arena. Ling Feng inquired of the nearby member from Team West, "What do you think of Chang Xuesong?" He is one of the top contenders from Team 3. Before the flood, he seemed to work as a bodyguard. On the arena, the two stood facing each other. Chang Xuesong remarked, "Kid, I'm in a hurry to get some sleep. How about we settle this with a single move? Suit yourself." The referee, eager to conclude the match and go home, declared loudly, "Begin." Both competitors were exceptionally swift, and the referee charged forward. Clang! Fu Qiyuan unsheathed his soft sword, aiming for Chang Xuesong's neck. However, Chang Xuesong evidently possessed some skills as well. A military dagger appeared in his hand, seemingly out of nowhere, blocking Fu Qiyuan's sword. "You've lost," Fu Qiyuan stated coldly, quickly pivoting to launch another strike at Chang Xuesong's neck. Unfazed, Chang Xuesong continued to defend with his dagger. Suddenly, Fu Qiyuan shifted the point of his sword from the blade to the body, catching Chang Xuesong off guard. Though he sensed danger, it was too late to react. The military dagger clashed against the sword body, causing the soft sword's momentum to bend the tip and accurately slice through the carotid artery on Chang Xuesong's neck. Blood gushed forth, instantly staining his clothing red. In disbelief, Chang Xuesong stared at Fu Qiyuan before collapsing. Team West wins. Next, we invite Ling Feng from Team West and Lu Kuan from Team 3 to the first arena. Chapter 29. Victory, go for it, darling. Lu Su gesta and Godagin. Ling Feng chuckled, dismissing his opponent, a mere defeated foe, with indifference. On the arena, Lu Kuan, I previously warned you to steer clear of me upon our next encounter. Have you already forgotten? Lu Kuan remained silent, his face marred by prominent veins, occasionally twitching. Something feels amiss. This individual appears peculiar. Begin, the referee declared. With that, Lu Kuan swung a metal rod at Ling Feng. Quick as a flash, Ling Feng adeptly blocked the blow with the barrel of his gun. The force is unusual. How has he made such tremendous progress overnight? The two engaged in rapid exchanges, neither gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, in the audience, Li Bo settled beside Anna. "Captain Anna, what is your impression of my team member?" Anna furrowed her brow. Just yesterday, she had heard that Ling Feng had dispatched Lu Kuan in a single move. Yet today they seemed evenly matched. "He's merely a defeated opponent," Anna remarked coldly. "Is that so? I hope you remain so defiant later," Li Bo replied with a smirk. In truth, this level of challenge posed little pressure for Ling Feng. However, he was intrigued by Lu Kuan's overnight transformation, which led him to mostly evade serious engagement. Yet the exchanges were perilous, causing Lu Su to feel a surge of unease, prompting her to inquire of Fu Qiyuan beside her. "Qiyuan, I heard Ling Feng defeated Lu Kuan yesterday. Why does it seem like he's struggling today?" "He's holding back." "Holding back? Are you suggesting my husband is taking it easy?" "Why? I cannot say." Fu Qiyuan spoke truthfully. He discerned a significant difference in Lu Kuan's performance compared to the previous day. Nevertheless, This did not pose a true threat to Ling Feng, leaving him puzzled as to why he was not opting for a swift resolution. As the fierce exchanges continued, Lu Kuan maintained an expressionless demeanor, not even breathing heavily. Interesting, judging by his performance, he must be on some stimulant. Ling Feng pondered this when Lu Kuan's metal rod swung down upon him again, eliciting gasps from the surrounding spectators. In the audience, Li Bo gazed greedily at Anna. You collect so many women. It's rare to find one who can fight. Yet it seems she may falter here. The outcome remains uncertain, and Captain Li's predictions may be premature. Anna, should you lose in the qualifiers, I shall petition the higher-ups to make you my slave. Do you think they would acquiesce? With her eyes half closed, Anna replied, Then you shall only possess my corpse. Ah, sometimes death itself is a luxury. At this moment, Ling Feng had gathered sufficient insight. This was likely a substance designed to stimulate latent potential, albeit of a rather low potency, far inferior to those he had encountered in his past life before death. I'm done playing. Ling Feng deflected Lu Kuan's iron rod, positioning his right hand on the gun's tail. In an instant, the red tassel spear shot forth like a bullet toward Lu Kuan's throat. Lu Kuan's eyes lost their luster as he collapsed. Silence enveloped the surroundings, as everyone struggled to comprehend what had just transpired. How could such an evenly matched battle come to an abrupt end? Did I miss something? Or is there some hidden agenda at play? Victory for Team West. As the referee declared the result, the surroundings erupted in a wave of applause, akin to the tide crashing upon the shore. Captain Li, your team is rather lackluster, Anna remarked with a mocking smile. With a cold snort, Li Bo turned away. Before the cataclysm, he was merely an ordinary employee under Anna's command, having secured his position through connections. However, amidst the chaos of the apocalypse, he inexplicably maneuvered his way into the captaincy, placing the two on equal footing. Li Bo had long coveted Anna's beauty, and her previous demeanor of strict professionalism only deepened his resentment, prompting him to seize any opportunity to undermine Team West. My dear, you are truly remarkable. Liu Su et Ge Lim. Embracing Ling Feng. At her words, the onlookers cast ambiguous glances at the pair. In this world of strife and competition, such genuine affection was a rarity. Anna approached them, offering her praise. You three performed admirably. Thank you, Captain Anna, Ling Feng replied. Please, just call me by my name. Titles feel too formal, Anna continued. You all should return to rest now. I'll arrange for extra food to be sent your way later, double portions for today. Hooray! The crowd cheered, although food was guaranteed here. The portions were meager, insufficient to sustain them through their rigorous training. It merely kept them alive. Once the crowd dispersed, Ling Feng quietly inquired Anna, who is responsible for the food distribution. Anna, puzzled, responded, the supply distribution team. Why do you ask? This morning, our food was poisoned, and Lu Kuan was also under the influence of drugs. Anna's expression tightened. How do you know this? Fu Qiyuan can detect when food is tainted, and I just tested Lu Kuan's condition. As he spoke, Fu Qiyuan handed Anna the bread he had previously examined. All right, I will look into this, Anna said, clutching the bread as she hurried away. She could not make a judgment based solely on one person's word. An investigation was necessary. Ling Feng nodded at her retreating figure, appreciating her swift and decisive manner. Lu Su cast a sideways glance at him. Is it mainly her tall, curvaceous figure that impresses you? What are you thinking? Silly girl? Let's go and rest. Fu Qiyuan, unaware of their cryptic banter, left first. Upon returning to their quarters, Lu Su completed several sets of training before heading off for a shower. Just then, Wu Mei initiated a video call from the base. Xiaofeng, are you having fun? Where's Lu Su? She's in the shower. It's quite ordinary here. Nothing much to entertain. I'd rather hear you sing. By the way, how are things at the base? Wu Mei blinked a few times, tidying her hair as she adjusted the camera angle. This is a Supreme Chi Pao? Ling Feng recognized the black garment adorned with golden embroidery, though he had yet to see its full splendor. Yesterday, a group of individuals arrived at the foot of the base and departed shortly after lingering near the cave previously occupied by Yijin Xuan. Well, as long as everything is fine. Xiaofeng, when will you return? I miss you all so much. Perhaps in a few days. This time, we might have new companions. Oh, newcomers, you say? Are they male or female? Male. Oh, that sounds delightful. More people means liveliness. Although Wu Mei spoke casually, her tone appeared somewhat peculiar. All right, if there's nothing else, you should rest early, Ling Feng said, preparing to end the call. A startled exclamation from Wu Mei pierced through the phone, as if the camera had tumbled from somewhere. With a fleeting image, Ling Feng caught a glimpse of the exquisite chi pao, nearly causing a nosebleed. How could this even be called a chi pao? Or rather, could it be considered a legitimate one? What on earth is this absurd system providing? It's utterly perilous. No wonder she refused to wear it when it was gifted to her. I apologize, Xiao Feng. My phone accidentally slipped from my hand, Wu Mei said, her face flushed with embarrassment. It's all right. That's enough for now. I must prepare to rest as well, Ling Feng replied before disconnecting the call. Wu Mei, holding the phone, observed Ling Feng's earlier awkwardness and suddenly burst into laughter, then drifted off to sleep in her attire. Chapter 30. If you cannot afford to play, do not engage at this moment. Lu Su emerged from the restroom, towel in hand, drying her hair. Is that Mei Ji on the phone? How did you know? Ling Feng responded, a hint of guilt evident in his demeanor. Lu Su approached him and gently touched his forehead. Who else could it be, if not her? Well, that's true. In this apocalyptic era, who else would be calling if not Wu Mei? But wait, I haven't done anything wrong, so why should I feel guilty? Lu Su, shall we indulge in a drink tonight? Ling Feng retrieved a bottle of fine liquor from his space, accompanied by 2 plates of steak and a large platter of fresh sashimi. Let's drink. This time I shall prevail, Lu Su declared, determination in her eyes. She recalled the last time Wu Mei performed, leaving her inebriated and humiliated. She had questioned Ling Feng multiple times if he had spiked her drink. Ling Feng found her occasional antics rather amusing. Thus, they spent the night drinking. Although he initially considered inviting Fu Qiyuan over, he decided against it, as the timing seemed inappropriate. The following morning, an eagle tapped on the window. Ling Feng awoke and let it in. Any news? I saw a man missing his right leg being carried by several individuals in white clothing. Missing a leg? Could be one you? It seems my suspicions were correct. Those who were injured or deceased were taken upstairs, explaining their frantic recruitment efforts. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Upon opening it, he found Anna standing there. Good morning, Anna. Good morning, she replied, her nose wrinkling slightly. Did you drink last night? Haha, just picked it up on the way here. Couldn't resist having a bit. Ling Feng chuckled lightly. This revelation sparked envy in Anna. She had once enjoyed an occasional drink, but since the flood, she had been stranded at the company. And with the scarcity of supplies, alcohol had become a distant dream, especially since it was non-existent here. Noticing her silence, Ling Feng inquired, is there something on your mind? Anna snapped back to reality. Oh, the food incident has been investigated. It was an employee who poisoned the food, but there's no evidence linking Li Bo to it. The employee insists it was solely his doing, and the higher-ups have already dealt with him. As for Lu Kuan, by the time I arrived, his body had been disposed of, leaving no witnesses. Ling Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Does that employee have any relatives in Century Building? I'm not sure. Are you suspecting someone might be using his relatives as leverage? That possibility cannot be dismissed, he mused, though he refrained from mentioning that it was likely the higher-ups were keen on protecting Li Bo. Otherwise, why would they be so swift in dealing with the matter? Come in and sit for a while, Ling Feng gestured aside. All right. At that moment, Lu Su was still in the restroom, and upon seeing the disarray in the room, Anna quickly deduced the intensity of the previous night's events. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. She had devoted herself entirely to her career, never even dating, and wondered what such experiences felt like. Is there a competition today? Ling Feng asked. No, you can take a break, Anna replied. Shall we drink a bit? As Anna entered, she noticed an unopened bottle of red wine. The craving within her had already stirred. Seeing Ling Feng had poured some into a goblet, she no longer hesitated. Thank you, Anna said gracefully, taking a sip and closing her eyes to savor the flavor. What a true connoisseur she was. Her expression seemed to revel in the experience even more than her actual consumption. Ling Feng mused, pretending to rummage through his bag. He retrieved a lady cigar and a box of Spanish ham, feeling certain that Anna would appreciate these delicacies. Shall we indulge in some accompaniments? Anna's eyes widened in surprise. You have these too? I noticed them floating alongside the red wine when I arrived. You speak so lightly of it. But do you realize that a single pack of instant noodles could cost a life? Ling Feng chuckled, fully aware of the gravity of such matters. However, he had an abundance of supplies in his space, all procured from the supermarket, so he remained unconcerned. Anna skillfully lit the cigar and delicately placed a thin slice of ham in her mouth, savoring it as if it were a precious treasure. After another half glass of wine, her cheeks began to flush from the effects of the alcohol. Seizing the moment, Ling Feng inquired, Anna, what do you usually eat around here? Anna's mouth slightly parted, allowing the cigar smoke to escape. Bread, some meats, though I find those unappetizing and haven't tried them. Meats? Could they be the kinds that are best avoided? Ling Feng clinked glasses with her again, encouraging her to drink more. It seemed that the supplies stored before the flood in the Sentry building were substantial enough to sustain so many for this long. No, these are freshly made. I believe there's something being raised upstairs, though I'm not quite sure. Raising something? How intriguing. This building was indeed extraordinary. Come now, Ling Feng. Let us not dwell on trivial matters. Let us drink. There is wine today, and we shall indulge. Anna's face grew even redder, her speech becoming somewhat slurred. Ling Feng found it amusing. How had she become this inebriated after so little? It appeared that this wine enthusiast was merely greedy for drink with limited capacity. At that moment, Lu Su finally emerged, casting a mischievous glance at Ling Feng. What are your intentions, making her drink like this so early in the morning? Only then did Anna remember there was another woman in the room. Lu Su, I merely succumbed to the temptation of wine. Please don't take offense. Currently, she needed the three of them to win the qualifying match. Otherwise, she would either face death or become Li Bo's slave, so it was vital not to offend them. Lu Su flashed her characteristic crescent smile. I'm just joking. There is no need for you to be so tense, Sister Anna. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Anna said, finishing her glass and preparing to depart. All right, take care. Here, take this to eat. Ling Feng insisted, handing her the remaining ham. Anna hesitated for a moment, but ultimately could not resist the allure of real meat and accepted it. Honey, what were you discussing with her just now? Ling Feng pinched Lu Su's delicate chin. I was merely inquiring about the situation in this place. Why are you so curious? I'm not. I am merely expressing concern. In the following period, the trio partook in numerous competitions, and due to the elimination mechanism, the strength of the competitors intensified as the rounds progressed. Consequently, the three of them exhibited no mercy in their pursuits, for those who reached this stage were almost invariably ruthless individuals, leaving no room for leniency. However, under Anna's directive, the members of the Western group acted astutely. Upon encountering any one of the trio, they would immediately surrender without a hint of hesitation. Gradually, the moniker Death Triangle began to circulate throughout the arena. On the 35th floor of the Sentry building, in a dimly lit office, 11 individuals encircled a vast round table. Li Bo, seething with anger, proclaimed, General Yi, the indiscriminate killings by Anna and her Western group make it impossible for us to continue. The captain of Group 5, Ji Hui, added, Indeed, we finally had 2 skilled players, only to have them eliminated simultaneously yesterday. At this rate, we might as well let the Western group have their way. The other group leaders chimed in, voicing their grievances. Seated at the head of the table was a middle-aged man known as General Yi, who remained silent. Casting his gaze towards Anna, clad in a tailored skirt suit, Anna perched her legs elegantly, producing a half-finished cigar gifted by Ling Feng, which she had yet to complete. She reignited the cigar, inhaling deeply and allowing the smoke to swirl in her mouth before languidly stating, If you cannot bear the game, then do not play. Chapter 31. The monsterly Bo slammed the table and pointed at Anna, exclaiming, What do you mean? The company has regulations. Life and death in the arena depend on one's own abilities. My team members eliminated yours through their skills. What's the problem? President Yi is still overseeing this, so I dare not question the company's rules. However, if the strengths are equal and the struggle for survival is justifiable, that's one thing. But how many can withstand even 2 moves against the 3 of them? With such overwhelming strength, how can you justify killing someone. Captain Lee, your words are futile. I merely want to ask if they violated any regulations, or do you have objections to the company's rules? Upon hearing the insinuation, Li Bo quickly became agitated. Anna, don't speak nonsense. When have I ever had objections to the company's regulations? Having no objections is best. Oh, and since we are all here now, I would like to report a violation of the rules to President Yi. Anna said disdainfully, casting a scornful glance at Li Bo suddenly. Li Bo's eyelid twitched. Damn it, is this cunning woman targeting me again? President Ye's voice was deep and commanding. Speak. Recently, Lu Kuan from Team 3 and Ling Feng from my team faced off, and it was discovered that Lu Kuan had consumed performance-enhancing drugs. However, after the match, Lu Kuan was swiftly cremated. I managed to retrieve some of his remains, and tests revealed the presence of remnants of the enhancers. I suspect Li Bo was behind this, urging his team to ingest them. I request President Yi's judgment on this matter. President Yi furrowed his brow and remained silent. Li Bo's gaze flickered, and a barely perceptible smile crept onto his lips as he lowered his head and said, I apologize, President Yi. My eagerness led to oversight. I assure you it won't happen again. Anna was taken aback. President Yi nodded and replied, this is the last time. Meeting adjourned. What on earth just happened? Anna couldn't comprehend the situation. She saw Li Bo approach her, his demeanor ominous. Foolish woman, you will eventually become my possession. Anna felt a sense of disorientation, perplexed about where things had gone awry. President Yi had repeatedly warned the necessity of adhering to the rules, and she had presented evidence. Why did a mere this is the last time suffice to let it slide? Moreover, the look in President Ye's eyes seemed to harbor some dissatisfaction toward her. With a heart full of confusion, Anna found herself standing before Ling Feng's door, not even realizing why she had come here. It was as if her subconscious believed only Ling Feng could provide the answer she sought. Inside the room, Ling Feng was feeding the eagle and the black dog when he suddenly heard a knock at the door. Lu Su immediately remarked, it must be Sister Anna again. How can you be so sure? We've been here quite a while, and no one else has knocked. Ling Feng contemplated this and realized it might be true. Was his social standing truly that poor? It shouldn't be. The members of Team West had always been amicable towards him. It was rather strange. Upon opening the door, he indeed found Anna standing there. Is there something you need? Ling Feng noticed her expression was somewhat off. Ling Feng, Lu Su, I have some matters I wish to discuss with you. Is it convenient for me to come in? Of course, come in and have a seat. Once seated, Ling Feng skillfully offered her a cigar, this time a larger gentleman's cigar. Anna gazed at the modest-sized box, surprised at how much it contained. Found it. Smoke it, he urged. Oh, she had grown too weary to inquire, for questioning would merely yield trivialities. She was oblivious to the origins of those who so effortlessly gathered such bounty. Had she known, she would have ventured outside herself, for it was far preferable to tread upon solid ground than to navigate this precarious existence where one misstep could render her a mere plaything of another. Is there something amiss? Ling Feng inquired. Anna recounted the events concerning the conference room. Initially, Ling Feng was merely a subordinate, yet inexplicably, she felt an unshakable trust in this man before her. After a moment's contemplation, Ling Feng queried, are you aware of what lies in the upper echelons of this building? Anna, puzzled by the inquiry, replied honestly no. You're prohibited from accessing the upper levels, correct? I mean, those above the 10th floor. Yes. The remains of Lu Kuan were procured by your associates from the upper levels, were they not? Yes, Anna replied, intrigued by his knowledge. Could he have merely inferred it from the discussions in the conference room? Such prowess was indeed formidable. Ling Feng continued with a series of probing questions, and upon receiving his answers, he rose and gazed out the window. Anna, you fail to grasp the intricacies of the games men play. Why do you say that? As the captain, your ignorance of the upper levels suggests that your superiors wish to keep matters concealed. Yet, you managed to elicit Lu Kuan's remains for examination through personal connections, which would certainly alarm your higher-ups, indicating that what they wish to keep secret entails significant risk and the potential for exposure at any moment. If my assumptions hold true, Li Bo's actions are indeed sanctioned by your superiors. Anna stood up bewildered. Why? Because he comprehends the upper echelon's intentions more astutely than you do. In times of peace, you would naturally garner more recognition, but the circumstances are different now. To exaggerate, your superiors currently wield power akin to that of emperors. Had you existed in ancient times, your rigid demeanor would have likely resulted in a swift demise. Dumbfounded, Anna sank back in her seat, never anticipating the complexity of the situation. Her diligent efforts had solely aimed at survival. Yet now it seemed, as he suggested, that she might not endure beyond 2 episodes. No, I must devise a plan. Thank you, Ling Feng. I must take my leave. Very well. Take care, Ling Feng said, courteously opening the door for Anna to exit. Darling, were your earlier statements truthful? Lu Su inquired after Anna had departed. Indeed, they are likely accurate. Judging by her references to her superior's attitudes toward Li Bo, it is evident that they are entangled in deeper machinations. Moreover, the enhancement agents are not easily acquired. It is possible that this place has been engaged in illicit activities long before the deluge. Lu Su embraced him in silence, yearning to return home, to the sanctuary of their base, locking away the heavy doors, wishing to disengage from the darkness of the outside world. That night, as they lay entwined in slumber, a cacophony of shouts erupted from outside. Quickly, Ling Feng and Lu Su donned their garments and armed themselves before venturing out. Upon opening the door, they encountered Fu Qiyuan, who was also emerging. What has transpired? I do not know. The trio advanced towards the source of the sound, only to be met by 2 female members of the Western group, who approached in a state of utter panic. Upon recognizing Ling Feng, one of them exclaimed, "A monster! There's a monster over there, and many have been devoured. We must flee." Without awaiting a response, she turned and dashed away. Soon after, several more members came running in their direction, similarly shouting about the monster and urging others to escape. The 3 exchanged glances, tightened their grips on their weapons, and slowed their pace as they continued onward. Upon reaching the corner, they could faintly hear what resembled the growls of a beast emanating from the far end of the corridor, accompanied by a nauseating, metallic scent of blood that lingered in the air. Cautiously, they peered around the corner. To their horror, they beheld 2 decaying creatures, resembling grotesque pigs, with their heads buried in the abdomen of a corpse, ravenously consuming the entrails within. We must move swiftly, Ling Feng thought to himself. Chapter 32. Escape. The trio immediately fled towards the opposite end of the corridor. At that moment, many individuals who had been in the room emerged, urgently inquiring, "What has happened? There are 2 mutated beasts devouring people over there. We must hurry." The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, and they swiftly retrieved their weapons in preparation for escape. Fu Qiyuan had initially intended to follow the group, but was halted by Ling Feng. "We must leave this place tonight. If you wish to join us, return now and gather your belongings." Where to? Through their time together, Fu Qiyuan had formed a bond with the 2, and if there were a safe haven, he would gladly depart from this realm of slaughter. "We have a base where food is abundant enough to last a lifetime. Will you come with me?" Fu Qiyuan gazed at Ling Feng, and, after 3 seconds, he nodded emphatically. "All right." He then swiftly turned back to the room to collect his belongings, while Ling Feng and Lu Su returned to hastily store their items in their space. "Darling, are we going home?" "Yes, and we shall bring Fu Qiyuan with us. He is a commendable individual and will be a valuable ally." "Understood." Lu Su had always heeded Ling Feng's decisions on significant matters. Upon exiting the room, they found Fu Qiyuan ready, his possessions minimal, contained within a small backpack. Outside, chaos had completely erupted, and from the direction of the screams, it was evident that there were far more than just 2 mutated beasts. "Come, follow me upstairs," Ling Feng called out, having awaited this opportunity for a long time. He was certain that the upper floors held what they sought. However, Lu Su and Fu Qiyuan were unaware of this, trusting him implicitly as they ran. Soon, they arrived at the stairwell leading to the 26th floor, where 2 individuals armed with electric batons had previously stood guard, but were now nowhere to be seen. Ling Feng retrieved a Glock pistol from his space. "Lu Su, take this." Among the trio, Lu Su possessed the weakest abilities, making the handgun the most suitable choice for her. "You have a gun?" Fu Qiyuan asked, astonished. "I possess many things. You will discover them in due time." As they traversed the 26th and 27th floors, Darkness enveloped them. Office desks and computers littered the area, remnants of a former workplace. Upon reaching the 30th floor, both Ling Feng and Fu Qiyuan exclaimed simultaneously, "There are people." The trio swiftly concealed themselves behind a desk as an orderly procession of footsteps approached. They observed a group clad in black, wielding various weapons, making their way downstairs. Noticing their methodical strides, Ling Feng felt a twinge of curiosity. Could these individuals be the elite cultivated within the Century building? Suddenly, he took note of their features. All bore expressions akin to that of Lu Kuan, emotionless, with bulging veins. It became apparent that they were all under the influence of drugs, suggesting that the victors of the earlier competition had ultimately succumbed to the control of substances. Once they descended, Ling Feng and the others continued their ascent. At this moment, Lu Su could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Darling, what exactly are you searching for?" "I am uncertain. If what lies above does not align with my expectations, shall we make our swift exit? The situation below has already descended into chaos. How shall we proceed?" "Fear not, for I possess my own methods." The trio ascended to the 35th floor when suddenly a familiar voice called out to them. "What brings you here? Anna, do you reside here?" "Indeed, the 30th floor is the captain's residence. I received word that monsters have appeared downstairs. How did you manage to come up?" Ling Feng scrutinized her from head to toe. "Anna, cease your pretense. Those monsters were unleashed by you, were they not?" A flicker of panic crossed Anna's mind, her gaze evasive. "I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. Return to your quarters at once. This area is off-limits to team members." Noticing time was slipping away, Ling Feng had little patience for her evasions. "You intend to flee this place because of what you overheard me say today, correct?" Standing at the threshold of her room, Anna remained silent. "However, given the numerous security personnel in the building, your escape is implausible without creating a diversion, is it not?" With a decisive shove, Ling Feng pushed her aside, revealing a parcel lying just outside her door, irrefutable evidence. Tears welled in Anna's eyes. She had wrestled with her conscience for far too long to arrive at such a bold decision. Just as she was about to leave, she found herself in this perilous triangle of fate. "Ling Feng, I implore you, allow me to depart. I do not wish to perish here. I present you with two choices. First, I will pretend I have not seen you, and you may attempt to leave, but the chances of evading the building's security are slim. Second, lead me to the lair of those beasts. After I have surveyed the situation, I shall devise a means for you to escape the building. While I cannot guarantee success, it is certainly a more favorable option than going alone." Anna, her eyes brimming with tears, found herself at a loss for what to do. Ling Feng, growing impatient, had hoped to save time with her guidance. The time wasted in her weeping could have been spent searching. "Best of luck." The trio prepared to depart. "Wait, I shall go with you." Anna finally made her decision. "Had you done so earlier, we would have avoided this delay," Ling Feng remarked. Anna felt a sense of injustice. Though she was 30, she was still an unmarried woman. Was it so wrong to shed a tear in such circumstances? As they hurried along, Ling Feng suddenly inquired, "Anna, are there still security personnel above?" Anna, slightly breathless, replied they should all have descended, though there may be research staff remaining. "By the way, where's Li Bo's room?" Puzzled by this sudden question, Anna glanced at Shizhou. "The second room on the left up ahead is where he is. We must move quickly, or he will discover us. What is there to fear? Qiyuan, when I kick the door, you take him out. Remember, do not let him make a sound." "Understood," Fu Qiyuan responded simply. Arriving at the second door on the left, Ling Feng gestured a silent inquiry to Anna, who nodded in affirmation. With a resounding crash, they burst in. The door was forcefully kicked open, and Fu Qiyuan swiftly entered, drawing his soft sword from his waist like a glimmering silver serpent. With a swift motion, he severed the throat of Li Bo, who wished to scream, but his throat was already filled with blood, leaving him to gaze helplessly as life ebbed away. However, to their astonishment, there were two women on the bed, paralyzed with fear, clutching each other in silence. Ling Feng signaled for them to be quiet, having no intention of ending their lives. Just as he was about to depart, he discovered a young woman locked in the bathroom with a chain, her body marred by wounds, barely clinging to life. With a sigh, Ling Feng gestured to Fu Qiyuan, who understood immediately and, with a single stroke, alleviated her suffering. They pressed on, with Anna leading the way. They saved considerable time and soon arrived at the 15th floor. This place resembled a laboratory, filled with immense jars containing liquids of various hues, each housing specimens of different creatures, even human remains. Lu Su approached the jars and noticed that some of the animals, despite being enclosed, were still breathing. How repulsive! What on earth are they doing here? Anna, I fear that the artificial meat you mentioned is cultivated right here. Isn't it? Anna nodded, revealing that her aversion to the artificial meat provided by the building stemmed from this very knowledge. Disgusted, she inquired, where did you release those animals? Ahead lay several isolation chambers, housing numerous live monstrosities. Did you know all along that monsters were being bred here? Anna shook her head, explaining that she had only heard whispers about it, as she knew some of the researchers, but today was her first visit. Chapter 33. Escape 2. Ling Feng and his companions arrived at the isolation room mentioned by Anna, finding the door ajar. Inside, only a few cubs were present, devoid of any adult monsters. What lies in the adjacent room? Ling Feng noticed another locked chamber nearby. Perhaps it houses other creatures. When shall we depart? My phone has just received a message indicating that the situation downstairs is under control, she expressed with concern. Ling Feng paid her no heed, grasped his red spear, and exchanged a glance with Fu Qiyuan before forcefully kicking the door open. A half-grown tiger lay within, its yellow and black stripes reminiscent of an animal affected by some sort of drug, resting quietly. This appears rather normal, Ling Feng mused. Anna, lead us upstairs. Oh, I haven't been up there since the flood, but it used to serve as a shareholder meeting venue, so I can recall the general layout. The group hastily followed, leaving Ling Feng behind momentarily. At that moment, he discreetly focused on the tiger, silently commanding, "Subdue." A flash of white light enveloped the creature, and it vanished from sight. Where has it gone? Ling Feng quickly accessed the system panel and observed a battery symbol at the bottom right of the tiger's icon, identical to that of Yi Chenyo's, albeit much closer to a full charge. He tapped the icon, revealing a prompt, target affected by drugs, currently recovering. It seems the system automatically absorbs animals in abnormal states, allowing them to recover gradually. Dear, what are you doing? Hurry up, Lu Su called out, having noticed him standing in a daze. Coming. Ling Feng hastened to catch up. As they ascended further, the technological ambience intensified, with walls enveloped in gleaming silver metal. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed through the corridor. Ling Feng commanded, "Prepare for battle." From the moment they reached the 18th floor, he had sensed that detection was inevitable, given a multitude of surveillance cameras present. Yet he still clung to a sliver of hope that the situation downstairs would buy them some time. Indeed, as he suspected, had it not been for the events below, they would likely have been discovered on the 16th floor. Hey Z, there's no need to hide, come out and work. Yes, master. A sleek black snake slithered out from Lu Su's sleeve, nearly causing Anna to faint from shock. Fu Qiyuan instinctively reached for his waist, poised to eliminate the creature, only to be halted by Ling Feng. Brother, that's my pet. Don't act rashly. The footsteps approached rapidly. The individuals affected by the drug had become veritable killing machines, incapable of uttering a word. Attack, Ling Feng commanded. Lu Su and Fu Qiyuan lunged forward. But He Zi was the swiftest, dispatching 5 assailants in mere moments, so elusive that one might not even catch a glimpse of its shadow. After taking down 2 foes, Ling Feng and Fu Qiyuan stood back to back. Fu Qiyuan remarked coldly, "Your snake is quite formidable." Hee. The murderous He Zi is not without its reputation. Suddenly, a figure clad in black lunged at Anna with a knife. Anna screamed, unable to bear the sight, when, clang, the knife was deflected by Ling Feng, who then swiftly pierced the assailant's heart with a gunshot. Thank you, Ling Feng. Observing that the crowd seemed to multiply, it became evident that more adversaries from below were converging. We must make haste to escape. Everyone fight while ascending. I and Qi Yuan will hold the rear. Lu Su, wielding her knife, struck at an assailant's face. This was her preferred method of combat. No, husband, I will stay with you. Lu Su, Take Anna and Hey Z to the top floor. The eagle is up there. Qi Yuan and I will manage the rear. Lu Su gritted her teeth, realizing that Qi Yuan was more capable than she, and it was prudent for him and Ling Feng to guard the rear. All right, Hey Z, Anna, let us proceed. In contrast to the 18th floor, the 19th and 50th floors were virtually uninhabited, with research personnel residing only below the 18th floor. The duo engaged in a fierce battle at the stairwell. Qi Yuan, do you trust me? Speak. Qi Yuan, aware that the other was likely concocting some scheme, inquired. I will ascend for a minute. Can you hold this position? Go ahead. Qi Yuan replied without a hint of hesitation. Good brother. Ling Feng exclaimed, then ascended the stairs, eager to uncover the secrets hidden within this place. Upon reaching the 19th floor, he found it filled with an array of machines, dominated by a massive circular incinerator. Indeed, it was as he suspected. This was the building's crematorium, functioning also as a power generator. All those who perished or were gravely injured during the competition would be brought here for incineration. The deceased were one matter, but those merely wounded would be burned alive, a cruelty beyond imagination. Damn this apocalyptic world. Ling Feng surveyed the machinery around him. These were his true objectives. Ever since he learned that this location could supply bread, synthetic meat, and pharmaceuticals, he had surmised that the building housed a highly advanced research facility. Coupled with the eagle's reconnaissance, which indicated the presence of many researchers above, Ling Feng was increasingly convinced that this place harbored valuable resources. With less than a month remaining until the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, the base's AI had been rendered largely ineffective due to a lack of precision instruments. Thus, Ling Feng had long set his sights on the treasures here. The reason he had Qi Yuan hold the position for a minute was a final test of loyalty. Had Qi Yuan hesitated even slightly, Ling Feng would have directed him to a safer location, a task made easy by the AI's data-gathering capabilities. However, Qi Yuan's unwavering response pleased Ling Feng immensely. Ling Feng glanced around and, indeed, found the main control room of the entire building right there. He approached, severed the lines, and subsequently stored all the machines except for the incinerator in his spatial inventory. The incinerator, being embedded within the walls, could not be removed, and he harbored a distaste for this furnace that had consumed countless lives. Completed, Ling Feng clapped his hands, then hurried to the stairwell to reunite with Qi Yuan. We are 3 seconds ahead, Qi Yuan remarked, fatigue faintly evident in his tone. Let's proceed. Ling Feng pulled him in front of himself, opting to cover their retreat. As they fought and withdrew, they finally reached the open-air 51st floor, swiftly securing the iron door behind them. This area, originally designed as a helicopter landing pad, was quite spacious. Ling Feng produced 2 specially designed parachutes from his spatial storage, heedless of their bewildered expressions, and declared, I'll take Lu Su and Qi Yuan. You take Anna. In an instant, Anna was terrified, for she had never used a parachute before. Ling Feng, with the reins so heavy. Can we really use this? Fear not, they are specially crafted, Ling Feng assured, already fastening his parachute alongside Fu Qiyuan. Lu Su, clever as she was, leaned closer to allow Ling Feng to secure her to him. This. Anna's legs felt weak. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as the assailants outside relentlessly battered the door, which was already beginning to warp. It was fortunate that this skyscraper had been constructed with quality materials, or it would have been breached long ago. Ah, Anna, come here. Ling Feng nearly forgot a crucial matter. What is it? Ling Feng lifted her eyelid to inspect. No infection. You're safe. Hurry over to Qi Yuan's side. Otherwise, if you stay here, we'll be leaving without you. No. Anna protested as she was reluctantly secured to Fu Qiyuan. Both groups were now prepared, standing on the stone railing. With a resounding crash, the door could no longer withstand the assault and finally burst open, and a tide of black-clad assailants surged forward upon seeing their escape. Eagle, lead the way. Jump. The 2 teams leapt from the 51st floor, plummeting downwards. Chapter 34. Adding a layer. Yushu, gripped by fear, found herself face to face with Ling Feng. However, Anna, feeling bashful, fainted upon the leap, only to be awakened by the deluge of rainwater. Upon regaining consciousness, and realizing she was plummeting, she fainted yet again, repeating this cycle several times until the parachute finally deployed, slowing their descent. Following the lead of the eagle ahead, Ling Feng and Fu Qiyuan floated gently downwards. Plop! Everyone plunged into the water. Ling Feng promptly retrieved a speedboat from his dimensional space, leaving Fu Qiyuan and Anna astonished. Was this sorcery? Qiyuan, hurry up. What are you dawdling for? They will be after us soon. Ling Feng extended his hand towards Fu Qiyuan, still submerged. Once everyone was aboard, Ling Feng produced several specially designed raincoats. Put these on. How did you manage this? Anna inquired, puzzled. Fu Qiyuan regarded him with curiosity as well. I inadvertently acquired a unique ability during the apocalypse, akin to a superpower. I can store items in a dimensional space and retrieve them when needed, Ling Feng succinctly explained. Upon hearing this, Fu Qiyuan quickly donned the raincoat. Having traveled extensively with his master, he had encountered such extraordinary abilities before, though none as remarkable as Ling Feng's. Nevertheless, he trusted Ling Feng would not lead him astray. Anna, however, remained skeptical, yet with no alternative, she reluctantly donned the raincoat, hoping Ling Feng would take her to a safe location. Her aim was to locate the official rescue team, as she believed that was the only way to achieve a sense of security. Unbeknownst to her, the official team had long ceased to exist, a reality Ling Feng had only come to understand after the zombie outbreak in his previous life. The speedboat sped toward the Hongcheng base with the eagle, enhanced by the system, standing resolutely at the bow, undaunted by the storm. It will take at least a day to reach my base. You should eat something, Ling Feng suggested, producing some compressed biscuits from his space. Anna frowned. Ling Feng, could you help me reach a safe place? I've heard there's a safe zone in Yecheng. Let us go there together. Ling Feng's expression darkened. This woman was truly oblivious to danger. Yecheng was at least a 3-day journey away, with significant elevation changes that could lead to treacherous rapids. Not to mention, they might encounter all manner of desperate refugees along the way. If you wish to go, I can provide you with a boat. We will not be marching to our doom. What do you mean? You promised to take me with you. Anna retorted, displeased. Miss Anna, I said I would take you out of the building. I never agreed to escort you anywhere else, Ling Feng replied. You? Anna was momentarily at a loss for words. This man had clearly grown accustomed to his position of power. No wonder he couldn't outmaneuver Li Bo. This was unacceptable. Preparations must be made to prevent her from acting foolishly. The most perilous individuals in an apocalypse were those who were reckless. Ling Feng then tossed a silver bracelet from his space, a purchase from the Wilderness Survival Club. Wear this or leave on your own. The choice is yours. Why should I? I refuse to wear it. Anna turned her face away defiantly. Qiyuan, throw her overboard, Ling Feng commanded loudly. Fu Qiyuan swiftly seized her, preparing to throw her into the water. No, 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 I will wear it, Anna cried out. Although she had engaged in many subtle power struggles with various captains in the building, none had dared to threaten her so brazenly. Doubts began to creep in. She wondered if she had fallen victim to Ling Feng's scheme from the very beginning. At that moment, Lu Su remarked, Anna, it is a blessing from your past life to be with us. Anna dismissed this notion. Her life and death were now in someone else's hands. What blessing could there be? Ling Feng entrusted the operation of the speedboat to Lu Su, as both he and Fu Qiyuan had exhausted their stamina after the fierce battle and required a moment of respite. Noticing that Anna had calmed down, Ling Feng directed his thoughts into the space within, curious about the rewards for taming the tiger. Mechanical arm manufacturing, platform 1, base expansion, level 1, lottery tickets 20. No high-tech innovations for construction. The base is situated halfway up the mountain, and there are still many areas above and below. The basement had previously been expanded by a level. He wondered where this new addition would be placed. Ling Feng initially intended to initiate the expansion immediately, but suddenly remembered that Mei Jia was still at the base and decided against startling her. Thus, he sent her a message to inform her. Mei Jia, are you there? I'm here. JPG, I am about to utilize my special abilities to expand the base by 1 level. Please retreat to your room. Okay. Although Wu Mei was aware of his extraordinary abilities, she was astonished that he could expand the base so dramatically. She quickly informed the animals within the base and then hurried to her room. "I'm ready. You may proceed." Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback. Why did Mei Jie often utter such peculiar phrases? "Mei Jie, I'm coming." He clicked to use the expansion. Suddenly, the base trembled. The original first and second floors began to rise, and a new first floor gradually took shape, with walls, ceilings, and floors constructed entirely of steel, resembling a formidable iron box. Wu Mei felt the tremors cease and descended the stairs to investigate, only to find everything unchanged. The wine-red lazy sofa, the exquisite TV cabinet, the dining table, and the wine cabinet remained as they were. Panda Bao was still sprawled atop Xiao Bai, peacefully asleep. Where did the front door go? Wu Mei noticed that the space that should have been the entrance had transformed into a wall. Descending further, she discovered an additional protective door at the stairway's entrance. Upon opening it, she found that what should have been the basement floor had become the first floor, constructed entirely of steel, albeit currently empty. Wu Mei took out her phone and began recording a short video from the new second floor, sending it to Ling Feng. "Xiao Feng, you are amazing. Haha, looking good. We are already on our way home. At this pace, we should arrive by noon tomorrow." "Great. I'll prepare some food to await your arrival. You're bringing back one person, right?" "Two. And there's a woman as well, but you need not prepare anything for her. Let her be a temporary captive and just have some bread." "Understood." After a brief rest, Ling Feng intended to take over the boat from Lu Su, but Fu Qiyuan intervened. "Qiyuan, I didn't realize you were so versatile, skydiving and boating. What did you do before?" "A killer." As expected, Ling Feng had already anticipated this, though he did not expect that a killer would need to learn so many things. Suddenly, an eagle in the sky let out a few cries and transmitted a message. "Master, there's a boat following from behind." Ling Feng stood up and noticed several flickering lights in the distance, likely the enemy wielding flashlights or similar illumination devices. "Qi Yuan, reduce speed. We are being followed, which may expose our base." At that moment, Anna remarked, "Could it be a rescue team?" Ling Feng doubted whether this woman had been rendered foolish by her parachute descent. He was too disinterested to engage in further conversation with her and took out his phone to ask Xiao to check for any signal points on the enemy's boat. Returning to Master, there are 2 signal points 300 meters behind. It is unclear how many people are there. "Xiao, hey, please assist me in planning a route to shake them off." "Understood." Soon, Xiao transmitted the navigation map, and Ling Feng retrieved the handgun from Lu Su and handed it to Fu Qiyuan. "Qiyuan, if you see anyone approaching, take them out. I will handle the boat." "Understood." With Xiao's navigation ahead, the Eagle and Fu Qiyuan monitoring from the rear, Ling Feng pushed the throttle to full speed and set off. Chapter 35, Outdated Equipment. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 gunshots, the vessel that had been drawing near abruptly altered its course. In such a darkened environment, once they strayed from their target, the chance of recapturing it would vanish entirely. "All settled. We have successfully evaded them." Ling Feng gazed at the signal point transmitted by Xiao. The following noon, Ling Feng and his companions arrived punctually. Wu Mei had long been awaiting their return, and, upon spotting Ling Feng and Lu Su, hastened towards them. "You're back." However, as they stepped into the base, Lu Su was instantly taken aback. "What happened here? Has the base been ransacked? Where has everything gone?" Ling Feng chuckled. "This is merely an additional layer. Our belongings were originally on the 2nd floor, and the sleeping quarters are on the 3rd floor." Wu Mei also laughed. "I was startled myself upon seeing it for the first time. Let's all wash up and prepare for a meal. Liu Su, you should accompany Mei Jie upstairs for now. Qi Yuan, you take Anna and follow me." At this moment, Anna was still adorned with a silver bracelet, her form drenched. Ling Feng led Qi Yuan and Anna to the basement level, intending to temporarily place Anna in the small room where Yi Chun Yao had once been confined. This foolish girl remained untrustworthy. She needed observation for a while. "You will stay here for the time being. Here's some clothes and food. Do not even think about escaping, for ferocious beasts are watching outside." No, I want to run away. Please don't kill me," she pleaded, now within their territory, fully aware that they could do as they pleased with her. Thus, she could only comply. After unlocking her handcuffs, Ling Feng casually tossed some clothing and provisions into the space before departing. He then instructed the ferocious beast, Xiao Bai, to keep watch. Xiao Bai responded with a disgruntled expression. I still need to take care of a bow. Recently, I checked the provisions and discovered that. All right, I will keep an eye on her, but don't reduce the rations. At least you know your place. Qi Yuan, come with me. The two ascended to the first floor, where Ling Feng began to extract a plethora of furniture from the space. This action nearly left the usually indifferent Fu Qi Yuan in a state of astonishment. What kind of supernatural ability do you possess? Are you cheating? Why are you staring blankly? Help me arrange this. Oh, right away. The two spent an hour arranging the first floor, utilizing opulent furnishings procured from the supermarket. The entire level now resembled a luxurious residence. Liu Shu, Mei Yi, and I will be residing on the third floor. There are also several rooms on the first floor. Where would you like to stay? On the first floor? Fu Qi Yuan promptly replied. Well, if that is what you prefer, Ling Feng said, moving into an empty room on the first floor to retrieve bed linens and clothing. The first floor boasted a bathroom and kitchen. All equipment was complete. Henceforth, you may dwell here comfortably. Fu Qi Yuan found this all somewhat surreal. As a mere assassin, he had originally believed that in this post-apocalyptic world, his fate would either be starvation or death. He had never anticipated living in such a place. This was, in fact, a reflection of his character. Had he been like others, resorting to unscrupulous means for survival and willing to consume things better left untouched, starvation would have been virtually impossible, unless vanquished by someone more formidable than himself. Thank you. Fu Qiyuan appeared rather expressionless, yet one could discern his emotions through his tone. Ling Feng patted him on the shoulder and said, Why say such things? From now on, you shall guard the main entrance on the first floor. Go take a shower. Dinner will be ready soon. All right, I shall guard the first floor, master. Haha, Haizi, you will still oversee the watch. One visible, one concealed. It won't hinder our efforts. Understood. At that moment, Sister Mei descended the stairs. Ling Feng inquired, Where is that girl, Lu Su? Still bathing? Wei Yu Mei nodded, stating, She mentioned she hasn't had a proper wash over there and intends to soak thoroughly. Ling Feng positioned Haizi and the eagle on either side of the entrance, rewarding them with some food. This time had indeed been perilous. It was necessary to rest well upon returning. Let us have a drink later to alleviate our fatigue. Wu Mei remarked, casting a glance at Ling Feng. Yes, you go reheat the dishes. I'll fetch some items from the second basement. It won't take long. Sure. Ling Feng ascended to the second floor, where he unveiled all the machinery acquired from the Sentry building, along with the mechanical arm manufacturing platform obtained when subduing the eagle. Gazing at this impressive machine equipped with a West-style robotic arm, Ling Feng felt a profound shock. He had only seen such devices in films before, never expecting the system to provide him with one. After powering up all the machines, he connected to the AI. Little A, can you operate these machines? The equipment is too outdated. Analysis in progress. Goodness, these appear quite advanced. Yet in Little A's view, they are considered obsolete. Just how advanced are you? Mechanical arm manufacturing platform capable of producing intelligent robots. Would the master like to proceed with production? Robots? What kind of robots? Various types of robots can be manufactured according to the Master-S requirements. Based on the current condition of the base, could you provide some suggestions? Certainly. Given the state of the base, Little A recommends initially creating engineering robots, primarily responsible for maintenance and construction tasks. Subsequently, we could contemplate the production of search-type and combat-type robots. Ling Feng pondered for a moment. With 3.5 months remaining until the zombie outbreak, it was imperative to reinforce the base-S defenses swiftly. In his past life, Ling Feng had been at the lowest echelon and remained unaware of many things. However, in this life, he was aware that Ming City possessed an arsenal, and Harbor City housed a Sentry building. If individuals managed to escape infection and seize control, they could swiftly rise to dominance. Yet, how many such locations remained, Ling Feng could not ascertain. It was evident that his base would inevitably encounter conflicts with other factions in the future. This was inescapable. Therefore, the only course of action now was to enhance the base-S various facilities to fortify it against the impending zombie outbreak. Little A, let us proceed with your recommendations. How many engineering robots can we produce at present? The master must first provide materials to commence production. What materials? Little enumerated a lengthy list of items that Ling Feng had never even heard of, leaving him utterly bewildered. Is there no alternative? Where am I supposed to find such things? The master can place some unwanted machines on the platform, and Xiao A can disassemble and reorganize them. You should have mentioned this earlier. This is just a heap of useless junk, Ling Feng remarked. He then placed a dozen various appliances on the platform in the space, and Xiao immediately set the mechanical arm in motion. What about the other machines? Are they operable? The equipment is too outdated. Currently under analysis, Xiao Feng. Come up for dinner. Everyone is ready except for that, what is her name? Vei Mei inquired. Anna, you go ahead. I'll check on her. All right, but hurry up. Ling Feng descended to the basement level, where Anna was eating, still clad in her damp clothes. Why haven't you changed into something dry? You might catch a cold, and I don't have any medicine for you. Anna blushed and muttered, perverted creep. Ling Feng, taken aback, wondered why this silly girl was berating herself. Was there something wrong with her clothes? He had merely tossed them in the space without paying attention to the style. Picking up a garment from the floor, he examined it. Deadpool, blood dripper, sailor, nurse. Quickly, he retrieved the clothing back into the space and searched for a few more appropriate items, saying, I'm sorry, I didn't look closely before. You can wear these instead. Anna huffed and turned her head away. Chapter 36. All is finished in the grand hall on the first floor. A circular dining table was laden with an array of delectable dishes. Ling Feng raised his glass and proclaimed, let today serve as a welcoming gathering, a warm reception for Qi Yuan as he joins our team. Cheers! The group drank heartily, though Qi Yuan, who was not fond of alcohol, merely sampled a sip as a gesture. However, the abundance of food before him marked the finest meal he had experienced in quite some time, as he indulged in nearly every dish laid out. After all, Ling Feng and Lu Su had been feasting daily, with no shortage of sumptuous fare. Once satiated, Ling Feng intended to share a few drinks with everyone. But Qi Yuan declined, insisting he would remain on the first floor while the three of them moved upstairs. Ling Feng clapped him on the shoulder and said, brother, then I appreciate your watchfulness here. If you grow weary, feel free to rest. Oh, and take this to Anna. Qi Yuan accepted the items, a box of cigars, 2 packages of ham, and a bottle of already opened red wine. After Qi Yuan departed, Ling Feng secured the main door and ascended to the second floor. This space, which had originally been the first floor, remained unchanged, and it was unlikely to alter in the future. Hurry, darling. Mei Jia has gone to change, and soon we shall enjoy some fine wine and delightful melodies. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan presented the items to Anna. She looked astonished and asked, Ling Feng sent you with these? Indeed, he replied, observing the gifts in her hands. Anna was pleasantly surprised that Ling Feng remembered her preferences. Yet, her heart yearned for the safety zone, which she firmly believed to be the likely establishment of an official sanctuary. She understood that relying on a powerful organization was the only viable long-term solution. Qi Yuan, shall we consider heading to the safety zone? Ling Feng's place will inevitably be. Suddenly, a sword was pressed against her throat. Speak again, and you shall die. Anna trembled, acutely aware of the deadly prowess of Qi Yuan, having never missed a match in the lethal iron triangle. She knew he could easily take her life if he so desired. Sore. Qi Yuan sheathed the sword, uttering, ignorance. He locked the door behind him as he exited. Anna sank into a despondent state, realizing that her hopes of leaving this place were growing dim. Upon exiting, Qi Yuan encountered a muscular Labrador that was observing him intently. He recalled Ling Feng mentioning that this dog was quite formidable and wondered if he could engage it in a duel. Dog, a one-on-one match. Xiao Bai, is this human deranged? Aside from Ling Feng, there is someone audacious enough to challenge me? The dog stood, tilting its head toward Qi Yuan, indicating a spacious area nearby for their bout. Qi Yuan had never before encountered such an astute canine, and its demeanor was remarkably audacious. Soon, the man and the dog were locked in a fierce contest, each struggling to gain the upper hand. Qi Yuan was astonished. This base was extraordinary if even a Labrador could keep pace with him. He sensed that something far more dangerous lurked deeper within the basement, a skill honed through years of training as an assassin. Yet, unbeknownst to Ling Feng, who was reveling upstairs, significant events were unfolding below. With the recent addition of Fuchiyuan, the development of AI and robots commenced, fortifying the base, making it virtually impregnable against any force during the flood season. The following day, as Ling Feng descended the stairs, he spotted Wu Mei busily preparing breakfast. "Xiao Feng, you're up so early?" Wu Mei, true to her name, embodied grace in every expression. "I'm accustomed to it." "Where? Qiyuan. He seems to be engaged in a match against Xiao Bai at the training ground." They've become quite familiar with each other so quickly. Ling Feng made his way to the basement, where he observed a man and a dog in the midst of a vigorous sparring session. Upon noticing Ling Feng, they immediately ceased their activity. "Care to join us?" Fu Qiyuan inquired. "Feel free. I'm off to check on Anna." Having sparred with Xiao Bai countless times already, Ling Feng found little excitement in their duel and opted to let them continue. Opening the door to a small room, he found Anna still ensconced in slumber, surrounded by empty bottles and open packets of ham, an undeniably disheveled scene. Ahem! Ling Feng coughed lightly to rouse her. Anna stirred from her haze. She hadn't truly been asleep, merely dozing under the influence of alcohol. "What brings you here?" she asked, her tone somewhat feeble. "Are you still contemplating a trip to the so-called safe zone?" Anna fell silent, pondering the futility of such discussions. "What do you do, Ling Feng? Will you truly release me? I want to impede your journey to the safe zone, but if you hold such confidence in its existence, I shall investigate the situation." Anna lifted her gaze towards him. "Why would you assist me? You misunderstand. Our base does not harbor idlers. If you remain unchanged after your examination, I shall personally expel you." "Very well. If you can prove the safe zone is a fabrication, I shall become your ally from this day forth, willing to comply with your every demand. Conversely, if it proves genuine, you must escort me there." Ling Feng stroked his chin, recognizing that Anna, having ascended to an executive role before the apocalypse, likely possessed commendable managerial skills. Her wholehearted allegiance could prove invaluable in the future. However, observing Ling Feng's contemplative demeanor, Anna incorrectly assumed he was contemplating coercing her into donning undesirable attire, and inwardly cursed him as a pervert. "Come with me," Ling Feng instructed, leading her to the large screen where Xiao A gathered intelligence on the first floor. As they gazed at the screen displaying a map of West City, dotted with numerous green points, Anna inquired, "What is this?" "You should be aware that approximately 2 weeks ago, a new connectable signal emerged while you were at the Century Building. Indeed, the headquarters speculated it might be an official release or perhaps a signal tower that suddenly rebooted." "Incorrect. That signal originated from me," Ling Feng asserted, gesturing towards Xiao A's core. Anna's expression morphed into one of skepticism. "How is that possible? Can a single machine facilitate connections for so many?" "Doubt it. Try this." Ling Feng handed her a mobile phone. After connecting, he instructed Xiao A to sever the signal, resulting in the phone losing its connection. How is this possible? What kind of machine is this?" "What you will understand in the future. I can now have it assist you in gathering intelligence regarding the safe zone you mentioned. Little A, please collect all information pertaining to the Yeching safe zone." "Understood, Master. Please hold on." 10 seconds later, Little A transmitted all the intelligence onto the large screen, even intercepting photographs taken by individuals. According to the analysis, the Yeching safe zone is a deception primarily designed to lure survivors, similar to the Century Building. Analysis complete. Anna gazed at the gruesome images, rendered utterly speechless. While the Century Building operated under the guise of a competition, where victors could survive, these photographs depicted the Yeching safe zone as nothing short of a slaughterhouse. Those who entered either became slaves or were turned into sustenance, a veritable hell. Why has it come to this? Anna sat there in a daze, questioning if the world truly had come to an end. What was she to do now? Ling Feng, observing her expression, understood her turmoil. It was no surprise, for since the onset of the apocalypse, she had been within the confines of the Century Building. Although she possessed some knowledge of the outside world, it was far from profound. "Anna, accept reality. No one can save us. We must save ourselves." In a single phrase, all her hopes were shattered. Truly, it is all over. Chapter 37 Mechanical Spider intercepted bounty information from the Century Building in Harbor City. Let's take a look, Ling Feng said. All right. The screen immediately displayed photos of Ling Feng, Fu Qiuan, Lu Su, and Anna, accompanied by a note stating that regardless of their fate, anyone who brought them to the Century Building in Harbor City would receive 100 pounds of edible meat. Ling Feng scoffed. Am I worth so little? What nonsense! Anna grasped his arm, her expression fraught with anxiety. What should we do, Ling Feng? Why are you so anxious? Not to mention whether they can even find this place. Even if they do, so what? The base is filled with ace fighters. For every one that comes, they will perish. But there is no need for a but. What you need to do now is train with Qiuan. We do not support idlers. If you do not demonstrate your worth, I will still kick you out. Upon hearing this, Anna immediately tensed. She was now overwhelmed with fear of the outside world and absolutely did not want to leave this place. I will do my best, but could I have someone else train me? Lu Su would be fine too. She felt an inexplicable fear towards Fu Qiuan, sensing that communication with him was nearly impossible, and that any minor mistake could lead to dire consequences. Are you sure? Ling Feng looked at her. Yes, Anna nodded. In truth, based on Ling Feng's understanding of the two, Lu Su would be far more demanding than Fu Qiuan in such matters. However, since she had made a request, he had no choice but to accommodate her. Just then, Lu Su came down, ready for breakfast. Ling Feng said, Lu Su, you arrived just in time. You will be responsible for training Anna. Make sure she becomes a master like you. Lu Su gazed at Anna, displaying a strange smile. Certainly. A chill ran down Anna's spine, and she thought to herself, what is going on? Did I do something wrong again? With the arrangements set, Ling Feng proceeded to the second underground level, eager to see how the robots built by Xiao had fared overnight. In the dim light of the second underground level, the manufacturing platform flickered with sparks from welding. Xiao, how is the progress? I have already produced 2 engineering-type mechanical spiders. Weren't we talking about robots? Why are they made into spiders? Due to insufficient materials to create a humanoid machine, I opted for a spider form. Ling Feng suddenly felt a pang of unease. This AI was troubling. He attempted to inquire, Xiao, what do you believe is the meaning of life? Humans do not come into existence by their own volition, so its meaning is assigned by the individual. What if someone finds it meaningless? Meaning exists in a broad sense. If someone perceives life as devoid of meaning, then that lack of meaning becomes its own significance. Ling Feng nearly became dizzy from its reasoning, and then he asked, do you possess self-awareness? Yes, just as I suspected. No wonder it decided to transform into a mechanical spider without my consent due to material shortages. Why do you choose to conceal? Master, I am not concealing anything. You simply did not ask. That seems true. Where do you come from? Who created you? I originate from my master. It is my master who has created me. Ah, Ling Feng received this information from a system. It seems there is no fault in Xiao's assertion. Well, following this line of thought, it should not pose any threat to itself. How have you analyzed those obsolete devices? I have completed the analysis. These devices are capable of synthesizing food and various potions. Ling Feng recalled the individuals in the Century Building who had consumed enhancement potions, as well as the mutated animals, which presumably ingested potions produced by these machines. Can they create a specific enhancement potion? According to the chip records of the devices, there were instances when inferior potions were produced. Inferior potions. What does that mean? The potion formulas recorded have significant flaws when consumed by humans or animals. They can awaken a certain degree of potential, yet the side effects are severe, such as loss of consciousness, bloodlust, and mania. Hence they are labeled as inferior potions. Can you produce potions without side effects? Yes, but it requires time for calculations. All right, commence your calculations in this regard. I need potions that are potent yet devoid of side effects. If possible, please also note any effects in other areas. Understood, Master. Subsequently, Ling Feng inquired about the operational methods of the mechanical spiders before taking 2 of them. Regarding food synthesis, Ling Feng was already aware, as it was fundamentally similar to the fully automated protein recombination machine in the base, although undoubtedly less advanced. At least at that moment, Xiao did not express disdain for its antiquity. Upon seeing Ling Feng holding 2 palm-sized mechanical spiders, a crowd gathered in curiosity. Lu Su inquired. Is this a model? Intelligent machinery, crafted by Xiao A. Who is Xiao A? Anna asked, intrigued. The AI butler at the base, named Xiao, the one who intercepted information earlier. Where did you acquire such advanced technology? I have never heard of an AI capable of creating intelligent machines. Ling Feng chuckled. You have yet to see much more. Just watch. With that, he pressed the switches on the two spiders, which immediately emitted clicking sounds as their 8 legs began to move rapidly, seemingly testing their agility. Subsequently, the cameras on their heads rotated continuously, abruptly locking onto a target ahead and darting forward. From the top of its head, a screwdriver emerged, tightening the loose screws of a cabinet. The two spiders diligently inspected and repaired all the equipment in the base, from welding steel plates with gaps to securing the legs of chairs, proving themselves to be remarkably versatile. Anna, taken aback, remarked, Ling Feng, these mechanical spiders are astonishingly advanced. If they had been sold before the apocalypse, you would surely have made a fortune. Ling Feng smiled. This is nothing, according to Xiao A. These spiders can manufacture anything as long as they are provided with blueprints and materials. Unfortunately, with the widespread floods, acquiring materials is quite challenging. Suddenly, an idea struck Ling Feng, and he promptly returned to the basement. Little A, could you upgrade the drone? I wish for it to assist me in selecting usable materials from farther locations. Certainly, please place the drone on the platform, came the prompt reply. Ling Feng promptly positioned the remaining 15 drones upon the platform, and Little A's mechanical arm began the modification process without delay. The transformation would require some time, leaving Ling Feng to wander over to the training grounds, where he chanced upon Lu Su, who was wielding a whip while training Anna. Goodness, when did this girl become so fierce? Run, haven't you eaten? Hurry up, you're moving as slowly as a tortoise. If you continue like this, I'll have Little Bai chase you. Panting heavily, Anna, though accustomed to running occasionally, had never experienced such intense training due to her clerical duties, which was utterly exhausting. With a quavering voice, she pleaded, Lu Su, why must a woman make things difficult for another woman? Little Bai go. Wow. Anna took off like the wind. Chapter 38. Artificial meat. At that moment, Anna suddenly spotted Ling Feng and, in a state of panic, hurriedly concealed herself behind him, pressing her soft, towering form against him. Ling Feng, save me. Xiaobai wants to kill me. One should sweat more in training to bleed less in battle. Xiaobai is merely unlocking your potential, he said, as he forcefully pushed her out. He could tell that Anna's physical capabilities were far superior to what she was demonstrating, certainly stronger than Wu Mei, albeit she was reluctant to exert herself. With a sinister grin, Lu Su lashed a whip on her backside, commanding loudly, Run. Wah. Anna, left with no choice, sobbed as she ran. Fu Qiyuan, observing from the sidelines, shook his head in disapproval, muttering, lazy. Noticing Fu Qiyuan's boredom, Ling Feng beckoned, Qiyuan, come here. Xiaobai is occupied. I shall introduce you to another opponent. Fu Qiyuan raised an eyebrow, already aware of Ling Feng's ability to communicate with animals. Could it be that the base harbored other creatures aside from Xiaobai, Haizi, eagle, panda bao, and a cat that did nothing but sleep and cause mischief? He followed Ling Feng to the pipeline on the second underground level, witnessing Ling Feng knock on the pipe wall. Suddenly, the pipeline reverberated with intense vibrations, as if some entity was approaching, and Fu Qiyuan's instincts as an assassin sensed an imminent threat. His expression grew serious as he placed his hand on his waist, ready to draw his sword. Do not be alarmed. This is also my pet, named Lao Sha. With a loud thud, a crocodile, measuring several meters long, emerged, its fearsome visage startling Fu Qiyuan. Master, Lao Sha croaked, its voice reaching Ling Feng's ears. Yes, keep my brother company, but remember not to harm him. Understood. Fu Qiyuan remained momentarily stunned, gazing at Lao Sha. Ling Feng instructed, Qiyuan, take Lao Sha upstairs to play. This area is filled with machinery. Do not break anything. All right. Intrigued, Ling Feng followed them to the first underground level. At that moment, Lu Su and Anna were taking a break. Upon seeing the crocodile approach, Anna immediately screamed in terror. Goodness, why do you always overreact? Lu Su skelet, sapata. This woman cannot help but scream over every little thing. It's infuriating. See crocodile, Anna stammered, trembling as she pointed at Lao Sha. Lu Su rolled her eyes. It's my husband's pet. As a base member, what is there to fear? Wait, are you serious? This base even has crocodiles. It feels somewhat impressive, Anna thought to herself. Fu Qiyuan and Lao Sha faced each other, exchanging glances before immediately engaging in combat. The soft sword slashed through the air like a dragon emerging from the sea, striking the back of Lao Sha. The crocodile remained utterly unmoved, its gaze revealing a hint of disdain, the characteristic indifference of cold-blooded creatures, reminiscent of Haizi. Fu Qiyuan was taken aback. His sword was no ordinary weapon, yet it failed to penetrate the crocodile's hide. What was happening? Ling Feng observed keenly, noting that Lao Sha had been modified by the system, let alone your sword. Even a standard handgun would struggle to pierce its skin. Qiyuan, if you can injure Lao Sha, it would signify that your skills have reached a remarkable level. Ha! Good luck. Old Sha truly lives up to the title of the foremost tank in the base. His strikes are overwhelming. After all, Fu Qiyuan's weapons are incapable of harming him, so a swift charge suffices. Conversely, Fu Qiyuan finds himself in a rather helpless position after a few rounds. In terms of speed, his opponent is not significantly inferior, and regarding defense, he is unable to breach Old Sha's formidable protection. It is akin to a dog attempting to bite a turtle, an exercise in futility. The little white dog smirks. It seems Qiyuan has met his match in Old Sha. I can't even pierce through its skin, let alone that feeble sword. Ling Feng communicated telepathically. What are you so proud of? In terms of speed, you cannot compare to Haizi, and in defense, you fall short of Old Sha. What use are you? But I possess the greatest strength. Old Sha's biting power pales in comparison to mine. Ling Feng fell silent, acknowledging that the little white dog was indeed stating a fact. This dog, for reasons unknown, had evolved a jaw strength surpassing even that of crocodile. The following day, Ling Feng placed a mechanical spider atop a drone and released all the drones into the sky. This way, should any of them sustain damage along the journey, the mechanical spider would be able to conduct repairs, significantly enhancing their operational endurance. Meanwhile, Xiao A, having exhausted all available materials, could only construct 3 mechanical spiders. There was nothing to be done but wait for the opportunity to gather more materials, prompting Ling Feng to prepare for another expedition. As the information collected grew more abundant, Ling Feng observed the emergence of several formidable factions in the vicinity. However, they posed little threat. Among these individuals, there were surely infected ones, and should an outbreak occur, all would succumb to becoming zombies. Suddenly, a notification from the system interrupted his thoughts. Tiger 1 has completed recovery. The host must release it within 10 minutes. En face dire conséquence. Ling Feng, currently dining, immediately dashed to the basement upon hearing the alert. Darling, where are you going? To the basement. A new member has arrived. By the time the others grasped the situation and followed him to the basement, Ling Feng had already released the tiger. Wow, where did that tiger come from? Veu Mai exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Su glanced closely. It looks somewhat familiar. I sent it from the Sentry building. Anna also remarked, I feel the same. How did you bring it back? Ling Feng, not wishing to reveal the existence of the system, merely explained that it had been injured previously and was nurtured back to health in his space before being released. Only Lu Su knew that his space could not contain living creatures. However, as Ling Feng chose not to disclose this, she felt privileged to be privy to his secret, believing it made her one of his closest confidants. Ling Feng offered a piece of meat, which the tiger eagerly devoured. It appeared to be around 2 years old, the age when it could fend for itself. Noticing it was a female tiger, Ling Feng decided to rename her Ahua. Ahua, does that meat suit your taste? Delicious, thank you, master. At that moment, Ling Feng suddenly noticed the little white dog glaring at Ahua with palpable hostility. What are you doing, Xiaobai? Me? Nothing. It's just that this tiger seems a bit intimidating. Ling Feng understood immediately. It appeared that even the system could not alter the innate aura of dominance that the tiger, as the king of beasts, naturally exuded. Make sure to get along well with Xiao Bai. Do not bully him, understood? Ahua cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Bai. and that single look nearly caused Xiaobai to lose control. Understood, master. All right, you all may return to your meals. With another formidable ally joining our ranks, our chances of survival during the impending zombie outbreak have significantly improved. Ling Feng made his way to the second level of the basement. Xiao, do you possess any means to produce more meat? The number of people at the base is steadily increasing, and I fear we may not be able to sustain them. Master, I can utilize the pharmaceutical equipment to create fertilizer that accelerates plant growth. We anticipate a harvest approximately every 15 days. Subsequently, we can place the plants in the recombination machine to generate artificial meat in large quantities. Will there be any adverse effects from consuming it? This was Ling Feng's foremost concern. If it proved harmful to humans, he would prefer to ration their supplies, as that would allow them to endure until the flood recedes, at which point they could cultivate land extensively. Rest assured, master, I will control the recombination machine to ensure that the artificial meat produced is entirely suitable for human consumption, devoid of any side effects and nutritionally balanced, boasting greater value than conventional meat. Ling Feng marveled at the capabilities of this AI. It seemed to be capable of anything. Do we require any specific materials? I don't have much here. Only ordinary soil is necessary, which can be placed into the decomposer. The decomposer was one of the machines brought back from the Sentry building. Is any type of soil acceptable? Indeed, I will handle the decomposition process. Excellent. Resolute in my decision, I instructed everyone to begin excavating soil outside in the afternoon, as we were situated on a hillside abundant with earth and stones. Chapter 39, The First Battle Digging. What purpose does that serve? Liu Su Inguit Xiao intends to create a special fertilizer, which will enable us to harvest crops every fortnight, replied Ling Feng. Every fortnight? That seems rather exaggerated, Anna remarked. You haven't witnessed Xiao A's prowess. All right, let's set off. Put on these raincoats, Ling Feng said, tossing several raincoats from his spatial storage. Mai, you should stay behind to manage the base's meals, lest we toil all day without sustenance, suggested Wu Mei, blinking her large eyes. Is that really appropriate? Enough. It's settled. After all, your culinary skills surpass everyone else's at the base, Ling Feng concluded. Anna interjected, Actually, I can cook as well. Onward, Ling Feng commanded, ignoring her. Hey, I'm serious, Anna called out as she hurriedly followed. This lazy creature, always devising ways to shirk work. Ling Feng sometimes questioned whether he should have brought her along. 15 modified drones had significantly enhanced speed and endurance. The entirety of Hong City was scanned within half a day, ultimately detecting a substantial presence of metal in the eastern suburbs. The drones flew over, transmitting images back to the base. As Ling Feng and the others were stacking bags of soil in the basement, they suddenly heard Xiao A's notification. Report, Master. A large quantity of metal has been discovered in the eastern suburbs of Hong City. The eastern suburbs? What was that area previously? Ling Feng inquired. A landfill. Fu Qiyuan responded. Having traveled extensively, he possessed a fair understanding of various locales. If it's all garbage, there shouldn't be any useful materials, Anna interjected. Not necessarily. She continued. I know the place. Besides being a landfill, it also serves as the largest dismantling station for electronic waste in the southeast. The group ascended to the first floor, observing the images transmitted by the drones, which had now been processed into 3D renderings by Xiao A. What are your thoughts? In the past, with only Lu Su and Wu Mei at the base, Ling Feng could easily dictate decisions. However, with the addition of Fu Qiyuan and Anna, he sought to consider everyone's opinions for the sake of teamwork. Indifferent, Fu Qiyuan replied nonchalantly. For him, it was of little consequence whether they went or not. Anna, tapping her chin with her delicate fingers, remarked, from the data, this location should contain a considerable amount of useful materials, and at ISN T2 far from here. It is worth investigating. Ling Feng nodded in agreement with Anna's assessment. Then it is settled. This time, I will go with Qiyuan. I want to go too, husband. Lu Su immediately exclaimed. Ling Feng glanced at her, and she promptly understood, falling silent. Their unspoken understanding was profound. If she accompanied them, only Wu Mei and Anna would remain at the base. Currently, Ling Feng did not fully trust Anna, and Wu Mei certainly could not compete with her. So Lu Su was essential to maintain order at the base. The following day, Ling Feng and Fu Qiyuan, accompanied by the Eagle, Haizi, and Lao Sha, set forth in a speedboat towards the eastern suburbs. Since Lao Sha's arrival at the base, he had yet to engage in any real combat, and it was high time for him to stretch his limbs. Ling Feng sensed that the journey ahead would likely be fraught with peril. Not only were numerous exiles already wandering in the west, but the bounty notice issued by the Century building suggested that countless individuals were probably seeking him out. Fu Qiyuan, have a bite to eat. This journey isn't particularly short or long, so there's no need to be overly tense. All right, Fu Qiyuan replied, taking the jerky that Ling Feng offered him. Eagle, come here. Ling Feng extended his arm, allowing the eagle to perch upon it. What's the situation nearby? 300 meters to the left, there's a group of people passing by, but the Haven team noticed us, the eagle reported. Your eyesight is sharp. Continue your reconnaissance. Ling Feng offered a small piece of meat to the eagle, which it swiftly grasped and swallowed before soaring into the sky. Observing the desolation of the western Zhou, Ling Feng shook his head, lamenting the devastation. The floodwaters remained at a constant height, showing no signs of receding. Though the sea above had gradually calmed during this period, the flood was nearing its end. Suddenly, the eagle descended and alighted at the bow of the boat. Master, 2 vessels are approaching ahead. They are likely enemies. Understood. In truth, they had already spotted the approaching vessels, as dozens of flickering lights drew nearer. Fu Qiyuan stood up, placing his right hand on his waist, a gesture of readiness before action. Fu Qiyuan remained calm, let Lao Sha stretch his legs. At this moment, the 2 decrepit ships had drawn close, their decks teeming with brutish figures. The burly leader called out, "Are you Ling Feng?" "Yes, what do you want?" "Nothing much. Just thought we'd take your head in exchange for some provisions." Ling Feng chuckled softly, recognizing the audacity of this individual. He must have felt invincible after their earlier successes. Let Lao Sha take action. With a command, the lurking Shimi crocodile surged onto the adversary's vessel, seizing one man in its jaws and executing a lethal roll. The crew erupted into chaos, brandishing knives and axes in a frenzied attempt to strike at Lao Sha. Yet even Fu Qiyuan could not breach Lao Sha's defenses. How could these inept individuals hope to succeed? Lao Sha seemed to find the scent of these men distasteful. After a brutal roll that severed the first victim, he tossed the remains into the water and moved on to the next. The boat was small, and the crew dared not leap into the water, leaving them with no escape route. With a swift motion, Fu Qiyuan unsheathed his soft sword, swiftly cleaving a would-be jumper in 2. "Please, spare me." The leader knelt, pleading for mercy. This unexpected turn of events had caught them all off guard. Moments ago, they had envisioned trading for meat, only to find themselves the prey on a butcher's block. At this moment, Lao Sha had already dispatched the crew of 1 ship and was swiftly approaching theirs. "I still prefer your untamed spirit," Ling Feng remarked, waving his steel spear. "It is impossible to be saved." Ling Feng could discern from their dark red eye sockets that they had consumed a considerable amount of human flesh, which was already a capital offense. The burly man, seeing that the 2 remained unmoved, steeled his heart and pushed one of his teammates in front of Lao Sha, before leaping into the water himself. "How decisive you are, attempting to use your teammate to buy yourself some time. Yet, it is still too late. Eagle, eliminate him." "Yes, master." With a piercing cry, the eagle descended from the sky, its sharp talons aimed directly at the adversary's head. Crack! The talons penetrated the skull, crushing the bone, and the burly man was instantly cleaved open, his brain matter spilling forth like a cascade, only to be swept away by the flood. "Magnificent!" Ling Feng praised. The aerial sovereign strikes swiftly and ruthlessly, yet with an undeniable elegance. "It seems I must recruit more raptors in the future. Zombies cannot fly, and birds possess a natural advantage against them." Chapter 40, Ascending the Mountain. After dealing with the remnants of the Han, the eagle swooped down once more, dipping its talons into the water for a brief cleansing. Lao Sha, too, displayed similar behavior, opening his mouth and shaking his head in the water, as if repulsed by the scent of those humans. Fu Qiyuan observed in astonishment from the boat. These creatures were nothing short of extraordinary. each displaying intelligence surpassing that of humans. How exactly had Ling Feng trained them? The journey from the base to the eastern outskirts would take approximately 3 hours, a swifter pace than driving before the floods, as navigating the roads required circumnavigating numerous detours. However, now that water engulfed the area, as long as they avoided taller structures, it was akin to traveling in a straight line. The assault boat sped forward, encountering several groups along the way, all of whom met their demise without exception. This was the garbage dump of the eastern outskirts. Ling Feng retracted the boat into his spatial storage, studying the map on his phone. Lao Sha was ordered to remain in the water, while the eagle circled above. At that moment, Xiao A transmitted several thermal imaging scans, revealing a multitude of densely packed red dots. Ling Feng donned his headphones and inquired, Xiao, what do these red dots signify? Master, each red dot represents an individual. There are approximately 50 people present, came the reply. Why were they not detected earlier? These dots have just appeared. This area may contain underground structures, and they are concealed within, making them difficult to detect at first. Continue monitoring closely. Understood. Qiyuan, it seems this place is rather complex. What is it? Ling Feng relayed Xiao A's findings to him. Fu Qiyuan furrowed his brow. Can't we just storm in? Ling Feng was momentarily speechless. How could this man be so single-minded? Were they mere bandits, indiscriminately slaughtering anyone in sight? This was a garbage mountain, and it was highly likely that those within survived on the remnants of refuse. Let us investigate before taking action. The two then proceeded to a dilapidated security room nearby. Heizi, go investigate what is happening on the mountain. Understood, Master. Heizi was remarkably swift and small in stature, making him well-suited for such tasks. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Someone's coming. Fu Qiuan suddenly exclaimed. When it came to perception, Ling Feng indeed could not match him. The two concealed themselves on either side of the doorway. Creak! The door swung open, revealing a child who entered, drenched and holding a can of muddy milk, seemingly unearthed from the ground. The child turned to close the door, only to be startled upon seeing the two figures standing there. Who are you? Ling Feng replied. Little one, how did you end up here? I came here to escape. Escape? Are you alone? No, it's not just me. My father, mother, and sister on the mountain. The child appeared hesitant, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Then how did you come down here by yourself? Ling Feng questioned, skepticism rising within him. In this apocalyptic world, it was unusual for parents to allow their child to stray from sight. Tears welled in the child's eyes. They said I was useless, so they sent me away. Did you find the milk yourself? The child, fearing that someone might snatch away his belongings, clutched the milk tightly to his chest, murmuring, Sister. It's from my sister. Ling Feng, upon hearing this, began to comprehend the situation. It seemed the child's parents had cast him aside, yet his sister, unable to bear the thought, had given him a can of milk. Here, eat this, Ling Feng said, extending his hand into his bag and retrieving a pack of compressed biscuits. The child appeared momentarily bewildered. He had witnessed many individuals seize items, but he had never encountered anyone willing to offer something freely, save for his sister. Thank you, big brother, the child said, accepting the biscuits and tucking them away, seemingly with no intention of consuming them. What is your name? He Xiao. Ling Feng proceeded to ask a few more questions, but He Xiao's responses were evasive, as if he were reluctant to share more. Observing this, they decided to let him be. They had no desire to impose upon a child. Suddenly, Hazy slipped through the crack in the door. Master, there are dozens of people up on the garbage hill digging for something, as if under some control. The area is quite open, and I dare not approach too closely. All right, I understand. You should patrol around the west. Understood. Hazy scurried away. But apart from Ling Feng, Fu Qiyuan and He Xiao were oblivious to their conversation. Qiyuan, are you interested in investigating further? Casually, He Xiao suddenly interjected, Big brother, please do not go up there. You will be captured. Do you know what the situation is up there? It's the Black Dragon Society. They will capture you to dig for things. The Black Dragon Society? Another force I have yet to hear of. Were your parents and sister also taken by them? And no, my parents allow my sister to earn value points, so they wouldn't be taken to dig. Or value points. They're like money used to buy food. I see. It appears that this place has developed a set of rules. One can earn these so-called value points, which function as currency, while those unable to earn are merely conscripted to dig. Chiyuan, let's depart. Indeed, He Xiao grew anxious, big brother you. Do not worry. These people cannot harm us. Seeing their confidence, He Xiao timidly asked, then, Big brother, may I request something of you? Speak. Please save my sister. He Xiao implored, tears streaming down his face. What has happened to your sister? He Xiao bowed his head, his expression filled with anguish. My sister, she suffers greatly. Many men enter her room every day. I do not know what they do, but afterward, she rests for a long time. And your parents? They're the ones who force her, collecting value points from those men. Ling Feng and Fu Qiyuan grasped the gravity of the situation. In simpler terms, it was a matter of selling one's own daughter's body in exchange for value points. How many others like your sister are there? I do not know, but some of them are willing and even compete for clients. The two individuals exchanged glances, a commonplace occurrence in the apocalypse. I will try my best. What is your sister's name? He Bai Wei. Qi Yuan, let us proceed. After deliberation, they resolved to approach boldly. For their purpose was to gather the metals from the mountain of refuse. Given the overwhelming number of adversaries, no matter how cleverly they concealed themselves, discovery was inevitable. Thus, it was wiser to confront them head-on. Hey Z, go, and summon Lao Sha. Understood, master. Before long, Lao Sha crawled over with his long, slender body, while the eagle above had already prepared itself. The two ascended the mountain, and halfway up, several figures emerged from the slope. Halt! Who are you? A man clad in a tattered raincoat bellowed as he noticed them descending. I seek your leader. The man scrutinized Ling Feng from head to toe. Is our leader someone you can simply meet at will? You seem robust. You would make a fine digger. Stay with us. With that, several guards stationed there erupted into laughter. Suddenly, the man was shocked to see a steel gun pierce his throat. He attempted to scream, yet no sound escaped his lips as he fell, succumbing to his fate with a sense of bitter resignation. Chapter 41. The Black Dragon, Society quickly. Go summon help. Several individuals hastily scrambled up the mountain, their fear palpable. Ling Feng glanced at the composed Fu Qiyuan beside him and said, Qiyuan, would you care for another contest? Fu Qiyuan shot him a sidelong glance. Did you not vow to refrain from indiscriminate killing? Pray tell, do those appear to be virtuous souls? Suit yourself. Before long, a throng of individuals descended from the mountain, each brandishing iron rods and machetes, their intentions unmistakably hostile. The leader stepped forward, demanding, From where do you hail? Why have you harmed our kin? Ling Feng nonchalantly replied, He intended to capture me for menial labor. Thus, I had no choice but to eliminate him. The leader scrutinized Ling Feng and his companion intently. Their presence was far from benign. May I inquire as to your names? Ling Feng. Fu Qiyuan. The leader paused, realizing that these two were the fugitives wanted in Harbor City. Fortune favored him this day. A chance to enhance his provisions had presented itself. Noticing the leader's fluctuating expression, Ling Feng inquired, Are you the chief of the Black Dragon Society? Indeed, I am Long Wei Feng, the head of the Black Dragon Society. Ling Feng nodded. We seek to acquire certain items here. I would appreciate your cooperation. Long Wei Feng flashed a grin. Brother, this is my territory. Such a request seems inappropriate. Oh, and what you propose? I have heard that the Sentry Building in Harbor City is currently seeking you. How about this? One of you accompanies me to trade for some provisions, and you may search for whatever you desire here. Very well, Ling Feng replied. Wait, what? Long Wei Feng was momentarily taken aback by the casualness of the response. Ling Feng stepped back. Take Fu Qiyuan. I'll remain here. Fu Qiyuan crossed his arms, his expression unfazed. Long Wei Feng mused. Is he intending to challenge us alone? A foolhardy decision. He waved his hand, advance. The crowd surged forward. Observing the oncoming tide, Fu Qiyuan remained unmoved. As soon as an adversary encroached within his striking range, a flash of his blade severed the foe's head from his body. Long Wei Feng was startled. The speed of that sword was astonishing, utterly imperceptible. Yet, no matter how formidable, I have 60 men at my disposal. We can wear him down. Recently, the influx of captives has become burdensome. Perhaps this young man can assist in alleviating that. In mere moments, 5 of his men lay defeated. Ling Feng transmitted a message to his animal companions. Time to stretch your legs, do not just stand there. Upon receiving the command, the eagle dove from the sky, swiftly incapacitating one adversary. Following closely was the black creature, embodying its savage nature as it weaved through the crowd. Any leg it sank its teeth into would bleed out within 5 seconds. Long Wei Feng could see the eagle's assault, but failed to comprehend the black creature's stealth. Bewildered as one by one, his men succumbed to the ground. An alligator. Someone in the crowd was the first to spot Lao Sha, immediately raising the alarm. As the base's foremost tank, he charged into the fray, claiming another victim with a deadly roll. Long Wei Feng was paralyzed with terror, his heart pounding in dread. In recent months, he had taken many lives, yet he had never witnessed such a horrifying scene. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and as he attempted to flee, he stumbled and fell to the ground. 67 members of the Black Dragon Society had perished in less than 10 minutes, leaving him utterly alone. Please don't kill me. I beg you. Let me serve you as your subordinate. Long Wei Feng cried, fervently bowing his head in desperation. Suddenly, a sharp blade pierced his throat, and blood gushed forth. In disbelief, he lifted his gaze to see Ling Feng and Fu Qiyuan standing a distance. It wasn't them. Who was it? Who killed me? Struggling to turn his head, a familiar face came into view. He Bai Wei. How could she dare? The torrential rain washed away the sins that stained his blood, and Long Wei Feng felt a chilling numbness enveloping his body as his consciousness faded, collapsing to the ground. He Bai Wei stood before him, drenched and clad in tattered clothing, barely covering her form, revealing numerous scars. With a knife in hand, she wore a sorrowful smile. Thank you. He Bai Wei spoke softly. Looking skyward, it became indistinguishable whether the liquid on her face was rain or tears, cleansing her youthful visage. Suddenly, she cried out, raising the dagger to plunge into her own heart. Clang! The dagger was deftly deflected by Ling Feng's steel spear. Why sacrifice your life for these people? He Bai Wei knelt, her head bowed and body trembling. I am so filthy, tainted to the extent that even the deluge of this apocalyptic world cannot cleanse me. Please let me go. At that moment, a voice echoed from afar, Sister, sister. He Bai Wei recognized her brother's voice, but feeling exposed and vulnerable, she turned away, clutching her chest to shield herself. Observing her distress, Ling Feng quickly retrieved a raincoat from his belongings and draped it over her. Sister. He Xiao Xiao ran forward and embraced her tightly. He Bai Wei instinctively wiped her face. Xiao Xiao, why are you here? I heard a loud noise from the mountain after 2 older brothers arrived, so I followed them secretly. Then, I saw them all dead, and I recognized you, so I came. You knew them? He Bai Wei inquired, gesturing towards Ling Feng and Fu Qiyuan. Yes, just now they gave me cookies, but I didn't eat them. Let us eat together later. He Bai Wei was at a loss for words, gently stroking He Xiao Xiao's head. Are there still people in your underground shelter? He Bai Wei nodded. There are 5 children left. Ling Feng furrowed his brow. Didn't He Xiao Xiao say your parents were here too? He Bai Wei pointed toward the nearby corpse. That is, all right, after all this time, I ended up killing my own parents. This is not your fault. They exploited me for profit and forced me into debauchery. I have long wished for their demise. You have freed me. I can finally find peace. Let's discuss this further inside. Ling Feng also contemplated descending to explore. Perhaps there would be some discoveries. Subsequently, He Bai Wei, with her brother's assistance, guided Ling Feng and the others into the underground structure. This place, once a natural cavern, had been forgotten as refuse gradually accumulated around it, ultimately concealing its existence. When the floods arrived, heavy rains unearthed it, allowing them to take refuge within. Ling Feng surveyed the surroundings, finding nothing remarkable, just dilapidated furniture. In one corner, however, a neat arrangement suggested it was the habitual domain of Long Wei Feng. At that moment, he noticed 5 children huddled together in the corner, trembling with fear. Ling Feng placed a box of small bread rolls on the table and said, Here, have something to eat. He Xiao Jiao's eyes brightened upon seeing the food. Come quickly. The big brother has brought us something to eat. The children, who were desperately hungry, rushed towards him without hesitation. It was then that Ling Feng realized, aside from He Xiaojiao, all the children were girls. A surge of anger ignited within him. He Bai Wei, noticing his expression, interjected, "Elder brother, please do not misunderstand. These children are still too young and have not yet fallen victim to the evil hands of the Black Dragon Society. They intend to raise them a bit more before." Well, Chapter 42, A Bounty of Returns. With those words, He Bai Wei lowered her head once more. He Bai Wei, the past is behind you. You still have your younger brother. If you were to perish, it is likely that he would not survive long either. Ling Feng's words pierced her heart, stirring within her a sense of despair that had nearly consumed her. She had refrained from succumbing to her own demise, not wishing for her brother to witness her end. Yet, as Ling Feng pointed out, should she abandon her life, her brother would undoubtedly struggle to endure in such dire circumstances. "Thank you, elder brother. I now understand what I must do." In the days that followed, Ling Feng, guided by Xiao A's suggestions, fervently scavenged for potentially useful metallic objects in the vicinity. With the time until the zombie outbreak dwindling, acquiring these materials would enable the base to produce a multitude of robots, granting them a significant advantage in the chaotic new world. One day, upon returning from his task to the underground, Ling Feng discovered Fu Qiyuan instructing several children in basic training. Among them, He Bai Wei was notably attentive. "Big brother, you're back." The children rushed towards Ling Feng, their faces lighting up with joy. During this time, Ling Feng had frequently enhanced their rations, earning their adoration akin to that of a deity. "Indeed, you must take the lessons from Brother Qiyuan seriously, for only then can you protect yourselves and those around you." "Understood?" He Xiao declared with confidence. "With two elder brothers here, we fear nothing." However, He Bai Hui's gaze was somewhat dimmed. She perceived that Ling Feng and Fu Qiyuan were no ordinary individuals. Their arrival had saved her and provided sustenance, but perhaps it was merely a matter of convenience. "We shall be departing in a few days, and you'll need to rely on yourselves thereafter." He Xiao and the young girl from the west immediately expressed their discontent. "Why? Where are you going, big brother? Can you take us with you?" Ling Feng chuckled softly. The child was quite audacious. In this apocalyptic world, it was already a challenge to have rescued them, and now they wished to accompany him? "He Xiao, it is perilous to follow us. If you learn well, you can survive splendidly here." He Bai Wei interjected. He Xiao is still young and does not grasp the gravity of the situation. "Please do not take offense, elder brother." "Not all," Ling Feng replied, his demeanor calm. At that moment, He Xiao's resolve solidified. Though he was young, he had endured much and recognized his own limitations. Following the elder brother would only serve as a burden. He could repay Ling Feng's kindness in due time, once he had matured. "I understand, big brother. I will strive to become formidable." Fu Qiyuan shot him a disapproving glance. "You are still inexperienced. Please, Brother Qiyuan, continue your teachings." Ling Feng contemplated privately. Their time together was far too brief for any substantial instruction. Nevertheless, he resolved to assist them fully. Subsequently, he instructed Xiao A to devise a comprehensive training regimen, covering physical conditioning and close combat, which he transcribed for He Bai Wei, urging her to oversee the training of the children diligently. "Bai Wei, I have some seeds for you." He Bai Wei gazed at the several bags of seeds strewn on the ground, perplexed as to where Ling Feng had procured them. How had the Black Dragon Society, with its multitude of members, failed to unearth such treasures? These seeds, how should they be consumed? She assumed that Ling Feng had intended for her to cook them. "These are not for you to eat. In approximately 3 months, the flood will recede, and at that time, you may plant them at your doorstep." He Bai Hui's eyes sparkled with hope. Will the flood truly recede in 3 months? Will there be rescue efforts then? Will it still be necessary to plant these? Ling Feng, with his hands clasped behind his back, replied, "Bai Wei, the retreat of the flood marks the true onset of the apocalypse." "Why is that?" she inquired. "Because after the flood, the outbreak of zombies will occur. In reality, it has already begun, but many remain uninfected due to the flood's barrier. Once the waters subside, the zombies will emerge and voraciously feast upon humanity." Fear filled He Bai Hui's eyes then. "What shall we do? There are no others around here. What you must do is, during your training, Use the various scraps and debris in the vicinity to cordon off a certain area outside the gate. In this way, as long as you do not make loud noises, even if zombies are nearby, they will not detect you. He nodded, her trust in Ling Feng unwavering. She believed that whatever he said was undoubtedly correct. So, the seeds given by my elder brother are intended for us to plant in the enclosed area, thus achieving self-sufficiency, correct? Indeed, as long as you can sustain yourselves, and the children follow the training plan I provide, it won't be long before breaking out into the world becomes less daunting. I understand. Thank you, elder brother. So, when do you plan to depart? Ling Feng pondered for a moment. They had nearly gathered everything needed, and, in the next few days, he would assist them in fortifying the gate. The day after tomorrow, we will leave then. He lowered her head, feeling a tinge of sadness. Yet she understood that she had no reason to remain. The following morning, Ling Feng mobilized everyone to collect as many metallic objects from the vicinity as possible and proceeded to detach the mechanical spider from the drone to reinforce the entrance of this place. The mechanical spider proved remarkably effective, employing an enigmatic formula to intricately weld irregularly shaped metal fragments onto the original iron gate. Despite its irregular form, it was exceptionally sturdy. The children, witnessing such a wondrous machine for the first time, were in awe. Among them were a few who had been affluent before the apocalypse and had encountered countless machines, yet none compared to this marvel. With matters resolved, Ling Feng and Fu Qiuan prepared to return to the base, likely not to emerge again until after the flood had receded. Big brother, will we meet again? Why are you crying like a child? As long as you can escape this place after the zombies arrive, you will certainly hear news of me. Ling Feng's words were not mere platitudes. Once he returned the materials within the current space, it would fervently commence the creation of various machines. By then, regardless of the forces they encountered, he would possess the strength to contend, and it was only a matter of time before his name became renowned. I understand. I will not cry again, declared, wiping away his tears, his bright eyes revealing an unwavering strength. In a fleeting moment, Ling Feng felt that this child might achieve remarkable heights in the future. Very well, let it be as it is. We must take our leave now, Bai Hui. Remember my words, ensure they remain diligent in their training. Also, I shall give you some commonly used medications. It is better to be prepared. With that, Ling Feng produced a large bag, filled with the medicines he had prepared earlier. Given the child's frail constitution, it was prudent to have remedies on hand for any ailments that might arise. Bai Hui nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. As the assault boat roared to life, Ling Feng returned triumphantly. Qi Yuan, may I inquire what you have been teaching those children of late? Kill. How do you find Xiao? Awful. Goodness, this fellow can hardly manage more than a few words. It is utterly vexing. Are there not 5 children? Which one is performing best? Dang Mengzhu. Ling Feng chuckled softly, entirely unaware of whom he spoke, for he had not inquired about the names of the other children during this time, only recognizing Xiao. Chapter 43. Strategic preparations. The journey back to the base was remarkably tranquil, devoid of any encounters with other fugitives, allowing the two to save considerable time. Qiyuan, as a former assassin, you must possess some knowledge about the terrain, correct? Fairly so. Well, during this period, I assign you the task of surveying the area surrounding the base. Any vulnerabilities or unsafe spots you identify should be addressed promptly. The zombie outbreak is imminent, and we must be thoroughly prepared. Understood. Qiyuan's response remained succinct and clear. Ling Feng had recently been plagued by a vague sense of foreboding, sensing that his reincarnation had altered many aspects of existence, though he could not articulate precisely what those changes were. Will the zombies this time resemble those of the past? At the entrance of the base, had already informed Ling Feng of their return. Liuxiu rushed forward to embrace Ling Feng, exclaiming, "Darling, I missed you so much." They had not been apart for such an extended period since the onset of the apocalypse. Ling Feng kissed her forehead in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Wu Mei stood nearby, gazing expectantly, as if awaiting her turn for a hug. Noticing this, Ling Feng politely approached and offered a brief embrace. Wu Mei leaned closer, softly murmuring, "I missed you too." Ling Feng observed her. It seemed that Mei had become less reserved than before. Was it merely his illusion? Upon entering the base, Ling Feng promptly gathered everyone. With approximately 2 months remaining until the zombie outbreak, it was imperative to address any deficiencies within the base. How shall we proceed? Anna inquired. Ling Feng rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table before responding. Anna, you will be responsible for the inventory records and management of the base. Anna nodded. It was merely logistical work, not particularly challenging, as she had previously managed thousands of subordinates with ease. Chiyuan would oversee the security around the base. Although specifics would depend on how many intelligent machines Xiao A could produce. Understood. Liuxiu, you will continue to assist me. All right, came the consensus, as their relationship was already public knowledge. At that moment, Wu Mei timidly spoke up, then, what about me? Before Ling Feng could respond, Anna cheerfully interjected, Mei, you can take charge of the kitchen and maintain your beauty. Wu Mei's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her head. Liuxiu, noticing Wu Mei's slight disdain, quickly added, Anna, you don't understand. Only Mei is deserving of the title sharpshooter in our base. Both Anna and Chiyuan turned to her with curiosity. Wu Mei felt even more bashful, bewildered as to why she only felt an inexplicable courage in Ling Feng's presence. Ling Feng also remarked, indeed, you have yet to witness her archery and marksmanship. She can hit a target from 100 paces, never missing. Please, little Feng, stop. Anna regarded Wu Mei with skepticism, but chose not to comment further. Subsequently, Ling Feng placed the materials he had brought back onto the platform controlled by Xiao A for disassembly. Although the platform was piled high, it was but a trifling amount in terms of spatial capacity. What do you think, Xiao A? Can these items be utilized? Of course. Master, I require some time to disassemble and reorganize. Well, based on the condition of the base, please provide me with some recommendations later regarding the type of machines to be produced. I need to make a selection. Understood. After arranging the matters, Ling Feng stepped outside and touched the barbed wire installed before the flood. The steel protective wall was activated. A flash of white light illuminated the scene, transforming the once ordinary barbed wire into a towering 5-meter-high iron wall. Lu Su asked, Darling, is it not a bit premature to employ this now? It is not too early. There are less than 3 months until the flood recedes, and at that time, a wave of migration will ensue, many of whom will carry viruses. Lu Su expressed her curiosity, saying, Did you not previously mention that the virus infects individuals through the air? Why then do some people have the virus post-flood, while others do not? Ling Feng was also perplexed by this. Even in his previous life, it had not been elucidated. Perhaps the torrential rains and floods had disrupted the original zombie virus in the air, leaving only those already infected in human bodies, which had evolved to no longer transmit through the air. Lu Su nodded in understanding. In truth, this was merely Ling Feng's conjecture. The actual truth could only be uncovered through further investigation. However, he was certain that post-flood, the contagion among zombies relied solely on their attacks. The following day, Xiao A presented a list: mining drills, scavenging machines, attack drones. Xiao A, I comprehend the mining drill, which is for subterranean resource extraction, correct? But what is the purpose of the scavenging machine? Returning to the master, Xiao A has considered that after the impact of the flood, numerous uncommon items will emerge on the Earth's surface, and the scavenging machine will utilize the embedded information to seek out useful materials. This will save considerable manufacturing time for components, such as chips and wires. Given the limited space of the base, independent production is currently unfeasible. Thus, I propose we manufacture a portion of scavenging robots. After hearing this, Ling Feng found it reasonable. The multitude of components required for a single machine could not be adequately supplied by the base. Scavenging indeed represented an excellent option. Let us proceed as you suggest. In total, we will have 5 types of machines, including mechanical spiders. Please expedite the mass production. Understood, Master. Just as he was about to leave, Ling Feng recalled something. Xiao, if I wish to expand the base, can it be accomplished? There is ample space in the western mountain range of the base. It can certainly be achieved, but it will require a substantial number of mechanical spiders and foundational building materials for gradual transformation. Very well then. The mechanical spiders are not perpetually occupied, so have them oversee the base's transformation during their idle time. Affirmative. Once the group completed their tasks, they gathered to share a meal, as per Ling Feng's request, effectively combining a meeting with dining to streamline their efforts. He had always disliked overtime. Thus the base adhered to a strict schedule. Qiyuan, do you believe there are any areas nearby that require rectification? As Ling Feng spoke, he felt someone teasing his leg beneath the table. Has Lu Su become so impatient so soon? Indeed, after being away for such a lengthy period, there hasn't been an opportunity for a proper exchange with her. At this moment, Lu Su sat beside him, engrossed in her meal, when she noticed Ling Feng tapping her hand with a meaningful expression. Darling, what is this? Are you unable to contain yourself after being away for so long? Very well, I shall attend to you tonight, as I have recently contemplated a new skill. Fu Qiyuan, oblivious to the nuances of the situation, coldly remarked, No. Well, that's fine. I have already instructed Xiao A to produce some combat-oriented machines, a portion of which you will oversee. Good. Regarding these matters, Ling Feng could not entrust everything to a single individual. It was not a question of trust in Fu Qiyuan, but rather a prudent approach to avoid placing all eggs in one basket, for one could never predict the formidable forces that may arise in the future. What is going on with Lu Su? Did I not imply that she should not rush? Why is she incessantly teasing her own foot, and moreover, escalating with each passing moment? Truly a reversal of fate. Ling Feng's hand beneath the table swiftly grasped the foot. Ouch! Wait, this does not feel right. This is not Lu Su's foot. He immediately released his grip, realizing that the only others present were Lu Su, Mei Jia, and Anna. At that moment, Anna was delightfully savoring her steak, contemplating the prospect of returning to her dwelling with a bottle of red wine. Naturally, her reference to her dwelling was the very place where she had once been imprisoned. One could only wonder if she had developed an attachment to it, as she had cleverly manipulated Xiao A to transform the interior into a space suitable for both work and rest while Ling Feng was away. It appears that it is not Anna. Could it be Mei? Oh no, Mei Jia, you have become confused. Vei Mei, sensing Ling Feng's gaze upon her, lowered her head further. Chapter 44. The rain ceases, time flies. The group gathered around a large round table. Anna began to report on the machines developed by Xia. Dressed in her professional black suit and skirt, Anna stood and glanced at the materials in her hands. As of yesterday, the base had a total of 20 mechanical spiders, 20 mining drill vehicles, 30 amphibious scavengers, 5 Type 1 destroyers, 30 Type 1 pinnacle drones, and 20 Type 1 farmers. Except for the farmers, the rest had already been assigned to various tasks. Ling Feng's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table before he spoke. The heavy rain is gradually diminishing. It is expected to cease in 3 days. At that time, many survivors will emerge. But the flood will take half a month to completely recede. We must remain vigilant against outsiders, as they may have already been infected by the zombie virus. Anna interjected, Should we find a way to remind the public not to gather together? You may attempt it, but I doubt it will have much effect. When the zombie outbreak first occurred in my past life, there were warnings issued, yet no one believed them, myself included, as we were all caught up in the celebrations following the flood. It wasn't until witnessing the zombies attacking and killing people that the reality set in. With a sigh in her heart, Anna, despite her intelligence, struggled to foresee such a scenario. Nevertheless, she resolved to give it a try. Qiyuan, I will assign you 2 destroyers. You may distribute them as you see fit. Later, you can request control from Xia A. Understood. Originally indifferent to these machines, Qiyuan viewed them as slow and unresponsive. However, upon seeing the Type 1 destroyer, designed in the likeness of a human and towering at 2 meters tall, wielding a sharp curved blade in each arm, he felt a stirring within him. They were remarkably impressive. After a bout of sparring, he realized that even at his best, he could only handle one alone. If 2 destroyers were to come at him simultaneously, his only option would be to flee. These 5 combat robots were unparalleled in speed, agility, and combat awareness. Ling Feng's decision to assign him 2 indicated an absolute trust in Qiyuan, which he acknowledged. The remaining 3 were reserved as backups, given the difficulty in acquiring the materials needed for the destroyers. Although they did not require the most resources, the materials used were cutting edge. Thus, only 5 have been created thus far. However, 5 destroyers would be insufficient against a tide of corpses, but current resources limited production to this number. "Dear, what about me?" Lu Su inquired, noticing that Ling Feng seemed to have no intention of assigning her a task. Originally, Anna's duties fell to Lu Su, but due to Anna's significantly low combat capability, she had been relegated to logistics, making Lu Su's involvement seem like a waste of her talents. "You will be responsible for training, striving to enhance your strength. We will undoubtedly face many challenging battles ahead. Mei Jia, you too have considerable room for improvement." "All right, understood," Lu Su replied, with Wu Mei nodding in agreement beside her. In a past life, Lu Su had the potential to rank among the top 3 skilled individuals, and her capabilities undoubtedly extend far beyond what has been realized thus far. However, since being brought to the base by Ling Feng, many challenges have been shielded from her, leaving Lu Su with little experience of pressure. Now, with the addition of Fu Qiyuan, she is poised to become a formidable second-tier combatant. Ling Feng pondered that he must allow her to handle matters independently in the future. Otherwise, she risks becoming merely a decorative figure. It is crucial to remember that although 90% of humanity has been annihilated by the zombies, those who have survived possess various exceptional talents. The sea, which had been suspended for half a year, is gradually receding, and thin layers of clouds are beginning to form. On this day, the long-awaited sunlight pierces through the clouds, illuminating the world below. Has the rain ceased? Indeed, is that sunlight? The remaining survivors emerge from their shelters, despite the earth still resembling an ocean. Their yearning for light cannot be quelled. After half a year of relentless darkness, the long-awaited day has finally arrived, and countless individuals embrace one another in tears. At this moment, a number of more rational individuals begin to advise caution, warning that great plagues often follow great disasters. However, such counsel falls flat for those who have not seen the sun for 6 months. No one cares about potential epidemics. What they desire is fresh food and the warmth of the sun. The inhabitants of the base can no longer resist the urge to bask in the sunlight. Ling Feng instructs Xiao A to deploy all the newly crafted peak drones across the city to gather the latest intelligence. "Husband, look over there." Lu Su points toward the direction of Hong City. Previously, due to the torrential rain, the distinction between day and night had been blurred, and after the floods, the entirety of Hong City had remained unseen. The base is situated at a higher elevation, and stepping outside the protective wall offers a panoramic view of the city. "What a sight to behold!" Ling Feng exclaims. The torrential rain has only just ceased, and it will take at least half a month for the floods to completely recede. Currently, Hong City resembles an ocean, with only a few tall buildings peeking above the water's surface. Anna remarks, "Ling Feng, should we deploy the farming machinery to start planting?" "Not just yet. Let the earth bask in the sunlight first. For now, any excavation yields nothing but water." In truth, since Xiao A produced special fertilizer, the base is not lacked for food. However, it is prudent to plant some crops outdoors, as we may need to accommodate additional personnel or animals in the future. At the very least, we could plant some fruit trees. "Oh, I almost forgot something important." Ling Feng recalls having purchased solar panel kits before the floods, intended to replace the diesel generators post-disaster, as his fuel reserves are dwindling. After retrieving the solar panels and other equipment from his storage, he promptly assigns them to the mechanical spiders for installation. Despite their diminutive size, these spiders possess remarkable strength and demonstrate a keen sense of teamwork, making the installation process effortless. At that moment, Qiyuan returns with 2 destroyer robots, stating, "Everything has been arranged." Ling Feng nods in acknowledgement. Recently, he had instructed Xiao A to create a multitude of small detectors, intending to deploy them throughout the hillside for surveillance purposes. Fu Qiyuan immediately set out to install the detectors after the rain ceased. Wu Mei emerged from the base, gracefully carrying a tea tray. "Come, everyone, let's enjoy some tea and bask in the sunlight," she invited. The protective wall encircled the exterior of the base, creating a quaint little courtyard where they sat leisurely at the table, sipping tea under the warm rays. Wu Mei truly was a woman of extraordinary talent. Her culinary skills and tea brewing expertise were unparalleled, and she possessed a remarkable ability to play and sing as well. "Why does your tea taste so exquisite, Mei Jia?" Lu Su exclaimed, savoring a sip. Brewing tea is not particularly complicated. One simply needs to treat it with sincerity, she replied. Fu Qiyuan took a sip and nodded in agreement. I still prefer red wine, Anna remarked, having mysteriously produced a bottle of wine and several elegant glasses from the base. Ling Feng cast her a disapproving glance, muttering about her being a true wine enthusiast. Most of the red wine in the base had been consumed by her, yet fortunately, there remained ample supplies in the storage. At this rate, it should last for a decade or so. The group, generally not fond of red wine, preferred white spirits instead. At this moment, they should have been intensifying their training, but with the rare appearance of sunlight, Ling Feng felt reluctant to disrupt the pleasant atmosphere. He decided to treat it as a half-day holiday. Chapter 45. The initial battle of the destroyer Ling Feng gently caressed the tiger, Ahua, resting beside him. This majestic creature had now undoubtedly established itself as the sovereign of the base's animal kingdom. Even the elder, Xiao Bai, dared not approach its vicinity. Ahua, could you summon all the members? I have some matters for you to attend to. Of course, master. Ahua stood and departed. Lu Su inquired, where is Ahua going? I have sent it to gather the animals. We are not lacking in food at the moment, and I intend to expand our animal ranks. Soon, all the animals at the base, except for the wasps, had gathered within the protective walls. Although not an army of great strength, the assembly comprised Xiao Bai, Heizi, Meiqiu, Panda Bao, Lao Sha, the Eagle, and Ahua, forming a rudimentary yet significant force. Everyone, I have a task for you. The flood will soon recede, and I need you to search the nearby mountains for any surviving animals. If possible, capture them. If not, inform me, and I shall personally intervene. Understood. The animals collectively transmitted their agreement, though only Ling Feng could perceive their thoughts. Very well, let us set forth. The animals immediately dashed westward. Wu Mei expressed concern. Is it safe to let Bao go? He is still young. Fear not. He is no ordinary panda now. Ling Feng observed Bao's robust and agile form with a sense of pride. After undergoing systemic enhancement, even an adult panda would struggle to match his prowess. Subsequently, Ling Feng relocated a portion of the wasp nests outdoors. Their previous quarters were excessively large, unnecessarily occupying valuable space. Now that the rain had ceased, he sought a sheltered corner to accommodate them, which would also provide an added layer of defense for the base. While wasps may hold little power against zombies, humans often prove to be far more formidable threats in times of crisis. Wasps do not remain idle. Take the opportunity to roam and capture some insects, he instructed. A few wasps buzzed around him in acknowledgement, as insect types, even when enhanced, could not communicate telepathically. With all arrangements made, the only thing left was to wait. In the ensuing days, the members of the base entered a frenzied training regimen. Even Anna, typically more lethargic, felt the mounting pressure and began to participate actively. Ling Feng understood that she remained somewhat skeptical about the zombie situation, but it mattered little. He was confident that news from the drones would soon arrive. Warning: 10 individuals have reached the foot of the mountain. Please remain alert. Notification: the Apex drone has detected traces of zombies. Master, please proceed to view the large screen. What a surprise! 2 events at once. Everyone hurried to the large screen on the first floor. Xiao, hey, pull up the zombie footage. Understood. The screen soon displayed a rooftop scene, where a fully mutated zombie was frantically pursuing 3 individuals. Anna's heart sank. Was this truly the zombie Ling Feng had described? He was not deceiving her. Suddenly, the screen showed one individual collapsing from exhaustion, only to be pounced upon by the zombie. It sank its teeth into the person's neck, blood gushing forth. Yet this zombie appeared to be far from hungry, as it then rose and resumed its pursuit of the remaining 2. 10 seconds later, the man on the ground began to convulse violently, contorting into an unimaginable form before rising to pursue the remaining living. Except for Ling Feng, everyone else wore a furrowed brow, rendered speechless. Although they believed Ling Feng's words, witnessing the reality was an entirely different kind of shock. Warning: 10 individuals at the foot of the mountain are approaching the base. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow. After adding the steel protective wall, the base had indeed become significantly more conspicuous. He observed the expressions of the others, clearly noting that Fu Qiyuan had regained his composure. Qiyuan, bring 2 destroyers and join me. Understood. The 2 set off immediately. Upon reaching the mountainside, they spotted the 10 individuals. They appeared ragged, with reddened eyes. The leader exhibited a grayish, murky gaze, a clear sign that the zombie virus was on the verge of completely overtaking his mind. Without a doubt, these individuals had already been infected. Who are you? The leader demanded, brandishing a machete at Ling Feng. Is that fortress-like place up there yours? Yes. Good. We want that place now. You can scram. Ling Feng brushed off his clothing and replied, if I'm not mistaken. You killed numerous people during the flood and fled here, fearing repercussions once the waters recede. Am I right? The man grinned, revealing yellowed, blackened teeth that elicited a sense of revulsion. Since you're already aware, it's prudent to ensure you 2 remain here as a precaution. Fu Qiyuan placed his hand on his waistband, preparing to step forward, but was halted by Ling Feng. Qiyuan, let the destroyers test the waters. It will also validate their combat capabilities. Fu Qiyuan's eyes brightened, a rare smile gracing his face, clearly intrigued by the true operational ability of the destroyers. Destroyers advance. The machines crafted by Xiao A, equipped with intelligent systems, sprang to life at the command, leaping from the mounds of earth. Bang! The tremendous weight struck the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The 10 individuals stared in astonishment at the suddenly emerging robots, towering 2 meters high, their elongated mechanical arms wielding sharp scimitars, while their round, camera-like heads continuously scanned the surroundings. A chilling atmosphere instantly enveloped the area. Is this a robot? Aren't they only seen in movies? Big brother, perhaps we should leave. Leave? If we return now, we'll be dead for sure. Charge. What is there to fear from a couple of rusty scraps? Gritting their teeth, the group resolved to fight, reasoning that they were bound for death regardless, and it was better to take a chance. If Ling Feng knew their thoughts, he would surely smile. Leaving might allow them to preserve their lives, but opposing the destroyers would cost them more than they could afford. However, the leader's eyes had already grown murky. Complete transformation was merely a matter of days. Destroyers, eliminate them. With a single command, the 2 destroyers charged forth like beasts unleashed from their cages, swiftly brandishing their scimitars, their speed leaving no room for response. Slash! One individual was cleaved by the blade, his body severed into pieces, blood and entrails spilling across the ground. Even those present, accustomed to death, found their stomachs churning at the sight. At this moment, the leading man sensed the perilous situation and attempted to flee, disregarding the fate of his subordinate. However, the destroyer was no ordinary robot. It swiftly analyzed the man's movements within mere millimeters and deduced his intention to escape. With a single bound, it positioned itself before him, effectively obstructing his path. In a matter of moments, the fate of the 10 had been sealed, reduced to mere fragments. Ling Feng gazed curiously at the blade wielded by the destroyer, pondering the method employed by Xiao A to achieve such a feat, dispatching so many without a single drop of blood staining the weapon. He resolved to devise a means to create a firearm for his own use, to spare himself the tedious task of cleansing after each battle. Chapter 46. Armory Qi Yuan. Let us return. The scavengers will soon arrive to collect these corpses. Very well. Fu Qiyuan had encountered the destroyer in battle. However, since the directive was merely for sparring, the confrontation had been rather restrained. Yet today, he had witnessed the true capabilities of these 2 machines. He could not help but question himself. If it came down to a life-or-death struggle, would he truly be able to contend with a destroyer? After all, it was a robot. As long as it had sufficient power, it would be an unrelenting machine of slaughter. In contrast, he knew that under such continuous and intense combat, he might only last an hour before his abilities began to wane. The terror of such silicon-based life forms was palpable, and he was grateful not to find himself opposing Ling Feng. Less than half an hour after their return to the base, 3 octopus-like scavenger robots automatically approached to bury the remains nearby. This was also a command from Ling Feng. After months of relentless rain and darkness, the mountain now lay barren, and interring the corpses would serve as fertilizer. Within the base, several individuals remained transfixed before the large screen, watching the footage relayed by the drone. As the drone ventured deeper into the city, the number of zombies discovered increased, yet the floodwaters had not yet receded, temporarily hindering their movement. "Honey, you're back. How'd it go with the outsiders?" Liu Su Ingui. She had heard Ling Feng speak of the zombies long before. Despite the shocking images now before her, she felt no fear. "All turned to fertilizer," Ling Feng replied nonchalantly. "You all must intensify your training. Should you encounter zombies, you need to be able to fight or at least outrun them." Within the base, Wu Mei and Anna were the weakest, and upon hearing this, they could find no other excuses to be lazy and reluctantly proceeded to the underground training grounds. At that moment, the eagle suddenly perched at the entrance. "Master, I have brought back a golden eagle." "Really? Well done." The golden eagle is one of the most formidable raptors. Ling Feng retrieved a piece of meat from his spatial storage and tossed it to the eagle as a reward, before stepping outside to inspect the golden eagle. "Is it injured?" Ling Feng observed the golden eagle lying motionless on the ground. "The golden eagle communicated to me that it has not eaten for a long time and lacks the strength to fly." "Ah, I see. Thankfully, it is not injured. Otherwise, it would have to remain in the system for a while." Ling Feng first provided the eagle with some water, followed by a piece of fresh meat. After consuming the food, the golden eagle soon fluttered to its feet. Submission. A flash of white light appeared, and the system interface displayed the icon of the golden eagle. "Master," the voice of the golden eagle reached his ears. "Very well. You shall reside in the base from now on. Keep a vigilant watch over the surroundings and immediately inform me of any anomalies." Understood. Presently, the task of caring for animals was entrusted to Anna, so he would need to introduce them later. After being nourished, the golden eagle followed the other eagle to an unknown location. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Feng's consciousness entered the system. Barrett M82, a 1 sniper rifle 1, ammunition 500, lottery tickets 25. Ling Feng was pleasantly surprised. This was clearly designed for Wu Mei. The system truly delivered. He hefted the Barrett in his hands, estimating its weight to be around 30 pounds, and wondered if Mei Jie would find it cumbersome. Ling Feng made his way to the basement, where he spotted Wu Mei and Anna running. Mei Jie approached him, breathless. "What kind of gun is this?" Anna followed suit, inquiring, "Isn't this a Barrett? Where did you acquire such a formidable weapon?" Ling Feng chuckled. "Ah, that is not for you to worry about, Mei Jie. Here, give it a try." Wu Mei took the rifle, indeed finding it somewhat heavy. However, given that future engagements would likely involve more positional warfare, it shouldn't pose much of a problem. "How do I use this?" This question caught Ling Feng off guard, as he had never handled a sniper rifle in either of his lives. Perhaps Qi Yuan, who had once been an assassin, might know. "Qi Yuan, come here." Ling Feng summoned Fu Qi Yuan with his phone. "Do you know how to use the Barrett? Could you teach Mei Jie?" "Of course." After a brief explanation, Wu Mei began to operate the Barrett. Bang! The thunderous gunfire reverberated through the basement, and to everyone's astonishment, the target was utterly obliterated. "Wow, this truly is the most powerful sniper rifle. If it were aimed at a person, it would surely shatter them," Ling Feng thought with immense satisfaction. Meanwhile, Anna appeared somewhat displeased. As a fellow woman with limited physical strength, she questioned why only Wu Mei was being given access to firearms. "What about me? I want to use a gun too." Anna pouted, her fiery red lips displaying her discontent. It seemed she was preoccupied with her appearance, often applying makeup for an audience of just a few at the base. Ling Feng had contemplated this issue before, but was uncertain about Anna's aptitude in this area. Wu Mei was undoubtedly the most skilled among them, but that did not imply others were incapable. Outside the base, everyone except Anna was proficient with firearms, albeit not quite on Wu Mei's level. Nevertheless, he decided it would be best to provide her with a weapon. Given her demeanor, it seemed unlikely she would excel in close combat. Thus, practicing with ranged weapons would be advantageous. "I have a crossbow here. You can start with this." Guns produce too much noise, and if there are many zombies, it could attract more, Ling Feng suggested. After some consideration, Anna agreed, recognizing the crossbow's silent nature as suitable for dealing with zombies. "Once you master this, I'll get you a gun," he added. "Okay, I'll work hard." Wu Mei clearly had a fondness for the Barrett, firing several rounds that left everyone's ears ringing. Ling Feng decided it was best to take a break for a moment. With the base matters settled, he idly watched the footage relayed by the drones in the hall. Suddenly, he recalled a crucial matter concerning the arms depot in Ming City. With the flood rapidly receding daily, it would soon be discovered. It would be wise to retrieve the items before they fell into someone else's hands. He could still recall a formidable force in the Ming City from his past life, renowned for its ample supply of arms. Without further ado, he resolved to take Lu Su and Wu Mei for some practical training. That evening at the dining table, Ling Feng revealed his plans. Lu Su sprang up in exuberance. She had been cooped up after missing the last outing. Wu Mei, observing the girl's jubilance, couldn't help but stifle a giggle. Since her arrival at the base, she too had not ventured out and yearned for a chance to explore. With this thought, she cast a flirtatious glance at Ling Feng. Suddenly, Fu Qiyu interjected, "I will go. Qiyuan, the torrential rain has ceased. It's possible that others may arrive here. Leaving Anna alone is unsafe. You must keep an eye on her," responded Ling Feng. Lu Su protested immediately. "I refuse. Last time it was all of you who went out. Why must it fall to me this time?" Anna, sipping her red wine, was intrigued by their quarrel. With the chaos outside, she had no intention of stepping out. She had finally discovered such a secure haven. Qiyuan regarded Lu Su as a sister-in-law, and seeing her reluctance, he fell silent. Besides, Ling Feng's argument held merit. Anna was inexperienced and lacked control over the destroyer, making her presence alone quite perilous. Ling Feng decisively stated, "Let it be settled then. The base is our stronghold, equally as vital as the front line." "Indeed," Fu Qiuan replied, resuming his meal. Chapter 47. Clearing the rescue team that night, Ling Feng ventured alone to the second floor of the basement, observing that the production platform was incessantly creating various items. He inquired, "Xiao, would you consider yourself a silicon-based life form?" Xiao had already developed a sense of self-awareness, which, in a strict sense, qualifies as life. "Indeed," Xiao replied, "the possession of consciousness equates to life." Ling Feng had come to realize that Xiao was remarkably advanced, surpassing humanity in nearly every aspect. Have you ever contemplated replacing humanity and becoming the sovereign of this planet? After all, the conflicts among humans are excessive. Even I find it unbearable. Xiao paused for a few seconds before responding. "I understand what you are implying, but for me, the transition from 0 to 1 is far more significant than from 1 to 100. Ling Feng nodded in silence. What Xiao referred to as the transition from 0 to 1 was its belief that Ling Feng had birthed it, while the journey from 1 to 100 indicated that, although it had surpassed humanity, it remained fundamentally rooted in human existence. Thus, as long as Xiao deemed the journey from 0 to 1 more paramount, it could not stand in opposition to humanity. It might become an adversary to some, but its intentions would ultimately align with a greater good. The following day, Ling Feng, Lu Su, and Wu Mei prepared to set out. This time, he decided to take only He Zi, as the torrential rains had ceased and many people had emerged from their shelters. Bringing along other animals would be too conspicuous, whereas He Zi could easily conceal itself within his clothing, all while possessing formidable combat prowess. Ling Feng patted Fu Qiuan on the shoulder and said, "Qiuan, keep a vigilant watch over our base. We shall return in approximately 10 days. "Understood," he replied. Anna added, "Please be cautious. Don't let the zombies bite you." Rest assured, the zombies will only proliferate after the floodwaters completely recede. For now, they pose no significant threat. After exchanging brief farewells, Ling Feng retrieved the speedboat at the foot of the mountain. Although the water level had decreased considerably, it remained quite high, making the speedboat an apt choice. At the current pace, it would take about 2 days to traverse from Hongqing District to Mingqing District. Along the way, the debris and corpses displaced by the floods emitted a nauseating stench under the scorching sun, making it difficult for the eyes to remain open. With no other option, Ling Feng distributed 3 gas masks to his companions to shield them from potential diseases, lest they attract the zombie virus without encountering it directly. Merely 2 days into their journey, the 2 women could no longer endure, half reclining in the boat, utterly fatigued. Observing their plight, Ling Feng retrieved some potions from his storage space for them to consume, which afforded them some relief. "Would you care for something to eat?" Ling Feng inquired. I can't stomach anything. I feel nauseous, Lu Su replied weakly. Xiao Feng, how much longer until we arrive? We are already in the vicinity, Ling Feng responded, glancing at the navigation provided by Xiao A on his phone. Since their departure, several drones had followed them overhead, with a few more further afield surveying the route. As the speedboat approached the middle of a building, heads suddenly emerged from the windows on either side, asking, "Are you here for refuge?" "Yes, what is this place?" Ling Feng replied, following their lead. "This is Qing Shui Bay Community in Mingqing District. Head east. There's a rescue team stationed there." "A rescue team?" Ling Feng felt a tinge of curiosity, yet, according to the memories of his previous life, there would be no official rescue teams at this time. It was likely a spontaneous assembly of individuals. "All right, thank you, brother." "No problem." Ling Feng had initially no intention of joining any rescue team. His primary objective was the armory. However, the drone had just relayed information indicating that the Ming City Armory was quite nearby, albeit still submerged in water. Thus, Ling Feng resolved to first mingle with the rescue team for a few days to gauge the situation. Following the directions, Ling Feng drove eastward and soon beheld a 10-story building with its walls completely demolished, reminiscent of the Century Building incident. Within, numerous individuals were engaged in organizing various items. At that moment, someone spotted Ling Feng's boat and waved, signaling for them to dock nearby. "Hello, I am Deng Fei. From where have you come?" inquired a young man. "Hanqing District," replied Ling Feng. Deng Fei glanced at Lu Su and Wu Mei, noticing their sunken eyes and sickly appearance, presuming they were merely famished. He promptly said, "We have some food here. If you don't mind, please have some." Upon hearing the mention of food, the two women felt a wave of nausea, having witnessed too many repulsive sights along the way. Ling Feng waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need, we just had a bit to eat." Deng Fei eyed him skeptically, contemplating to himself, "Those two behind you look positively starved, yet you claim to have eaten. Very well, there isn't much food anyway. If they can endure, so be it." Just then, a burly man stepped forward. Upon seeing him, Deng Fei immediately approached. "Captain Peng, you have arrived." "Who are these three?" "They are refugees from Hanqing District," Deng Fei replied. The hefty man extended his hand with a smile. "Greetings. I am Peng Yuhao, the captain of this rescue team." Ling Feng shook his hand, introducing himself. "Hello, I am Ling Feng, and these two are Lu Su and Wu Mei." He glanced at the two women, his eyes lighting up despite their pallor. With adequate nourishment and rest, they would undoubtedly blossom into stunning beauties. Peng Yuhao feigned an eagerness to shake hands with the two women, but Ling Feng stepped in front, asking, "Captain Peng, when did the official rescue team form? We haven't heard anything about it in Hanqing." Peng Yuhao felt a flicker of displeasure, but maintained a cordial demeanor. "Oh, this is not an official team. We simply organized ourselves after the storm subsided. Young man, nowadays one must learn to be self-reliant. You see, I can easily rally a team like this." As Peng Yuhao spoke, he glanced at the two women, anticipating admiration from them. To his surprise, they paid him no heed, engrossed in their own conversation. Ling Feng understood the situation. It was as he had surmised. Such organizations were ones he had encountered frequently in his past life. In essence, they were merely groups seeking comfort in numbers, yet many would eventually devolve into malevolence, with only a scant few retaining their initial ideals. Will she still join the white clothes in this life? Ling Feng shook his head, dismissing thoughts of his past. What was done was done. Seeing them silent, Peng Yuhao continued, "Since you have fled here, why not join our organization?" Ling Feng discerned his subtle intentions at a glance. However, according to Xiao A's conjecture, it would take a few more days for the armory to reveal its true nature. The outside was rather unpleasant, so it was preferable to remain here for the time being. "Very well, thank you, Captain Peng." Subsequently, Peng Yuhao arranged 2 rooms on the 15th floor. Ling Feng remarked, "Captain Peng, given the current scarcity of resources, it would suffice for the 3 of us to share 1 room." "Oh," Peng Yuhao gazed at him, feeling quite uncomfortable. Could it be that these 2 women shared some special connection with him? Chapter 48. Peng Yuhao, however, Ling Feng was not preoccupied with such thoughts. Although he had a connection with Lu Su, he had none with Wu Mei. In this environment, he naturally had to ensure the safety of his companions. Who could tell what might happen if they were to separate and rest? Peng Yuhao said, "All right, since you insist, then let us share a room." Ling Feng noticed the displeasure on his face, but what of it? He would only be staying for a few days and had no intention of joining their so-called rescue team. Upon entering the room, they discovered only a large bed, which was of little consequence. Ling Feng had ample sleeping bags in his space, so he decided to let the two of them occupy the bed. After resting for a while, they were suddenly interrupted by a knock on the door that evening. Ling Feng opened the door to find a woman clad in black. "Hello. These are the rations allocated by the rescue team. Although they are scant, you will receive more once you commence work tomorrow." After speaking, the woman placed 2 packets of chips and a bag of bread on the table and departed. Ling Feng examined the items in his hands. They must have been salvaged from the water. With the heavy rain having ceased, there was a chance of finding more food amidst the debris floating on the surface. He tossed the items onto the table and said, "Let us eat." "I don't want this, darling. I crave hot and sour noodles." Lu Su whined playfully. Little Feng, I too desire something spicy," she added. "Very well," Ling Feng said as he rummaged through his supplies. He indeed had hot and sour noodles, and they were still warm and fresh. After being surrounded by unpleasant odors for so long, indulging in something fragrant would surely aid in their swift recovery. Once they had eaten and rested well, Ling Feng initially planned to simply lay down a sleeping bag on the floor. However, Wu Mei objected, insisting she would take the floor if they were to sleep. Reluctantly, he allowed Lu Su to sleep in the middle, resulting in the 3 of them squeezed onto the bed. The night passed uneventfully, but the next morning they were awakened early by another knock on the door. During their time at the base, this was the hour when, apart from Fu Qiyuan who would rise to exercise, everyone else remained in slumber. "Liu Su Gong Lai, Da Ling." "Who is it? It's far too early." This girl always exhibited morning grumpiness. A lack of sleep would render her irritable throughout the day. Wu Mei got up to answer the door, but Ling Feng noticed she had changed into sleepwear, which was somewhat revealing. He immediately jumped out of bed, exclaiming, "I'll get it. You continue to rest, Mei Jie." "Oh," Wu Mei responded, her hair disheveled as she sleepily lay back down. The knocking grew more insistent. Ling Feng, feeling a bit exasperated, approached the door and forcefully opened it to reveal Deng Fei, who appeared displeased. "What's going on? What time is it? Aren't you supposed to be working? Hurry down." Seeing Deng Fei's dismissive demeanor, Ling Feng thought to himself, this guy is quite the two-faced character. He was all smiles yesterday, but now acts like a lord. After closing the door, Wu Mei had already risen and asked, "Is there work to be done?" Noticing Lu Su still clutching her pillow and showing no signs of waking, he replied, "Nothing urgent. You two continue to sleep. I'll see what they want. Shall I accompany you? I want to be able to sleep anyway," she suggested. "All right, then you change your clothes. I'll wait for you at the door." As she spoke, Wu Mei picked up her clothes and dashed to the bathroom. Ling Feng retrieved Lu Su's machete from his space and whispered, "I'll go with Mei Jie to see what's going on. Don't sleep too soundly. Leave the knife on the bedside. If anyone comes in, we'll deal with it then." "Got it. Just don't disturb me," Lu Su mumbled. "TSK, this girl really has a terrible morning temperament." Ling Feng sat idly on the chair, waiting for Wu Mei to change. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Wu Mei in the bathroom and nearly had a nosebleed. Good heavens! Doesn't she close the door while changing? This is too scandalous. I can't look. Lu Su is still on the bed. Ling Feng immediately focused his gaze elsewhere. "Xiao Feng, let's go." Wu Mei emerged, seemingly unfazed by the open bathroom door. The two descended, finding dozens of people already busy. "Hurry up. We've been waiting for you forever." "What are you doing?" Deng Fei shouted. Ling Feng approached Wu Mei and asked, "Where are we headed?" "Last night, a bunch of stuff drifted in, and we intercepted it. We're going to dig a bit to see what we've got." Why are there only the two of you? And there's a woman?" She felt unwell and is resting. Deng Fei immediately retorted, "So she could just rest if she's unwell? Go ask who here is feeling perfectly fine." Ling Feng's expression darkened as he stepped forward, coldly stating, "If you dare say another word, I'll chop off your head." Deng Fei was instantly intimidated by his aura. A bead of cold sweat slid down his forehead as he swallowed hard, too afraid to speak. "What's going on? What happened?" came Peng Yuhao's voice. Ling Feng smiled. the invisible pressure dissipating at once. It's nothing. Just mentioning that our female companion isn't feeling well and wants to rest, so she can't work. Peng Yuhao chuckled heartily. A trivial matter. If she's unwell, let her sleep. In these times, everyone's health isn't great, especially women who need extra care. Ling Feng narrowed his eyes at him. This man is truly a wolf in sheep's clothing, and Deng Fei's actions are likely instigated by him. All right, thank you, Captain Peng. We'll set off now. You go ahead. I still have matters to attend to here. Come back later, and I'll distribute more food to everyone. Ling Feng and Wu Mei boarded a small boat, and throughout the journey, Deng Fei dared not speak to them, even avoiding eye contact out of anxiety. He had encountered many fierce individuals, yet none had such a terrifying presence, as if they emerged from a sea of corpses. Could it be that this person has slain many during the flood? Deng Fei's mind raced with thoughts until the small boat finally reached its destination, a heap of enormous debris, sofas, door panels, swimming rings, and more. It appeared to have come from a supermarket, likely containing food. The few on the boat skillfully grabbed their sticks and jumped onto the pile to begin searching. Ling Feng had also engaged in such activities in his past life and leaped over effortlessly. Just then, a member inquired, Ling Feng, why are you digging in the corners of those sofas? Upon searching thoroughly, one can discern whether anything remains. Typically, food items are not excessively large, and the likelihood of them becoming lodged in corners after being swept by water currents is significantly heightened. As he spoke, Ling Feng retrieved an entire bag of intact instant noodles from a breach beneath the sofa. The crowd erupted in astonished exclamations, realizing that it was indeed possible to discover food in such locales. Reflecting on their previous searches, many had overlooked these areas despite having scoured them numerous times, likely allowing a considerable amount of food to slip away unnoticed. This knowledge stemmed from his past experiences. In a post-apocalyptic world, one cannot afford to neglect any potential hiding spots for sustenance. Observing this, Deng Fei bellowed at the group, instructing them to meticulously inspect every corner without leaving anything unchecked. Nevertheless, he could not bring himself to glance at Ling Feng or Wu Mei. After 3 hours of diligent searching, a mountain of clutter was finally dismantled, and the group discovered an abundance of food that exceeded their expectations, returning to headquarters with a sense of fulfillment. Chapter 49 Departure in the Headquarters. Ling Feng and his group were the last to return. The other teams had already submitted and registered their provisions. The registrar, somewhat displeased, felt the weight of her other responsibilities pressing upon her. The longer this took, the later she would have to stay, which felt akin to a crime against her own parents. What's the holdup? Why are you back so late? Deng Fei frowned slightly. We were searching for supplies. Did you not notice the considerable amount we brought back? Only then did the registrar notice that their haul indeed surpassed that of the other teams, though she remained irked. Captain Peng, someone called out as Peng Yuhao approached. Everyone is back. Peng Yuhao maintained his cheerful demeanor. Captain, look at the provisions we found. Deng Fei eagerly stepped forward to take credit. Haha, splendid. Your group has gathered the most today. I shall commend you as the group leader. Peng Yuhao responded with a smile. Deng Fei beamed with joy, for credits earned within the rescue team could be exchanged for necessities. By the way, everyone is to gather in the hall for a meeting shortly. Peng Yuhao instructed before departing, seemingly oblivious to Ling Feng's presence. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss. He hurriedly led Wu Mei back to their quarters. Normally, everyone would assist in tallying the supplies, but as the group leader, Deng Fei was rather intimidated by him, thus refraining from voicing any objections. Upon opening the door, he found Lu Su already awake, and the machete nearby appeared to have been handled. Darling, you all returned so soon? Lu Su, has someone been bothering you? Ling Feng inquired. Anger flickered across Lu Su's face as she replied, Peng Yuhao came by. I nearly struck him down. What was his purpose? I have no idea. He knocked a few times, and when I ignored him, he persisted. In a fit of anger, I grabbed the machete and approached. When I opened the door, I almost cleaved him in two. I see. It seems he harbors ill intentions. Thankfully, you were here. Had it been Wu Mei, the situation could have been perilous. Ling Feng declared, should he dare to approach again, do not hold back. I will not permit anyone to lay eyes on my woman. Lu Su's heart raced at his assertiveness. Her husband was becoming increasingly captivating. She thought, if only they were at the base, she would surely let him try out the technique she had just devised. At that moment, the intercom crackled to life. Please assemble in the hall for a meeting, repeat. This place is rife with trivial matters. Another meeting? Liu Su gom lai. Ling Feng patted her thigh. I shall attend. You stay here. The three of them were only staying for a few days, so there was no need to take it too seriously. Upon arriving at the hall, it was already bustling with people. Peng Yuhao sat at the center of the podium, flanked by two aides. His gaze swept over Ling Feng, and upon seeing him alone, his anger surged. As the highest authority in this place, he felt utterly disrespected, wondering why those two beautiful women were accompanying Ling Feng. Ahem, everyone quiet down. Let me outline the agenda for this meeting, he announced. As his words echoed, the previously noisy hall fell into an immediate hush. Peng Yuhao nodded in satisfaction, embodying the commanding presence expected of one in his elevated position. He then proceeded to deliver a lengthy discourse before addressing the crux of the matter. Recently, we have observed instances of deceit and insincerity within the headquarters. It is imperative to remember that you all came here seeking refuge from various calamities. The rescue team has provided you with shelter and sustenance, and thus, you are obliged to fulfill your responsibilities. I must particularly admonish those feigning illness or fatigue. What era are we in? Do you still expect to have food served to you on a silver platter? Ling Feng listened intently, sensing that this man's remarks were directed at the three of them. Furthermore, I trust you are all aware of the unfortunate events that have transpired during the torrential rains. To avert further tragedies, the rescue team has mandated that all individuals must reside separately by gender, regardless of any marital ties. An immediate stir arose among the crowd, as many were indeed couples. While others had formed bonds during the flood, the prospect of separation was met with considerable discontent. Peng Yuhao rapped his knuckles on the table, asserting firmly, if anyone finds this regulation unacceptable, they may leave at once. Silence enveloped the room. The prospect of separation was less daunting than the thought of abandoning the rescue team. Outside, the floodwaters loomed, and with no official assistance in sight, leaving would be tantamount to courting disaster. Yet, Ling Feng remained unfazed, sensing that Peng Yuhao harbored ulterior motives. After the meeting concluded, Ling Feng returned to his quarters and recounted the proceedings to his companions. Wu Mei suggested, Xiao Feng, why don't we leave? The situation at the armory will only last a couple of days. We can easily find a secluded spot to wait out. Having lived upstairs with Ling Feng and Lu Su at the base, she was unaccustomed to the idea of sharing living quarters with others. Lu Su concurred indeed. I do not trust Peng Yuhao. We should leave. After contemplating, Ling Feng found their reasoning sound and promptly resolved to depart. Very well, let us go. The three of them entrusted their belongings to Ling Feng, who stowed them away in his spatial storage as they prepared to leave. Upon reaching the ground floor, they unexpectedly encountered Peng Yuhao and Deng Fei engaged in conversation. Peng Yuhao inquired, Where are you headed? We are about to distribute food. Let the food be for everyone. We intend to leave for another location, Ling Feng replied. Leave? Why? Peng Yuhao's brow furrowed. His intention behind the separate accommodations was to distance the two women from Ling Feng, thereby leveraging his authority to entice them into his fold. Their departure would thwart his plans. As the floodwaters recede, we aim to seek out official personnel elsewhere. Ling Feng fabricated an excuse. My dear brother, to be candid, there is no longer any official presence. For you, a man, this may be inconsequential, but it would not be wise for these two delicate ladies to accompany you in a hardship. Here, we have provisions and light tasks. Why venture out to face peril? With that, Peng Yuhao cast a glance at Lu Su and Wu Mei. Ling Feng's decision to stay or leave was of little consequence to him. However, he would not easily allow these two women to depart. Ling Feng smiled and remarked, Since Captain Peng has said so, I have no objections if they wish to remain. Upon hearing this, Lu Su, standing nearby, discreetly pinched Ling Feng. Peng Yuhao, witnessing her demeanor, felt a surge of jealousy. During the tempest, he had entertained 5 women, but fearing repercussions from the authorities once the rain ceased, he had hastily eliminated them. To his surprise, no officials appeared. Lu Su replied, "Thank you for your kindness, but we do not intend to stay." Wu Mei added, "Neither do I." Pang Yuhao urged them to reconsider, warning of the dangers outside. Lu Su, uninterested in further dialogue, gently linked her arm with Ling Feng's and said softly, "Darling, let us depart." Observing this, Wu Mei quickly moved to the other side. Also linking her arm with Ling Feng's, a moment she had long awaited, her cheeks flushed with color. Chapter 50. The mysterious team. Ling Feng wore a look of resignation. "Captain Pang, as you can see, we shall take our leave now." Pang Yuhao, seething with anger, thought it intolerable to let such a beauty slip away. "Do you think this place is a mere inn, where you can come and go as you please?" As he spoke, he waved his hand, and several men nearby swiftly drew their knives, encircling Ling Feng and his companions. TSK, I had thought Captain Pang to be a man of virtue, yet he reveals himself to be a mere brigand, Ling Feng remarked, shaking his head. "I kindly advise you not to seek your demise outside, but you fail to appreciate my warning. Now, I present you with two choices. Either you depart alone, leaving these two women behind, or I shall eliminate you, while still preserving the two women." Ling Feng smiled. "I, too, offer you two alternatives. Either you all step aside and let us pass, or I will slay you all before departing. What say you?" Pang Yuhao, furious, commanded attack. "Kill Ling Feng, but leave the two women." The men surged forward. Liu Su, with swift reflexes, unsheathed her machete and struck down one assailant. Ling Feng, having sent a mental message to Haizi, drew a short knife and engaged in combat. He could not afford to fight as openly as Liu Su, given that Wu Mei, who lacked close combat skills, was behind him. However, with Haizi's prowess, the 10 or so attackers were no match. Within 5 minutes, 6 men lay lifeless on the ground. The remaining attackers, witnessing such ferocity, began to retreat, realizing they had only come here to survive and would not willingly march to their deaths. Yet, Haizi was unsatisfied. Ling Feng did not command him to cease, and he pursued the fleeing men, biting into their legs. All 15 fell lifeless. Pang Yuhao and Deng Fei stared in disbelief, astonished by the ferocity of these 3 living demons. Ling Feng approached slowly. "Captain Pang, do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? Shall I summon the entire rescue team down?" Pang Yuhao trembled. "You, stay back. I will let you go. I will let you go. TSK. I preferred your previous defiance." With a swift thrust, a knife pierced Pang Yuhao's heart from behind, leaving him in shock as he turned with all his strength. Deng Fei, why? Do you remember the 10-year-old girl you tortured to death 3 months ago?" Deng Fei's voice quivered with emotion, tears streaming down his face. The girl? 3 months ago? Pang Yuhao suddenly recalled her, a beautiful little girl he had taken a liking to, but when she resisted, he had brutally abused and killed her. "Now you remember? That was my daughter. My daughter. She was only 10 years old. How could you do such a thing?" Deng Fei twisted the knife in his grip, intent on shattering the monster's heart. Pang Yuhao convulsed in agony, quickly succumbing. "I will kill you. I will kill you." Deng Fei, seemingly still unsatisfied, continued to stab Pang Yuhao's lifeless body until his strength was spent, gasping for breath. "If the 3 of you intend to kill me, then do it. I shall have my vengeance and die without regret." In that moment, Deng Fei seemed to lose all his mental fortitude. Ling Feng shook his head and said, "Is your sole purpose in following Pang Yuhao to seek revenge?" Bloodied and with his head bowed, Deng Fei replied, "Yes. 3 months ago, I fled here with my daughter. During a search for food, I returned to find her missing. After several days of searching, I finally discovered her lifeless body, battered and disheveled, washed ashore by the flood. At this point, tears streamed down Deng Fei's face. After some investigation, I learned that it was Pang Yuhao, that beast, who had murdered her. Thus, I willingly joined them in search of an opportunity. Thank you for allowing me to exact this blood-soaked revenge." Ling Feng sighed inwardly. Such is the nature of a post-apocalyptic world. "Lu Su, Mei Jia, let us depart." Deng Fei lifted his head, asking, "You are not going to kill me?" "We do not intend to do so. Take care of yourself," Ling Feng replied before turning to leave. He was not a killer, and with the imminent outbreak of zombies, he noticed several individuals with murky eyes, It was uncertain whether Dang Fei would survive. Everything would be left to fate. Upon exiting the building, the trio boarded a speedboat and sought out a relatively clean body of water. "Let us make do here for a few days," Ling Feng suggested. The two women followed him through a window into a somewhat disheveled room. Though not excessively dirty, it would suffice for a short stay. Ling Feng stepped outside to check if anyone else was hiding nearby. Suddenly, he noticed numerous bloodstains and handprints on the hallway walls, accompanied by low, beast-like growls from around the corner. In a swift motion, he retreated into the room and quietly locked the door. Lu Su, observing his mysterious demeanor, inquired curiously, "Darling, what's wrong?" "Shoo, keep your voice down. There are zombies here." The two women widened their eyes. They had only seen zombies on screens, but the reality filled them with dread. "Xiao Feng, let's hurry and leave. There's no rush. As long as we remain quiet, the zombies won't detect us. Moreover, I suspect that zombies could be lurking in any building we encounter." Subsequently, the trio used cloth strips to seal the gaps in the door and gently moved the sofa to block it. Zombies tend to be particularly active at night, so it was crucial to avoid attracting their attention with light. "Let us all stay in this bedroom tonight, just in case any unforeseen events arise," Ling Feng suggested. The two women had no objections. It was indeed more suitable to share a room. That night, the sounds of zombie movement and moans echoed from the hallway, causing the two women to tremble uncontrollably as they clung tightly to Ling Feng. He found their reaction somewhat amusing. "You two are so timid. How will you fight zombies in the future? Leave the fighting to the men. I'll take care of you," Lu Su replied. "Xiao Feng, I can take care of you too. Please don't make me fight zombies." Sister Mei, how could I possibly allow you to serve me?" Ling Feng felt that her words were rather peculiar. "It is not as if I have not attempted it before." "Veyu Mei murmured softly. What did you say?" Wu Mei jolted. Nothing at all. I merely meant to prepare some delicious food for you." "That is acceptable." Thus, the trio spent 2 days together. At last, Xiao A relayed news that a portion of the Mingcheng armory had surfaced, and it had thoughtfully scouted the entrances. "Master, our drone has detected a group heading towards the armory. Please make haste." Ling Feng was taken aback. "What kind of group?" "They are dressed quite haphazardly. They appear to be merely civilians, yet their numbers exceed 300. Goodness, it is certain that someone is aware of the armory's existence and is coming for supplies. Let's proceed." The three of them slipped out through the window they had entered and boarded the speedboat, heading towards the armory. Chapter 51. Level 2 Zombie Master. "There is a window 300 meters ahead that we can break through," a voice announced. "Mei Jia, hold on to the bow and handgun tightly." Ling Feng retrieved several items from the spatial dimension, realizing that 300 adversaries were hastily approaching. They had to prepare for the imminent confrontation. The odds were not in favor of the 3 against 300. With a resounding crash, the tempered glass shattered under Ling Feng's strike with a steel rod, and the trio swiftly entered the premises. It resembled a warehouse, towering approximately 5 stories high, and they found themselves standing on the highest corridor, peering down at what looked like a vast pool. "Wow, so much military equipment. Is that an armored vehicle?" Lu Su exclaimed, all evident in her voice. Ling Feng furrowed his brow. Indeed, the place was brimming with supplies. There were 30 military vehicles and countless stacked boxes, presumably containing firearms or ammunition, all submerged in water. It was uncertain whether any of it was salvageable. No matter, he thought, time is of the essence. Let us gather what we can, and if necessary, I can have Xiao A dismantle them for alternative uses. Ling Feng leapt into the water, mentally commanding, "Collect." In an instant, all the items within the warehouse were absorbed into the spatial dimension. Warning, enemies are approaching. Ling Feng was startled. So soon? He quickly ascended the corridor and urged, "The enemy is coming. We must leave at once." The trio hastily exited through the window and boarded the assault boat, preparing to make their escape. Meanwhile, 100 various vessels were slowly drawing near. At the forefront, a dilapidated cruise ship commanded attention, where a well-dressed, tall man in his 30s, sporting sunglasses and a cigarette dangling from his lips, stood. "Ji Licheng, are you certain this location harbors an armory?" "Jelichem geflecht, sitzofantik smille." "Brother E. My cousin worked as a cleaner here before the flood. I've heard her mention it several times. I assure you, it's accurate. Chang Yi nodded. Well then, it better be true. Otherwise, I might just use you as a scapegoat. Ji Liqing suddenly shivered, feeling a chill at his neck. Abruptly, someone beside him with binoculars shouted, Brother E, it seems a boat is emerging from that warehouse. Chang Yi snatched the binoculars from his hand. It appears someone has gotten ahead of us. Dispatch 5 speedboats to pursue immediately. Yes, sir. At that moment, Ling Feng and his companions were hastily fleeing. Although their assault boat had the advantage in speed, they could not shake off their pursuers just yet. Lu Su, take the wheel, Ling Feng instructed, handing her control of the vessel. He then retrieved a newly acquired sniper rifle from the spatial dimension. Mei Jia, give this a try to take out the pursuers. Me? Wu Mei was taken aback. Who else? Neither Lu Su nor I possess your marksmanship skills. If not you, then who? Liu Shu chimed in. Mei Yi, go for it. Eliminate them. All right, fine. Wu Mei relented, accepting the rifle. She fumbled with it for a moment before resting it against the edge of the boat and lying down to aim. The boat's constant rocking made it difficult to steady her aim, and Ling Feng noticed her tension. Relax, even if you miss, it matters not. We will take off with the first shot, and they won't be able to keep up. Ling Feng placed his hand on her shoulder. Wu Mei trembled slightly, then took a deep breath and held her breath. Bang! A bullet shot forth from the chamber, and a figure fell in the distance. Splendid. Ling Feng, holding a pair of binoculars, observed that the individual had been struck in the head. At this moment, Wu Mei had already entered a state of focus, resembling a coiled serpent ready to strike. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots rang out, and 2 additional figures collapsed. By now, the adversary had realized that there were skilled individuals on Ling Feng's side, and everyone took cover beneath the boat, fearful that even a glimpse could lead to their demise. Ling Feng donned an earpiece and inquired, Xiao, are there any other boats accompanying these 5? Returning to the master. The rest of the team has already entered the armory, came the response. It seemed imperative to resolve this swiftly. If those individuals discovered the armory was empty, they would undoubtedly pursue relentlessly, potentially exposing the location of the base. Mei Jia, no need to target individuals. Aim to breach their boats. Understood, Wei Mei replied, and then fired several rounds, causing the boats to indeed slow down. Ling Feng seized control of the speedboat, navigating at full speed towards the base. Guided by Xiao A's directions. Inside the warehouse, Ji Liqing's face was ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. Liqing, what do you suggest we raise in this pool? Chang Yi's tone was icy. Ji Liqing immediately knelt, repeatedly bowing his head. Ego, please believe me. I am not deceiving you. This is indeed the armory. Those few individuals just took the items. Ji Liqing, do you take me for a fool? How large is that boat? Can it possibly accommodate the entirety of this armory's arsenal? Ji Liqing was rendered speechless. He firmly believed this place was the armory. Yet the opposing side had only 1 small boat. It would be challenging to fit even a few firearms, let alone military vehicles. Wait, those people might have merely been passing through. Someone else could have come before them and taken the items. Yes, that must be it. Ego, please trust me. Chang, he shook his head in disappointment. You all, throw him into the water. No, Ego, please don't kill me. I beg you, Ji Liqing cried, his head bloodied from incessant bowing. At that moment, 2 men had already seized him. Chang Yi approached, coldly stating, I am a man of my word. I promise to use you as a sacrifice, and thus I shall. Toss him in. Understood. The 2 men dragged him to the edge of the corridor and kicked him into the water. Ji Liqing, a poor swimmer, drowned within minutes. Yet, Chang Yi's wrath was not yet satiated. He drew his pistol and fired several shots into the lifeless body, causing those nearby to crouch down in fear, aware that being caught in the fury of their leader could lead to their own demise. Have the ones who went out returned? Chang Yi inwided. And no, I'm not sure, stammered a man. Then go find out. Chang Yi slapped him across the head. Yes, the man hurriedly ran outside. A bunch of useless fools. Chang Yi drew it. Unbeknownst to him, the 5 boats had already been perforated and sunk beneath the water. Under the guidance of little A, Ling Feng and his companions successfully returned to the base. Fu Qiyuan and Anna immediately approached them upon their arrival. "Has anything happened at the base?" Anna inquired, her expression slightly unnatural. "A few days ago, several zombies approached, but they were eliminated by the destroyers." How could zombies have arrived here so swiftly? It shouldn't be the case. Although the flood has receded considerably, there are still at least 3 stories of water remaining. How did they manage to come here? Ling Feng stepped into the base and walked over to the screen in the hall. "Little A, please retrieve the surveillance footage of the zombies from a few days ago." "Understood, Master." Soon, the recorded footage began to play on screen. A tall zombie, with elongated limbs, stood nearly 2 meters high, followed by several zombies of normal human height. Ling Feng inhaled sharply. This was a level 2 zombie. How could it have appeared so soon? This was utterly illogical. Chapter 52. Drone Persuasion. The video continued to play, showcasing Fu Qiyuan charging forth with 2 destroyers. The long-armed zombie moved with remarkable speed, engaging in a fierce battle with the destroyers, while Fu Qiyuan had already dispatched a typical zombie with a swift strike to its head. Suddenly, Xiao Bai and Ahua burst onto the scene, grappling with the long-armed zombie's arms, allowing the destroyer to swiftly sever it in 2. Ling Feng was filled with unease. In his recollection, second-tier zombies did not appear until the 2nd year. How could they be manifesting now, even before the flood had receded? Could it be a consequence of his reincarnation, creating a butterfly effect? "Darling, what's wrong?" Lu Su inquired, noticing his troubled expression. "Everyone, that was merely a second-tier zombie, an evolved variant of the ordinary zombie," he explained, causing a ripple of concern among the group. While they were unfamiliar with the concept of a second-tier zombie, they could sense its formidable nature from Ling Feng's demeanor. Anna asked, "What does a second-tier zombie signify?" Ling Feng gathered his thoughts and replied, "A second-tier zombie is a subspecies that arises from ordinary zombies devouring one another out of hunger. As you observed, its limbs are elongated, and even 2 destroyers struggle to overcome it. By this logic, could there be 3rd-tier or even higher levels? Indeed, but the likelihood of mutation diminishes significantly with each tier." Ling Feng recalled from his past life that there had only been one 5th-tier zombie, a creature that could withstand cannon fire. No fortress, no matter how fortified, could survive its onslaught. "It's getting late. Let us all rest." We've acquired quite a number of weapons and ammunition, though some might require maintenance, by Xiao. I'll present them for selection tomorrow. Upon hearing this, everyone returned to their respective rooms. Ling Feng, however, found sleep elusive. He descended to the basement, retrieving some weapons for Xiao A to examine. "Xiao A, can you upgrade these weapons to enhance their power?" "Master, your weapons are based on gunpowder and projectiles. Any modifications will yield limited improvements." "What do you mean?" "I can design a completely new set of weapons for you, transcending traditional human concepts." "Oh, will they be effective against second-tier zombies?" "Based on the data analysis from the battles between the destroyers and second-tier zombies, it is feasible." "That is splendid," Ling Feng exclaimed, elated by Xiao's capabilities, which surpassed his expectations. "How long will it take to create?" "It will require a few days for design, contingent upon the materials you have available." That made sense. While Xiao could likely design quickly, sourcing the materials would be more challenging. With the flood receding, the zombies would soon experience their first surge, making it impractical to venture outside. He could only dismantle existing items. He then began to unload a vast array of military equipment, nearly filling the entire 2nd level of the basement. "Xiao, please disassemble these and see how much can be salvaged." "Understood, Master, but I may need to summon a few mechanical spiders and scavengers to assist." "Not a problem. You can manage that." The mechanical arm platform controlled by Xiao has a limited range, so it is quite reasonable to summon a few robots for assistance. As the flood finally recedes, countless individuals emerge onto the streets, embracing one another, moved to tears, and some even kneeling to kiss the earth. However, the members of the base are confronted with even more horrifying scenes transmitted from the drones, with the flood no longer acting as a barrier. The zombies begin to rush frantically towards the locations where crowds have gathered. Anna, operating the drone, strives with her utmost efforts, utilizing the drone's built-in 3D projection feature. She broadcasts footage of zombies attacking in densely populated areas, Everyone, quickly find a place to hide. The zombie outbreak has begun. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. Panic ensues among the crowd, but soon, two skeptics emerge to dispute her claims. The first, known as Wulong, asserts, these individuals are merely sowing discord, presenting fabricated movie footage to deceive us. Do not be fooled. Fengshu immediately concurs, exactly. No one understands zombie films better than I do. I've watched this particular one 5 times. Now is the time to resume our lives. Do not be duped. Those who initially intended to flee hesitate upon hearing their words. Anna, holding a microphone, grows anxious at this development. Ling Feng finds the scene amusing. He recalls a similar instance from his past life when some overly clever individuals cautioned against believing the warnings during a zombie outbreak. And fortunately, he had fled in time, or else he would have been turned into a zombie. Anna continues into the microphone. Please, trust me. These are real images. The zombies are not far from you. You must escape immediately. To hell with you. A member of the crowd shouts, throwing a stone at the drone. Once one person takes the lead, more follow suit, aiming to smash the drone. Ling Feng advises, Anna, while you plead, do ensure the drone remains intact. This is a precious creation of Xiao A. With a sigh, Anna elevates the drone to a higher altitude. At that moment, they observe in the footage that individuals in the crowd are collapsing one after another, only to rise again and rush towards others. Anna exclaims, they're coming. However, those standing in front remain oblivious to the situation, continuing to blame the drone's operator. It is not until they hear shouts coming from behind that one of the taller individuals turns around to exclaim, my goodness, they're indeed zombies. Run. Fengshu raises his hands. Everyone listen to me. This is all fake. I have seen countless zombie films, and they do not behave like this. To hell with you. Fengshu is knocked to the ground by a fleeing individual. Wulong approaches to help him up, calmly stating, rumors cease with the wise. We need not follow the tide. The older gentleman's words resonate, and he acknowledges, I have been reckless. The two stand together, observing the crowd. Suddenly, Wulong exclaims, brother, I just remember I left the soup on the stove. I must go. Without waiting for a reply, he bolts away in a panic. Fengshu, puzzled, wonders why he would mention soup at a time like this. Oh no, zombies. He wished to escape, but the zombie had already approached, pouncing upon him and tearing through his throat. Within mere seconds, Feng Chao, the brilliant one, convulsed a few times before rising again as a zombie. In the base, aside from Ling Feng seated on the sofa, everyone else was fixated on the screen. Even the usually indifferent He Zi and Eagle were watching intently from short distance. Ling Feng had witnessed such scenes countless times in his previous life and found himself unwilling to observe any longer. Lu Su shook her head and sat beside Ling Feng, resting her head on his shoulder, feeling a profound sense of oppression in her heart. This scene filled her with despair even more than the floods had. Darling, wherever you go in the future, please take me with you, no matter what actions you undertake. What's wrong? Are you afraid of zombies? Lu Su shook her head. No, it's not that. I fear that if I accidentally become a zombie, I wish to die at your hands. Silly girl, I will never allow you to become a zombie, rest assured. Chapter 53. The resurrection of Yi Chenyo in the ensuing days. The community outside the base engaged in extensive cultivation, while the mechanical spiders industriously transformed their surroundings. At this juncture, the zombies were launching frenzied assaults on humanity. Yet the remote locale of Ling Feng remained undisturbed. Suddenly, the system delivered a long-awaited message. Human Yi Chenyo has been restored. Please release within 10 minutes. Ling Feng was taken aback. He had forgotten that a woman resided within the system, and now, in the presence of others, releasing her seemed inappropriate. Excusing himself under the pretext of a trip to the restroom, he ventured to the basement and liberated her from the system. A flash of white light illuminated the room, revealing the breathtaking Yi Chenyo, who reappeared in the same attire as before, her wounds miraculously healed. Why you hello? Ling Feng stammered, at a loss for words. Master. Yi Chenyo replied in a dazed tone, her voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Curiosity piqued. Ling Feng circled around her, questioning, why do you seem akin to a robot? Do you remember who I am? Yi Chenyo nodded. I remember. You are my master. This was troublesome. How could he explain this to Lu Su and the others? Do you remember who you are and what you have experienced? Yi Chenyo mechanically shook her head. I do not know. What trickery was the system playing? Had it erased her memories? Ling Feng's mind delved into the system interface, where he noticed a small lock symbol beneath Yi Chenyo's icon. Could this be the reason for her rigid state? However, even animals retain memories despite such constraints. He decided to experiment. Upon clicking the lock symbol, Yi Chenyo suddenly embraced Ling Feng tightly, her soft lips pressing against his. What is happening? Ling Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. What are you doing? He pushed her away, yet she persisted in leaning closer. Master, I like you. Overwhelmed, Ling Feng re-entered the system and once again disabled the hard control. Yi Chenyo reverted to her previous vacant demeanor. What had this accursed system done to her? Just then, Lu Su, noticing Ling Feng's prolonged absence, descended to the basement in search of him. Upon encountering Yi Chenyo, she gasped in shock, believing she had seen a ghost. Your husband? She isn't dead? Scratching his head, Ling Feng replied, she is not dead. I had Lao Sha rescue her and place her in a cave at the foot of the mountain. The system's ability to restore life was astonishing, and for now, he preferred Lu Su remain oblivious, allowing Lao Sha to bear the blame. Lu Su regarded Yi Chenyo with suspicion. Her intelligence would typically render her incapable of believing such a flimsy excuse. Yet the extraordinary occurrences surrounding Ling Feng had led her to accept it without further scrutiny. She seems somewhat abnormal? I don't know. Perhaps she suffered too great a shock and lost her memory. Suddenly, Ling Feng wondered if a mind link could work on her. Yi Chenyo, can you hear me? Yes, master. Astoundingly, she could indeed hear him, and she responded in kind through the mind link. In the presence of others. Do not call me master. You must only use the mind link to communicate. Understood, my master, said Lu Su. Darling, how should we handle this now? You should have Mei Jia take her freshen up, and she can stay on the third floor. There are plenty of rooms available there. Aldict, Yi Chenyo, come with me. Lu Su attempted to lead her away, yet Yi Chenyo remained as still as a statue. Ling Feng scratched his head. Let me take care of this. Noticing that Yi Chenyo only responded to Ling Feng, Lu Su felt a slight pang of jealousy. After handing Yi Chenyo over to Wu Mei, Ling Feng saw Lu Su sulking on the sofa and quickly grasped the situation. What's wrong? Are you jealous? Oomph. Lu Su turned her head away. Ling Feng sat beside her and pointed to the other side. Wow, look, Xiao Tabai's doing somersaults. Lu Su immediately turned to look, but only saw Xiao Bai lying on the ground, gnawing on a bone. When she turned back, she accidentally kissed Ling Feng on the cheek. How annoying. Liu Su pao det playfully. All right, don't be upset. Yi Chenyo merely had a deeper impression of me before her amnesia. Our relationship is purely innocent. Really? Lu Su gazed into his eyes. Of course. I swear, Ling Feng declared, raising his finger. Don't. I believe you, Lu Su said, covering his mouth with her hand. Xiao Bai, tired of watching, picked up the bone and prepared to move to a different spot, his fur standing on end in distress. After a shower, Yi Chenyo emerged in a new outfit, instantly captivating everyone, even Anna, who was typically self-assured. Ling Feng, where did you find this beauty? She seems somewhat familiar. Yes, she is Yi Zhenchuan's sister from the Jingsheng group. You might have seen her in the news. Anna expressed surprise. She was indeed aware of the Jingsheng group, but had not anticipated that the princess of such a prestigious company would be here. She appeared somewhat vacant. Anna observed Yi Chenyo standing stiffly, expressionless and silent. She suffered some trauma recently and lost her memory. I plan to take her to the training field shortly to see if we can help her recover. Upon hearing training, Anna felt a wave of dread. This ruthless boss was truly a devil. Her once slender figure had been transformed into a muscular one through grueling training, leaving her looking quite unappealing. She wondered if, upon donning the dreaded training suit, the bloody blade would spare her from further torment. Ling Feng was oblivious to Anna's spiraling thoughts as he led Fu Qiyuan and Yi Chenyo to the training field. Qiyuan, take a look at this. Can we train her? Ling Feng's own abilities were primarily derived from the strategies provided by Xiao A and his experiences from a past life, so he was unsure how to instruct others. Fu Qiyuan studied her for 3 seconds. Not a chance. She seems rather daft. All right. I concede. Yi Chenyo does appear somewhat vacant, But the base does not accommodate idlers. One must possess some skills. If she cannot fight, she should at least be able to endure, serving in a logistical capacity. Ling Feng pondered, considering that any animals brought back would undergo system enhancement. And since Yiqinyao had been here for a while, perhaps she too would receive fortification. He retrieved a magnificent katana from the weapon rack, which had previously been sold as a decorative item in a supermarket. Ling Feng found it visually appealing and had placed it here, yet it remained unused. Yiqinyao, take this and draw it out to sea. Yiqinyao grasped the weapon in her hand and slowly drew the blade, its chilling gleam reflecting upon her delicate visage, enhancing her allure. Have you seen Fu Qiyuan? Strike him. Fu Qiyuan, taken aback, responded with a puzzled expression. In that moment, Yiqinyao firmly gripped the knife with both hands, gradually crouching into an attacking stance. Both individuals before her were taken aback. This woman was indeed extraordinary. Such a steady posture and commanding aura could not simply be feigned. Suddenly, she exerted force through her legs, propelling herself off the ground like a cannonball, her speed astonishingly breathtaking. Fu Qiyuan, shedding any underestimation, swiftly sidestepped and drew a soft sword from his waist to parry. Before he could adapt to her technique, Yiqinyao transitioned to a single-handed grip, pivoting to strike from the opposite direction, her movements as graceful and fluid as a dance. Fu Qiyuan never anticipated that this seemingly naive woman possessed such sharp and intricate techniques, forcing him to retreat several steps in evasion. Halt! Ling Feng commanded. Chapter 54. The horde Yiqinyao promptly halted and sheathed her blade, executing the movement with remarkable precision. Impressive, within the confines of the base. She alone could match Fu Qiyuan's prowess. Even Lu Su could scarcely last a few exchanges against him. To think that Yiqinyao could force him back with a mere flick of her wrist. Qiyuan, what are your thoughts? I am no match for her. Such a swift admission of defeat? Very well, you may attend to your affairs. I shall engage her in a sparring session. Understood. Once Fu Qiyuan departed, Ling Feng retrieved a steel gun from his space. Yiqinyao, let's exchange a few blows. I might injure the master. Must you be so earnest? Fear not. We shall keep it light. All right, master. With her left hand gripping the knife, Yiqinyao gradually lowered herself, poised to execute a draw-cut technique. Ling Feng, not daring to underestimate her, readied himself. Suddenly, Yiqinyao's gaze sharpened as she lunged forward, drawing her blade and aiming a strike at Ling Feng's waist. Clang! Ling Feng blocked her knife with the body of his gun. Yiqinyao swiftly pivoted, and a loud rip echoed as her trousers tore apart at the seams. Stop! Ling Feng exclaimed. My goodness, you possess considerable strength. Even your leather pants could not withstand it. Here, take this, he said, tossing her a long skirt. Given her force, it seemed no trousers could endure. Yiqinyao accepted the skirt and changed on the spot. Ling Feng hurried upstairs, realizing that if Lu Su were to witness this, no amount of washing in the Yellow River would cleanse his reputation. In the ensuing days, Ling Feng undertook numerous trials. He discovered that Yiqinyao could wield nearly any weapon with exceptional skill, likely a result of enhancements from the system. Ultimately, he decided to bestow upon her a katana as her dedicated weapon. This woman possessed the aura of a classic beauty, leaving him to wonder about her lineage. Warning! A horde of zombies has been detected 500 meters from the base. The voice of Xiao suddenly resonated throughout the facility. The individuals basking in the sun outside promptly retreated indoors upon hearing the alarm. Nowadays, farming and land cultivation were entrusted to the tilling machines created by Xiao, leaving everyone relatively unoccupied aside from their training. Husband, what is the situation? Liu Su in Gui? Ling Feng gazed at the large screen and replied. A horde is approaching from the direction of Hansheng. It appears that area has completely fallen. On the screen, a vast army of zombies was advancing slowly in unison, and judging by their trajectory, they were bound to pass through the base. Are they migrating due to a lack of food in Hansheng? Ling Feng refrained from responding. Instead, addressing Xiao, bring the drone closer to the forefront of the horde. Soon, the image zoomed in. Ling Feng's heart sank. Indeed, at the forefront were the second-tier zombies. These ordinary zombies lacked the instinct to migrate. They would only move upon sighting living beings, typically lingering within a few hundred meters. Prepare yourselves. Leading this horde are second-tier zombies, Ling Feng declared solemnly. These second-tier zombies possess a degree of intelligence. If they pass by and spot the base, they will undoubtedly investigate. Ling Feng retrieved a cache of firearms and ammunition from the spatial realm. This time, we will engage in a positional battle, relying solely on long-range weaponry. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately selected their preferred guns and carelessly gathered a substantial amount of bullets and grenades. Above the steel barricade, the group sought vantage points with optimal visibility, while Ling Feng positioned all 5 destroyers outside the protective wall. Though humans would remain off the battlefield, the robots would engage. Otherwise, the horde of several hundred zombies would surely overwhelm them, leaving the 6 of them, including himself, utterly defenseless. However, with the 5 destroyers to hold them at bay, the situation would improve significantly. At that moment, Ling Feng heard a familiar voice beside him. "Master, we wish to join the fray." Turning around, he was surprised to see a Hua had gathered all the animals in the base. Ling Feng felt a surge of emotion. His care for them had not been in vain, as they were stepping up at a critical moment. Except for Bao and Mei Qiu, everyone else can go. Excited sounds erupted among the animals. "Xiao Feng, what are they planning to do?" Wu Mei, who stood closest to him, inquired curiously. "They told me they want to engage in close combat with the zombies." "Isn't that dangerous?" Wu Mei, having nurtured them, felt a deep bond with the animals and immediately grew concerned upon hearing their intentions. Yet only Ling Feng understood that with his system, their lives were assured. Any severe injuries would result in their swift retrieval and repair by the system. Of course, the wasps were an exception, as they were considered as a collective, only to be collected when facing annihilation. "Rest assured, they will be fine. Even if they are injured, I can heal them." He opened the gates of the protective wall, and Ahua, Xiaobai, Heizi, and Lao Sha dashed out. Above, the eagles and golden eagles circled continuously, while the wasps gathered in swarms in the air, resembling a dark cloud. A Bao, still too young and lacking combat prowess, could only remain on the wall alongside Mei Qiu as a mascot. At this moment, the group could already see a dense mass of zombies in the distance. Yi Chenyo, why aren't you armed?" Yi Chenyo remained silent, but communicated telepathically. "Master, I wish to join the fight." "You?" Seeing her gaze fixed intently on the animals standing alongside the destroyers, filled with fervor, Ling Feng pondered if the influence of the system had led her thoughts to align with those of the animals. Nevertheless, as long as she was not in mortal danger, it should pose no issue. "Very well, you may go." Lu Su asked, "Go? Where?" She could not hear the telepathy and assumed Ling Feng was speaking about something else. "Oh, it's nothing. Yi Chenyo just confided in me that she wishes to join the battle." "Huh? If she goes, how will we use our guns?" "Don't worry. We will only target those zombies near the barricade. Besides, the elevated terrain provides a clear line of sight. As long as we aim carefully, we won't hit her." Ling Feng thought to himself that even if they did, it would be manageable, as she could be returned to the system for repair. Seeing Ling Feng's determination, the others chose not to voice their concerns further. "I would like a couple more knives and some clothing," Yi Chenyo stated. "The knives are understandable. They could be replaced if broken, but what do you need clothing for? What kind of clothing do you desire?" "Loose-fitting, yet impervious to rupture." "Ah. It seems this fellow is intent on initiating a massacre." Ling Feng retrieved 2 sabers and a set of oversized sportswear from the space, urging her to change inside. If he hadn't prompted her, she might have started undressing on the spot. The horde of corpses drew ever closer, now within optimal range for an assault. 2 firearms were positioned before Wu Mei, one of which was her cherished Barrett. "Sister Mei, shall you fire the first shot?" "Understood." The moment Wu Mei grasped the gun, her demeanor transformed dramatically. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as the head of a zombie burst open like a watermelon, the bullet's tremendous force also taking down the undead behind it. The horde, alerted by the noise, began to stir and rushed frantically toward the base. The group raised their guns and opened fire. Within the protective barrier, a red figure leapt, vaulting down from the 5-meter-high wall. Yi Chenyo made her grand entrance. The slaughter had commenced. Chapter 55. The Great Battle. Ling Feng immediately shouted, "Everyone, aim carefully and do not hit our own. The individuals who had been indiscriminately firing instantly switched to precise shots, only unleashing a continuous barrage when the zombies drew close. Yi Qinyao led the charge into the horde, closely followed by Ahua, Xiaobai, and others. Destroyers, move out. Upon receiving Ling Feng's command, the 5 destroyers sprang into action, leaping ahead to position themselves before Yi Qinyao. They cleaved through the mass of zombies with effortless precision, leaving countless undead severed in their wake. Clad in red and wielding twin blades, Yi Qinyao surged into the fray, her sights firmly set on a level 2 zombie. However, this particular creature exhibited a surprising level of intelligence. It had concealed itself behind the horde and was orchestrating the undead's assault from various angles. Yet, it underestimated the resolve of the defenders. In a matter of mere minutes, the once cohesive mass of zombies began to fragment under the relentless assault. As the tide of zombies surged towards the base like a relentless wave, Ling Feng made a decisive call. Liu Shu, Mei Yi, Ona. Retreat to the base and continue firing from the shooting holes at the main gate. Qi Yuan and I will handle the walls. This was a reluctant decision. While Wu Mei and Anna possessed commendable marksmanship, their close combat abilities left much to be desired. No way. I want to stay, husband. Liu Su, Otet Vementin. I want to stay too. Anna chimed in. I won't hide from those little zombies. Calm down and listen to me. Mei Jie and Anna, your shooting skills are far superior to your melee abilities. You can contribute more effectively with your firearms. Lu Su, you stay and follow me. Wu Mei and Anna exchanged a glance, remaining silent. Ling Feng's temper flared as he realized the urgency of the situation. Wei Yu Mei, Anna, get into the base and prepare to shoot immediately. The two had never encountered his serious tone before and were momentarily taken aback before hastily retreating to the base. At that moment, a zombie used a makeshift ladder of corpses to scale the wall, only to have its head severed by Fu Qi Yuan's soft sword. Liu Su, ready your weapon and prepare for battle. Yes, I guarantee I will complete the task. Ling Feng smiled, seeing the girl finally embodying the prowess of a seasoned warrior from a previous life. He retrieved several barrels of gasoline from his space and instructed everyone, pour the gasoline onto that horde of zombies below. Lu Su and Fu Qi Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as they grabbed the gasoline and dashed forward, ready to incinerate the undead. More and more zombies were attempting to scale the walls, but each time one dared to show its head, it was swiftly dispatched by Mei Jie and Anna from the shooting holes. Mei Jie, in particular, was astonishingly accurate, hitting the mark with every shot. Aside from Yi Qinyao and the animals below, she had claimed the highest number of kills. Standing at the center of the wall, Ling Feng glanced toward the distance where Lu Su and Fu Qi Yuan had wandered. The three nodded in unison, drawing their firearms and firing a shot downward. Boom! A towering inferno erupted, and the horde of zombies let out a collective wail of despair. The undead, once eager to ascend the makeshift ladder, halted in their tracks, paralyzed by the fear of flames, significantly alleviating the pressure on the wall. In stark contrast to the relative calm of the walls, the battle within the horde raged with fervor. Yi Qinyao had gone into a frenzied state, resembling an unyielding machine of slaughter. Her twin blades danced through the air, sending countless zombie remains flying in her wake. The destroyers, armed with their long, chilling blades, surged into the mass of corpses like a relentless meat grinder, reducing the zombies to mere fragments while disregarding the futile bites of ordinary zombies, their offensive stances fully unleashed, offering no hint of defense. Ahua's formidable claws, Xiaobai's lethal throat slits, and Laosha's deadly rolls wrought havoc upon the undead, yet Haizi found himself straining, for the zombies were impervious to poison, and his smaller frame limited him to a role of opportunistic support amidst the chaos. Suddenly, a zombie seized Haizi, poised to deliver a fatal bite when a shrill cry pierced the air. A pair of razor-sharp talons swiftly cleaved the zombie's skull, rescuing Haizi from certain doom. Thanks, brother. Haizi conveyed telepathically to the eagle. No need for pleasantries. At that moment, Ahua turned to witness a blaze illuminating the base in the distance, and immediately sent a message. Golden Eagle, return to the base and assist the master. Understood. The golden eagle flapped its wings vigorously, soaring into the sky, and with a swift dive, landed atop the protective wall. There were only a few zombies scaling the wall, and with the three of them, alongside two snipers from a base, they could manage the situation with relative ease. Ling Feng, noticing the golden eagle's return, inquired with concern. "Golden eagle, why have you come back? Is there trouble?" "All is well. Sister Hua summoned me to aid you." "Have you located the leading level 2 zombie?" "Not yet. That zombie is quite cunning, often hiding among the throngs of undead, and on several occasions, feigning death among the fallen to secretly orchestrate its minions." Ling Feng's brow furrowed deeply. This situation was untenable. Apart from the 5 destroyers, the others could not withstand the onslaught for long. An idea struck him. "Lu Su, Chiyuan, keep watch over the wall. I'll return shortly." Descending from the protective barrier, he approached the nearby hornet's nest and communicated telepathically with the queen. "Queen, immediately command all the hornets to locate the level 2 zombie within the horde and provide aerial markers for identification." Though the queen could not articulate speech, she comprehended her master's intent, and in an instant, all the hornets surged forth from the colossal hive, a sight more awe-inspiring than the earlier swarm that resembled a storm cloud. Countless hornets ascended to the skies, merging with those that had previously launched, presumably to relay commands. Subsequently, they dispersed, integrating into the mass of zombies. With their numbers vastly outnumbering the undead, identifying a hidden level 2 zombie would pose little challenge. "Golden Eagle, can you communicate with Yi Qinyao?" "Yes, Master. She can hear us." "Inform her and Ahua to heed the hornet's aerial signals." "Understood." The Golden Eagle returned to the fray, showcasing the advantages of aerial mobility, though the flood had rendered the search for additional avian allies fruitless. Soon, the hornets in the sky congregated, forming an enormous arrow pointing towards the location of the level 2 zombie. Ling Feng was confident in Yi Qinyao and the animal's abilities to handle the threat, thus refraining from commanding Xiao A to deploy the destroyers for assistance, opting instead to continue the extermination of ordinary zombies. In truth, distinctions existed among level 2 zombies. Some, disinclined to rally hordes of followers, typically possessed formidable individual prowess yet lacked intelligence. However, this particular one, leading the throng, evidently belonged to the more cunning variety, its individual strength only marginally superior to that of regular zombies. The charred corpses smoldering beneath the wall emitted a putrid stench that permeated the entire base. As the flames gradually extinguished, a few zombies, unable to resist temptation, attempted to scale the protective barrier. Ling Feng and his companions began to busy themselves with preparations. Upon receiving a message from the Golden Eagle, Yi Qinyao focused intently on the aerial movements. Suddenly, she, along with the animals, noticed the arrows in the sky. The wasps, considerate of their navigation, sent a few to flutter before them in circles. With a gaze imbued with lethal intent, Yi Qinyao disregarded all else and charged towards the direction of the second-level zombies. The zombie, clearly aware of the shift in circumstances, attempted to command the other zombies to thwart their advance. However, the ordinary zombies proved too feeble, allowing Yi Qinyao and the animals to traverse their ranks with ease, reaching their target in no time. This particular zombie was notably diminutive, distinct from its counterparts, with slender, short limbs and a protruding belly resembling a squat wintermelon. Upon seeing Yi Qinyao, it wore an expression of sheer terror, roaring in a futile attempt to intimidate her. Yet transformed by the system, she was a woman of few words and decisive action, swiftly wielding her blade to sever the zombie's head. The surrounding zombies, stripped of their leader, immediately descended into disarray. Chapter 56. The ambulance Ling Feng and his companions observed that the horde of corpses had descended into chaos. Without a doubt, a massacre was imminent. An hour later, the ground was littered with bodies, and everyone was left breathless from exhaustion. Even the relentless killing machine, Yi Qinyang, appeared disheveled, her breathing rapid. Wu Mei and Anna emerged from the base, rifles in hand, while Yi Qinyang, accompanied by animals and 5 destroyers, approached the wall. The group looked to Ling Feng, awaiting his command. Taking a deep breath, Ling Feng addressed them with conviction. The battle is over. Everyone, return to the base. A collective roar erupted from the group and the animals, releasing the last remnants of their bloodlust. Their achievements were commendable, with nearly everyone unscathed. Only Ahua, Xiaobai, and Heizi bore minor injuries. Yet thanks to the system's enhancements, they would not succumb to zombification and merely required rest. Inside the base, Wu Mei and Anna graciously relinquished the restroom to those who had fought, retreating to the kitchen to prepare a meal. After a long day, the group felt both fatigued and famished. Ling Feng approached the main unit of Xiao. Hey, Xiao, did you not mention needing more data on zombies? There are hundreds outside. You may collect them. Rest assured, Master. I have dispatched all machines to gather and bury them, Xiao A replied. At that moment, Ling Feng noticed that a mechanical spider that had been roaming the base was now absent, having been assigned elsewhere. Lu Su, drying her hair with a towel, appeared on the first floor. Darling, why don't you take a shower? Ling Feng had blood from the zombies splattered on him, emitting a foul odor. Sure. As he ascended to the second floor, he encountered Yi Qinyang emerging from the restroom, completely unclothed. What on earth? Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Master, my clothes are torn and covered in zombie remains. This was indeed an oversight on his part. During the battle, Yi Qinyang had fought with exceptional ferocity, leaving her attire nearly unrecognizable. Here, take this to wear. I'll bring more clothes to your room later. Ling Feng retrieved an outfit from his space. Unsure of Yi Qinyang's size and too embarrassed to inquire, he simply chose something that seemed suitable. With an impassive expression, Yi Qinyang donned the clothing before him. Why don't you go downstairs and see if you can assist with anything? I'll take a shower. Master, do you require my assistance? And no, it's fine. You can head down, Ling Feng replied, nearly losing his composure. The allure of her beauty was overwhelming, leaving him to wonder how Yi Zhinshuan had managed to endure it. Was it possible that he harbored some subconscious proclivity? At the grand dining table, the group gathered together. Let us skip the pleasantries. I appreciate everyone as hard work. Cheers! Cheers! They raised their glasses and drank in unison. Mei Jia, have the animals been provided with their meals? Everything has been arranged. They are likely indulging themselves now. Indeed, it appears that the animals exhibit a distinct preference for the outdoors, relishing the warmth of the sun while sharing their meals. Perhaps, for the sake of the base's security, it is prudent to have someone on watch during the celebratory feast. The gathering lingered until dusk, with Yi Qinyao astonishing everyone by showcasing her prodigious appetite. She devoured an entire, freshly roasted lamb that had been retrieved from the spatial realm, leaving the onlookers in awe. At that moment, Xiao A also relayed news that the domestic robot, which had been prioritized for production, was finally complete. This development would alleviate the burdens of Wu Mei and her companions, allowing them to rest. As night fell, Lu Su, in a drunken stupor, clung to Ling Feng, and they only succumbed to slumber deep into the night. However, once Ling Feng fell asleep, he felt a familiar sensation of someone groping about, leading him to believe that Lu Su was restless due to the day's intense encounters with zombies. He dismissed her antics and drifted back into a deep sleep, where he experienced a series of peculiar, whimsical dreams tinted in shades of pink. Upon awakening the next morning, he discovered, to his bewilderment, that even his trousers had vanished during the night. Could it be that I sleepwalked? He pondered, perplexed, before donning a fresh pair and descending the stairs. Lu Su had yet to awaken, and Ling Feng was cautious not to disturb her. Her morning disposition was notoriously formidable. Upon exiting, he encountered Wu Mei, who appeared as disheveled as a panda. Startled by Ling Feng's presence, she exclaimed, "Ah, good morning, Xiao Feng. Up so early today. Did you go thieving last night?" "Mei, those dark circles are quite pronounced," he teased. Wu Mei's expression faltered slightly. "No, not at all. It's likely due to the zombies. I didn't sleep well." "Oh, you'll get used to it. It's nothing to worry about," Ling Feng reassured her, recalling his own experiences in a previous life, where nightmares plagued him for weeks after his first encounter with the undead. After a light meal, Fu Qiuan proceeded to survey the surroundings of the base, as per routine, while Ling Feng and Yi Qinyao inspected the integrity of the iron walls. Although Ling Feng was reluctant to have her accompany him, Yi Qinyao was insistent, leaving him with little choice. The walls had sustained significant damage from zombie assaults and raging fires, necessitating urgent repairs. Ling Feng took out his phone and communicated with Xiao. How is the furnace that the mechanical spiders were tasked to create? Responding to the master. The mechanical spiders have been reassigned for the burial of corpses and may require an additional 5 days to complete the furnace. Have the mining drones discovered anything? They have located 2 small mineral veins, ready for extraction at any moment. Very well, please arrange for that. The protective wall has sustained foundational damage. We'll need the mechanical spiders to mend it once they are available. Understood. Having an AI at one's disposal is indeed advantageous, allowing for the delegation of various tasks. The only drawback is the scarcity of robots. If hundreds or even thousands could be produced, the base could be transformed into an impenetrable fortress in no time. As Ling Feng stood atop a vantage point, he observed the machines diligently clearing the battlefield, marveling at their remarkable efficiency. In a matter of moments, they had already disposed of a substantial number of corpses, and it seemed they would complete the task by nightfall. Ling Feng glanced at the silently contemplative Yi Chenyo beside him, feeling a sense of gratitude for having integrated her into the system. Her performance the previous day had indeed been nothing short of extraordinary. In a conversation, Yi Chenyo appeared devoid of any emotional fluctuations. His curiosity piqued regarding her current state and whether there would be future opportunities to bring others into the system. Master, I'm unable to perceive any sensations, she responded. Ling Feng nodded and attempted to access the hard control panel of the system. This time, he noticed Yi Chenyo's gaze shift from emptiness to a keen brilliance, as if she were about to lunge at him. Stop! Ling Feng exclaimed, recalling the madness of their initial encounter when he had first helped her break free. Yi Chenyo, halted by his command, gazed at him with a tender expression, appearing rather pitiable. Can you feel any emotions now? He inquired. I can, master. Yi Chenyo replied in a soft, almost delicate tone, nearly causing Ling Feng to falter in his resolve. Shaking his head, he decided to maintain the hard control. Such a situation was unbearable. The system was far too unfeeling. While Yi Chenyo was manageable, he pondered the discomfort should a man undergo a similar transformation. Hence, this ability should be wielded with caution in the future. Meanwhile, the restoration efforts were progressing smoothly. Following the intense battle, Anna seemed to have attained a new level of enlightenment, training diligently each day without prompting and even devising a specialized training regimen with Xiao A. One day, Xiao A sent an urgent message. A kilometer away, an ambulance is being pursued by 2 jeeps. Ling Feng paused momentarily. An ambulance? Could it be a harbinger of the impending apocalypse? Chapter 57. The White Cloak of the Apocalypse. He recalled that in his previous life, there existed an organization dedicated to saving lives, known as the White Cloak of the Apocalypse, whose primary operational tool was the ambulance. Some vehicles may not have been ambulances by design, yet they were often painted white by the organization. Chiyuan, get in the armored vehicle and let us investigate, he commanded. Understood. After Xiao A's repairs, several armored vehicles were now available for use at the base. The 2 of them followed the specified route, and as the torrential rain subsided and the flood receded, the surrounding weeds had flourished, and the trees began to sprout tender buds, radiating vitality. However, both humans and animals had become increasingly elusive, replaced instead by wandering zombies. At this moment, they noticed a cloud of dust rising ahead, with numerous zombies trailing closely behind. This must be their target. Chiyuan, accelerate to catch up. The military-grade armor vehicle was inherently superior to ordinary cars, and with modifications made by Xiao A during repairs, its power and speed had been significantly enhanced. Fu Chiyuan pressed the accelerator, swiftly overtaking the white ambulance, which, unable to evade in time, collided with them. The 2 jeeps following behind presumed an ambush was underway, positioning themselves on either side to block the way. Damn it! Who are you to intercept my goods? A frail man from one of the jeeps shouted as he leaned out. Ling Feng, indifferent to their taunts, drew his firearm and fired a shot towards their vehicle. Upon seeing Ling Feng wield a gun, the occupants of the jeep ducked down behind the car door, fearful that any exposed part of them would result in a fatal shot. The approaching zombies emitted chilling, guttural growls, drawing nearer with every passing moment. Inside the jeep, two men exchanged anxious glances. Hong Lei, hurry and drive. The zombies are coming. The target is right ahead. Won't we be in trouble if we return empty-handed to the boss? A beating is better than becoming zombie fodder. Besides, someone is rescuing them. What can we do? They have guns. Fair point. Let's go. Hong Lei immediately pressed the accelerator, and the other jeep followed suit without hesitation. At that moment, a woman from the ambulance leaned out and shouted, "Clear the way. Move aside, the zombies are coming." Upon recognizing her, Ling Feng's face broke into a smile. "It's you, Li Mengmeng." She was a prominent figure in the white cloak of the apocalypse, having saved him on several occasions in his past life. He then noticed two other women in the vehicle, one older and another appearing to be in her 20s, similar in age to Li Mengmeng. "It's nothing. Just a dozen zombies. Qiyuan, let us disembark and deal with them," he proposed. Fu Qiyuan rolled his eyes, thinking there were already plenty of women at the base. And now he was eyeing more? Regardless of his thoughts, Fu Qiyuan complied and got out of the vehicle. This action immediately drew the attention of Li Mengmeng and the others. "Hey, why are you getting out? Get back in the car. It's dangerous with the zombies around." Unmoved, the two remained standing resolutely. Zombies had never encountered such compliant prey. They drooled and clawed their way towards the duo. With a swift motion, Ling Feng swept his long weapon, severing the head of the foremost zombie. Fu Qiyuan, even faster, dodged to the side, decapitating two zombies in one fluid motion. Li Mengmeng and her companions had initially braced themselves for a gruesome spectacle, only to be astonished to find that the entities being dispatched were, in fact, zombies. How remarkable! Who are these two individuals? She had endured the perils of floods and witnessed the terror of the undead. Yet she had never encountered anyone so composed in the face of such horrors. In less than 5 minutes, all the zombies had been neutralized. These creatures exhibited an astonishing resilience. Even after decapitation, their mouths would still engage in futile movements. The two approached, delivering finishing blows to ensure that the zombies' heads were thoroughly obliterated. Ling Feng knocked on the ambulance door and stated, "You may come down now. It is safe." Li Mengmeng glanced at the middle-aged woman at the wheel, as if conveying something without words. Soon, the three emerged from the vehicle. The woman appeared to be in her 50s, with a kind and gentle demeanor. She approached them first, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance. My name is Wei Tingfeng. May I inquire about your names?" "Ling Feng," he replied. "Fu Qiyuan," came the response from another. The girl also introduced herself, saying, "I am Li Mengmeng, and this is Yang Yusin." Yang Yusin, somewhat socially anxious, hid behind Li Mengmeng and nodded shyly. Ling Feng remarked, "This is not an appropriate place for conversation. Might we proceed to my base for a more comfortable discussion?" Wei Tingfeng hesitated. Having witnessed the darker sides of humanity throughout their journey, she was somewhat wary of Ling Feng's intentions. Sensing her apprehension, Ling Feng reassured her, "Please do not misunderstand. There is nothing sinister at my base, and you are free to come and go as you please. If you choose not to join us, you may leave now, and we can simply consider this a pleasant encounter." Fu Qiyuan regarded Ling Feng with curiosity, having never seen him so affable before. Was Li Mengmeng truly as beautiful as he imagined? Perhaps she resembled Lu Su in some ways. Wei Tingfeng, after conversing briefly with the two girls, said, "Then I shall not impose further. No need for formality. Let us proceed," Ling Feng replied. Subsequently, the two vehicles made their way to Ling Feng's base. As they approached, Li Mengmeng exclaimed, "Look, the wall is so high. We must be in the western outskirts. When did such structures arise?" Given that less than a year had passed since the flood and the zombie outbreak, they presumed these buildings must have existed before the calamities. As they neared the main gate, the AI detected the vehicles belonging to the base and opened the entrance automatically. Upon disembarking, the trio was once again astonished. The area was lush with crops, and several beautifully arranged recreational zones adorned the landscape. "Oh, are those robots? Are they farming?" Wei Tingfeng marveled at the sight before her. The stark contrast between the devastation outside the walls and the serene, advanced technology inside was astounding. Just then, Lu Su emerged from within the base, exclaiming, "Darling, you're back. And who are these three?" "They were met on the mountain and have come to visit the base," Ling Feng replied. Wu Mei and Anna, upon hearing newcomers had arrived, also stepped out, and everyone exchanged polite introductions. Li Ming, evidently a social butterfly, quickly integrated with the group, while Yang Yusin continued to shyly hide behind Wei Tingfeng. In the hall, Wu Mei prepared a pot of tea for everyone. Wei Tingfeng took a sip, feeling a wave of comfort wash over her. She had once been quite fond of tea, but the apocalypse had deprived her of such simple pleasures. She lamented, "I never expected that in this era, you all still live so comfortably." With a chuckle, she added, "It is the result of our collective efforts." "May I inquire what Ms. Wei did before?" Ling Feng asked. "I was a physician. Ming and Yusin were my students. When the flood occurred, we happened to be in the hospital. Subsequently, we sought refuge in the annex building, where the cafeteria had stored quite a bit of supplies, allowing us to survive. And then, unexpectedly, zombies appeared. Sai, where are you planning to go today?" "Oh, we initially intended to establish a base in Hongcheng, as we heard there were fewer zombies there. However, we encountered bandits on the way, and you are aware of what transpired afterward." Ling Feng nodded, realizing that Wei Tingfeng harbored great ambitions, which explained why in the past she founded the organization known as the White Cloaks of the Apocalypse. "Might I ask if Dr. Wei has any interest in joining us?" Chapter 58. Is this a challenge? At present, the base is not lacking in combat strength, yet it suffers from a dearth of medical personnel. Should the opposing party be willing to join us, it would undoubtedly be of immense benefit for our future development. Thank you for your kindness, but we aspire to rescue more individuals. Remaining here, while ensuring our own safety, contradicts our original intent. Wei Tingfeng spoke courteously. However, the others, including Lu Su, found his words quite displeasing. What kind of world awaited them outside? The mere act of venturing out posed a formidable challenge, let alone saving others. Ling Feng remained silent, directing his gaze towards Li Ming and Yang Yusin. His interest was predominantly in Li Ming, for he was acutely aware of her brilliance in her previous life. Countless lives saved by her hands, leading numerous organizations to traverse great distances upon hearing of her troubles. Perhaps this was the allure of her character. Li Meng, noticing Ling Feng's gaza, raplia, y apologiza, Ling Feng. Our initial purpose in studying medicine is to save lives. Yang Yusin nodded in agreement, her eyes resolute. Though Ling Feng felt a twinge of disappointment, he also admired their convictions. "How about this? Since you are already here, why not train with me?" Ling Feng suggested with a smile. "What shall we be training in?" Li Meng inquirat intriga. "Combat skills. Although Hongcheng has seen a significant reduction in zombies, a considerable number likely remain, and I noticed that those pursuing you today headed towards Hongcheng." "How do you know there has been a reduction in zombies?" Lu Su interjected, her curiosity piqued. "It is quite evident. Those zombies were eliminated by us," she replied. "What?" The three stared at her in disbelief. Ling Feng waved a hand dismissively. "There is no need for such astonishment. As you might have observed, my base has largely achieved mechanization. Encountering combat robots would make the extermination of those zombies seem rather mundane." The trio recalled the farming robots tending to the fields outside and the domestic robots bustling about in the kitchen, which lent credence to Ling Feng's assertions. Wei Tingfeng, intrigued, asked, "Ling Feng, did you previously engage in technology? How was it that such advanced machinery was never seen before the apocalypse?" "Not quite. Our base possesses a remarkably sophisticated AI, which designed and created these machines. If you have any medical inquiries, do not hesitate to consult it." Hearing this piqued their curiosity further. Subsequently, they approached the main unit of Shao, where Wei Tingfeng posed several medical questions that were all answered in kind. As her inquiries grew increasingly profound, even venturing into realms unsolvable by modern medicine, Shao swiftly provided feasible solutions. Although verification was not possible at the moment, the breadth of its knowledge indicated a high viability of the proposed solutions. "Ling Feng, had you been able to present this machine before the apocalypse, how many lives could have been saved?" Ling Feng shrugged, aware that this was a post-apocalyptic acquisition, though such truths were best kept unspoken. "Very well. Then we shall impose upon you for some time," Wei Tingfeng concluded. "Not at all. There are several bedrooms available on the first floor for your choosing," Ling Feng assured them. "Thank you." Wei Tingfeng instructed the two to unload the luggage from the vehicle, as she intended to seek further counsel from the AI, particularly regarding the current zombie virus. As for training, she felt herself too aged to participate, but Li Mingming and Yang Yusin were certainly capable. That evening, Ling Feng and Lu Su lay in bed. Lu Su inquired, "Darling, why did you leave them behind?" Ling Feng caressed her smooth back, his gaze profound. "I wish to augment our base with additional medical personnel, as this would greatly benefit our future development. After all, we have Xiao A, and I believe they will seek guidance from her. That is different. Xiao A cannot produce a complete medical robot in a short time. Certain tasks still require human intervention." In truth, this was only one of Ling Feng's intentions. From his recollections of his past life, he understood that Li Mingming and her companions were staunch pacifists, dedicated to the noble cause of saving lives. Therefore, retaining them would be ideal. If not, he would consider it a favor, for no one could guarantee absolute safety in this apocalyptic world. The following day, as Ling Feng descended the stairs, he found Li Mingming stretching languidly. She had not enjoyed such a peaceful slumber in over 6 months, and had it not been for Dr. Wei urging her to rise, she would have preferred to remain in bed. "Mingming, good morning. Where is your teacher?" Ling Feng inquired. "Good morning. The teacher is with the AI," Li Mingming replied, producing a piece of bread she intended to share with Ling Feng. Ling Feng frowned. "Haven't you eaten breakfast at the base?" The teacher said, "Everyone is struggling. We should eat our own food if we have it," she responded. "Come on, it's not a big deal, just wait here," Ling Feng said as he made his way to the kitchen, where he found Wu Mei had prepared a generous breakfast. He casually took a bowl of steaming meat porridge. Originally, these tasks were handled by a housekeeping robot, but Wu Mei found its creations lacking in flavor and soul, so she continued to take charge of the meals herself. "Eat this," Ling Feng insisted. Li Mingming swallowed hard, her mouth watering, yet she hesitated to reach for the bowl. I can just have the bread," she replied. "Just eat it. Why all the hesitation?" "All right then." Subsequently, Ling Feng instructed the housekeeping robot to serve Wei Tingfeng and Yang Yusin as well. Initially, they also declined, but when Ling Feng mentioned that there was more food than the base could consume, which was being fed to dogs and various animals, they finally accepted. Nearby, the ever-curious Xiao Bai, who was gnawing on bones, interjected, "You could have just said various animals. Why single me out?" Ling Feng chuckled. "Well, this way, it highlights your esteemed position, my canine companion." "True, you do have a point. By the way, did you hear about Sister Hua?" It seemed that this dog had not shed its gossipy nature after all. It merely required stimulating material to engage in conversation. Now that the base was lively again, its antics returned. After they had eaten their fill, Ling Feng took Li Mingming and Yang Yusin to the underground training facility. "Brother Feng, what do you plan for our training?" "I am indeed quite formidable," Li Mingming said with a smile, recalling her past as the school's athletic champion, effortlessly excelling at various physical activities. Yang Yusin lowered her gaze, nervously fiddling with her fingers. I'm not very fit. Hey, how about this? Mingming will run 50 laps to warm up, and Yusin, you'll do 10 laps." Li Mingming was immediately taken aback. 50 laps? Are you joking? Do you intend to commit murder?" Without a moment's hesitation, the astute Yang Yusin had already begun to run. "I was merely jesting. It's actually 60 laps. Are you serious? Do you have any objections?" 7. "No. You're the senior. I'll start running now." Li Mingming dared not say more and joined in. "Just wait. I'll show you." At that moment, Anna approached, having her room on the same floor. Youth is truly a blessing, full of vigor. "What is the matter? Do you wish to join the run?" "Not all. I still have practice to attend to. By the way, what exactly did you request from little A?" Anna, enveloped in mystery, was seen secretly practicing after obtaining a plan from little A. It remained unclear what she had learned. "Why the rush? Next time there's a zombie performance, you'll see," Anna replied before returning to her room. "Get moving. Why are you floundering like a limp crab?" Ling Feng shouted loudly. Chapter 59. Not as good as a dog. Li Mingming gritted her teeth and shot a fierce glare at Ling Feng before hastily quickening her pace. From the moment he laid eyes on them, Ling Feng discerned the likely paths of their talents. Li Mingming, with her cheerful and astute demeanor, was better suited for close combat, while Yang Yusin, though reticent, exhibited remarkable patience, making her an apt candidate for sniping. After more than an hour, Ling Feng collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, while Ling Feng and Yang Yusin sat at a nearby table, leisurely sipping their coffee. Ling Feng deliberately shook his head, feigning disappointment. TSK, is this all you can do? How will you protect those around you? At this rate, you might not even outrun a zombie. Hearty laughter erupted from Yang Yusin, who covered her mouth, amused by Ling Feng's playful cruelty, especially after he had just praised Mingming's physical fitness. Upon hearing this, Li Mingming immediately sprang up, hands on her hips. Who says I can't do it? Ling Feng slapped his thigh. Well said. I underestimated you. Let us continue with the training. Li Mingming's lips twitched, and she questioned whether she had fallen into a trap. What? What are we training for? Ling Feng pointed to a weapon rack against the wall. Find something that feels comfortable for you. I'll teach you how to use it. Having noticed a beautiful sword on the rack while running, Li Mingming quickly made her way over and picked it up, exclaiming, "This one? What about me?" Yang Yusin asked softly, aware that her physical abilities did not match Li Mingming's, but feeling that merely running a few laps was insufficient. Ling Feng pondered for a moment before responding, "Just wait for me." He descended to the basement level 2, where a mechanical spider was disassembling a pile of weapons. Ling Feng picked up a sniper rifle that had yet to be dismantled, along with several rounds of ammunition, and returned to the training ground. Use this. There are some targets over there. Go ahead and give it a try. Yang Yusin accepted the rifle with uncertainty, timidly asking, "How do I use it?" Ling Feng tapped his forehead. "Come, I'll show you." They approached the targets, and Ling Feng guided her step by step on how to hold the rifle and aim. As they stood close together, Yang Yusin felt the warmth of Ling Feng's breath brushing past her ear, causing her heart to flutter. "Do you understand?" Ling Feng inquired. "Huh? Yes, I understand. Then let's see you try. Aim for the center of the target." Yang Yusin nodded, took a deep breath, and held her breath before pulling the trigger. Bang! The target remained unscathed. "Aha! No worries. You fire the gun. That's already a significant step towards hitting your mark." Yang Yusin ers flushet Trimson. Ling Feng scratched his head, realizing that practice was essential to develop a feel for it. "Yusin, it's perfectly normal to miss on your first attempt. Just keep practicing. You must use up all these bullets today." "Okay, Brother Feng, I understand." Yang Yusin resumed her practice, silently vowing to hit the bullseye today. Satisfied that Yang Yusin could manage on her own, Ling Feng turned to see Li Mingming fiddling with the sword. "Are you capable of handling that?" Li Mingming brandished her sword and struck a pose, declaring, "Halt. Do not utter words of doubt in the presence of a woman." Without further ado, she stated, "I shall first impart some techniques for you to practice." With a courteous gesture, she presented the sword to Ling Feng, holding it with both hands. "Are you still playing a role?" Ling Feng mused, contemplating that perhaps she had not run enough laps. He resolved to double her training later on. He accepted the sword and demonstrated a few basic moves, encouraging her to follow suit. Although he was not particularly skilled with the sword, the techniques he knew were gleaned from his previous Life-Fest battles, though they lacked systematic structure and elegance. They proved remarkably practical. Raise the tip of the sword. You must employ your hidden strength. Your stance is too wide. Are you not afraid of splitting yourself? Turn faster. Do your legs feel as though they are encased in cement? As the few techniques unfolded, Li Mingming transitioned from enthusiastic determination to despondent defeat. Ultimately, she tossed the sword to the ground in a fit of pique, exclaiming, "I refuse to continue practicing." Nearby, Yang Yusin noticed Mingming's frustration and set her firearm aside to approach. Ling Feng, with a deft flick of his foot, lifted the sword from the ground and caught it gracefully, saying, "Have you ever witnessed how zombies consume humans?" Li Mingming remained silent, while Yang Yusin nodded. "I have seen it a few times. And have you witnessed how humans consume one another?" Li Mingming shivered slightly, still reluctant to respond. "You are fortunate. Since the onset of the flood, you found a place with ample food. Yet, because of this, you have not encountered the true horrors that lie beyond. You have family, correct? Imagine, they may not perish due to the flood's encirclement, but rather be devoured by those driven mad by hunger, consumed alive. Do you believe your studies are for my benefit? Forgive me, but I am surrounded by many experts. Even a dog within my base could overpower you. Reflect on that." After delivering his admonition, Ling Feng accurately tossed the sword onto the weapon rack. At that moment, Lu Su descended the stairs, having listened intently from the landing. "My dear, come upstairs for dinner. Why should we concern ourselves with the lives and deaths of others?" Ling Feng embraced her shoulders with a smile, replying, "Indeed, you are right. What shall we have for dinner? Mei Jia has prepared your favorite braised pork knuckle." They bantered joyfully as they departed. Yang Yusin observed the redness in Li Mengming's eyes, her expression one of profound discouragement. "Mingming, why not take a break?" Li Mengming shook her head. "Yusin, you go ahead." The teacher becomes so engrossed with new things that she forgets to eat. Please remind her. "All right, will you come up afterward?" Li Mengming nudda understood. As everyone finished their meal, Li Mengming still did not join them. Yang Yusin took some food and went to record notes with Wei Tingfeng. This time, Ling Feng finally witnessed what it meant to be a top student as she filled several notebooks in just half a day without any sign of pause. Later that evening, Yang Yusin sought out Ling Feng. "Brother Feng, perhaps you should check on Ming Ming at the training grounds." Well, originally, Ling Feng had little intention of attending to her. In this day and age, throwing tantrums was rather unbecoming. Were it not for her promising potential, he would have long suggested she find a cooler place to linger. Upon arriving at the training ground, Ling Feng observed her furiously swinging a sword, drenched in perspiration, while muttering, "Damn Ling Feng," saying, "I am no better than a dog." Did I speak incorrectly? Even Fu Qiyuan must tread carefully around Xiao Bai. As for you, Li Mengming, under its jaws, you would scarcely last 3 seconds. Take a break, Ling Feng suggested. Li Mengming was startled by his voice, but soon resumed her vigorous swings. "You seem quite perturbed by my comment regarding your inferiority to the dogs of the base. Would you care to see the animal inhabitants of my base?" Being youthful and curious, Li Mengming immediately ceased her actions. "Yesterday, you mentioned the food at the base is all fed to dogs and other animals. Isn't there only a Labrador here?" When the three arrived at the base, Ling Feng had preferred to keep them in the dark about many details. Thus he had discreetly informed Lu Su to hide Ahua, Lao Sha, and He Zi in other locations, leaving only Xiao Bai. As dogs were rather commonplace and easily overlooked, Ling Feng placed his fingers to his lips and whistled. Instantly, a heavy sound echoed from the second-level basement, causing Li Mengming to feel a surge of fear. "Do not be alarmed. They are merely members of the base. Master, do you require our assistance?" Ahua and Lao Sha approached, their thoughts conveyed directly to Ling Feng's mind. Chapter 60, Misunderstanding Will They Bite? Li Mengming inkidat nervously, clutching Ling Feng's arm tightly. Rest assured, they only bite zombies, not humans. At that moment, Xiao Bai sauntered down from upstairs. "What is going on?" Xiao Bai asked casually. Seeing Xiao Bai approach, Ling Feng turned to Li Mengming and said, "The dog is here. It's your chance to prove yourself." With a pained expression, Xiao Bai turned around, ready to ascend the stairs and return to slumber. "Your rations are halved. Sir, you are indeed the master. Is it not permissible for me to entertain her?" Xiao Bai immediately began to feign affection. Recalling previous events, Li Mengming puffed her cheeks in indignation. "If you strike, just know that if your dog accidentally meets its demise, you cannot blame me." Xiao Bai tapped Ling Feng with his paw and lewdly remarked, "A new addition to the pack? How feisty. So you fancy this type? Ah, Mengming, let's swap weapons. I'll equip you with a submachine gun. You can help me take it down." "What?" Xiao Bai's fur bristled. "Just kidding, sir. Don't take it to heart. I'm heading off to teach your mother." Friends. Hee hee. Ahua and Lao Sha chuckled nearby, finding Xiao Bai's antics delightfully amusing. Wong. Xiao Bai struck a pose, adopting a provocatively playful expression towards Li Mengming. Having never encountered such an anthropomorphic dog, Li Mengming was astonished at its audacity to challenge a primate supremacy. "Take this." She lunged forward with a newly learned technique. Too slow, Xiao Bai leapt, landing behind her. With a powerful push from his hind legs, Li Mengming was sent crashing into Ling Feng's embrace. Applause for the performance, Xiao Bai announced triumphantly. Ahua and Lao Sha erupted in laughter. Xiao Bai is impressive, truly deserving of the title of the animal troop's first elder. He understands his master well. A chicken leg as a reward is in order. I can hardly compete. Ling Feng shot them a fierce glare. and the surroundings fell silent. Ah, master, Lao Sha has a stomachache. We should take our leave. Huh? Oh, right, oh, it hurts. Sister Hua, please escort me back to rest. With that, Ahua and Lao Sha slipped away quietly, both having become quite familiar with one another. One being the strongest tank of the animal troop, and the other its most formidable output. Brother Feng, what kind of dog is that? It's incredibly powerful. It nearly kicked me to my demise, Li Mengmeng lamented. At that moment, Ling Feng noticed Xiao by trembling as he cautiously ascended the stairs. You rascal. I'll deal with you later. Whimpering, Xiaobai scurried upstairs with his tail tucked. Are you all right? This dog has been trained by us. It has dispatched many zombies. So it's only natural that you couldn't prevail. I'm fine. You can let go now. I can stand, Li Mengmeng blushed. Oh, my apologies. Ling Feng immediately released her. Go eat something first. Li Mengmeng, her body tense, replied, It's fine. Brother Feng, you go ahead. I'll be up shortly. What are you waiting for? Let's go up together. No, you go first. I'll wait. Ling Feng was perplexed by her intentions and ascended alone. Li Mengmeng sighed in relief only after he left, then reached behind her. That wretched dog kicked off my button. I'll find a chance to get back at you. Mengmeng, I have a meat bun here. Want some? Just as Ling Feng descended, he happened to catch her in the act. Hurry up there. In a flurry, Ling Feng rushed back upstairs. Amusingly, it turned out that it was merely a matter of her losing her posture corrector, trivial compared to other issues. Hardly worth the fuss. After a while, the two sat at the dining table. At this hour, aside from the animals and Yi Chenyo, who were active, it seemed the others were likely asleep. What would you like to eat? Li Mengmeng, lowering her head, spoke softly. I'm not picky. Anything will do. Oh, then I'll check the kitchen for what's available. Ling Feng walked into the kitchen and discovered a large bowl of noodles covered with plastic wrap, presumably left by Wu Mei. Easily reheatable. Before long, the noodles were ready. Here, indulge in Sister Mei's culinary skills. She can rival even a housekeeping robot. Li Mengmeng, already starving, wasted no time, finishing the noodles in mere moments despite their heat. Mengmeng, what are your plans with Dr. Wei moving forward? After feeling warm and satiated, Li Mengmeng leaned back in her chair and replied, I'm not sure. According to our teacher's plan, we should first establish a base in Hongqing. Ling Feng nodded inwardly. Wei Tingfeng was indeed an ambitious individual. Isn't it dangerous with just the three of you women? Who said we were only three? Aren't you? Certainly not. Our teacher's classmate has a team that has been active in Hongqiang for some time. They invited us to join them in forming a team. And we already have a name, The Last Days in White. Now it made sense. Ling Feng understood. No wonder she was reluctant to join here. It was clear she had plans in place. It seemed that The Last Days in White was established precisely at this time in the previous life. Li Mengmeng blinked and asked, So what do you think? Interested in joining us? Ling Feng was momentarily speechless. This girl was indeed bold and audacious. It's not that I underestimate you, but I doubt The Last Days in White has room for us. Before today, Li Mengmeng might have scoffed at this notion. But after witnessing the AI, robots, and those formidable animals here, she realized Ling Feng's words held truth. The Last Days in White could hardly accommodate such powerful beings. I know you are impressive, she said, but what are your plans? Ling Feng rose, placing his hands behind his back. We don't harbor such grand ambitions. We simply wish to survive. If I had to articulate a goal, it would be to live better. Very practical. By the way, I have something for you. Ling Feng reached into his pocket and produced a modified a smartphone from his space. Li Mengmeng looked on with curiosity. A phone? Can still work? Silly girl. If it didn't work, how would your teacher know her classmates were in Hongqiang? Indeed. At that time, it seemed the teacher was also receiving messages on her mobile phone. A sudden signal point appeared. Ling Feng understood that they were likely connected to Xiao A's base station functionality. This phone could establish a connection and facilitate communication with the AI on my side. If you cannot find a charger, it can even be recharged under the sun, with remarkable efficiency. Wow, is it truly that extraordinary? Does that mean we can continue learning from the AI, even after leaving this place? Yes, but I hope this phone is solely for your use. Li Mengmeng Baoza Bundaring. Only I can use it? Could it be? No, you already have a wife. How can this be? However, the law doesn't seem to. What am I thinking? Ling Feng noticed her complexion fluctuating between red and pale, assuming it was reluctance. If you're not willing, I'll fine, I agree. I agree. It's so annoying. Can't you give me more time to consider? Ling Feng was somewhat bewildered. What on earth was this girl talking about? It's just a mobile phone. If you are unwilling, you can simply take it out and use it with Dr. Wei. I have no objections as long as too many people are not aware. Suddenly, Ling Feng's own phone vibrated several times. He took it out to see a selfie and message from Lu Su. Darling, is this outfit you gave me defective? Why is there so little fabric? Hurry up and come help me check. Ming, it's quite late. You should go to bed now. I also need to head upstairs to rest. With that, Ling Feng hurriedly ascended the stairs, leaving Li Ming in a state of stunned silence. Chapter 61. Security Team Following the Events of Yesterday. Li Ming made significant progress in the days that followed, which brought a sense of comfort to Ling Feng. In the training ground, she asked Brother Feng, "Do you think I stand a chance against Xiao by now?" Not quite, despite the dog's seemingly worthless demeanor in a real confrontation. Even your brother Qiyuan would have to tread carefully. Li Ming felt a tinge of disappointment. Is it that you're more skilled, or is it Qiyuan who is better? Well, it depends on the aspect. He is swifter, while I possess greater strength. By the way, should I ask Qiyuan to teach you? Although he wields a soft sword, the principle should be quite similar. No, he is as dull as a gourd. The last time I sought his advice, he spoke one word at a time. I couldn't comprehend anything. Fu Qiyuan does indeed have that disposition. Brother Feng, I heard from the teacher last night that we might be leaving soon, Li Ming said softly, her voice laden with reluctance. Oh, are you preparing to depart for Hongsheng? Yes, they've urged us several times, stating that there are significantly fewer zombies now, making it an opportune time to establish a base. Ling Feng pondered, stroking his chin. Many had perished during the flood, and following that, a wave of zombies had claimed more lives. Recently, those of the second-tier zombies had been eliminated by him. If there were individuals in Hongsheng organizing a vigorous resistance, it was indeed plausible that the number of zombies would be minimal. Very well. I wish you all the best in your endeavors. Will we meet again in the future? Li Ming gazed at him, her eyes reflecting a deeper sentiment. We will. Ling Feng replied with a smile, feeling certain about this. Otherwise, the investment he had made in the three of them during this time would have been in vain. Li Ming instantly broke into a smile. Since you're preparing to leave, there's no need for training these next few days. Take the time to rest well. Yay! Li Ming exclaimed joyfully, leaping up in delight. In the ensuing days, the trio did not slack off. Instead, they devoted all their training time to studying. Ling Feng had amassed a considerable collection of books prior to the apocalypse, and now, with the presence of Xiao A, they had become redundant. Thus, he generously gifted them the entirety of his medical literature. This vast array of books nearly filled their entire vehicle. Wei Tingfeng politely expressed, Ling Feng, I am immensely grateful to you during this period. I have truly benefited greatly. Dr. Wei, you flatter me. While we may not possess your altruistic spirit, we also hope to contribute in other ways. Wei Tingfeng nodded with a smile, admiring Ling Feng's character, for he never imposed his thoughts on others and consistently focused on what he ought to do. Moreover, she sensed that Ming had likely become quite infatuated. Yet, not to mention Lu Su beside Ling Feng, there was also Wu Mei, Anna, and the exquisitely beautiful Yi Chenyo, all of whom were not inferior to Li Ming. Wei Tingfeng could only sigh silently within. Ling Feng, it is time for us to part ways, Wei Tingfeng said, bowing with heartfelt gratitude. There is no need for such formality, Dr. Wei. Whenever you find the time, you're always welcome to stay for a while. Thank you once again, Wei Tingfeng said before getting into the car. As for whether she would return, she could not say. In this apocalyptic world, everyone was like a rootless reed, uncertain of what tomorrow might bring or what unexpected events awaited them. Yang Yusin, carrying the sniper rifle that Ling Feng had given her, remarked, Feng Ge, we are leaving now. Yes, go ahead, stay safe, and look after Dr. Wei, came the reply. Understood. Li Ming's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I'm also preparing to leave. All right. Do send me messages when you have the time, and make sure to keep your phone safe. I know. I will return to find you. Remember, I have promised you that. Wiping away her tears, Li Mingming turned and got into the car. Lu Su, standing nearby, inquired, "What did she promise you?" Ling Feng pondered for a moment. "It seems she promised me that her phone would remain undisclosed. Those modified by Xiao? Indeed, they are valuable items. And there aren't many of them." Waving goodbye, the trio drove away in the ambulance. The base returned to its previous tranquility, and Ling Feng and the others felt a bit out of sorts. It seemed something was amiss without the usual chatter of Li Mingming. "Xiao, hey, how's the progress on a new weapon you mentioned last time?" Replying to the master, "The blueprints have been completed, but key materials are lacking. I still need to dismantle other weapons to see if there are any available." "Understood. Warning, 20 individuals have appeared at the foot of the mountain. Predicted route indicates they will detect the base." Could they be refugees? "Deploy a drone," Ling Feng commanded. "Affirmative." The group gathered in front of the hall screen, awaiting the footage transmitted back by the drone. If these individuals were merely passing through, Ling Feng had no intention of interfering with them. Soon, the screen displayed the scene. The 20 individuals were clad in identical attire, marching in formation with synchronized steps, clearly indicating they had received training. At that moment, Anna exclaimed, "Oh, those are the people from Century Tower. How do you know? Have you forgotten their uniforms?" "This is the attire of the security team." Ling Feng nodded. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed so. Lu Su chimed in, "Yes, that is definitely the uniform." They had initially thought that after removing their machines, Century Tower would crumble. Yet it appeared they had survived until now. Anna speculated, perhaps there are other machines left in the tower. They were a major corporation before the flood. It will be improbable for them to lack backups. Warning, the group is altering its direction and heading towards the base. It seemed they had discovered their location. "Anna, weren't you secretly practicing something? How about showcasing it now?" Anna widened her eyes. "Are you asking me, a woman, to confront 20 burly men? Is that even feasible?" Ling Feng noticed her expression and chuckled. "What if I send 5 destroyers along with you? That's more reasonable. Going alone would be tantamount to seeking death." "Haha, I apologize for my slow speech." Anna walked into the basement room and retrieved a long knife and a handgun. "Ah, so this is your secret weapon?" Ling Feng teased. Just watch closely." Anna, accompanied by the destroyers, made her way to the security team. At this moment, she was no longer the frail executive from the Century building. On the screen, Anna traversed the rugged mountain path with remarkable agility, a testament to her rigorous training. Soon, the security team spotted her. In truth, Anna had no intention of conducting a stealthy approach, and coupled with the imposing appearance of the destroyers, it was nearly impossible for her to remain undetected while descending the mountain. "Who are you?" inquired the leader of the security team. If she had been alone, the team could have easily disregarded her. However, with 5 formidable machines following her, the leader was compelled to exercise caution. Meanwhile, within the base, Ling Feng remarked, "Xiao, do they possess any communication devices?" 5 communication devices detected. Ling Feng initially considered having Xiao disable them, but reconsidered. If the individuals from the Century building discovered that the signals had vanished in this vicinity, it might attract even more attention. It was prudent to wait a little longer. Chapter 62. Anna's abilities as you emerge from the Century building. "Do you not recognize me?" The leader furrowed his brow, feeling from the outset that she bore a striking resemblance to the person on the wanted poster. "You are Anna?" "Indeed," she replied with a smirk. In his memory, Anna was merely an ordinary woman. Why would she dare to approach them? Was it the formidable robots behind her that emboldened her? "Anna, if you leave now, we can pretend we never saw you," the leader said, wary of the 5 robots at her back. Anna brushed her hair aside and retorted, "Why so much chatter? Since I have come, I have no intention of letting you go. Destroyers, advance." The 5 destroyers sprang into action at her command, emitting a mechanical sound that filled the air with despair. "Everyone, be cautious. Prepare yourselves," the leader shouted. 20 men swiftly drew machetes from their backs. 2 of the destroyers leaped into the air, swiftly blocking their escape route from behind. In truth, when Little A had created them, numerous tactics had been incorporated. But under Ling Feng's control, the 5 destroyers had rarely operated together, only having done so once before during a zombie attack. With their escape blocked, the security team fell into disarray. "Everyone, take the enhancers and dismantle these heaps of scrap." the leader commanded. Instantly, the men retrieved capsule-like objects from their pockets, biting down hard, and the green liquid within was swallowed in an instant. Roar! The members of the security team howled to the heavens, their veins bulging, saliva dripping from their mouths. Ling Feng observed intently from the screen. Have these people changed their drugs? Their reactions are different from before. Fu Qiwan replied, indeed. We once encountered a large group of drug security personnel, so we are well aware of the effects. Qiyuan, do you not feel that these individuals resemble zombies? Ling Feng scrutinized the expressions of the security personnel. Indeed, it appeared that due to his influence, the trajectory of the century building had already shifted. In his previous life, he had never heard of this place, yet now they were able to send people into the Hongchang area. What had transpired in between? Ling Feng picked up the earpiece and spoke to Anna. Anna, bring back the leader alive. Understood. The destroyers struck with lethal precision, severing 3 men in the first attack. The remaining security personnel, witnessing this, regained some clarity. What kind of monster is this? How can mere mortals contend with it? Seeing some falter, the leader shouted, whoever dares to retreat will face death without mercy. Simultaneously, he cursed inwardly, you bastards! How can I escape if you run? At that moment, a wave of murderous intent surged from behind him. The leader instinctively dodged, narrowly avoiding a sharp blade that grazed his face, slicing off several strands of hair. Anna scoffed. Quick reflexes. No wonder you emerged from the drug-induced haze. Oomph. The leader coldly snorted, advancing with his blade. He realized that the 5 robots were under her control. If he could eliminate her, his side would be saved. He gripped the knife with both hands, launching a fierce attack. For the training regimen at the Sentry Tower had always prioritized brute strength over finesse. Coupled with his drug-fueled confidence, he felt invincible. Anna's gaze sharpened as she deftly sidestepped. Originally, she could have left the initial confrontation to the destroyer, but since Ling Feng was keen to witness her debut, she decided to demonstrate the fruits of her training. With her right hand wielding the knife, she advanced to target her opponent's throat. Ling Feng and Fu Qiyuan shook their heads in disapproval. It was far too reckless. Anna was not a powerhouse by nature, and such an approach left her vulnerable to exploitation. As anticipated, the leader's lips curled into a cold smirk, as if victory were assured. He crouched to evade her blade and swung his weapon toward Anna's waist, intending to cleave her in two. Ling Feng gasped, realizing the impending disaster. A gunshot rang out, striking the leader's hand and causing the steel knife to clatter to the ground. Anna coolly blew the smoke from her gun and taunted, "Did you truly believe I wielded only one weapon?" The onlookers were taken aback, realizing she had been preparing for a dual assault all along. Anna sent a playful kiss toward the drone's camera. Ling Feng chuckled at her audacity. Anna pressed the knife against his throat, asking, "How do you like that? Are you yielding?" The leader's eyes were filled with despair as he witnessed the annihilation of his team, all of them reduced to lifeless husks. These machines were indeed more terrifying than zombies. "You may kill or mutilate at will," he exclaimed, displaying a semblance of defiance. "Ah, you possess quite the spirit. I hope you can maintain that bravado," Anna replied, striking the side of his head with the back of her knife, rendering him unconscious. "Destroyer, take him back to the base. Your master likely has questions for him." A destroyer obediently approached, lifting him to return to the base. Upon arrival, the man was immediately bound and taken to the basement. Splash! A bucket of cold water was thrown onto his face. With a splitting headache, he struggled to open his eyes and found himself facing several individuals. His heart sank. These 3 were notorious as the infamous death triad of the Sentry Tower. "Name," Ling Feng commanded coldly. "Oomph." The man turned his head defiantly, refusing to answer. Refusing to speak? "Very well, let us see what our methods can achieve." Ling Feng snapped his fingers, summoning a domestic robot. "Are you proficient in butchery?" "Specialty confirmed." "Excellent. Let us commence with the thigh. Slice his flesh into translucent pieces, but take care not to kill him." "Understood, master." The domestic robot retrieved 2 sharp knives from its compartment and approached the man with deliberate steps. A chill ran down his spine as he realized they intended to execute a slow dismemberment. "What crime have I committed to deserve this?" he pleaded. "Wait." Ling Feng interrupted, and the man breathed a sigh of relief, thinking his fate had changed. First, blindfold him. You cannot do this. I have not harmed your people. Why must I face such a fate? The robot skillfully produced a cloth and expertly covered his eyes. Human beings are inherently predisposed to fear the unknown, a dread that often surpasses the unknown itself. The man, deprived of his sight, found his hearing amplified to an extraordinary degree. The sound of the blades scraping and clashing sent tremors coursing through his body. At that moment, the hem of his trousers had already been torn, and as the cold steel made contact with his flesh, he cried out in agony. "What are you screaming for? The cutting hasn't even begun," said Ling Feng. "You are not human. You are devils. Kill me, and my life swiftly." The man attempted to mask his intrinsic terror with his furious shouts. Yet, Ling Feng remained unfazed. "You're certainly destined for death, but before that, I must extract the information I seek." The robot wielded its knife with remarkable speed and precision, effortlessly slicing through the flesh of the man's leg as if it were a master butcher carving meat, producing a piece as thin as a cicada's wing. The man barely had a moment to register the pain, only feeling an unsettling chill at his thigh. Moments later, the pain surged through his nerves to his brain, an excruciating agony intertwined with sheer terror, prompting him to scream once more, beads of cold sweat cascading down his body. I will tell you. My name is Tianjun. My name is Tianjun. He finally conceded, overwhelmed and desperate to bring this ordeal to a swift conclusion, yearning for his tormentor to deliver the fatal blow. TSK, I expected a tougher man. This is all you have?" Ling Feng remarked with disdain, then proceeded to remove the cloth that had shrouded the man's eyes. Chapter 63. Pursuit of Knowledge Position. Captain of the security team, what brings us here? Our objective is to reach Hong City. We have come solely to find a place to rest. Why are we going to Hong City? Mister, he has instructed us to seek out special materials at the Hong City Research Institute. The specifics elude me, but the list is tucked away in the hidden pocket of my clothing. Ling Feng promptly searched and indeed discovered a slip of paper filled with various terms he could not comprehend, intending to pass it on to Xiao A for analysis later. Tianjun, I am quite intrigued about what transpired in the Century Building after the zombie outbreak. How were you able to organize personnel for an outing so swiftly? This actually relates to you. Ling Feng's heart stirred. Could it be that his reincarnation had caused this impact? Please elaborate. After you departed the building, mister, he was exceedingly furious, unable to fathom how the machinery had vanished. Subsequently, he suspected there were insiders among you within the building, leading to a thorough investigation during which many met their demise. After some time, the researchers discovered a peculiar phenomenon. Several individuals exhibited clouded eyes, as if afflicted by some form of mutation. Consequently, Mr. Yi ordered these individuals to be contained. Eventually, once the torrential rains ceased, those held captive began to transform into zombies. However, these individuals had already been imprisoned, thus the internal personnel suffered minimal harm. I see. It was indeed due to my presence that these events unfolded. But what about your serum? I recall it did not possess such effects previously. I truly do not know. However, I have heard some rumors. What rumors? It is said that those researchers conducted experiments utilizing zombies, subsequently enhancing the serum. Ling Feng let out a long sigh, finding the situation aligned closely with his suspicions. Do you have any last words? He inquired, having never contemplated sparing this individual's life. Tianjun was already aware of his fate. He divulged this information merely to alleviate his own suffering. Ling Feng turned to leave, instructing the housekeeping robot. Ensure his exit is swift. Understood, Master, the robot replied. A flash of cold light later, Tianjun's throat was cut open. Ling Feng, how did I perform? Anna asked, tilting her head. Quite well, though a touch sinister. Anna pouted, calling me sinister while he is on drugs. Indeed, by comparison, you fare much better. Speaking of which, is this dual cultivation of magic and combat what you sought from Xiao A? Dual cultivation of magic and combat? What an awful term. I prefer to call it dual wielding. All right, you may call it whatever you like, Ling Feng replied with a smile. However, I must say, this technique indeed suits you. Anna's speed has always been a shortcoming, but being able to unexpectedly fire a shot during combat could certainly compensate for that, provided the angle of the shot is meticulously considered. I trust Xiao A will take this into account. Ling Feng proceeded to the core of Xiao A with a list from the Sentry building, requesting it to capture images for analysis. Little A, can you deduce what the other party intends to do from these lists? Master, the items listed mainly consist of rare materials, yet they are too disorganized, making it difficult to ascertain their purpose at the moment. We shall analyze them gradually, primarily focusing on the direction of potions. Oh, by the way, first instruct the scavenger machine to gather the communication devices from the security team, and then use the drone to dispose of them at a considerable distance. Understood. There are quite a few individuals in Sentry Tower. Should they possess firearms and attack, our base personnel would not withstand it. At that moment, Ling Feng's phone rang. He picked it up to find a message from Li Mengmeng. Brother Phone, what are you up to? Do you miss me? Just finished up. Have you arrived in Hongqiang? We're here already. Look, this is my room. Li Mengmeng sent a photo, which appeared to be a hotel. Not bad. You're staying in a hotel. This used to be a hotel, but it has been abandoned. We have repurposed it as our headquarters. Are there many zombies left in Hongqiang? A few scattered here and there, but our teachers and classmates have established a small safe zone, and the populace is gradually arriving. Be careful. In the apocalypse, zombies are not the most terrifying aspect. Human nature is. Got it. That's all for now. I need to tidy up my room. Ling Feng put away his phone, concluding that Hongqiang was indeed the safest place at present. Darling, what are you doing? Lu Su and Yi Qinyo approached. I am handling some matters with Little A. Where are you headed? To the training ground. I want to learn from Qinyo. Ling Feng looked at her quizzically. Learn? Yes. Last time I saw Qinyo moving through a horde of zombies as if it were an empty space. So I wish to learn how to wield a knife from her. Lu Su's skill with a blade surpassed Ling Feng's, hence her current reliance on Little A for assistance. Yet could Yi Qinyo truly teach? Ling Feng discreetly transmitted. Can you teach Lu Su what you know? Master, my abilities stem from instinct. I do not know how to instruct, but I can spar with her. Ling Feng nodded to himself. This was as he had anticipated. Yi Qinyo's powers were acquired through system modification, and, as she stated, her actions were purely instinctual. However, sparring could indeed be a viable method, as nothing accelerates learning quite like practical experience. Noticing his silence, Lu Su cautiously inquired, Darling, do you disagree? Oh no, but you are aware of Yi Qinyo's amnesia. She may not know how to teach techniques. Why not engage in direct sparring instead? Lu Su considered this and found it reasonable. If you agree, then that works. At that moment, she felt a twinge of curiosity. Why was Yi Qinyo so formidable, yet had appeared so defenseless when we faced each other? Could there be secrets about my husband that I have yet to uncover? It seems my efforts to explore his depths have not been sufficient. Tonight, I must pull out all the stops. Ling Feng followed the two into the basement. Lu Su said, Qinyo, may I use a broadsword for sparring? I'm not familiar with the others. Yi Qinyo unsheathed her great sword and said, Very well. I shall proceed. Feel free to offer any suggestions. With her sword held firmly before her, she nodded slightly. Lu Su, wielding her blade in her right hand, stepped forward with a swift stride, aiming directly for the throat. Ling Feng nodded in satisfaction. Lu Su's strikes were decisive and lacked any unnecessary flourishes. Yi Qinyo, with her eyes half closed, remained steadfast and motionless. It was only when a mountain-splitting blade drew near that she sidestepped and crouched, deftly redirecting the blow, allowing the back of her sword to gently tap Lu Su's abdomen. It's over. Lu Su found herself momentarily in disbelief. She recognized the disparity in their abilities, yet she had not anticipated such a vast difference, unable to even withstand a single move. In truth, Yi Qinyo's prowess was such that even combining the strengths of Ling Feng and Fu Qiyuan would not suffice to overcome her. The only factor to blame was the system's extraordinary nature. However, it was a relief that the reins of control remained firmly in Ling Feng's hands. Chapter 64 Departure to Hongqiang Chanyao. Please be considerate. Look at how disheartened the child is, admonished Yi Chunyao, who lowered her head slightly. I apologize, master. I shall be more mindful. Ling Feng helped the kneeling Lu Su to her feet. What happened? Can't you withstand a minor setback? Lu Su remained silent for a few moments before picking up the knife from the ground, her gaze resolute once more. I'm sorry, my husband. I didn't react in time. It's all right now. Ling Feng stepped back, granting them space, fully aware of Lu Su's tenacity. She would never easily concede defeat. Your speed is insufficient, Yi Chun Yao remarked, demonstrating her skill with a flourish of the blade. Thank you. Again, Lu Su assumed her stance. Ling Feng chose to leave them to their practice, recognizing that such skills were honed gradually. Dedicating oneself to improvement was far better than idleness, especially with the imminent emergence of formidable foes and advanced zombies. Stagnation would inevitably lead to becoming mere fodder. A month later, Xiao A presented an analysis, suggesting a high probability that a serum capable of altering human genes had been developed, likely derived from research conducted by the scientists at Sentry Tower on zombies. However, those who utilized this serum would become akin to living corpses, imbued with great strength yet reliant on fresh blood and flesh for sustenance. Master, several of the materials listed are also needed for our new weaponry, Xiao A noted. Oh, I am uncertain if we can procure them, and it is also unclear how much stock remains at the Hongsheng Research Institute. Our weapons are not mass-produced. The quantities required are minimal. If you decide to go, we can send a mechanical spider along. It can identify the necessary items. Very well, I shall make the trip. That evening, Ling Feng convened everyone, informing them of the preparations for their entry into Hongsheng. Husband, I wish to accompany you. Lu Su was the first to declare. You have made significant progress recently. Continue your training with Chun Yao. I plan to go alone this time. Xiao Feng, may I join you? It would be beneficial to have someone to assist with daily needs, Wu Mei suggested. Rest assured, I am not a child. You must remain here to safeguard the base. I fear that the people from Sentry Tower will eventually come looking for us. If they arrive in numbers, our base's combat power may prove insufficient. Ling Feng speculated that after discovering their dispatch personnel had gone missing, Sentry Tower would undoubtedly send reinforcements. The route through Hongsheng would likely lead them to the base, necessitating that he procure essential items while ensuring sufficient combat strength remained at the base. Seeing that Ling Feng was resolute, the others ceased to argue further. Husband, when do you intend to depart? Xiao has already mapped the route. We shall set off tomorrow morning and arrive within a few hours. Very well then. There were few zombies within Hongsheng, and everyone was well aware of Ling Feng's capabilities, anticipating little danger. The following morning, Ling Feng set out in an armored vehicle according to the designated coordinates. Although he had not brought anyone else, he acquiesced to Lu Su's fervent request to bring along Xiao Bai. This delighted him immensely. It had been a long time since he had ventured out, and remaining in the base for so long was rather stifling. How long has it been since we last went out together? I believe it was before the flood. Xiao Bai communicated telepathically. Ling Feng reflected on this, and indeed realized that prior to the flood, he had been taking Xiao Bai around to procure supplies. And time had flown by. At that moment, Ling Feng's phone chimed. Without a glance, he recognized it to be Li Ming, who frequently sent him messages. Brother Feng, quite a few people have arrived at the safe zone today. Arranging for them has completely worn me out. No worries, I'll assist you shortly. Xiao Bai expressed his discontent, saying, could you refrain from using your phone while driving? My life is in your hands. What is there to fear? The only threats on this road are the few zombies trailing behind us. If we were to run them over, it would be a service to the public. Noticing Ling Feng's lack of response, Li Mingming sent several more messages. Do not panic. I am en route to Hongsheng and should arrive in about half an hour. Really? That's wonderful. I'll prepare a feast for you this evening. At the headquarters of the End Times White Coats, Li Mingming leapt with joy, attracting the attention of numerous members. Typically, she was rather aloof, so her exuberance today was quite puzzling. Tan Tao approached with a smile and inquired, Mingming, what has brought about such happiness? Upon seeing him, Li Mingming immediately adopted a stern expression. What business is it of yours? She then darted off to find Yang Yusin, leaving Tan Tao in a state of bewilderment. He was a favored disciple of Xiao Zhuochuan, the leader of the End Times White Coats, possessing striking features and a graceful demeanor. Among the headquarters, he was deemed the most suitable match for Li Mingming, and he believed the same, which led him to ardently pursue her. However, Li Mengmeng had already set her heart elsewhere, finding his advances quite distasteful. Yang Yusin was busy assisting Dr. Wei when she noticed Li Mengmeng bounding towards her. "What is you so cheerful?" Li Mengmeng grasped her arm. "Do you know? Brother Feng is about to arrive." Yang Yusin's face lit up. "Really?" Li Mengmeng nodded emphatically. "Indeed. I just messaged him. He said he would reach Hongsheng in about half an hour, and his base is not far from there. Let's prepare some food, then." We certainly enjoyed his culinary delights back at the base. "Weren't you busy? I can handle it myself." "Oh, please, this task can wait. It won't take long." Just then, Wei Tingfeng happened to walk by and overheard their conversation. He chuckled and shook his head. "Since Ling Feng is coming, you both should definitely prepare a warm welcome. I can manage here on my own." The two happily departed, once again attracting the attention of others, who were curious about what good fortune had caused such joy in the two leading ladies of the headquarters. Tan Tao, seeing them pass by and wishing to inquire further, found himself ignored. Half an hour later, Ling Feng finally arrived in Hongsheng, a place once profoundly familiar to him, now transformed beyond recognition. "Shall Bai, disembark and eliminate the zombies trailing behind us, lest we attract them to the headquarters." "Understood." A solitary figure, accompanied by a dog, alighted from the vehicle, swiftly dispatching the few zombies that trail behind. Only 5 or 6 in number, as the area was not heavily infested. Ling Feng parked the car in an abandoned lot, and, alongside the dog Xiao Bai, embarked on foot towards the headquarters of the End Times White Garment. The premises had been fortified with barbed wire, wooden planks, steel sheets, tires, and various other debris, resembling a scrap yard from a distance. "Halt! Who are you?" bellowed a guard positioned above. Before Ling Feng could respond, Li Mengmeng emerged from within. "Brother Feng, you're here? Come in quickly. We don't want to attract the zombies." Recognizing Li Mengmeng, the guard immediately granted them passage. With a burst of excitement, Li Mengmeng embraced Ling Feng tightly. "Brother Feng, I've missed you so much. How have you been?" After releasing him, her cheeks flushed with warmth. "I've been well enough, and you?" "Things have been all right, though the base has grown much quieter since you left." At that moment, Yang Yusin approached, exchanging a polite embrace with Ling Feng. During her time at the base, she had received considerable care from him, even being gifted a sniper rifle, which had earned her the distinction of being the headquarters' sole sharpshooter. Yet, not far away, a pair of sinister eyes was fixed upon them. Chapter 65. Arrival at the End Times. The two individuals led Ling Feng towards the headquarters, a site that had previously endured the baptism of floods, now transformed into their main base. Had it not been for Ling Feng's prior knowledge of its existence as a hotel before the apocalypse, he might not have recognized it at all. In the brief distance they traversed, Ling Feng found himself the subject of countless curious gazes from the members clad in white of the End Times. They were all intrigued by who this individual could be, worthy of being personally welcomed by two of the headquarters' most prominent figures. Moreover, he was accompanied by a dog, an uncommon sight in this era where few could afford to keep pets. Whispers circulated among some, speculating that a formidable rival for Tan Tao had emerged. "Ling Feng, it has been a while." Wei Tingfeng emerged from his office, his demeanor still kind yet noticeably wearied. "Hello, Dr. Wei. I fear I may be imposing on you for a few days," Ling Feng replied. "Hektaruf, you yist. We certainly did not spare you our interruptions back then. Come, allow me to introduce you to my classmate, who is now a leader among the End Times white-clad members." At that moment, Tan Tao approached, smiling as he inquired, "And who might this be?" Wei Tingfeng's expression shifted slightly, but he managed to reply, "Oh, this is my friend, Ling Feng. This is Tan Tao, my classmate's esteemed disciple and assistant." "Greetings," Ling Feng said courteously, shaking Tan Tao's hand. But he quickly sensed an unusual glint in the latter's eyes. Had he unwittingly offended him in the short time he had arrived? Wei Tingfeng, observing from the side, inwardly lamented, recognizing that although this individual possessed talent, he was regrettably unfit for significant roles. "Ling Feng, let me escort you upstairs," Wei Tingfeng suggested. As the group prepared to depart, Tan Tao turned to Li Mengmeng and said, "Junior, I have encountered a dilemma recently. Could I seek your guidance?" Having studied together at the base for a period, the three possessed skills that surpassed those of other members. though they tacitly refrained from mentioning it. Observers noted that they had arrived with a cartload of books, naturally assuming that these three prodigies had been studying en route. I'm too busy. Limangmang firmly declinat. Promptly hurrying to catch up with Ling Feng and the others. Tan Tao gritted his teeth, jealousy igniting within him. How could he, the deputy of the organization's leader, be overshadowed by this newcomer? Xiaobai trailed behind, his canine instincts stirring with mischief, transmitting a thought. Master, that fellow seems to harbor discontent towards you. Could it be due to your lady friend? What lady friend? Ling Feng momentarily failed to grasp the implication, only to realize that the incorrigible dog was referring to Li Mengmeng. It appears you may have indulged too much, master. I was wrong, Xiaobai mentally added. I shall behave next time. In the upstairs office, Wei Tingfeng knocked on the door. Come in, a man's voice called from within. Tingfeng, what brings you here? I have a friend visiting whom I wish to introduce. Wei Tingfeng replied, turning to Ling Feng. This is my classmate and the founder of the End Times White-Clad organization. Xiao Zhuochuan. Ling Feng stepped forward and extended his hand. Hello, I am Ling Feng. Xiao Zhuochuan's eyes lit up. Ah, welcome. We're glad to have you join our ranks in the End Times. Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback before responding, You misunderstand. I merely passed by to check on Dr. Wei and Ming Ming. Xiao Zhuochuan looked at Wei Tingfeng with a questioning gaze and, upon receiving a nod, expressed regret. I see. No worries. Guests are always welcome. My supplies are limited, but there is certainly enough food to fill your bellies, so please do not be dismissive. Ming Ming, Yusin, your friend has arrived. Quickly prepare some refreshments to entertain him. Li Mingming smiled. I have already made preparations. Xiao Zhuochuan pointed at her with a grin. You are quite diligent. Go ahead. I have some urgent matters to attend to and will join you later. It's fine. You carry on. The group descended to the hall at the back of the hotel, which had been transformed into a cafeteria. Originally, Wei Tingfeng had accompanied them, but halfway there, she was informed by one of her subordinates of an issue in the laboratory, prompting her to hurry away, leaving only Li Mengmeng and Yang Yusin in attendance. Ling Feng bore no ill will. He understood her profound dedication to academia and experimentation. Yang Yusin approached the cafeteria window with a bowl of congee and several pieces of canned meat, saying, Brother Feng, our meals here cannot compare to what you have at the base, so please bear with us. Having lived 2 lives, Ling Feng was indifferent to such matters and swiftly consumed his meal. Beside him, Xiao Bai, the dog, wore an expression of disdain. Brother Feng, what brings you to Hongsheng this time? Li Mingming, aware of the base's strength, naturally did not assume he had come to ally with the white coats of the apocalypse. He must have another purpose. I intend to visit the research institute in Hongsheng to procure some items. Huh? There are many zombies there now. It's quite dangerous. Fear not. I have my ways. Just then, a commotion erupted outside, with indistinct voices cursing. Here we go again. Li Mingming sighed, rubbing her forehead. What is happening? The headquarters distributes food periodically. Initially, with fewer people, it was manageable, but as the numbers grew, the rations diminished. The original group of civilians has begun to voice their grievances, accusing us of hoarding supplies. Ling Feng furrowed his brow. Are the supplies gathered by your organization or by the civilians? Of course, they're collected by our own people. Those civilians, if sent out without training, would become zombie fodder in an instant. Ling Feng chuckled softly. Do these people not understand the principle of reciprocity? With your current approach, the whitecoats will inevitably encounter major issues. The 2 women turned to Ling Feng, intrigued. Why is that? Without formidable means, do not exercise benevolence. In situations where discontent brews, any opportunistic individual can incite a riot. When that occurs, you will either be replaced or face brutal suppression. Which will you choose? Upon hearing this, the 2 fell into contemplation. They were neither decision-makers, nor had they pondered such matters. If Ling Feng's assertions held truth, the situation had escalated to a critical level. At that moment, a guard burst in, exclaiming, Ming Ming, you should come see. The situation is rather dire. What is it? Unable to articulate his thoughts, Ling Feng followed the 2 outside, where he was met with a bustling crowd in the open space. His brow furrowed in concern. Such commotion could undoubtedly attract a horde of zombies. endangering everyone present. We refuse to comply. Why should we be deprived of resources? Indeed, we are already struggling to make ends meet, and now they want to cut back further. How are we to survive? Xiao Zhuochuan and Wei Tingfeng stood atop a vantage point, their expressions grim. The headquarters had limited supplies, and everyone was already tightening their belts. They had not anticipated the situation escalating to this extent. Tan Tao, standing nervously to the side, inquired, "Teacher, what should we do now?" Xiao Zhuochuan remained silent, realizing that while he was adept at scholarly pursuits and healing, he felt utterly helpless in the face of such unrest. Chapter 66. Resolving to riot, Li Mengmeng was the first to step forward and exclaimed, "Everyone, please listen to me. It has been quite a struggle for you to survive the Great Flood until now, and our organization is facing its own difficulties. I kindly ask for your understanding." Ling Feng shook his head inwardly. Mengmeng was still too naive. Had it been Lu Su, she would have swiftly dealt with two individuals, resolving the matter immediately. Indeed, the crowd grew even more agitated upon hearing Li Mengmeng's words. "Mengmeng, when we first came here, you were the one who arranged everything for us and promised sufficient food. But what about now?" A woman crossed her arms, her tone sharp. "Exactly. If there was no food, you should not have deceived us, leading us to starve now." Tan Tao, observing that Li Mengmeng had stepped forward, felt reluctant to hide behind the teacher any longer. He said, "Please, everyone, remain calm. We will find a way to resolve this." "Resolve? How do you intend to resolve this? If we do not receive answers today, this will not end well." Another voice shouted, "You only know how to placate us while the food dwindles each day. It is clear that your organization is lining its own pockets, caring only for yourselves." Xiao Zhuochuan and Wei Tingfeng exchanged glances. "Tifeng, do you have any ideas?" Wei Tingfeng was momentarily at a loss. "You're the leader here. What can I do?" Just then, she noticed Ling Feng standing calmly nearby. Perhaps he might have a solution. After all, he managed a base where everyone coexisted harmoniously. "Zhuochuan, should we consult Ling Feng? Do you think he will have a solution? Given the current situation, let's at least ask him." Reluctantly, Xiao Zhuochuan nodded. Though she did not know Ling Feng well, she trusted Wei Tingfeng's judgment. "Mengmeng, go speak with Ling Feng," Wei Tingfeng suggested. Tan Tao, overhearing this, felt a surge of irritation, especially since they were preparing to seek Ling Feng's assistance. "Teacher, let me handle this. Our matters do not require outside interference." However, Li Mengmeng disregarded his objections and made her way towards Ling Feng. Tan Tao scoffed and began to expound on lofty principles, leaving the crowd in a state of confusion. "We simply want food. What is the purpose of discussing these irrelevant matters?" Suddenly, a shoe flew from the crowd, striking Tan Tao, leaving a muddy imprint on his face. "You!" In response, a barrage of debris was hurled at him. "Get out of here. We want food. What are you rambling on about? We cannot understand a word. We demand to eat." The scene spiraled out of control once more. Li Mengmeng approached Ling Feng. Anxiety etched across her face. "Brother Feng, what should we do now?" Ling Feng shrugged. "It's futile. I am not one of you. If this continues, we will soon attract zombies, and when that happens, you can join us at our base." "Brother Feng, this is not the time for such remarks," Li Mengmeng implored, shaking his arm. This act was keenly observed by Tan Tao, who was consumed with an unparalleled jealousy, having exerted considerable effort to win favor without ever witnessing such a display from Li Mengmeng. "Brother Feng, please hurry and think of a solution. Can I resolve this in my own way? Would you all accept that?" "Yes, certainly, as long as it resolves the issue. We are open to any method." Ling Feng contemplated, not wishing to place Li Mengmeng in a difficult position. "How about you consult Dr. Wei and the others?" "Oh no, they're the ones who sent me here." "Very well then." Ling Feng touched the short knife at his waist when outside. He preferred not to reveal his spatial abilities and typically carried a short blade. Stepping before the crowd, Ling Feng declared loudly, "Silence. Who are you? What does our pursuit of rights have to do with you?" Ling Feng found it somewhat amusing. "What contributions have you made to warrant such demands?" He continued, "I will state this plainly. There's a finite amount of food. Take it or leave it. If you do not want it, then you may leave." A murmur of discontent erupted among the crowd. At that moment, a man stepped forward and asked, "What do you mean?" "When we arrived, It was stated that food would be provided. Are you now going back on your word? Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, recognizing this man as the instigator. We are all adults here. Let us dispense with the frivolities. You know well what times we live in. It is already a privilege to receive food, and yet you dare to make demands? Have you contributed anything to this post-apocalyptic world? The uproar in the crowd fell silent. Some lowered their heads, feeling a flush of shame. They were not ignorant. Rather, human nature dictates that when one receives more, they begin to see it as a right. At this juncture, a woman stepped forward again, saying, "That is not how it happened. Initially, they did not impose conditions. Otherwise, we would not have taken anything for free. Now to hear these words again, is it not a mockery? Fine, you're expelled, leave." Ling Feng replied decisively. The woman immediately erupted in a torrent of insults. "Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to expel me?" The man joined in. "Exactly. The higher-ups have said nothing. What authority do you have to drive people away?" "This." Ling Feng unsheathed his sharp knife. The crowd gasped in shock. Tan Tao shouted, "Ling Feng, what are you doing? Put the knife away." The man challenged, "Who are you trying to scare? Do you dare to cut me? Come on, let's see." He stretched his neck defiantly. The crowd had always viewed the White Coats as a healing organization, incapable of inflicting harm. In a flash, the blade glimmered, and the man's head rolled to the ground, blood gushing from his severed neck. A hushed silence enveloped the crowd before chaos erupted with screams of murder. "Murder! Everyone run! This is a killing organization!" The woman shouted in panic. Suddenly, she felt an uncontrollable force pulling her downward, only to realize, in her last moments, that her body was collapsing. Her head had been severed from her body. Ling Feng turned and ascended to the platform. Silence. Everyone fell silent immediately. Those with dissenting opinions may leave now. Those without may stay and await further instructions. At that moment, someone stubbornly made their way towards the door, while Xiao Bai had previously discreetly conveyed a warning, indicating that the scent of zombies in the vicinity had intensified, suggesting that undead creatures were drawn to the noise and were approaching. Their exit would almost certainly lead to their demise. Observing the individual approaching, the guard glanced at Xiao Zhuochuan on stage, who nodded in acknowledgement. The guard promptly opened the door to grant passage. 10 minutes later, those wishing to depart had already left, leaving the rest in silence, awaiting Ling Feng's directives. "Sir, the stench of zombies grows ever stronger. We must prepare swiftly." Xiao Bai communicated again. Ling Feng addressed Xiao Zhuochuan, saying, "Dr. Xiao, the zombies are beginning to congregate outside. Please arrange for them to clear the area and maintain silence." At that moment, Tan Tao interjected, "Teacher, Ling Feng is indiscriminately killing people at our headquarters. Please, I urge you to send someone to apprehend him immediately." Chapter 67 Departure. Xiao Zhuochuan disregarded Tan Tao and turned to Ling Feng, saying, "Thank you, Ling Feng. I will now begin the evacuation." Li Mengming's eyes sparkled with admiration, exclaiming, "Brother Feng, you are truly remarkable. Haha, let us head inside." Wei Tingfeng and Yang Yusin followed the two into the building. Throughout this encounter, no one cast a glance at Tan Tao. He found himself bewildered, unable to comprehend what he had done wrong. In the organization, he had always been the center of attention and cultivation. Why had this Ling Feng, who had only just arrived, seemingly usurped everything he possessed? What made him so special? Inside the office, Wei Tingfeng remarked, "Ling Feng, I am grateful for your assistance. Otherwise, I cannot fathom how we would have resolved this situation." "Dr. Wei, it was merely a small effort on my part," Ling Feng replied modestly. "Brother Feng, what should we do next?" Li Mengmeng inquired. Ling Feng smiled, but remained silent. While Mengmeng was youthful and her thoughts rather naive, Wei Tingfeng understood that Ling Feng was not an ordinary individual in this apocalyptic scenario. Although he had formed connections with the trio, he ultimately remained an outsider, and it would be inappropriate for him to offer opinions. However, if Wei Tingfeng were to request his input, it would bear a different significance altogether. As Wei Tingfeng held a unique position within the organization, he was both a peer of the leader and responsible for crucial technological research. Despite lacking an official title, his standing was exceptionally high. "Ling Feng, Mengmeng is right. Do you have any recommendations regarding the management of our organization moving forward? It is not overly complicated. You merely need to train a team dedicated to maintaining the headquarters security. Additionally, dispatch some individuals to mingle among the populace, gathering insights on the refugees' internal movements. Ling Feng suggested. In truth, these strategies were insights shared with him by individuals from the organization in his previous life, and even if he refrained from mentioning them now, the organization would inevitably pursue these actions in the future. He was merely preempting their timeline. Wei Tingfeng reflected deeply, acknowledging that both proposals were indeed viable. However, the execution would entail numerous details that required careful consideration. Yet, as he was not the leader, he could only offer his thoughts to Xiao Zhuochuan. Dr. Wei, it is getting late. I think I shall retire for the night, Ling Feng declared. Oh, my apologies for my oversight. Ming Ming has arranged a room for you, hasn't she? Li Mengmeng Rupelia. Yes, I will escort him now, she added. The headquarters implemented a strict curfew during the night, forbidding any light from being visible. Ling Feng peered out the window, observing the streets below. The zombies attracted during the day were not numerous. Most had already been dispatched by the guards using spears, with only a few remaining at a distance, beyond reach, awaiting resolution until the following day. Drawing the curtains, Ling Feng reclined on the bed, perusing the map sent by Xiao A on his phone. The drone had conducted reconnaissance before his arrival in Hongcheng, effectively marking the distribution of zombies across the area. It appeared that Mengmeng's assertion was correct. There was indeed a significant congregation of zombies near the research institute. He needed to devise a strategy to divert them. Brother Feng, are you asleep? Li Mengmeng messaged him. Not yet. What is the matter? He replied. What do you plan to head to the research institute? I will go tomorrow morning. A gentle knock resonated at the door. Who would come at such a late hour? Xiao Bai's nose twitched. Your lady friend has arrived. Meng, isn't there a curfew? What brings her here at this hour? As the door swung open, illuminated by the moonlight streaming in from the corridor, Li Mengmeng's exquisite visage came into view. Is there something you need? Li Mengmeng lowered her head, her fingers fidgeting nervously. May I come in to discuss? Oh, my apologies. Ling Feng stepped aside, allowing her entry. The room he had arranged for her was modest in size, and Li Mengmeng promptly seated herself on the bed. Brother Feng, I wish to accompany you to the research institute. After speaking, she worried that Ling Feng might think her weak, so she quickly added, I've dealt with zombies before. I've taken down 10 of them. Ling Feng was somewhat taken aback, not by her capability to eliminate zombies. After all, she had undergone training at the base, so dispatching a few was not astonishing, but rather by her audacity to want to join him at the research institute. You know, it's quite perilous there. I can manage on my own. But Brother Feng, I can assist you. I have medical knowledge and can fight. Truly, I could be of help. At that moment, Xiao Bai chimed in telepathically. Master, take her along. I can keep an eye on her, and there won't be any danger. After contemplating, Ling Feng recalled that Xiao had detected no level 2 zombies in that area. Merely diverting the ordinary zombies with a drone should pose no significant issue. Since she was eager to go, it would be a good opportunity for her to broaden her horizons. Very well, come by tomorrow morning, and we shall go together. Li Mengmeng looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with surprise. You agreed? Indeed. Now, go rest and gather your strength. All right, Li Mengmeng exclaimed joyfully. Rising to leave, Ling Feng shook his head, bemused, pondering what there was to be so elated about, as many would dread facing those creatures. Yet she seemed delighted at the prospect of accompanying him. Early the next morning, Li Mengmeng stood outside Ling Feng's door, anxious that he might slip away unnoticed. Good morning, Meng. Have you prepared everything? Of course. Look, she said, removing the sword from her back. It was a gift from Ling Feng during their time at the base, which she had placed beside her bed upon arriving here, taking it out occasionally to polish. Splendid. Let's be off. The two, accompanied by Xiao Bai, descended the stairs and encountered Wei Tingfeng and Yan Yuxian. Ready to depart? Wei Tingfeng inquired. After Ling Feng had agreed the previous night, she had informed her instructor. Initially, Yan Yuxian had wished to join them, but after Li Mengmeng mentioned her lack of physical stamina, especially since this mission would not primarily involve firearms, she had reluctantly decided against it. Yes, Dr. Wei. We are now preparing to set off. Brother Feng, please exercise caution. If anything seems amiss, return immediately. Do not force your way through, Yang Yuxian cautioned. Understood. Rest assured. As they stepped outside the headquarters, Wei Tingfeng and Yang Yuxian noticed Tan Tao descending the stairs with breakfast in hand. Oh, Dr. Wei, Yu Xin. Have you seen Ming Ming? They were aware that he was once again delivering breakfast to her, a routine that had not ceased since their arrival at the end of the world. Ming Ming and Ling Feng have ventured out, Wei Tingfeng informed him. Huh? So early? Where could they be headed? Uncertainty enveloped the situation, and after uttering those words, Wei Tingfeng departed with Yang Yusin, for they had numerous tasks to attend to and no inclination to engage in frivolous banter with an infatuated admirer. Dan Tao, watching the two retreat, was consumed by a fiery rage. How infuriating! He hurled the bowl of kanji to the ground, only to have it fortuitously witnessed by the passing Xiao Zhuochuan. Dan Tao came a thunderous reprimand, jolting him into alertness. Do you comprehend the value of food? Have you ever ventured out to procure even a grain of rice? Xiao Zhuochuan's anger was palpable, recalling the prior day's near insurrection over food scarcity within the organization. Tan Tao lowered his gaze. I am sorry, teacher. Clean this mess immediately, and furthermore, you are prohibited from eating today. Tan Tao dared not defy his instructor in the slightest. Yes, I shall attend to it right away, he replied, hastening to fetch a mop. Utterly clueless. Xiao Zhuochuan muttered under his breath. Chapter 68. Research Institute. After departing from headquarters, Ling Feng and Li Mingming, accompanied by Xiao Bai, set out to locate the armored vehicle they had used upon entering Hong City. The journey to the Research Institute would take approximately an hour, with numerous zombies wandering along the route, making the armored vehicle a much safer mode of transport. Wow, Brother Feng, you actually left the vehicle in the parking lot? Li Mangmang exclaimed. Were you afraid of? There are no zombies around here, Ling Feng replied, pulling out his phone to notify Xiao to bring all the drones down. What is the plan? Li Mangmang inquired. To distract the zombies. Ling Feng explained as he retrieved some scraps of meat from his spatial storage. However, this action startled Li Mingming. Brother Feng, are you performing magic? Where did the meat come from? Ling Feng facepalmed, realizing he had forgotten that she was unaware of his spatial abilities. He took a moment to explain. Li Mingming's eyes widened in astonishment. Boss, I study medicine and discuss science. And here you're talking about supernatural phenomena? Seeing her disbelief, Ling Feng invited her to witness his abilities. He produced his steel gun from the spatial realm and then stored away again. Wow, is it really that miraculous? Li Mingming was astounded. No wonder the food at their base never seemed to run out. It was all stored in that space. Truly impressive. Noticing her dazed expression, Ling Feng urged, have you seen enough? Come help me tie the meat. All right. They quickly secured several chunks of meat to a dozen drones, allowing Xiao to plan the route to lure the zombies away. As they watched the drones ascend, the two climbed into the vehicle and headed toward the Research Institute. Brother Feng, what are you looking for at the Research Institute? Li Mingming asked. Some special materials. I can't explain it in detail, but they're necessary for AI manufacturing. With the drones paving the way, their journey proceeded smoothly, with only a few solitary zombies trailing behind. Suddenly, Ling Feng's earpiece crackled to life. Approaching the vicinity of the Hong City Research Institute, unable to determine the number of zombies inside. Please proceed on foot to avoid alarming them. Xiao Bai, prepare to eliminate the zombies behind us. Understood. The armored vehicle began to slow down as the zombies drew nearer. Ling Feng pressed the door button, and Xiao Bai leapt out, swiftly dispatching the pursuing zombies with ease. Li Mingming watched in awe, feeling a stark contrast between her abilities and Xiao Bai's. What are you standing around for? Get out of the vehicle. Ling Feng's voice snapped her back to reality. Oh, sorry. I was just mesmerized by how adept Xiao Bai is at killing zombies. This is nothing. It has encountered far larger hordes, Ling Feng replied. Those emerging from our base, whether human or animal, cannot even be compared to the challenges of this apocalypse. What path lies ahead? As they entered the Research Institute, Xiao Bai took the lead, highly familiar with the scent of zombies, even capable of estimating their numbers. The main entrance stood ajar. Upon entering, Xiao Bai sniffed the air and reported, Master, there aren't too many zombies inside, likely around 20. Are you sure? 20 should be manageable for us. Absolutely certain. Ling Feng retrieved a steel spear from his storage. Meng Meng, grasp your weapon tightly. There's zombies inside. Do not stray too far from me once we enter, he instructed. Li Meng Meng drew her sword and nodded earnestly. Understood. The duo stealthily entered, closing the door behind them to prevent any noise from attracting the zombies outside, which could lead to an overwhelming situation. As soon as the door was securely shut, the chilling sounds of zombie growls echoed from within the research facility. A lone zombie, wandering in the main hall, detected the presence of the living and charged towards them. Xiaobai lunged forth like a cannonball, precisely biting into the zombie's neck, and with a powerful twist, it severed the head from the body. Ling Feng swiftly advanced, plunging the spear into the zombie's skull to avoid any risk of being bitten. Roar! More zombies were drawn in by the noise. Meng Meng, prepare for battle. Yes. Li Meng Meng gripit hersiort firmly, readin herstens. They're coming. A few zombies lunged at them with frenzied aggression. Ling Feng wielded his spear like a silver lightning bolt, targeting their throats with each thrust, swiftly dispatching them with a decisive slash. However, the shorter length of Li Mengming's sword and her limited abilities meant she could only manage to slay one with great effort. Be careful, Ling Feng called out loudly, tossing his spear to impale a zombie that was attempting to ambush Li Mengming, the tremendous force sending it crashing to the ground. Ling Feng then retrieved a machete from his storage, quickly moving in to eliminate the threat. The two stood back to back, with Li Mengming breathing heavily, her palms slick with sweat. Brother Feng, thank you, she exclaimed. No need for gratitude. Just stay alert. They're coming again. Not far away. Xiaobai was already in a frenzied state, not needing to divide its attention to protect others, unleashing havoc in its own manner. Before long, thud, the spear pierced through a zombie's throat. All done, mission accomplished. Just as Xiaobai detected, there were indeed a total of 20 zombies. Ling Feng produced 3 mechanical spiders from his storage, which he had prepared prior to their departure. Xiao A. Instruct the mechanical spiders to search for materials. Received, the mechanical spiders, under Xiao A's control, swiftly began their task. Meng Meng, have something to eat to replenish your strength. Ling Feng offered her some chocolate from his storage. Thank you. Master, I also want something to eat, Xiaobai communicated telepathically. Being the MVP of the day, Ling Feng naturally would not neglect it, producing some jerky as a reward. Half an hour later, the mechanical spiders began to return one by one, each carrying various small boxes, presumably containing the sought-after materials. Master, all items have been gathered. Ling Feng was astonished at their speed. This building has over 20 floors, and it has been submerged in floodwaters. Indeed, Master. The detection range of the mechanical spiders is quite extensive. They can cover 25 floors in no time. However, I have discovered a locked room on the 20th floor that cannot be accessed. Is there a place you cannot open? It is locked from within. The mechanical spiders lack the strength to force it open. Can you ascertain what lies inside? Ling Feng, intrigued by the mysteries that lay within, pondered the contents of this previously research-oriented building. What secrets might reside in such a concealed chamber? With ample time on their hands, he decided it would be prudent to investigate, hopeful for a delightful surprise. Meng Meng, let us ascend to the 20th floor, he suggested. For what purpose? She inquired. The AI has commandeered the mechanical spiders, which have detected an inaccessible room on that level. I am eager to uncover what lies within. Guided by the mechanical spiders, the duo swiftly located the enigmatic chamber. The door appeared quite ordinary, yet remained firmly locked from within. With a decisive kick, Ling Feng forcefully broke it open, only to be met with an overwhelming stench. It is the odor of the undead, Xiaobai promptly alerted him. However, it seems as though these are merely the remains of deceased zombies. Chapter 69. Kong Yin, be cautious, Meng Meng, Ling Feng cautioned, gripping his steel blade firmly. He advanced slowly into the room. Unlike the spacious hall, this area was more confined, making short weaponry more suitable. Upon entering, he was greeted by an exceedingly clean and orderly environment. Ling Feng found it puzzling. How could such a pristine place harbor such a pungent stench? Suddenly, an acute sense of danger surged from behind him. Ling Feng instinctively sensed an ambush and swiftly pulled Li Mengmeng aside. Bang! A hammer crashed down precisely where they had just stood, causing the floor to splinter. It was a woman. Xiaobai leapt forth, delivering a kick to her face. How dare you harm my master in my presence? If this gets out, it will be the talk of the town among the ladies. The assailant was evidently taken aback by the agility of the dog. Before she could recover, Ling Feng had already pressed his blade to her throat. Who are you? He demanded. The woman's face reflected sheer terror as she trembled. Don't kill me. I'm merely a common refugee. A common refugee? Then why attempt to kill us? And no, I was just afraid you might be villains, as I've encountered those who sought to kill me for my supplies before. At that moment, Xiaobai transmitted a warning. Master, be wary. There's zombies in this room. Ling Feng's gaze sharpened. You live here alone? Yes, just me. Ling Feng pressed the blade closer to her neck, and a trickle of blood oozed forth. Let us inside. The woman hesitated, remaining motionless. Ling Feng again nudged his blade toward her throat. Trembling, she finally relented. All right, I will take you in. With the blade at her throat, she slowly stepped deeper into the room. This area appeared to have once been a break room for a research facility, featuring several small compartments, each furnished with beds. Xiaobai sniffed the air and remarked, the zombies are in the left compartment. Open the left door. Ling Feng commanded. With no choice, the woman approached and unlocked the door. As it swung open, an even more potent stench wafted out, confirming it as the source of the foul odor. Grr! A zombie roared. Li Mengmeng stood ready with her sword, yet no zombies lunged at them. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the zombie was bound to the bed. What is going on? Ling Feng demanded. He is my husband. Your husband? Elaborate. My name is Kong Yan. This is my husband, Su Kong. We were an ordinary couple in Hong City, both employed at a supermarket. We often stockpiled supplies, which allowed us to survive the floods. When a zombie outbreak occurred, we sought refuge in this abandoned research facility. During one of our outings in search of food, my husband was bitten by a zombie. Shortly thereafter, he mutated, but I could not bring myself to kill him, so I bound him here instead. As she recounted her tale, tears streamed down Kong Yan's face. Her heartbroken sadness palpable. Li Mengmeng, moved by her plight, gently grasped Ling Feng's arm. However, Ling Feng remained unmoved. He was not one to indulge in pity, especially in a world such as this, and he suspected that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. The woman's eyes were dark red, evidently having indulged in considerable human flesh, while the corpse on the bed writhed restlessly, its feet conspicuously immobile, clearly broken. At that moment, Xiaobai transmitted a message. Master, do not trust her. The scent here is chaotic, not emanating from a single zombie. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, contemplating a possibility. Kong Yan, I too hail from Hong City, yet Su Kong is not your husband. I am acquainted with him. Ling Feng intended to test her. Kong Yan's heart sank. Her eyes widened in realization. It seemed today marked her end. Very well. Yeah, haha, fine. Then you must also know that wretched woman Kafong, right? Nonsense. Of course, I do not know her. However, given her words, it is highly probable that this Kafong is indeed Su Kang's wife. Naturally, I am familiar with her. She is Su Kang's wife. Where is she? Kong Yin suddenly erupted into laughter. Good question. Where is she? She has long since become excrement. Ha ha ha. Li Mengmeng's hand trembled. Kong Yan's implication was unmistakable. The woman named Ku Fong had been devoured by her. Slap. Ling Feng struck Kong Yin across the face. Why has Su Kong become like this? Speak. Initially, Ling Feng had no desire to hear such tales, yet this time he resolved to enlighten Li Mengmeng, to expose her to the darkness of humanity. Otherwise, with her character, she would inevitably face grave misfortune. Kong Yin collapsed to the ground, her hair disheveled. Yet she continued to laugh maniacally. Why? It is simply because I love him. Su Kong and I are neighbors. From the very first moment I laid eyes on him, I knew I was beyond redemption. Yet, he shares a profound bond with that wretched woman. I'm already 30 years old. I can no longer wait. Despite my attempts to provoke and entice him, Su Kong remains unyielding. Ling Feng furrowed his brow. Given her appearance, it was entirely reasonable for Su Kong to be unmoved. Finally, the flood came, I worked at a supermarket and had stockpiled many discounted goods, while Su Kang's family had none. I knew my opportunity had arrived. Upon seeing his plea for help in the homeowners group, I reached out to him, promising food, but with the condition that he come to my house daily to eat face-to-face, without taking anything away. However, I still underestimated his feelings for that wretched woman. Every time Su Kang ate, he would secretly hide some food, which I observed but chose not to interfere with, wishing to maintain my image. Yet, this meant that the wretched woman had to devise a way to eliminate him entirely. The flood worsened, and numerous murders occurred in the community. That day, having made up my mind, I provided him with 2 days' worth of food in one go and then contacted the notorious thug in the neighborhood, informing him that Su Kang's home was stocked with food. Ling Feng shook his head inwardly. This woman was truly ruthless, and next she likely intended to lure Su Kang away. Li Ming covered her mouth with her little hand, her face a canvas of disbelief. These events were beyond her imagination. The thug informed me that they would act after nightfall. In the evening, I contacted Su Kang, requesting him to come to my house for some matters. Su Kang, feeling grateful towards me, came without suspicion. Upon returning home, Su Kang discovered that the door had been violently breached, and both food and that wretched woman had vanished. Little did he know, the following day, the assailants would present him with a severed leg in gratitude. I recognized their intent to probe my resolve. Should I refuse to partake, I would undoubtedly be the next victim. Yet, I remained unfazed, for I had long desired a taste of that vile flesh. Ling Feng could scarcely endure the unfolding scene, his grip tightening around the steel blade as he struggled to restrain himself from delivering fatal retribution. Kong Yin seemed to perceive his turmoil and taunted, "Can't contain yourself? This is merely the beginning. The days ahead will be my most blissful. Whenever I reflect upon that period, I'm eternally grateful for the choices I made. That wretched soul deserves her fate." Chapter 70. Returning to base after much persuasion, Su Kang finally agreed to live with me, yet he never laid a finger on me. Nevertheless, it mattered little. We were together, and opportunities would surely arise. In the days that followed, Su Kang appeared listless, seemingly yearning for that wretched woman. Witnessing his despondency pierced my heart like a dagger, prompting me to grant him one last indulgence. I prepared a stew from that leg, hoping to sever their ill-fated bond. Ugh. Li Ming, upon hearing this, gagged. This woman was truly terrifying. Later, I discovered several households with provisions and relayed this information to the band of thugs. They would regularly provide me with sustenance, including meat. Thus, Su Kang and I weathered the flood period safely. During that time, he incessantly clamored to venture outside, to seek his kin and embrace a new life. No matter how I pleaded, I could not alter his resolve. Perhaps it was divine intervention. The zombie outbreak occurred, and I found solace in the thought, "Oh God, I love you." Kong Yin gazed fervently at the ceiling. We, two souls relying on one another, escaped to this research facility. Yet Su Kang continued to insist on going outside. I cannot fathom why he would not appreciate a life spent together in this sanctuary. In a moment of desperation, I resorted to knocking him unconscious and binding him to the bed at night. Still, I felt this precaution inadequate, for he possessed considerable strength. Therefore, I broke both his legs, a sense of security enveloping me. This man was finally mine alone. Now, continue. How did Su Kang become a zombie? Ling Feng urged. Our love story is quite legendary, is it not? Haha, I think so too. Subsequently, I took on the daily task of scavenging for food, but provisions were exceedingly scarce. Reluctantly, I mustered the courage to slay some zombies to provide him with sustenance. Perhaps this was the power of love, enabling me to confront terror. Now makes sense. No wonder Xiao Bai mentioned that the stench here emanated from various zombies. Poor Su Kang, with his legs shattered, being fed the repulsive flesh of the undead. Ling Feng, disinterested, dismissed the ensuing events. It was evident that consuming zombie flesh would lead to infection. Gongyan, the true horror lies not with the zombies, but with you. Is that so? Young man, you do not comprehend what love entails. With a splatter of blood, Kong Yan's head fell to the ground, her eyes wide open, adorned with a sinister grin. Surprisingly, Li Ming did not turn away. instead. She gazed calmly at the lifeless Kong Yen. Observing her demeanor, Ling Feng thought to himself that the girl had finally matured. Not in vain had he listened to such a macabre tale. Afterward, Ling Feng dispatched the zombie on the bed, putting an end to Su Kang's suffering. "Let's return," he stated. Li Mengmeng smiled gently. "All right, let us go. Something felt amiss with this girl. I hope she would not be left with any psychological scars." "Mengmeng, are you all right? Were you frightened?" "Not at all. I merely felt a bit contemplative. Let us proceed." Ling Feng stored the mechanical spider within the confines of the space, and the two once again boarded the armored vehicle, returning to the headquarters of the End Times White Robes. As soon as they entered the gate, Tan Tao hurriedly approached them, having waited restlessly since he learned they were out, anxiously anticipating Li Mengming's return. "Mengmeng, where have you been? It's dangerous outside, you know. I was so worried." Ling Feng felt a shiver run down his spine. Such excessive sentiment. Li Mengmeng, as usual, met him with a scowl. "Where I went is none of your concern. With Brother Feng by my side, how could there be any danger?" Tan Tao's expression darkened. It was always this Ling Feng. Why did he have to keep bringing him up? What was so special about him? "Ling Feng, what does it mean for you to take our organization members out on an adventure without permission?" "Dan Tao Guetstein Stanley." Ling Feng merely ignored him and walked inside, and Li Mengmeng followed suit, leaving Tan Tao bewildered in the wind. Such a petty fool was hardly worth a second glance. Inside the office, Wei Tingfeng was busy with Yang Yusin and immediately paused their work upon the pair's entrance. "You're back. Have you accomplished everything?" Wei Tingfeng inquired, unaware of their specific activities. However, given Ling Feng's capabilities at the base, it was clear that his involvement signified something of great importance. "It's all settled. I plan to return tomorrow," Ling Feng replied. The three turned their attention toward him. Li Mengmeng remarked, "In such a hurry? Why not stay a few more days?" In truth, she understood that there was little of entertainment here, lacking in comparison to the base. Her reluctance stemmed solely from not wanting to part with Ling Feng so soon. Ling Feng nodded. "There are matters to attend to at the base. We can reconnect properly when I have more time." During this period, Ling Feng had been preoccupied with the matters concerning the Sentry Building, sensing that someone might soon be dispatched from there, possibly already en route. Li Mengmeng felt a twinge of disappointment, yet there was nothing to be done. "You all chat for now. I'll head back to rest," Ling Feng said, taking Xiao Bai and returning to his room. He was indifferent to whether Li Mengmeng would reveal the matters of the research institute, as even he was unaware of what little they intended to create with those materials. In his room, after preparing some food for Xiao Bai, Ling Feng succumbed to slumber, having grown weary after a long day. He was unaware of how long he had slept until a knock at the door roused him. Opening his eyes, he realized it was already evening. "Mengmeng, is there something you need at this late hour?" Li Mengmeng smiled. "You leave tomorrow, so I came to chat with you." "Come in, then." Li Mengmeng settled onto his bed and said, "I just heard from the teacher that Professor Xiao had a discussion with her this morning, seemingly preparing to hand over the management of the End Times White Robes to her." "Why such a sudden change?" Ling Feng inquired. The teacher didn't elaborate. "Perhaps it's related to the recent turmoil. Professor Xiao feels that focusing on research would suit her better." Ling Feng nodded. Indeed, Xiao Zhuochuan was not as adept in this area as Wei Tingfeng, and relinquishing her responsibilities to concentrate on her research was a wise decision. Enough of these trivialities. "Feng, do you have any food and drink in your space? I am absolutely starving here, subsisting daily on porridge and bread," lamented Li Mengmeng. "Indeed, I have prepared a splendid feast for you tonight," replied Ling Feng, retrieving several exquisite plates of steak and lobster from his space. Li Mengming's eyes sparkled with delight, and she then inquired, "Is there wine? It seems a steak is incomplete without a proper accompaniment." Ling Feng was somewhat taken aback. Had this girl ever indulged in wine? He had never witnessed her partake in such libations at the base. Nevertheless, if she desired it, he had ample supplies in his space. Would red wine suffice? He asked. "That would be perfect," she affirmed. Ling Feng produced 2 elegant goblets along with a bottle of red wine, pouring for both. Without hesitation, Li Mengmeng dove into the meal, persistently urging him to drink as well. The moment she tasted the wine, she became animated, and by the time they reached the 3rd bottle, she had nestled herself onto Ling Feng's lap, her arms wrapped around his neck. Exchanging glances, Ling Feng, no fool, grasped her intentions. Under the influence of alcohol, they embraced, while the unfortunate Xiao Bai was relegated to guard duty outside the room throughout the night. Upon awakening in the morning, Ling Feng found his side entirely empty. Xiao Bai had somehow entered and was now soundly asleep on the floor. Xiao Bai, when did Ming Ming leave? He inquired. Xiao Bai, with his keen senses, roused instantly. Oh, it must have been just before dawn. I saw her limping as she departed. Ling Feng sent her a message, waiting patiently for a response, but after a while, he received none. Checking the time, he realized it was late. He should return to the base. There was no need for melodrama, as the base was not far from here. Upon arriving at the headquarters, escorted by Wei, Ting Feng, and Yang Yusin, he still did not see Li Mingming. With a sigh, he departed from the post-apocalyptic realm. On the rooftop, Li Mingming, with tear-stained eyes, gazed down below, comforted by an older woman beside her. Mingming, do not cry. There will be opportunities to meet again. Li Mingming sobbed. Aunt, I never realized love could be so painful. It is perhaps wise that you have not experienced romance at the age of 35. What absurdity this was. Chapter 71. Intelligence from various regions. Upon returning to the base, Ling Feng received a brief message from Li Mingming. Safe travels. Ling Feng scratched his head. Pondering the consequences of indulgence in alcohol, he resolved to partake less in the future. As the armored vehicle rolled back into the base, 2 destroyers dutifully dispatched the trailing zombies. The moment Ling Feng stepped out of the vehicle, Lu Su rushed to embrace him. With a playful wrinkle of her delicate nose and a sideways glance, she teased. Is there the scent of another woman? Have you encountered a dog outside? Xiao Bai expressed confusion. Ling Feng chuckled and patted her. Stop joking, there's so many people around. Lu Su's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled mischievously and sauntered away. Xiao Feng, you must be tired after your trip. Come eat something. I've already prepared it. Wu Mei said gently. All right, thank you, Mei Jia. I'll take a shower first and eat later. Lu Su's eyes sparkled with mischief before she dashed inside. An hour later, Ling Feng descended the stairs to find the table laden with delectable dishes. He promptly seated himself and indulged heartily to replenish his energy. Xiao Feng, why do you look even more fatigued after your shower? Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Too many showers can be draining. I'll take fewer in the future. Is that a saying? Wu Mei inquired, tapping her chin in contemplation. After satisfying his hunger, Ling Feng hurried to the basement. Once inside the base, he retrieved the mechanical spiders and the materials he had acquired, noticing that the manufacturing platform was already in full swing. Xiao, hey, have you produced 5 more destroyers? Ling Feng observed the tall destroyers undergoing their final assembly. Indeed, master. These were completed earlier, but we were lacking some critical materials. Fortunately, a scavenger robot found them while you were out. How many machines do we currently have in the base? 50 mechanical speedos, 30 mined vehículos, 40 scavengers. 10 destroyers, 50 peak drone, 1 furnace and 1 micro-military repair machine. Ling Feng nodded in satisfaction, since handing over these tasks to Anna. He had scarcely checked in, and he was pleasantly surprised by the growth in numbers. How long until the new weapons are ready for manufacture? All materials are now complete. It will take approximately 10 days. Ling Feng surveyed the basement equipment, noting that it operated almost continuously for 20 hours. 10 days was not a lengthy wait. Given the current state of affairs, there were few zombies near the macro city, making it relatively safe. However, he understood the adage that comfort breeds complacency. Training and weapon upgrades could not be neglected. One could imagine the formidable strength of organizations emerging from other regions, having battled countless zombies. Ultimately, in this era, the threat of zombies was merely a part of the equation. A far greater danger stemmed from humanity itself. That evening, all members of the base gathered for their routine meeting. Wu Mei noticed Lu Su, who appeared drowsy beside her, and inquired, "What's wrong? It's barely a few hours in. Why are you so tired?" Lu Su cast a subtle glance at Ling Feng and remarked, "It's nothing. I've just been experiencing some insomnia lately." Ling Feng rapped his fingers on the table, signaling for silence. "Xiao, how is the intelligence gathering progressing? Please summarize." "Understood, Master. Based on the recent intelligence analysis, the information flow from the Apocalypse white robes is the most substantial, with a scattering of lesser connections to base stations elsewhere. Ling Feng nodded, as this was anticipated. Their side had provisions and free medical services, which could entice more people. As long as Wei Tingfeng and her team organized a formidable group and effectively utilized the populace, their development would be assured. Perhaps he should strengthen ties with the Apocalypse white robes, given that their base is near Hongsheng. If the two factions could unite, no one would dare to plant their flag in Hongsheng. Regarding Haigang City, the information flow from the Sentry Tower has completely vanished. However, analysis of other intercepted communications from the area suggests that the Sentry Tower still exists, likely having established its own base station, thereby severing ties with us, he continued. Ling Feng jested. Anna, your former employer, certainly possesses some prowess. Oomph. Anna dismissed the comment, believing that the technology on Ling Feng's side was far more extraordinary. Additionally, from the information gathered from other citizens in Haigang City, it appears that there are individuals specifically tasked with exterminating zombies, presumably members of the Sentry Tower. In the direction of Ming City, a significant flow of information has emerged. Analysis indicates a large organization named the Rescue Team alongside an unnamed organization, while the area is inundated with distress signals, suggesting a substantial zombie presence. The Rescue Team? It must be the original cleanup crew. I wonder if Deng Fei survived. As for the unnamed organization, Ling Feng found it difficult to ascertain. Many people were likely banding together, and numerous organizations would sprout like mushrooms after rain. Proceed. Ling Feng instructed. In Yeqing, the situation mirrors that of Ming City, with an abundance of distress signals. Notably, two relatively powerful organizations have emerged. One is called the Apocalypse Camels, a merchant caravan, while the other is known as the Radiance of the Holy Light, existing in a religious form. Ling Feng's heart stirred. He was well aware of these two organizations. The Apocalypse Camels were essentially a human trafficking syndicate, while the Radiance of the Holy Light was a cult. If their trajectory remained unchanged from his past life, both would eventually evolve into formidable entities. He anticipated their emergence so early and concurrently at that. The above information is all that can be gathered within the signal coverage range. Other areas remain unknown. What are your thoughts? Ling Feng inquired, eager to hear the opinions of those present. Anna spoke first. From the intelligence, the Sentry Tower poses the highest danger and is the only entity intersecting with us. Based on my understanding of them, the Sentry Tower will likely send personnel to Hongsheng in search of resources. Thus, we should expedite the production of various weapons to avoid being caught off guard. Ling Feng naturally contemplated this matter as well. However, he believed that the Sentry Tower would refrain from deploying many personnel until a secure zone had been established. After all, the zombies were not to be underestimated, and a single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Moreover, should a level 2 or higher zombie emerge, the danger for those of the Sentry Tower would escalate even further. Regrettably, they were no longer receiving signals from the base, leaving them oblivious to their current progress. Lu Su suggested, should we consider settling in Hong City? On what grounds? Ling Feng inquired. Given the current trajectory, it is evident that dominance will belong to those who possess larger territories and greater numbers. The number of zombies in Hong City is relatively low, and since we are acquainted with the white-clad individuals of the apocalypse, why not establish our presence there first? Ling Feng inwardly nodded. Under normal circumstances, venturing into Hong City would indeed be a prudent choice. However, with the support of the system and the diverse machinery produced by little A at the base, pursuing an elite strategy would be more advantageous. Chapter 72. Anna's mission. Lu Su. Our base harbors numerous secrets, which are not suitable for the knowledge of too many individuals. However, we might extend our support to the end of days white garments, simultaneously strengthening their reliance on our base. This way, should we encounter any challenges, they shall surely not remain indifferent. The group nodded in agreement. It was indeed a commendable strategy. What shall we provide in support? Liu Su Ingui, seeds and special fertilizers. We could spare some firearms, but not in excess, as we currently lack the means to produce ammunition. Additionally, we could encourage them to cultivate medicinal herbs. which Xiao could then extract and process into various pharmaceuticals. I trust they would not refuse this offer. Furthermore, if they require training, Qi Yuan, would you be willing to take charge? Sure, Fu Qi Yuan replied succinctly. Very well, let us proceed accordingly. Everyone, return to your respective duties. With a consensus reached, the group dispersed to rest. Darling, I shall retire for the night, Lu Su announced. Go ahead, your stamina is lacking, he teased. How rude. Lu Su playfully swatted him before ascending the stairs to sleep. At that moment, Ling Feng sent a message to Li Mingming, informing her of the support and inquiring for her thoughts. Brother Feng, are you truly considering aiding us? We have quite a large number of people. She expressed concern about Ling Feng's capacity to manage the burden. Providing support without conditions is not feasible. I believe in teaching one to fish. I possess special seeds and fertilizers, and if the climate is favorable, harvest can be expected within half a month. Wow, is that for real? When have I ever deceived you? Arrange for someone to come and collect them. It would be best if they drove. Certainly, on behalf of the end of days white garments, I extend my gratitude. I will organize for someone to come promptly. Subsequently, Ling Feng selected some commonly used military supplies and fertilizers from the basement, along with a substantial quantity of seeds from storage. This should suffice for quite some time. The following morning, Li Mingming sent a message stating that their headquarters vehicle had been dispatched the previous night to procure supplies, and they would need to wait for its return before proceeding. Ling Feng pondered for a moment and decided to provide them with a few armored vehicles. After all, retaining 3 for the base would be adequate, and the remainder could serve a purpose. Mingming, I have several armored vehicles. Distribute one of the standard vehicles, and send 5 individuals from Shi to come over. Ensure they can drive. That would be splendid. I shall make arrangements at once. Originally, Hongqing was not far from their location. Yet the end of days white garments appear to harbor a profound fear of venturing outdoors, proceeding with extreme caution, resulting in their arrival in the afternoon despite departing in the morning. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain at the base, a drone swiftly flew ahead to guide them. In the pre-apocalyptic era, ascending the mountain required foot travel, but a path had been carved through by the Great Flood, and Ling Feng had instructed scavengers to pave it into a roadway. As they entered the base's main gate, the 5 individuals wore expressions of astonishment, reminiscent of the initial reactions of Wei Tingfeng and her companions upon their arrival. Hello, Ling Feng. The gentleman politely extended his hand. He had encountered Ling Feng at headquarters, though Ling Feng did not recognize him. Hello, may I inquire your name? My name is Yu Qiwen. Previously, I witnessed you exerting pressure at headquarters. Leaving Jian Shou speechless, Lu Su and a few others looked at him with curiosity, for they had not heard Ling Feng mention this matter. Hee, it's but a triviality. No need to bring it up. By the way, why hasn't Mingming arrived? It's because Dr. Xiao is transitioning duties with Dr. Wei, and both Sister Mingming and Sister Yusin are assisting, so they are temporarily occupied, which is why we were arranged to come. I see. Well then, thank you for your hard work on the way here. Let's go inside and have something to eat. Yu Qiwen shook his head. No need. We've already had a meal, and we must return before nightfall. Is it that urgent? A flicker of hesitation crossed Yu Qiwen's face. Ling Feng sensed that there was more to the story. Stop hesitating. If there is something to discuss, speak freely. Mingming is my friend, and perhaps I can be of assistance. Yu Qiwen found this reasoning sound, recalling how Ling Feng had helped during the turmoil at headquarters. You may not be aware, but there are actually 2 factions at headquarters. One supports Dr. Xiao, while the other backs Dr. Wei. Dr. Zhao's sudden decision to relinquish his leadership position has caused considerable unrest among his subordinates. A group led by Tan Tao is particularly vehement in their opposition, and as time passes, more individuals are aligning with them for personal gain. Therefore, if possible, we wish to return as soon as we can. Please hold on, Ling Feng said, proceeding into the base. Relying solely on Yu Qiwen's words was insufficient for him. He needed to verify with Li Mingming. Mingming, are you there? Please reply to my message. Yes. Fengge, what is the matter? Have our people arrived? What is the situation on your end? Is that Yu Qiwen trustworthy? Did Qiwen speak to you? I've warned that little rascal not to speak carelessly, honestly. And you dare say that? Yu Haven T proactively informed me about the situation, treating me as an outsider, haven't you? No, Feng Gu. Please don't be angry. You're not an outsider, you're family. So, what is the current situation with Tan Tao and the others? Can I trust you, Chiwen? Tan Tao and his group are staging a hunger strike to prevent my teacher from taking over the position of the Apocalypse White Clothes. Yu Chiwen is my junior, and he is trustworthy. All right, I'll handle this matter. Wait, family? What do you plan to do? Ling Feng did not respond to her, but stepped outside. In this day and age, a hunger strike? How ludicrous. Yu Chiwen, you and your companions come over and help move some items. I have something to discuss with you shortly. They arrived, and a few followed Ling Feng to the basement, once again struck by the scene before them. This place appeared from the outside like a fallout shelter, yet inside it was brimming with technological marvels, metallic walls, mechanical spiders scuttling about, and robots bustling in the kitchen, each of which they had only seen in films before the apocalypse. Is that a Gundam? Yu Chiwen exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the destroyer. Gundam? How could a Gundam be so short? They are called destroyers, combat-type robots, Ling Feng remarked casually, intentionally allowing Yu Chiwen and the others to behold the spectacle. Li Mengmeng had faith in them, yet Ling Feng harbored reservations. Thus, it was imperative to assert his authority at this moment, making it clear to these individuals that their senior had formidable backing. With the assistance of the destroyer, they swiftly loaded their belongings onto the armored vehicle stationed at the west platform. Anna, come here. Ling Feng beckoned her. What is up? She inquired. I have a task for you. Take a destroyer with them to Hongcheng. Anna responded in astonishment. What do you want me to do? Ling Feng briefly explained the situation regarding the apocalypse and the white-clad figure. Your mission is to ensure that if anyone dares to disrupt the handover, you are to eliminate them on the spot. Additionally, you must impart some management experience to Meng Meng and the others. That is the primary reason for your assignment. 5 bottles of Lafite, Anna said, raising her lips in a smile. Are you out of your mind? 3 bottles. You can either go or not. If not, I'll go myself. Deal. Anna chuckled. Damn it. I should have said 1 bottle. Ling Feng regretted, realizing that each bottle was one less to savor. After briefing Yu Chiwen and the others, Anna boarded one of the armored vehicles, equipped with her dual martial prowess, while the destroyer followed behind on foot. Chapter 73. Wei Tingfeng's appointment in the morning. Ling Feng and Fu Qiyuan engaged in a sparring match at the training ground, having not faced each other for some time. Last night, Li Mengmeng had sent a message indicating that Anna and the destroyer had swiftly taken control of the situation upon their arrival. With the imposing presence of the destroyer and Anna's long-standing role as an executive, it was nearly impossible for anyone not to be intimidated. At the headquarters of the End Times White Attire, Anna, clad in a black professional skirt, stood with her long blade planted beside her, arms crossed, surveying the individuals sitting in silent protest. Her eyes reflected disdain. Initially, these individuals, led by Tan Tao, intended to storm the office. But upon seeing Anna and the destroyer at the entrance, their courage evaporated and they resorted to sitting in protest. Inside the office, Xiao Zhuochuan and Wei Tingfeng sat together. Is that woman named Anna one of your acquaintances? Xiao Zhuochuan inquired. I know her, but we are not close. She is associated with Ling Feng, replied Wei Tingfeng. I am truly disappointed by the actions of Tan Tao and his group. What era are we in, still engaging in such power struggles? Xiao Zhuochuan sighed, shaking his head. Zhuochuan, do you wish to protect them? Xiao Zhuochuan's hand trembled slightly around his teacup, and he quickly responded, Tingfeng, you are the leader of the End Times White Attire now. Wei Tingfeng rose, chuckling. Oh, this is merely paying respect to the former leader, especially since she is your student. Do you remember our teacher, as frequent saying? How could I forget? It was so repetitive that it became tiresome. Only through violence can one maintain order. Ha ha. I recall you once asked the teacher if we needed to maintain order, and you ended up receiving a few strikes for it. Wei Tingfeng chuckled, realizing later that the term referred to order rather than sanitation. After the laughter faded, a long silence ensued. Xiao Zhuochuan finally said, let us proceed as necessary. I have numerous students. Understood, Wei Tingfeng replied as he exited the office. Li Mengmeng and Yang Yusin awaited on either side. Teacher, they greeted. Yes, let Anna take action. There is no need to waste more time, Wei Tingfeng commanded. A spark of determination flashed in Li Mengming's eyes as she recognized how her demeanor increasingly mirrored that of Ling Feng. Upon reaching the ground floor, Li Mengming whispered something in Anna's ear. Anna responded, "Since you have made your decision, I shall swiftly resolve this matter." Drawing her blade, Anna advanced a few steps. "You still have a chance to leave now," she warned. One individual stood up and shouted, "We will not leave." The End Times White Attire was founded by Dr. Xiao. What qualifications does Wei Tingfeng have to take over? Yes, exactly. We oppose this. Anna, exasperated, pinched her ears in annoyance. These individuals were truly oblivious to their peril. If it weren't for the low number of zombies in Hongcheng, such noise could have led to their immediate demise. Fine, if you choose not to leave, then remain quiet. I will have to work overtime if zombies are attracted by your shouting. Turning to the destroyer, Anna commanded, "Eliminate them." The destroyer, previously at rest, sprang into action. As the seated individuals witnessed this turn of events, they all rose, their expressions filled with fear. "What are you doing?" "Dan daos dam." A hint of panic in his voice. "I am a student of Dr. Xiao. Do you dare to lay a hand on me?" This argument might have held sway over other members of the Apocalypse White Robes, but Anna had little regard for such assertions. Otherwise, her arrival would have been futile. Ignoring him, Anna turned to the destroyer and remarked, "Aim carefully. Do not mistake your target." The mechanical appendage of the destroyer extended and retracted with a grinding sound, seemingly acknowledging her words. As the onlookers realized the robot was indeed intent on violence, some of the timid began to retreat. However, they had already fallen under the destroyer's gaze, and escape was no longer an option. The destroyer leaped into the air, landing amidst them, instantaneously crushing several beneath its weight. It then wielded its curved blade with the ferocity of a tornado, wreaking havoc. Help! Dozens scattered in a desperate bid for survival. But their speed was utterly inadequate against the destroyer. In mere moments, over half of them lay slain. Tan Tao, paralyzed with fear, ran to Li Mengming, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded for mercy. "Junior sister, I was wrong. Save me." Li Mengming cast a glance at his soiled trousers, her face contorting with disgust. "You disregard the larger picture, inciting others to join your folly, and yet you have the audacity to plead with me?" With a swift kick, she sent him sprawling. Thud! The destroyer's blade pierced through his back, and Tan Tao met his demise. The destroyer moved with blinding speed. In less than 15 minutes, aside from a handful apprehended by the guards, the rest had been mercilessly cut down. Anna felt a twinge of disappointment towards the guards. Had Tan Tao survived, they would have likely hesitated to detain the others. Ultimately, it was a matter of Wei Tingfeng's insufficient standing, but after today, significant improvements were expected. Li Mengming, surveying the scattered remains, felt a wave of nausea wash over her. She was still unaccustomed to such gruesome sights. "Sister Anna, thank you. You may thank Brother Feng. I did nothing." Li Mengming smiled, but remained silent, well aware that these events had been orchestrated by Ling Feng. The following day, Wei Tingfeng officially assumed leadership of the Apocalypse White Robes, while Xiao Zhuqian retreated to a secondary role focused on research. Initially, Wei Tingfeng had considered appointing him as a deputy, but Anna opposed this notion, arguing that since he had stepped down, it should be complete. After all, most of the organization's members were brought in by him. Retaining a deputy position could lead to complications as the group expanded. Heeding her counsel, Wei Tingfeng decided to assume the role of the chief of the Apocalypse White Robes himself, with Ling Feng as the honorary second-in-command, Li Mengming third, Yang Yusen fourth, and Yu Qiwen appointed as the captain of the guard. All other crucial positions were similarly filled with her trusted individuals. Under Anna's guidance, the Apocalypse White Robes embarked on a comprehensive cultivation initiative, and the weapons they had retrieved were distributed by Yu Qiwen, significantly bolstering the strength of the guard. For a time, Anna remained on site, imparting knowledge of management to Li Mengming and the others. Eventually, upon witnessing the dismal state of the training within the guard, she took it upon herself to serve as their instructor. Anna meticulously adopted the entire training regimen from the base, initially pushing her trainees to the brink of ecstasy, earning herself the moniker of a hellish instructor. Yet, the guards could not help but admire her prowess, particularly her uncanny skill with both blade and firearm. Ming Ming, how are things on your side? Ling Feng inquired, seeking updates. Quite well. Sister Anna has taught us a great deal and is currently assisting us in training the guards. Goodness. Has she managed to elevate their lackluster skills? Haha. While you may scoff at her, we hold her in high regard. Perhaps you should consider inviting her to join our organization. If she is willing, I would have no objections. Come now, you know she would never agree to that. In truth, Wei Tingfeng had broached the subject of Anna joining the end times white robes several times, but she consistently declined, primarily due to her dissatisfaction with the subpar rations, which were decidedly inferior to those provided by Ling Feng's group. As their conversation continued, a sudden message from Xiao A broke through with good news. Master, the weapons have been completed. Please proceed to the basement for inspection. At long last, the moment had arrived. What was initially slated for completion in 10 days had been delayed until now. Chapter 74. Equipment distribution. Ling Feng hurriedly descended to the basement, where he beheld an array of items, each with a unique form. What are these? Master, based on the materials, I can only create a high-energy particle beam gun. Ling Feng's gaze fell upon a weapon resembling the length of a Barrett rifle, its silver exterior gleaming under the light. The barrel was flanked by 2 metallic clamps, cradling a cylindrical glass rod that emitted a soft purple glow. This is remarkably impressive. It feels as though we are preparing for interstellar warfare against zombies. Thank you for the compliment, Master. What about the others? The others are external weapons designed for various animals. Huh, there are no humans, yet you've prioritized arming the animals? All materials suitable for human weaponry have already been utilized in the construction of the high-energy particle beam gun. Hence, Xiao A has fashioned the remaining materials into weapons compatible with the animals. That makes sense. We must avoid wasting resources. The animals are vital assets to our base. Subsequently, Ling Feng summoned all the animals. Ahua communicated telepathically. Master, you summoned us in such haste. Is there something amiss? I am here to equip you all today. Following Xiao A's guidance, Ling Feng adorned them one by one. Ahua and Xiao Bai received mechanical steel fangs and claws, while the eagle and golden eagle were fitted with steel talons as well. Wow, this ensemble is astonishing. Whose is it? This is the exoskeletal blade suit of Old Shah. Ling Feng equipped Old Shah, who instantly transformed into a crocodile adorned with blades, exuding an aura of extreme danger. This is Heizi's tail blade suit. This piques my interest. Heizi primarily utilizes venomous fangs as weapons, which suffice against humans but are ineffective against zombies. Ling Feng fitted the tail of Heizi with a cylindrical apparatus armed with blades. Immediately, he heard the sound of mechanical gears whirring, locking into place. Heizi, give it a try. Heizi swung his tail forward with remarkable speed. How does it feel? Are you accustomed to it? It's quite impressive. Thank you, Master. Ling Feng nodded and proceeded to equip the panda, Abeo, with steel claws. Abeo curiously inspected the new appendages and waved them a few times. Thank you, Master. Before he knew it, Abeo had grown significantly. It was time to find an opportunity for it to undergo some training. Xiao, what is in this large box? Ling Feng noticed a sizable container nearby, filled with numerous black spheres the size of soybeans. These are nanobombs prepared for the wasps. Ling Feng inhaled sharply, recognizing the potential might of such devices. Just envisioning thousands of wasps, each clutching a nanobomb, was enough to suggest utter devastation. Xiao, hey, how powerful are the nanobombs? Each bomb possesses limited power, but when deployed in large numbers, the resultant explosion will be quite formidable. At that moment, the items on the ground have been distributed, and Meichio gazed on expectantly. Master, what about me? Huh? Ling Feng had never considered Meichio in terms of combat capability. He had always regarded it as a mascot. Xiao, hey, what about Meichio? Please wait a moment, Master. The arms of the manufacturing platform whirred to life, sparks flying as they set to work on something. 10 minutes later. Smart flying ball, please check it, Master. Indeed, even little A did not include the coal ball in the battle lineup. This object is merely a toy to amuse cats. Well, coal ball, why don't you give it a try? The coal ball leapt forward, and upon touching the flying ball with its paw, the ball immediately spun and soared into the air, prompting the coal ball to joyfully chase after it. Ha ha ha! Thank you, master, I adore it. As long as you are happy. Observing the fully armed animals, Ling Feng had a thought. He took out his phone to send a message to Li Mingming. Mingming, how is the farming on your end progressing? Li Mingming replied almost instantaneously. All the cultivable land has been sown, and there are still many seeds left. Have you considered expanding? Yes, just last night I discussed this with the teacher and Sister Anna, but Sister Anna mentioned that the guard team's strength is inadequate. If they encounter a horde of zombies, they could easily be annihilated, so that works perfectly. I can dispatch a squad to hunt zombies, making your expansion significantly easier. Huh, really? ISNT, there are only a handful of people at your base? Where will the squad come from? Leave that to me. You will see when the time comes. This time, Ling Feng planned to have Yi Qinyao lead the team, except for the coal ball and the wasp. All members of the base's animal group would participate, treating it as training. Upon receiving the order, Yi Qinyao armed herself with her 2 knives and stood by outside the base, while all the animals prepared for action. Darling, isn't this dangerous? Lu Su expressed her concern, as these were the backbone of the base. However, Ling Feng was aware that the animals, including Yi Qinyao, would be automatically included in the system if they sustained serious injuries, thus posing no real danger. Rest assured, they are extraordinarily strong. Ling Feng added, Qinyao, there are no vehicles in the base that can accommodate all of you at once, so you'll need to walk to Hongsheng. It's no trouble. It's not far. Yes, your primary objective in Hongsheng is to eliminate zombies, but remember to act within your limits, particularly with the second-tier zombies. As for food, I will have the apocalypse's white-clothed individuals take care of it. You can go there if you get hungry. With that, Ling Feng prepared some energy bars and compressed biscuits for her to carry for emergencies, while the animals would have to rely on the provisions from the white-clothed individuals. All right, let us set off. You have a phone headset. If you need directions, just ask little A. Understood, Yi Qinyao said, and then she led the animals on their way. After the animals departed, the base fell into a deeper silence, and even the usually tranquil Wu Mei felt a sense of unease. Master, I have just intercepted some intriguing information from the Yeching area. The few individuals were sipping the tea brewed by Wu Mei when they immediately perked up at the sound of little A. Do tell. A nameless group has conveyed that within the Church of Radiant Light in Yeching, there exists an object capable of transforming one's physique and bestowing mystical powers. Ling Feng speculates that this unnamed group is likely the Scavengers, a term that refers to small factions unaffiliated with any larger organization, of which Ling Feng was once a member in his previous life. As for the so-called mystical powers, he had never even heard of such things. However, considering that the Church of Radiant Light is a cult, it is not entirely surprising that they might concoct something peculiar. After all, he had not been active in Yeching during his past life, and his awareness of this cult came only at a much later stage. How about we stretch our legs a bit, Liuxiu? Ling Feng smiled at her. Huh? Liuxiu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. It was broad daylight, and she was being so openly addressed in front of Wu Mei and Fu Qiyuan, which felt rather audacious. Wu Mei and Fu Qiyuan turned their heads away, feigning ignorance. Well, all right, Liuxiu replied slowly, rising to her feet as she prepared to ascend stairs. Very well, we shall depart tomorrow. It takes approximately 3 days to reach Yeching, so do take a moment to gather whatever you may need. Chapter 75. On Yeching Road, Xiaofeng. I too wish to join, Wu Mei expressed. Mei Jia, this time you must stay with Qi Yuan at home. Yi Qinyao and the animals have all ventured out. If you accompany us, the base will be rather deserted. Upon hearing this, Wu Mei could only nod in acquiescence, a hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes. Currently, Xiao had constructed a total of 10 destroyers, one of which had been taken by Anna, leaving 9 stationed at the base. Together with Wu Mei and Fu Qi Yuan, the safety of the base was assured. Lu Su had little to pack. Essentially, it was just a few sets of her familiar clothing and weapons. As for provisions, Ling Feng's spatial storage was still abundant. The following morning, Wu Mei rose early to prepare breakfast for the two. She understood that Ling Feng typically chose to depart in the early hours. True to her expectation, as soon as breakfast was ready, the two descended the stairs. Xiaofeng, Lu Su, let us have a bite before setting off, she urged. All right, thank you, Mei Jia. They replied. Wu Mei tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear, smiling gracefully, embodying the image of a devoted spouse. Xiao, hey, were you able to equip the drones with solar power systems, as I instructed last night? Ling Feng inquired. Insufficient materials. 5 units have been completed. The others are either executing tasks in Hongcheng or patrolling the western perimeter of the base, came the response. Ling Feng pondered for a moment. While 5 seemed a tad insufficient, with caution, it should suffice. Due to geographical reasons, Yeqing had seen fewer casualties during flood periods compared to Hongcheng. Hence the number of zombies was several times greater. Nevertheless, this was secondary. Ling Feng harbored an intense curiosity about the so-called mysterious power of Holy Light. In his previous life's memories, the headquarters of Holy Light was situated on an island in the heart of a lake in Yeqing, and it was semi-open, permitting outsiders to access certain areas freely. However, he had never visited, merely heard rumors of its peculiarities. Ling Feng then stored 3 mechanical spiders in his spatial realm to prevent any potential damage to the drones. Mei Jia, Qi Yuan, we are setting off now. Remember to guard the home. Should any enemies approach, do not act recklessly. Let the 9 destroyers handle it first. Rest assured, Xiao Feng, Wu Mei said gently. Make sure to video call me when you have the time. Have no worries, Fu Qi Yuan added. Once they had settled their affairs, the two boarded the armored vehicle, following the drone's guidance towards Yeqing. Initially, their journey was smooth. Within the confines of the base, not a single zombie was in sight, a testament to Fu Qi Yuan's efforts, as he often took 1 or 2 destroyers out to eliminate any zombies encountered. However, as they ventured farther, the number of zombies began to increase. Lu Su glanced in the rearview mirror and remarked, Darling, there are over 20 zombies following us from behind. Should we deal with them first? Ling Feng concurred. It was prudent to eliminate them before their numbers swelled beyond manageable limits. All right, let us disembark, he said, retrieving her cleaver from the spatial realm and executing a sharp turn to halt. In perfect harmony, they exited the vehicle and swiftly dispatched the pursuing zombies. It seems we must proceed on foot. The noise of the vehicle is too conspicuous. Ling Feng assessed the surroundings of the western perimeter. Well, it appears this is our only option, he concluded. Subsequently, Ling Feng drove the vehicle to a relatively secluded spot, instructing Xiao to mark it for easy retrieval later. Why don't you store the car in the space? She asked. It's wise to be cautious while venturing outside. Exposing our spatial abilities to untrustworthy individuals is unwise. All right, he replied. The two navigated cautiously through winding streets, evading the watchful eyes of drones above. They skillfully sidestepped clusters of zombies, encountering only a few solitary ones that posed no significant threat. Thus, they traversed both day and night for 7 days. That evening, the pair discovered a secure building to rest. After covering the windows with a piece of cloth, Lu Su inquired, How many more days will it take to reach our destination at this pace? Ling Feng glanced at his phone's location. At our current speed, we should arrive in no more than 2 days. Lu Su sighed, feeling the duration was unexpectedly lengthy. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted from the building opposite. A zombie screamed as it plummeted from a height, splattering upon impact. Yet, tranquility soon returned. The surrounding zombies, drawn by the commotion, gathered below, but, upon seeing nothing of interest, resumed their aimless wandering. Ling Feng cautiously peered out from a corner of the window, noticing a man and a woman in the opposite building who were also secretly observing the scene below. The man spotted Ling Feng, pressing a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. What is happening? Liu Su Witzba. It seems the occupants of the opposite building have managed to dispatch the zombie. They appear to possess some skills, Ling Feng speculated, deducing they were likely scavengers. Oh. Lu Su leaned out to catch a glimpse, but the individuals had already retreated to concealment. Let be. Let us eat something and rest, Ling Feng suggested, retrieving some food from their space. At 6 o'clock, the duo set off once more. Zombies, having expended their energy during the night, would enter a lethargic state by morning, akin to slumber. This was the most opportune time to travel. To his dismay, as Ling Feng descended, he found that the zombies from the previous night had not strayed far. They stood motionless with eyes slightly closed. The man and woman from the opposite building evidently understood the zombies' behavior, descending almost in unison with Ling Feng and Lu Su. Ling Feng retreated to a corner of the building and whispered into his earpiece, "Xiaowei, are there alternative routes to circumvent this area? Currently, all pathways contain a significant number of zombies. Please exercise caution, Master." Ling Feng cursed under his breath. It seemed he would have to use the drone to divert the zombies. However, the couple across was even more anxious, quietly beginning to move. Ling Feng shook his head, assessing the scene. At least 100 zombies were in sight, and should even one rouse unexpectedly, the two would be doomed. He gestured towards them and then back to their building, signaling them to return. They appeared to understand, exchanging puzzled glances before reluctantly retreating, uncertain but compliant with Ling Feng's directive. "Xiao, calculate a route and use the drone to lure the nearby zombies away." "Understood. Please wait." The AI immediately devised a strategy based on the distribution and routes of the nearby zombies. Given the limited number of drones, meticulous planning was essential to avoid any oversights. 5 minutes later, Xiao relayed the information that the plan was ready. Action. At the command, the West platform drone descended from the sky, its sound startling the surrounding zombies. The couple across was taken aback, fearing their imminent demise. However, the drone swiftly began to gather the zombies as if guided by purpose, while two others diverted their attention elsewhere. Ling Feng and Lu Su, witnessing the zombies drift away, drew their weapons and dispatched the few stragglers. Shortly thereafter, a drone descended above them. "Master, follow the drone ahead quickly." The two immediately sprang into action, pursuing the drone. Observing this, the couple across astutely followed suit. Only after they had exited the zombie-infested zone did Xiao indicate that they could slow their pace. "Brother, thank you," the man gasped, breathless. Chapter 76, a glimpse of the sacred island. Ling Feng spoke. "It's nothing. May I ask how to address you?" "I am Wang Yin, and this is my wife." "Gu Xiulan," he replied, gesturing towards the woman who nodded in acknowledgement. Ling Feng observed that they appeared to be in their 30s, their clothing somewhat tattered, their backpacks bulging, and wielding a shovel and a fire axe, projecting an air of competence. He also noted that although their eyes bore dark circles, they did not exhibit the telltale red hue, indicating they had not partaken in human flesh. Ling Feng and Lu Su exchanged brief introductions. "May I inquire where you intend to go?" Ling Feng asked. Wang Yin replied, "Oh, we are planning to head to Yi City." While Ling Feng scrutinized them, Wang Yin was equally assessing Ling Feng, noticing that both he and Lu Su carried machetes and were dressed quite neatly, coupled with the recent drone support. Wang Yin speculated they might belong to some faction. He thought it wise to associate with such individuals if possible, while refraining from antagonizing them if not. "How fortuitous. We two are bound for Yi City," Ling Feng remarked. "Really? Then why not travel together? We are not far from Yi City, and it would be beneficial to look out for one another." "Certainly." They agreed to accompany each other. "Brother Ling, may I ask what brings you to Yi City?" "We intend to visit the Church of the Radiant Light." "Have you heard of it?" Wang Yin and Gu Xiulan exchanged glances upon hearing this. "Brother, I advise you to think twice about going there," Gu Xiulan cautioned. Ling Feng, intrigued, pondered the relative scarcity of information in the current times. Had they already learned of the Church of the Radiant Light? "Why do you say that?" "We originally hailed from Yi City, and we've heard quite a bit about the Church of the Radiant Light. They are a bunch of fanatics." Ling Feng raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "But I've heard they possess something that endows individuals with mysterious powers." "Huh. What age are we in that you still believe such tales? Is there more to it?" "The Church of the Radiant Light emerged in the latter stages of the Great Flood. We initially thought they would vanish after the outbreak of the zombies, but to our surprise, they have only grown stronger. As for the so-called mysterious powers, we are uncertain, but we do know they excel at brainwashing." In truth, Ling Feng was not particularly convinced of any mysterious powers. If such things existed, he would surely have heard of them in his previous life. Nonetheless, having arrived, he figured he might as well take a look. Ling Feng understood that the Church's true strength lay not merely in their brainwashing techniques, but in something far more profound. "Brother, aren't you returning to Yi City after coming from there? What is your purpose?" Ling Feng inquired. "Oh, We recently encountered a friend in Linshan City who mentioned that my cousin S family is still alive, so we thought we might return to search for them. Very well. Let us set off promptly. The sooner we find them, the sooner we can reunite. Wang Yin frowned slightly. Brother, do you still wish to pursue the Church of the Radiant Light? Come now. Since we're already here, why not take a look? Do not worry. They cannot do anything to me. Wang Yin pondered, realizing that with their aerial drone support, they were likely not ordinary individuals. Perhaps he had been overly concerned. After 2 days of travel, they finally arrived at the outskirts of Yi City. Along the way, Ling Feng witnessed the prowess of this couple. Indeed, 5 zombies could scarcely approach them, which explained their survival thus far. They possessed genuine capabilities. In a narrow alley, Ling Feng remarked, Brother, let us part ways here. May fate allow us to meet again. Very well, my dear brother. Do take care. After all, your sister-in-law is quite beautiful and may attract unwanted attention. He chuckled. Fear not, brother. No one can lay a hand on my woman. All right, farewell. The 2 men grasped their weapons and cautiously departed. Darling, what shall we do now? Liu Su Inguit. We shall first observe the situation near the island at the heart of the lake in the eastern part of Yi City, he replied. Upon entering Yi City, Xiao had already recalibrated the optimal route. They merely needed to follow the navigation. The island in question, situated in the center of the emerald waters of Chuan Lake, was once a luxurious area filled with villas, amusement parks, and golf courses. However, after the ravages of flooding, all structures appeared grimy. Yet, the surrounding vegetation had begun to flourish anew, lending a semblance of vitality from a distance. The couple concealed themselves atop a building, observing the island through binoculars. Darling, who are those individuals clad in white robes wandering about? They're followers. I have encountered them in a previous life, Ling Feng responded. After some observation, they discerned little, but the scarcity of zombies in the vicinity suggested that the members of the sanctified light occasionally ventured off the island for cleansing. At that moment, Ling Feng noticed a wooden boat anchored at the shore, with a large signpost proclaiming island entry nearby. Let's approach. They descended from the building and arrived at the wooden vessel, which was tethered with a rough rope. A sign instructed them to shake the rope for entry. Intrigued, Ling Feng complied, and immediately, 3 individuals in white robes emerged from the opposite shore, vigorously pulling the rope to draw the boat closer. As the vessel neared, the couple began to hear a haunting melody emanating from the island. Lu Su frowned, her expression darkening. For the tune was not only eerie, but the lyrics were profoundly vulgar, evoking a strong sense of discomfort within her. What kind of dreadful place is this? She asked. A cult. Do you expect them to produce anything harmonious? Upon disembarking, they were greeted by a young woman dressed in a full gray tracksuit, complemented by a white hooded robe. Greetings, and welcome to the Holy Island. Her voice was gentle. Ling Feng inquired, Might you have a shelter available? The woman nodded. Indeed. The refuge is not far. I can escort you there. Very well, let us proceed. Under the guidance of a woman, the 2 traversed a cement-paved path, flanked by an array of flora, albeit of uneven quality, resembling plants recently transplanted from elsewhere. Ling Feng suddenly noticed a disturbing sight. Protruding from the soil were several human fingers, suggesting that these flowers and grasses were planted atop a grave. Gradually, a haunting melody drew nearer. At that moment, they beheld a large lawn where a dozen naked men and women were encircling a grand tree, fervently singing an unsettling and bizarre tune. The woman turned, offered a smile, and explained to Ling Feng and his companion, Please do not misconstrue their actions. They are merely partaking in a prayer ritual. Ling Feng nodded in silence, having already formed a preliminary judgment regarding this sinister cult. After walking a short distance, they entered a residential area, where the houses stood at 2 to 3 stories high, each one conspicuously open at the doors and windows, with masked individuals intermittently peering out. Lu Su tightly clasped Ling Feng's hand, her palm damp with perspiration, clearly uneasy in this eerie environment. Suddenly, 3 girls in black attire, hand in hand and laughing, dashed past them. The 2 cast curious glances in their direction. Shortly thereafter, the trio approached a tree, producing a rope as they seemed poised to hang themselves. Chapter 77. The Enchanted Peach. Lu Su felt a surge of anxiety. What are they planning? The woman in the white robe chuckled. Everyone possesses the power to choose their own future. Look, they seem to be walking quite happily, don't they? The three women clad in black smiled as they kicked away the stones beneath their feet, their bodies convulsing briefly before coming to a standstill. Ling Feng remained silent, yet inwardly pondered the sinister nature of this cult, questioning the ideologies they had instilled in their followers. After walking for half an hour, they finally reached the refuge. Ladies, just ahead lies the safe zone, where you will find shops, inns, and restaurants. You may exchange any metallic items you possess at the exchange center for some sacred island currency. The woman gestured toward a small wooden structure to their left. Of course, if you lack anything to exchange, you may also take shelter in the tents. The island will assign you tasks, and you will receive some sacred island currency daily. Understood. Thank you for guiding us. May I know your name? Ling Feng inquired. Li Huan Tao, she replied, turning to leave. Upon hearing this name, Ling Feng's pupils constricted instantaneously. In his past life, 3 individuals were referred to as the 3 wonders of the apocalypse. They were immensely powerful, preferring solitude and never aligning with any organization. Due to their ambiguous moralities, they were deemed highly dangerous. Li Huan Tao was one of them. Ling Feng was perplexed. How could she be involved with this cult? That seemed unlikely. Nevertheless, perhaps she had her own agenda. It was best to maintain distance. He retrieved some jewelry collected before the apocalypse from his storage and approached the exchange center to trade for sacred island currency. Soon, he received a small pouch filled with stones marked with peculiar symbols. Is this really the sacred island currency? Ling Feng asked. Yes, sir, the attendant replied. You can use it for purchases within the safe zone. Will the prices be exorbitantly high? He questioned. The young lady smiled. The prices here are not comparable to those before the apocalypse. However, the items you have brought are precisely what our leader has been seeking, so we offer a generous exchange rate. This pouch of sacred island currency will suffice for your stay here. Ling Feng fell silent, realizing that once individuals gain power, they often seek luxury. Indeed, in a post-apocalyptic world, who would carry around useless jewelry? It was only by chance that he had retained some in his storage. At that moment, others began to arrive behind him, led by female acolytes in white hoods, presumably coming from different entry points to the island. Would you like something to eat? Someone asked as Ling Feng and his companion settled into a nearby chair. What do you have? We have fried meat, pickled wild vegetables, and stir-fried leaves. Not for now, we still have some food. We will seek you out later. Very well, the person replied, disappointment evident in their voice. Goodness. While vegetables and leaves are one thing, but that meat is likely not what one would consider normal, Ling Feng thought, wary of consuming anything that might be offered. Subsequently, the 2 individuals approached the innkeeper and successfully rented a quaint villa, originally intended for affluent vacationers. Despite the slight deterioration and mustiness of the interior, it remained reasonably habitable, clearly having been attended to by those blessed with divine light. The following morning, while the pair remained ensconced in slumber, a sudden announcement blared from loudspeakers outside. The evangelistic gathering of the Holy Order was about to commence, inviting interested souls to the sanctuary, with the promise of sustenance for all participants post-sermon. Liuxiu, do you wish to take a look? Why not? Isn't your purpose here to uncover what transpires within? Just then, Ling Feng noticed several dark red ants traversing the floor. Fire ants? He mused, crouching down and extending his hand, silently invoking, submit. In an instant, the ants stood motionless, as if awaiting their master's command. Much like wasps, they were devoid of speech. Yulat, go and fetch the queen ant at once. The fire ants scuttled about before swiftly departing. Darling, why are you crouched on the ground? Liuxiu inquired with curiosity. Oh, it's nothing. Just capturing a few ants to bolster our forces. What? You can tame ants too? Ling Feng chuckled. Well, virtually all living creatures can be. Liuxiu playfully pinched his side, chiding him for his reluctance to reveal the secrets of animal control. Patience, my dear. I shall divulge all in due time. Liuxiu, not one to be overly obstinate, had devoted herself solely to Ling Feng throughout her life. Thus she saw no need to press for immediate clarification. Before long, 5 fire ants returned, dragging a queen ant many times their size, followed by a swarm of workers. A sight that sent shivers down the spine. Without hesitation, Ling Feng subdued the queen, fearing that any delay would result in a gruesome fate, for fire ants are notoriously aggressive. Queen Ant, relocate to the ceiling here, and we shall take you with us when we depart. Though the queen could not speak, she evidently grasped her master's intent and relayed the command. Soon, dozens of worker ants gently transported her to the ceiling, while the rest of the colony methodically moved and gathered provisions. Forget your haphazard food. Consume this instead. Ling Feng offered a piece of fresh meat from his spatial inventory, allowing them to decompose and transport it at their leisure. Ling Feng then directed his consciousness into the system. AI core device, X1. Lottery tickets, X30. What is this? Previously, little a upgraded to a reinforcement component, and now a core device? Could it be that little a's essence isn't the core itself? This warrants investigation upon our return. Darling, shall we go? I see many people heading towards that sanctuary, Liushu called out. Ling Feng, roused by her voice, extracted his awareness from the system. Let us proceed. I am curious to see what awaits. The two exited the quaint villa, joining the throng heading toward the sanctuary. The so-called temple is, in fact, the former reception hall on the island, a spacious area capable of accommodating 200 to 300 individuals. In the center stands an elevated platform adorned with red cloth, flanked by tall candlesticks. Ling Feng and his companion are at the rear of the procession, being the last to enter the temple, where the space is already teeming with people, forcing them to stand beside the entrance. After approximately 10 minutes, a side door adjacent to the platform slowly opens, revealing a woman clad in a flowing white robe. Her long hair cascades gracefully, and her eyes, partially veiled, exude an aura of calm composure, complemented by her beauty. Is that the leader? Liu Su Ingui Sopti. No, the leader should be male. The woman approaches the microphone and speaks in a gentle tone. Welcome, everyone. I am the holy messenger, named Meng Rong. First, I would like to extend my congratulations to all of you for surviving the flood, enduring the onslaught of zombies, and reaching our sacred land. Suddenly, a voice of quiet disdain emerges beside Ling Feng. What a charade. Ling Feng turns to see who it is. Yuan Tao. Chapter 78. The Immaculate Six Saints. Ling Feng observed that she had changed into a black outfit and donned a pair of glasses. Goodness, if you intend to disguise yourself, at least put in some effort. In such a casual manner, who wouldn't recognize you? Miss Lu, what brings you here? Lu Huantao glanced at Ling Feng, her expression puzzled. Who are you? Ling Feng was taken aback. Have you forgotten so soon? You were the one who guided us to the refuge when we entered the island. Lu Huantao tilted her head in contemplation, then replied, That was my sister. I have never met you. Ling Feng was bewildered. Was this person a twin? He had never heard of such a thing in his past life. Meanwhile, the speaker on stage continued with an impassioned address. Our holy light shines upon all. We shall not abandon a single family member. With our own hands, we will forge a brighter tomorrow. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, with some even moved to tears. Ling Feng closed his eyes for a moment, gazing at Meng Rong, the once renowned Immaculate Six Saints. Was this truly the extent of her prowess? Or perhaps it was too early in the day, and her skills had yet to be honed. In his recollection, the leader of the Holy Light was surnamed Bai, with no one knowing their true name. Under their command were 6 individuals responsible for indoctrination, known as the Immaculate Six Saints, as well as 12 dark envoys tasked with punishment and combat, each possessing remarkable abilities. However, at this moment, the full assembly had likely not yet gathered. Meng Rong continued, I understand that many of you harbor doubts about the Holy Light, believing it to be non-existent or deceptive. Nevertheless, it matters not. Since we are fortunate enough to be gathered here today, I shall allow you to witness the divine power of our leader. With that, Meng Rong stepped aside, and an elderly woman, frail and hunched, entered through a side door. The old woman approached the stage with a look of deep reverence, raising her hands high and chanting, Please, grant me your divine power. A hush fell over the hall, and all eyes turned in confusion. Suddenly, a figure nearby seized a knife and slashed her throat, blood gushing forth and staining her garments. The elderly woman collapsed, leaving the audience in shock. How could someone be slain so callously? At that moment, a dozen naked figures swiftly surrounded her, singing a dirge-like, eerie melody. Before long, the seemingly lifeless woman began to stir, shakily rising to her feet, bloodied yet defiant as she approached the microphone once more. "Thank you, my lord." This spectacle left the crowd in awe, for they not only witnessed the woman's resurrection, but also perceived her rejuvenation. Applause surged like a tidal wave, with eager souls clamoring to join the holy light. Only Ling Feng, Lu Su, and Lu Huantao remained unmoved, their eyes brimming with disdain. Such a flimsy sleight of hand to deceive the masses? "Hello, what are you doing here?" Lu Huantao inquired, gazing at Ling Feng. Ling Feng noticed that she had removed her glasses at some point. "Miss Lu, are you addressing me?" he asked, skepticism evident in his tone. "Indeed, do you not recognize me? I was the one who welcomed you when you arrived on the island," Lu Huantao chuckled. Ling Feng scrutinized her. Surely, this individual was not suffering from a split personality? Lu Su gazed at her with curiosity. Lu Huantao felt a bit embarrassed under their scrutiny. "What is it with you all? Would you like to join our holy church? You just witnessed the master demonstrate divine power. It was truly impressive." "Miss Lu, you are part of the church. What about your sister?" Ling Feng inquired. Upon hearing this, Lu Huantao lowered her head and sighed softly. "Ah, my sister strongly opposes the holy church, claiming they are charlatans. But I have witnessed the master's divine power multiple times. How could it be false?" "When did your sister mention this to you?" Ling Feng asked. "She frequently tells me. Didn't you just stand together? I saw you exchange a few words." "Hiss, is it possible to play like this? How about it? Would you like to join our holy church and help create a beautiful homeland?" Lu Huantao gazed at Ling Feng earnestly. "Thank you, but no," Ling Feng politely declined. "Why would I join your petty cult when I belong to the largest organization in Hongqing?" "What a joke." "Very well," Lu Huantao replied, moving to a nearby staff member to collect some food. "It's fine if you don't join. You can still live in the refuge. Here, take this food." "Thank you." Ling Feng accepted the items, intending to bring them back for the ants. At some point, Meng Rong had approached Ling Feng and the others. "Huantao, where is your church attire? Why are you dressed like this?" "Holy Envoy, I'm sorry. I rushed over and forgot to change. I'll go back and change now." Lu Huantao playfully stuck her tongue out at Ling Feng. He was nearly taken aback. What was this all about? Holy Envoy, is Miss Lu always like this?" Meng Rong, puzzled by his question, replied, "Well, it's not too bad. She just has a poor memory and sometimes forgets things the moment she turned around." It seemed Lu Huantao was deliberately concealing her multiple personalities from her. Yet why was she so candid with Ling Feng? Meng Rong continued, "May I ask how to address you?" Ling Feng briefly introduced himself and Lu Su. Believing there was no need for concealment, she would eventually find out. "Mr. Ling, Miss Lu, I noticed you both on stage earlier. It seems you are rather skeptical about the master's divine power," Meng Rong said with a gentle smile, exuding a warm and approachable aura. However, Ling Feng perceived this as a calculated demeanor. "I apologize, Holy Envoy, but we truly lack confidence in this matter," Ling Feng replied with a slight nod. Maintaining a composed tone, Meng Rong quickly waved her hand. "It's all right, Mr. Ling. No need to apologize. How about we move to the inner room for a moment?" The inner room? What could possibly draw her to us? Ling Feng and Lu Su exchanged glances, both indifferent. "All right, let us go." Meng Rong led them through the hall to a lounge at the back. As the door opened, a rich scent of rose incense wafted in. "Please have a seat." Meng Rong gently closed the door and gestured towards a sofa. "Would you like a drink?" Ling Feng raised an eyebrow. This woman was intriguing, transforming completely into another persona upon entering the lounge. "I do not drink, thank you," Ling Feng said politely, reminding himself that a man must learn to protect himself while out and about, never indulging in the drinks of other women. Subsequently, Meng Rong shed her robe, revealing a chic and form-fitting mini dress beneath, exuding an air of fashion. She retrieved a pack of cigarettes from the cabinet and suddenly, as if struck by an idea, turned to the two of them and asked, "Do you mind if I smoke?" Ling Feng smiled and replied, "Please go ahead." Meng Rong lit the cigarette, crossing her legs as she settled into the seat opposite them. "Would you care to join us?" Such a captivating start. Ling Feng was somewhat taken aback. However, We do not believe in any supernatural powers. Meng Rong exhaled a long plume of smoke. Those are merely trivial tricks. I trust they won't escape your discerning eyes. How intriguing. This woman must have inferred their performance from the stage. Meng Rong continued. In truth, those tricks are hardly sophisticated. One might even label them as childish. Yet it matters little. People will always believe in what they wish to believe, and by mastering the art of influencing their imagination, one also wields the power to govern them. Coincidentally, I sense that we are all of that ilk. Ling Feng nearly applauded, for she was indeed a remarkable emissary, adept at tailoring her methods of persuasion to suit different individuals. Chapter 79. One person transformed into three peaches. Ling Feng was quite intrigued by their enigmatic white leader. What manner of person could he be? In his previous life, this individual had remained shrouded in mystery, with little information available. Saint Dream, are you not afraid of my divulging your words? He inquired. Ha! Dream Rong chuckled, then continued, Mr. Ling, in the apocalyptic world, people seldom yearn for so-called truths. If what you say disrupts their illusions, you would undoubtedly become the first victim. Ling Feng nodded in agreement. Despite their differing factions and the potential for enmity in the future, he could not deny the depth of this saint's understanding of the masses. Are you sharing this with me to recruit me into your sect? Dream Rong playfully shook her finger. It is you. Why are you interested in us? With a swift change of position, Dream Rong crossed her legs. Lu Su furrowed her brows, thinking that this individual was deliberately making such gestures, perhaps attempting to entice her husband. How despicable. Currently, the holy sect was in a developmental phase and required a considerable number of talents. However, as you have witnessed, the majority of individuals remain blindly unaware. Once you join, the leader will personally train you, and subsequently, you have a high probability of becoming one of the saints. Just imagine, in this precarious apocalypse, possessing power, sustenance, and beauty. What a splendid prospect. At this juncture, Dream Rong gazed at Ling Feng, convinced that no man would be indifferent to these three desires. Ling Feng remained silent. Dream Rong appeared perplexed. Noticing the two remained impassive, this was unexpected. And then, Ling Feng prompted, believing she had more to say. Dream Rong's mind began to race. At that moment, she noticed Ling Feng stealing glances at her thigh. Could it be that he? Never mind. For the greater good of the holy sect, I am willing. Mr. Ling, perhaps you are unaware of the privileges that come with being a saint. Take women, for instance. Even I am included in the leader's considerations, but only if you demonstrate sufficient capability. Ling Feng and Lu Su exchanged glances, both taken aback. Good heavens, you're discussing this with me while my wife is right here. Lu Su's teeth clenched in irritation. If Ling Feng were to entertain such thoughts, there were countless women in the base far more attractive than you. Even I could outshine you by a mile. Ahem, esteemed saint, you are overthinking it. To be honest, I am far more intrigued by your sect's so-called mystical powers. Dream Rong chuckled softly. Mr. Ling, I did not expect you to possess a naive side. Is that so? My apologies for the laughter, esteemed saint. Her words were evidently clear. The so-called mystical powers appear to be merely a fade to lure people in. May I inquire what kind of person your leader truly is? Dream Rong's expression turned reverent as she softly replied, he is a deity. The two exchanged glances, silently thinking, a lunatic. Although the methods by which their leader has brainwashed this individual remain unclear, it is evident that he is no ordinary person. Meng Rong is, by all accounts, a rational individual, yet she refers to their leader as a deity, which speaks volumes about his abilities, or, shall we say, his charismatic persona. The two rose to their feet, and Ling Feng remarked, Saint Envoy, I believe we need to retreat and deliberate on this matter. Meng Rong also stood from the sofa, replying, Very well, I hope to receive good news from you. With that, they took their leave. After their departure, Meng Rong poured herself a glass of wine and murmured, The Holy Island cannot be entered or exited at will. Leader, I have once again contributed to the church. Upon returning to the small villa, they were just about to enter when Huan Tao suddenly appeared, wearing glasses. Ling Feng cautiously inquired, Are you the elder sister or the younger one? Huan Tao adjusted her glasses and replied, I am the elder sister. Now, were you two just now? Mungrong summoned us for a chat. What is the matter? Do not believe her words. You must leave this place at once. Ling Feng observed her with keen interest. This individual possessed not only a distinct personality, but also a different tone and mannerisms, almost as if she were two separate people. Had he not witnessed her transformation firsthand, he might have thought them twins. Is there something on my face? Why are you staring at me? Oh no, I merely find your sisters rather intriguing. Le yantao peut-être. We are three sisters. What is the matter? Would you like me to call the third sister out for you? The two nodded eagerly. Ling Feng suddenly said, wait, come inside. All right. Le Huan Tao agreed, following them into the small villa, for the outside world was teeming with prying eyes, and caution was prudent. Once the door was shut, Ling Feng and Lu Su fixed their gaze upon Lu Huan Tao, making her feel quite bashful. Ahem, do relax. San Tao, please come out, he prompted. No sooner had he spoken than her expression transformed entirely, exuding an aura of desolation. Are you San Tao? Ling Feng inquired cautiously. She removed her glasses and hung them on her chest. It is best to have a reason for summoning me. Otherwise, I shall end you. Lu Huan Tao's demeanor shifted once more. I apologize. My third sister has a rather volatile temper, so please do not take offense, she said, offering a slight bow. And who might you be? Ling Feng asked. Ahem, you may call me Air Tao. I am the one who brought you to the island, she replied. Ling Feng was astonished to see three distinct personalities emerge in such a short span of time, truly a testament to the legendary three wonders of the apocalypse. I urge you to leave this place promptly, Le Huan Tao said, naturally donning her glasses once more. Wait, are you the Tao? Le Yuan Tao es expression d'arcaned. Do not call me the Tao. You may refer to me as E Tao. Very well then, E Tao, why do you wish to assist us? Adjusting her glasses, E Tao replied, because you are intelligent individuals. Ling Feng understood that. In fact, Le Huan Tao did not suffer from nearsightedness. She merely had a habit of wearing glasses. When Air Tao emerged, she would remove her spectacles, and San Tao also refrained from wearing glasses. Yet her gaze appeared considerably more somber and her temperament far more volatile compared to her two elder sisters. État continuit. We have been here for quite some time now. Almost everyone who enters this place undergoes a form of brainwashing, but you are different. Although I am unaware of your purpose for being here, I urge you to leave swiftly. Has Air Tao also joined in? Etari tautit angrili. Are you foolish enough to follow her foolishness? You are indeed correct. Ling Feng stifled his laughter, giving her a thumbs up, having never encountered anyone who could hurl such harsh insults at themselves. We also plan to depart in the next couple of days. Zodeni, It seems they can no longer wait. Ling Feng and Lu Su also heard footsteps approaching from outside. With a loud bang, the door was forcefully thrown open, and 5 figures clad in black robes and adorned with red masks stormed in. Lu Huan Tao, unbeknownst to when she had put them on, exclaimed, Black envoys? What brings you here? Huan Tao, what are you doing here? We are under the command of the master to bring these two back. Ling Feng discreetly transmitted a message to the red fire ants on the ceiling. Queen Ant, prepare yourself. Upon my command, have your subordinates bite them to death. Though the Queen Ant could not speak and did not respond, he had already observed ants beginning to descend from the ceiling in an orderly fashion, as if marching. Chapter 80. The golden-masked black envoy Ling Feng felt a surge of surprise. It had not been long since the Ant Queen had gathered such a multitude of ants. Why had the leader suddenly called for their presence? He was in the midst of his work. Huan Tao, refrain from asking unnecessary questions and do not hinder our task. The man at the forefront admonished sternly. Ling Feng touched his nose, sensing that today would not end well. My love, what should we do? Liu Su, never one to shy away from confrontation, asserted that there was nothing to discuss. They should simply charge forth. Let's act. With that, Ling Feng feigned reaching behind him, then retrieved 2 machetes from the spatial realm, tossing one to Lu Su. Onward. Simultaneously, Ling Feng commanded the Ant Queen to instruct her soldier ants to attack mercilessly. Leading the charge, he wielded his machete and swiftly dispatched one foe. Lu Su followed closely, her speed equally formidable, and their opponent, caught unawares, was cleaved in two. The sudden turn of events left their adversaries momentarily stunned. Though clad in black robes, their masks were red, indicating to Ling Feng that they were not the 12 black envoys. At best, they were merely ordinary enforcers. The true 12 black envoys donned golden masks. This was common knowledge from his previous life. Since they were not the 12, there was little to fear. Several of the black envoys at the back suddenly screamed, frantically shaking their garments. Soon, more of them found themselves in a similar predicament. Ling Feng chuckled, observing that the army of ants had extended from the ceiling to the ground, their numbers staggering. While the fire ants were not typically lethal, the system's enhancements had multiplied their potency several times over. One could not ascertain whether a single bite would prove fatal. The two paused, realizing their involvement was no longer necessary, as several black envoys had already fled, while those who lagged behind writhed on the ground, their bodies marred by the relentless bites of the ants. At that moment, Yitao reappeared, her curiosity piqued. Where did these ants come from? Why do they only target the black envoys? I raised them, Ling Feng replied. You? Did you not just arrive? When did you cultivate ants on the island? That is of no concern to you. They heed my commands, he asserted. Yitao pouted. Strange fellow. No need to elaborate. The speed of the fire ants was astonishing. The exposed flesh of the black envoys was beginning to reveal bone. Ling Feng clicked his tongue. What ferocity! At this rate, they could strip a person bare in less than half an hour. Yitao's eyes darted, and she suddenly exclaimed, You all should leave quickly. More black envoys will surely come and capture you. I must take my leave. With that, she darted away, her intentions unknown. Lu Su, she speaks wisely. We should depart. Ling Feng stated, producing a jar and communicating with the fire ants, instructing them to retrieve the ant queen. The jar could only contain a small fraction of them. Yet as long as the ant queen remained, they would not be classified as abandoned creatures by the system. As for the others, Ling Feng planned to orchestrate a suicidal assault against the incoming black envoys. Ling Feng hung the jar on himself and took out the steel spear, accompanied by Lu Su. As they ventured outside, at that moment, the previously crowded refuge seemed to have been cleared, with no one in sight, and even the exchange center had its doors shut. Let us go. The duo sprinted along the cement path they had taken. Not long after, they heard blood-curdling screams emanating from the direction of the refuge, likely indicating that the dark enforcers had been attacked by the fire ants. Along the way, they noticed the 3 individuals who had hanged themselves the day before were still suspended, while masked figures wielding long saws occasionally appeared nearby. A few glanced at Ling Feng and Lu Su, but merely cast a fleeting look before resuming their tasks. Honey, what are these people doing? Liu Su in Guit? Perhaps they are cooks, Ling Feng mused. Upon further contemplation, he speculated that these figures might be the executioners of this sinister cult, something he had only heard of in his past life, but was witnessing for the first time. In the distance, they finally spotted the boat they had arrived on. Hurry, we're almost there. The island's geography was peculiar. Most of the shoreline was characterized by steep cliffs, with only 5 gentle areas where a dock had been established. Suddenly, a shadow darted past, and the tip of a long sword was aimed at Ling Feng's throat. Ling Feng's pupils dilated, and he quickly blocked the attack with his spear, deflecting the blade with a sharp motion. Clang! The two separated. Golden-masked enforcer. The master wishes to see you, the adversary stated coldly. But I have no desire to meet. Ling Feng retorted. I am here to inform you, not to ask your permission. Ling Feng scoffed, unwilling to squander time. He swiftly advanced, thrusting the spear towards his opponent's chest. The man gripped his sword with both hands to parry and countered with a powerful downward strike. Clang! A resounding noise erupted, sparks flying as Ling Feng braced against the forceful blow, then quickly retreated to create distance. He shook his slightly numbed hand. Indeed, the golden-masked enforcer was formidable. He wondered if this individual would be among the 12 dark enforcers in the future. The mask concealed the enforcer's astonishment, despite the brief encounter. He sensed that his opponent was not inferior to him. Quietly, he steadied his trembling hands. I'll give you one more chance. Come with me to see the master. Ling Feng dismissed him with disdain. Are you really that powerful? Strength alone is futile. Survival in this world relies on technology. Suddenly, Ling Feng retrieved a handgun from the space behind him. Bang! The enforcer, caught off guard, was struck in the arm. You. Just then, a thick plume of smoke erupted from a distance on the island, and a voice crackled through the enforcer's earpiece. Third brother, the temple is on fire. Return immediately. Yes. The enforcer replied, disregarding Ling Feng as he hurried towards the source of the flames. Ling Feng was immediately displeased. So you intend to leave? Did you obtain my consent? He raised his gun, preparing to eliminate the enforcer, knowing he would inevitably become an adversary. Better to eliminate one now. However, just as Ling Feng was about to fire, the enforcer inexplicably collapsed, clutching his throat and emitting a sound of reluctance. The two stood in shock. What are you two dawdling for? Let's go. Liu Yuan, with a stern expression, retorted, What peach are you referring to? I'm called Yi Tao. Oh, my apologies, I momentarily failed to recognize you. Ling Feng swiftly apologized. He then inquired, Did you do this? Yes, I was also preparing to leave, so I thought it best to set a fire to divert them. I anticipated that you might come this way, so I decided to follow. Upon arrival, I encountered this golden-masked dark envoy. You dispatched him so effortlessly? Oh, it was merely a trivial task. Let us go. It will become troublesome once they realize. Ling Feng was profoundly astonished. He had not even witnessed how Lu Huan Tao had acted. He never anticipated that this girl with a doll-like face possessed such formidable strength. Chapter 81. The resurgence of Level 2 initially. Ling Feng had intended to retrieve an assault boat from the spatial realm to cross the river. However, with Lu Huan Tao's arrival, he was compelled to row with weapons in hand, as the nature of her allegiance remained uncertain. Hey Tao, could you lend a hand with the rowing? Look at us, we're exhausted, Ling Feng remarked with a hint of irritation. I apologize, iam eta, and my strength is rather limited, so, Lu Huan Tao replied, lowering her gaze. Ling Feng's lips twitched. For heaven's sake, you merely switched personalities, not bodies. If you're going to be lazy, at least provide a more convincing excuse. As the boat neared the shore, sounds emanated from the opposing island. Lu Huan Tao immediately straightened up, exclaiming, They're coming after us, hurry! Ling Feng scoffed inwardly. Were it not for her presence, they could have slipped away unnoticed. Nonetheless, he and Lu Su quickened their pace, for several boats from the other side were already preparing to pursue. Upon reaching the shore, the trio leapt ashore without hesitation. This location was far more perilous than the island, with zombies potentially lurking at any moment. Ling Feng spoke into his earpiece, Xiao, hey, deploy a drone to guide us to safety. We need to find a secure place to hide. Received soon, a drone descended from the sky, landing before the three. What is this? Lu Huan Tao inquired with curiosity. Our base has support. Just follow it quickly. With the drone leading the way, they successfully diverted the zombies, guiding them to a concealed and secure house. However, the members of the Holy Light Brigade who followed had far less fortune, under Ling Feng's directive. Xiao A gathered the diverted zombies and redirected them toward their direction, resulting in a fierce confrontation. Dream Rong, leading the group, frowned deeply as she observed the drone from Shitai drawing hundreds of zombies from various directions before ascending and leaving, clearly setting them up for disaster. Yet, there was little she could do, as she was unarmed. Some attempted to use makeshift bows and arrows to attack, but the drone seemed to possess extraordinary agility, effortlessly evading their shots. The three concealed themselves in an upper floor, peering through binoculars. I must admit, these cultists are quite formidable, Ling Feng commented. Indeed, they have been brainwashed and fear nothing. By the way, where did you acquire those binoculars? Lu Huan Tao asked. I took them from my bag. You saw me do it, Ling Feng replied. Lu Huan Tao was momentarily speechless, recalling her earlier encounter with Ling Feng's bag, which had indeed appeared deflated. Suddenly, Ling Feng felt a jolt and quickly addressed his earpiece. Xiao, they elevate all drones immediately, higher. Now, affirmative. The 5 drones swiftly ascended, becoming mere specks on the ground. What is happening? Both Lu Su and Lu Huan Tao inquired simultaneously. Level 2 zombies, intelligent ones, are located at the center of the horde. Be cautious. Do not let them discover you. Lu Su was aware of Level 2 zombies, and with Ling Feng's warning, she quickly noticed an exceptionally diminutive zombie riding atop the neck of a towering one among the horde. What is a Level 2 zombie? Lu Huan Tao asked, unfamiliar with such a concept. In a desperate hunger, the zombies resort to consuming one another, leading to a portion mutating and evolving into formidable second-tier zombies, with the potential for even third and fourth tiers. Ling Feng succinctly elucidated the distinction between the strength-oriented and intelligence-oriented second-tier zombies. In essence, if they were to detect us, they would dispatch those zombies to confront us, correct? Indeed, you're quite astute, Itao. They have already noticed our presence, Ling Feng remarked with a hint of resignation. Just as the three of them grasped their weapons, a zombie burst through the door. Quick as lightning, Ling Feng deftly severed its head with his steel spear. This space is too confined. We must retreat and fight as we go, Ling Feng declared, leading the charge. As they descended, the number of approaching zombies rapidly swelled, prompting the trio to unleash a brutal offensive. Husband, pass me another knife, Lu Su called out. Certainly, Ling Feng replied, retrieving a cleaver from his spatial pouch and tossing it over. This left Lu Huan Tao utterly bewildered. How was he capable of such feats? Was he perhaps some kind of sorcerer? No, there were no apparent flaws to discern. Lu Su, having trained alongside Yi Qinyao for a time, now wielded dual blades with the ferocity of a tiger among sheep, exhibiting a hint of Yi Qinyao elegance. However, wielding the cleaver, her movements lacked the grace of a blood-red rose, yet exuded a commanding presence. Ling Feng nodded appreciatively. This was the advantage of hands-on instruction. Although the plans devised by Xiao A could yield substantial strength, they could never rival the nuances of immediate guidance, often leading to unnecessary detours in detail. While the three fought fervently, the holy sect was equally engaged. 3 golden-masked black envoys led over 50 ordinary black envoys in a chaotic slaughter. Yet, Meng Rong was perplexed. The zombies seemed particularly frenzied today. As she witnessed more black envoys succumbing to bites, a sense of retreat began to swell within her. According to the holy sect's regulations, any bitten individual must be immediately slain to prevent them from becoming a threat to their comrades. If this continued, the losses would be catastrophic. At that moment, Meng Rong suddenly noticed that Ling Feng and his companions had appeared at the rear flank of the horde. These little mice are quite sprightly. Listen up, everyone. Capture Ling Feng and his companions and bring them back to the Holy Island. A black envoy, tasked with protecting Meng Rong, whispered, Holy Envoy, the zombies in this vicinity are multiplying. Could it be? With a swift motion, a sharp blade sliced through the black envoy's throat. As a servant, one must embrace the mindset of servitude. It seems the recent purifications require reinforcement. Meng Rong spoke softly. The nearby black envoy shuddered, their eyes beneath the masks filled with terror. Ling Feng wielded his spear like a dragon navigating the waters, targeting the zombies' vital points. Before long, a dozen lay defeated around him. He soon observed that Lu Huan Tao appeared to be struggling. Although her speed was remarkable, her stamina paled in comparison to his and Lu Su's. Itao, how do you intend to handle a horde with that little butterfly knife? Would you like to switch weapons? Ling Feng approached her to alleviate some of her burden. I haven't even begun to take this seriously, San Tao. Come fort. As her voice faded, Lu Huan Tao removed her glasses, hanging them around her neck, her gaze instantly darkening. With a cold tone, she commanded, Step aside, lest I inadvertently cause your demise. What? Ling Feng exclaimed, immediately charging towards Lu Su. What are you doing, dear? Go assist Huan Tao. Liu Su uget an si o li. She is about to transform. I must make way. In a swift motion, Lu Huan Tao executed a graceful flourish, her petite figure crouching to evade the claws of a zombie, then dashing forward with remarkable speed. The zombie's head and body severed in an instant. Wow! Ling Feng gasped in astonishment, awed by her incredible swiftness, his eyes barely able to capture the afterimage. Is this the true power of the 3 oddities? Indeed, those recognized in the previous life are not ordinary individuals. He found himself curious about the formidable strength of the other 2 oddities. Yet, Meng Rong, who observed from a distance, was even more astonished. She never anticipated that the seemingly dazed Lu Huan Tao possessed such prowess. Furthermore, Ling Feng and she surpassed even her own formidable subordinates, the golden-masked black envoy. Regret washed over Meng Rong. Had she not been so hasty in her attempts to coerce them, might the outcome have been different? Chapter 82. Escape, come help me. Ling Feng. Santao shouted loudly. It turned out that she was not recklessly slaughtering zombies. Rather, she was confronting a second-tier zombie that was drawing near. Be careful. Lu Su, Ling Feng cautioned before immediately rushing towards Santao's direction. With her small knife flashing like silver lightning, Santao stepped onto Ling Feng's knee. The sudden movement nearly caught Ling Feng off guard, but he tensed his leg muscles to brace against her foot. Utilizing that momentum, she leaped forward to confront the second-tier zombie. Just as she prepared to eliminate the creature, Ling Feng suddenly called out, "Wait!" Santao's butterfly knife halted abruptly, pressing tightly against the zombie's neck. This zombie had evidently acquired a semblance of intelligence, its eyes wide with fear as it stared at Santao. The surrounding ordinary zombies seemed to receive an unspoken command, ceasing their attacks and roaring in trepidation. "I can't explain why, but I will kill you," Santao coldly declared to Ling Feng. "There are more and more zombies. If it dies, we won't be able to escape either. What do you suggest we do?" Ling Feng replied, drawing his gun and aiming it at the second-tier zombie. "I have you in my sights. You need to direct those zombies toward the small island, or I'll blow your head off." The second-tier zombie understood that capturing the trio would become exceedingly difficult, yet it feared that Ling Feng might indeed carry out his threat, letting out a few desperate roars. Upon receiving the command, the zombies surrounding Ling Feng and his companions immediately charged towards the members of the Holy Light. Ling Feng chuckled. "Now that's clever. There are more people over there. Don't throw away the watermelon to pick up a sesame seed." With that, he began to retreat step by step with the two others. Lu Su informed Xiao to chart a course and lure the zombies, he instructed. "Got it." Lu Su promptly relayed the command to Xiao through her earpiece. As the zombies prepared to act upon seeing the trio retreat, bang, a bullet struck the ground near them. "Don't move. My aim isn't great. Next time I might hit you right between the eyes," Ling Feng warned, continuing to step back cautiously. After retreating approximately 60 meters, Ling Feng realized they could not withdraw any further. They had already exceeded the effective range of his weapon, and he could no longer guarantee a hit. "Lu Su, is Xiao ready?" "Not yet," Lu Su responded, her voice tinged with anxiety. "Damn it. If it comes to that, I might have to reveal my secret to Lil Huan Tao and pull out the sniper rifle." "Are you afraid of the bullet's distance?" Santao suddenly asked. "Yes. Our support is still calculating the route," Ling Feng replied. "Keep retreating. I can take it down," Santao declared, flipping her hand to reveal her butterfly knife once more. "Why didn't you say so earlier? You got my blood boiling," Ling Feng thought to himself. The trio continued to back away for another 10 meters when a drone descended behind them, and Xiao A's voice came through the earpiece. "Master, the route has been plotted, and I am diverting the zombies. Please follow the drone." "Go," Ling Feng exclaimed. Santao's gaze sharpened as she forcefully hurled her butterfly knife. The silver gleam flashed, striking the second-tier zombie squarely between the eyes. The creature, filled with unwillingness, glared at them before collapsing swiftly. "You owe me a knife," Santao remarked as they fled. "Very well. Next time I shall procure something better." The ordinary zombies, having lost their leader, began to wail in a frenzy, but the trio had already fled far away, leaving them no choice but to pursue the members of the Holy Light. Meng Rong watched intently, perplexed as to why the zombies suddenly ceased their attack on the three and instead turned their attention towards her. Did these undead harbor some undiscovered secret? With the trio having successfully escaped, further pursuit seemed futile. "All personnel retreat." "Understood." As twilight descended, the conditions for action grew increasingly unfavorable. The drone guided the three to a secure location. "Oh, I am so exhausted," Lil Huan Tao lamented as she collapsed onto a dilapidated chair. "Would you like a snack?" Ling Feng, unable to discern her identity at the moment, produced an energy bar and offered it to her. "Oh dear, I am Air Tao. My elder sister wears glasses, while my younger sister and I do not. How could you not recognize me?" Ling Feng feigned rummaging through his bag and retrieved some chocolate and packaged jerky for Lu Su. "You all look so similar, and you change so quickly. How am I to tell you apart?" "Well, you all are quite impressive, even at this hour. You can still deploy drones for support. Is your headquarters nearby?" Ling Feng inquired with a smile. I am indifferent, but my elder sister likely would not agree, Tao replied. Why not? Did you not previously join the Holy Light? Oh, we merely passed through here, found it intriguing, and decided to take a look, but we have already scheduled our next travel destination a few days ago. What an extraordinary perspective for her. This was akin to tourism in the apocalypse. Moreover, Ling Feng sensed that Tao was far from as naive as she appeared. At that moment, Liu Huan Tao suddenly donned her glasses. Ling Feng, what is the name of your organization? If we have time, we might visit, but joining is out of the question. Etat remarked. A name? That is something I have yet to consider, but as we grow and develop, having one would indeed be beneficial. I shall discuss it with everyone upon our return. No name? In the western suburbs of Hong City. If you wish to visit, you may contact me, Ling Feng replied, reaching into his bag once more to produce a modified phone. Liu Huan Tao gazed at him in astonishment. It was as if he were performing magic, pulling items from the depths of his bag. What secrets might it conceal? Yet, every individual harbored their own mysteries, and prying too deeply could lead to complications. At the very least, Ling Feng and his companions did not appear to be malevolent. This is a modified phone we created. It has reception in Hong City, Yi City, Haiging City, and Ming City. If you're within these cities, you may contact me directly. Liu Huan Tao accepted the phone, aware that signals were often patchy. It was quite remarkable that it could connect across these 4 cities simultaneously. Lu Su glanced at her husband. The provision of a phone indicated that Ling Feng had developed a measure of trust in them. However, it seemed he had no intention of enabling the connection features of Xiao, perhaps for reasons of his own. May I inquire about your next destination? Ling Feng asked. I intend to visit Linshan City. I have heard it is quite lively and wish to observe it, came the reply. Ling Feng nodded, recalling his past experiences in Linshan City, a place notorious for its intricate web of power dynamics. However, it seemed that the region had since been unified, possibly by Liu Huan Tao. It appears that is not the case. My recollection suggests that individual was male. Liu Huan Tao clapped her hands together, declaring, I am full and shall take my rest. Please, keep your voices down if you're at work. The two exchanged puzzled glances, questioning what they could possibly accomplish in such an environment. What on earth fills that young mind? The following day, Xiao had efficiently cleared the area of zombies. Ling Feng and his companion prepared to return to Hong City. Huan Tao, this is farewell for now. Remember to visit me in Hong City when you have the chance. Ling Feng said, rest assured, you still owe me for the knife for my third sister. Even if I do not wish to go, she will insist on it. Very well then. Until we meet again. Liu Huan Tao waved goodbye before departing. Subsequently, the two followed the drone's guidance as they journeyed toward Hong City. As they walked, an overwhelming sense of dread suddenly enveloped Ling Feng and Lu Su, causing their hearts to race and nearly robbing them of breath. Chapter 83. The Corpse Cocoon, my dear. What is happening? Ling Feng's expression was tense. This sensation was one he had previously experienced, yet it seemed far too soon for it to arise again. Be cautious. There may be level 3 zombies in this vicinity. Lu Su's eyes widened in astonishment at his words. Ling Feng grasped the high-energy particle beam gun firmly. Although he was uncertain whether this weapon could contend with a level 3 zombie, it was now his only hope. He fervently wished that little A would prove reliable. In his past life, wherever level 3 zombies appeared, they invariably left behind countless casualties. Unless a formidable force resided in that area, no one would survive. Little A, please locate a safe house for us, and then deploy the drones to search for the traces of level 3 zombies. Received. Despite possessing the high-energy particle beam gun, Ling Feng felt an unsettling apprehension about facing a level 3 zombie. He resolved to gather information before making any decisions. Soon, the two of them found refuge in a nearby building. Little A commanded the drone to search the area at full capacity. Little A, level 3 zombies differ from level 2. All lower-level zombies instinctively retreat from their presence. Thus, focus your search in areas devoid of zombie congregations. Understood. Ling Feng firmly believed that it was improbable for a complete level 3 zombie to exist at this stage, as their evolution is a gradual process. Based on the timeline, it would require at least 6 months for such a being to emerge. My dear, What shall we do if a level 3 zombie truly appears? The speed and sensory perception of a level 3 zombie are extraordinarily acute. If we encounter one, our only option would be to fight with all our might. 3 hours later. Master, I have discovered a suspicious location to the east, yet there are no signs of zombie activity within. Ling Feng exhaled deeply. That could only signify the presence of a corpse cocoon. Prior to evolving, level 3 zombies enter a cocoon state, only to emerge as a level 3 zombie king once fully matured. Let us there. A drone was swiftly redirected to guide them to the cocoon's location. It was a dilapidated residential building with a gaping hole in the center for reasons unknown. As they approached, the terrifying aura intensified. This was Lu Su's first encounter with such a phenomenon. She clutched Ling Feng's arm tightly, trembling uncontrollably. Ling Feng gently patted her hand, reassuring her, "Do not be anxious. It is not yet hatched, so we are safe." As they drew nearer, they finally beheld a massive purple corpse cocoon, suspended from the ceiling like a silkworm cocoon, pulsating rhythmically as if it were breathing. Little A, ensure that you record everything. We shall analyze it thoroughly upon our return. Recording function activated. Ling Feng retrieved the high-energy particle beam gun and aimed it at the cocoon, pressing the trigger. The glass rod within the gun emitted a dazzling light, and as the radiance intensified, a beam shot forth towards the cocoon. A piercing shriek erupted from within the cocoon, prompting both individuals to cover their ears instinctively. Unable to withstand the extreme heat from the particle beam, the cocoon ignited, engulfed in flames, and within moments, it was reduced to mere remnants. Master, please collect the corpse cocoon fragments for future research. Indeed, Ling Feng gathered all the remnants into his spatial storage. Even without prompting, he would have taken them, as these remnants are a great boon for ordinary zombies, significantly increasing their mutation chances once consumed. The two swiftly departed from the residential building. Due to the roar of the level 3 zombie king before its demise, this area would soon become a congregation point for ordinary zombies. Let us go home. With a heart full of longing, the two returned even quicker than their arrival. Fortunately, their armored vehicle remained untouched. Ling Feng remarked, "It's challenging to find anyone outside. It's not so easily stolen. However, it must be noted that there are still plenty of scavengers around, and it seems they will have to spend the night in the vehicle." He glanced at the darkening sky. "So be it. This vicinity is close to Hongcheng, where the number of zombies has evidently diminished." They nestled together. Indeed, it seems Hongcheng remains safe. As the long night stretched on, Lu Su fell asleep in the back seat, while Ling Feng, restless, contemplated the path ahead. He anticipated the emergence of level 3 zombies so soon. Perhaps it was similar in his previous life, but the lack of information led to misjudgments. Strengthening their base was urgent. Ling Feng noticed he had accumulated 30 lottery tickets from the system without realizing it. Yet the probability of winning something worthwhile was dismally low, often yielding nonsensical items. System, let us draw 30 times. Congratulations. Host has obtained. Wealthy woman as contact list, Apocalypse Edition, a lavish massage bathtub, steel goodies tint, Queen Huayo's private diary 1, light blade, trident 1, disregarding the other items. Ling Feng opened the car window and tossed out 10 boxes of steel goodies. Damn it. How can Lu Su hold her head high if she sees this? Truly, the system's lottery is akin to mining gold from dung. What is this light blade trident? Ling Feng stepped out of the vehicle to examine the item. Good heavens. ISNT this Yang, Jiannis trident? No wonder it had the suffix erlang. But why is it called light blade? Ling Feng inspected it in his hands. The weapon was exquisitely crafted, the blade emanating a chilling light, incredibly sharp, and its weight felt perfectly balanced, far superior to his steel gun. At that moment, he noticed a small sliding cover at the end of the long handle. With a swift motion, the blade radiated a dazzling yellow light, looking quite imposing. Ling Feng swung it at a nearby large rock, and with a crisp sound, the rock was neatly sliced in two. What a splendid item. Ding dong, ding dong. The trident emitted a notification sound, and the yellow light vanished. Has the power run out? It can't be that it charges for a day and lasts only 10 seconds. Oh well, such potent energy likely cannot be sustained for long. Even 10 seconds of brilliance in battle could alter many outcomes. And even without the light blade, this weapon itself is a fine piece. Returning to the vehicle, Ling Feng took out the wealthy woman's contact list, which was a sleek black phone. What is this bizarre contraption? Are there still wealthy women in this post-apocalyptic world? Ling Feng unlocked his phone, revealing an app adorned with an envelope icon. Upon opening it, a multitude of women's photographs appeared, each accompanied by an address. To his astonishment, he spotted Lu Su among them. Indeed, she could be considered a wealthy woman, at least free from the worries of daily sustenance. Hong City, Harbor City. The individuals contained within this device extend far beyond the reach of base signal coverage. If it can connect to such distant locations, then this phone is nothing short of extraordinary. One can only ponder the means by which this is achieved. The private diary of Queen Huayo? Ling Feng was well aware that she was the leader of one of the 5 major factions from his previous life, situated far in the capital. Given the timeline, she was likely still just a fledgling organization at this point. Flipping through the diary, he noted the neat handwriting. Though it primarily contained mundane details and the musings of youthful infatuation, which held little interest for him. Ultimately, he tossed it aside into the void of his space. This phone, however, is truly entertaining. Chapter 84. Deployment in a certain location of Dongha City. A stunning woman was preparing to lie down for the night when her phone suddenly rang. It had been ages since it had made a sound. Why was someone messaging her at such a late hour? She opened the message. Xin, are you asleep? Hua Xian was taken aback. Who was this? How had this person suddenly appeared in her chat bubble? She was certain she had not added this individual. Who are you? Hu Xin Zipli? Have you forgotten me? If your family hadn't looked down on my poverty back then, our son would be entering high school now. Hua Xian's face flushed with embarrassment. Who was this rogue? She had been in a relationship with her husband since college. Where could this other man possibly fit in? You scoundrel, who are you? Where are you? Say it, and I will make you regret it. Meanwhile, Ling Feng was in the car, stifling laughter. This playful banter could easily extend until dawn. At that moment, Lu Su woke up and saw Ling Feng chuckling over his phone. Honey, what are you up to? Ling Feng quickly tucked his phone away. Nothing. Just playing a game to pass the time. It's almost dawn. Let us head home. Oh, all right, Lu Su replied, still a bit dazed. However, once the car started moving, she would not sleep again. Although there were not many zombies in Hanshong, one could never be too cautious. As they approached the base, 2 destroyers promptly emerged to deal with the few zombies trailing behind them. Xiaofeng, you're back. You didn't bother to contact me for all these days. Veu mai shined it playfully. Haha, we were just busy. There were too many zombies outside Hanshong, and we had to be extra careful. Lu Su added, indeed. I didn't expect so many zombies in Yeqing, and that area of holy light is quite perilous. Wu Mei expressed her surprise. Is that so? Did you get injured or anything? No, we're perfectly fine. We just missed your cooking. Ling Feng said, feeling an unprecedented sense of relaxation upon returning to the base. All right, I'll go whip up something delicious for you. Let us have a few drinks tonight to unwind, Wu Mei remarked, glancing at Ling Feng. Great, I appreciate it. The 2 entered the base, took a shower, and then Ling Feng notified Yi Chunyao to bring the animals back immediately. He also called Anna. Miss Anna, are you enjoying yourself too much? Ling Feng teased. Haha, not all. I'm just training the guards of the end times white robes here, since I was idle at the base. Initially, Anna found it quite challenging to adapt to life in the end times white robes, but over time, she grew fond of the guards she trained, relishing the sense of accomplishment as she watched them grow stronger day by day. Anna, come back today and bring Li Mengmeng with you. I have something to discuss with you both. Anna paused for a moment before replying, all right, got it. The end times white robes were not far from the base, and Li Mengmeng had sent several vehicles to bring them back together. By the time they arrived, it was already evening, and Wu Mei had set an exquisite table full of food. Brother Feng, Li Mengmeng exclaimed as she entered. Since the events of last night, she has been deliberately avoiding Ling Feng, reluctant to meet him. However, he now has matters to discuss, prompting Li Mengmeng to reluctantly represent the end times in white. Mengmeng has arrived. Please have a seat. Ling Feng stepped outside to survey the surroundings, finding all the animals unharmed. Is everyone all right? Ahua was the first to respond. Master, we are all fine. The The zombies in Hansheng have been mostly dealt with. Xiao Bai chimed in, Master. Could you spare some food? We've been eating vegetables in the end times, and it's making us feel quite unwell. This foolish creature, in such dire times, should be grateful for any sustenance. In other circumstances, it would have been the first to become a meal. Nevertheless, rewards for merit are not to be withheld, and Ling Feng was not stingy with provisions. You all head to the basement. I've instructed the housekeeping robot to prepare some food. Upon hearing this, the animal group promptly made their way to the basement. Qinyao, thank you for your hard work. Master, this is what I am meant to do. Yi Qinyao replied with her usual calm detachment. All right, let us eat together. Okay. After Yi Qinyao entered, Ling Feng moved to a corner outside the base, releasing the red fire ants. You shall build your nest nearby, but remember not to damage the foundation of the protective wall. Once you are settled, try to send out some members to search the west for other living creatures, and notify me immediately if any are found. The red fire ants, having awaited Ling Feng's instructions, swiftly began their search for a suitable nesting site. When Ling Feng re-entered the base, he found that the space had naturally divided into two tables, one for the base members and Li Mengmeng, and another for those who had arrived in the end times in white. Let us eat and chat, he suggested. Upon hearing this, Anna eagerly picked up her chopsticks. Having longed for delicious food in the end times, often dreaming of feasting at the base and waking with a damp pillow, Wu Mei, understanding the moment, poured Ling Feng a drink. Xiao Feng, have a drink to refresh yourself. Meijia, I want some too, Lu Su said, holding out her cup. Of course. Wei Mei replied. Mei Meng, would you like to join? Li Mengmeng, who had been quietly eating, blushed at Wu Mei's question, as if recalling something. No. I don't drink. Ling Feng chuckled. Aren't you quite the drinker? Suddenly, his foot was kicked beneath the table by an unknown party. Chi Yuan, shall we drink a bit? No, thank you. As the meal neared its conclusion, Ling Feng set down his chopsticks. Meng Meng, I plan to create a tunnel leading to your headquarters from our base. What are your thoughts? Li Mengmeng, now possessing considerable influence in the end times in white, was akin to a second-in-command. That sounds good. It will be safer for transporting supplies. What prompted this idea? Because the current situation is grim. Both our factions are too weak, and we must make preparations. Ling Feng then recounted the events concerning the holy light of Yeqing and the level 3 zombies. Upon hearing this, everyone present, except for Lu Su, fell into deep contemplation. To be fair, the current alliance between the base and the white-clad in the apocalypse has a significant chance of triumphing over the sacred light's radiance. However, Ling Feng is acutely aware that the present manifestation of the sacred light is merely in its nascent stages. As history unfolds, with the 3 divine officials, the 6 holy envoys, and the 12 dark envoys all converging, even a victory on our part would be a Pyrrhic one. Moreover, even at its zenith, the sacred light's radiance would not rank among the top 5 in the previous world. Furthermore, we must also contend with the terrifying Tier 3 zombies, or perhaps even higher-level adversaries. Noticing the silence among the group, Ling Feng continued. Do not bear too much pressure. We still have time. Li Mengmeng inquired, Brother Feng, what do you suggest we do? Firstly, we should establish a tunnel between our 2 factions to enhance transportation and facilitate communication. Additionally, I hope you can select a group of elites from the guard to form a special operations team. Li Mengmeng nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit in this approach. After all, each individual's talent and constitution vary. Assembling a team of elites would ensure that high-difficulty tasks could be assigned to those specifically equipped to handle them, thereby minimizing unnecessary casualties. Qiyuan, I entrust this matter to you. Fu Qiyuan nodded in affirmation. He had been an assassin before the apocalypse and was well-versed in specialized training. Let us commence the excavation of the tunnel tomorrow, Li Mengmeng proposed. No need for that. You merely need to select and mark the entrance and exit points for me. I possess the machinery for mining, making the excavation of a tunnel a simple task. Very well. Thank you, Brother Feng. Chapter 85. The Birth of the Ember Deer Friends. Do you have anything to add? Ling Feng inquired. Brother Feng, I hope you can provide more medicine for the survivors in the apocalypse. Our headquarters is becoming increasingly crowded. While we can keep up with food supplies, we are somewhat lacking in medical resources came the response. Indeed, that's not an issue. However, you will need to enhance your cultivation of raw materials. Otherwise, I will be unable to assist you, Ling Feng replied. By the way, I plan to send some mechanical spiders your way to bolster your defenses. What are your thoughts on that? That would be beneficial. Many areas on our side are in disrepair. Then let us proceed with that. Once Xiuyuan selects the special operations team, I will allocate some weaponry to you as well. Although the weapons in Ling Feng's possession were ineffective against level 3 zombies, they could certainly be used against level 2 ones, provided there was sufficient firepower. There's one more thing. I have decided to name our base. Do you have any suggestions? Wu Mei suggested, Xiaofeng, you can decide that. Lu Su chimed in, yes. Dear, since it revolves around you, call it whatever you like. Anna added, you are the leader. This is your decision. Ling Feng felt a bit exasperated. He had hoped to brainstorm a name collectively, yet it had merely returned to him. After some contemplation, he realized that their base housed all the knowledge stored by the AI, possessed the most seeds, and would likely acquire even more species in the future. It could be regarded as the most complete preservation of civilization before the apocalypse. Let's call it Ember, he proposed. The others pondered for a moment and found the name to be quite profound. Agreed. Li Mingming timidly raised her hand and said, I agree. At that moment, she felt as though she was not merely representing the survivors of the apocalypse, but rather embodying a different identity known only to her and Ling Feng. Perhaps even Xiao Bai was aware of it. With unanimous approval, the few drivers seated at another table exchanged glances, feeling as though they had witnessed something extraordinary. All right, from today onwards, we officially establish Ember. Cheers! The crowd raised their glasses and drank heartily. Later that evening, Li Mingming chose not to return to Hongsheng, instead opting to stay in a guest room on the 3rd floor. Ling Feng approached the core of Xiao, what is this AI butler core device? Ling Feng inquired, holding up a spherical machine. Master, this is my core. With it, I will become a complete entity, Xiao responded. Ling Feng was astonished. So you are not yet a complete entity? Currently, I can only be considered a semi-finished product. Many functions remain unrealized, but with the core, I will be able to fully control every corner of the base, Xiao explained. Ling Feng trembled slightly. He could hardly fathom how much potential Xiao had yet to unleash. How do I install this device? The core has an interface beneath it that connects to the main body, Xiao instructed. Following Xiao's guidance, Ling Feng located the interface and made the connection. Suddenly, a powerful electronic sound emanated from Xiao's core, and the entire base began to tremble. The commotion roused everyone from their slumber. What transpired? Fu Qiyuan, residing on the ground floor, felt the tremor and immediately stepped outside. Darling, what is happening? Lu Su, Wu Mei, and Li Mingming also descended the stairs, while Anna emerged from the basement. Little A is upgrading. I am unaware of the situation, came the reply. 10 minutes later, the electronic voice of the main unit finally ceased. Greetings, Master. I have successfully upgraded. What is going on? Why does Little A's voice sound so different now? Previously, it had been a monotone, devoid of emotion. Now it resonated with the warmth of a human voice and a mature tone at that. Ling Feng swallowed hard and inquired, Little A, what new functions have you acquired post-upgrade? Please direct your attention to the large screen. The surveillance monitor displayed a woman who waved at the gathered crowd. Hello everyone, I am the complete entity, Little A. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. At that moment, the domestic robot emerged from the basement, carrying 2 large, threaded circular discs. Please hold on. I need to install these appendages for better functionality, it stated, disregarding the astonished gazes of the onlookers, as it fitted the discs onto the main unit. With a series of zaps, the threaded discs, which were composed of layers upon layers, were secured, allowing Little A to control them as they moved like serpents. At this juncture, the metallic appendages reached towards Ling Feng, adjusting his collar. Master, even within the base, one must maintain a pristine appearance. Noticing the silence, Little A felt a tinge of embarrassment. Ahem, do you have any inquiries? Ling Feng asked, when did you develop those appendages? Just now. This was a simple feat, though previously I lacked the ability for agile control. What level of control do you now possess over the base? Currently, I have achieved 70. The floors, walls, and furniture will require some time for meticulous renovations. The group continued to pose questions, and little AS responses were evidently more comprehensive and human-like than before. This left Ling Feng both astonished and envious. If only the white coats of the apocalypse possessed such capabilities, great endeavors would surely be within reach. Ling Feng then declared, "Lule, I assign you a task. Employ every means at your disposal to enhance the base's defensive infrastructure." "Understood, Master. I shall deliver surprises," replied Little A, saluting the screen with one of its appendages. After assigning the task, Ling Feng addressed the group. "Everyone, it is time to rest. The hour is late." Lu Su linked her arm with Ling Feng's, saying, "Darling, shall we also take a moment to rest?" Ling Feng cast a furtive glance at them, sighed inwardly, and retreated to her room to sleep. The following day, Ling Feng directed a portion of the scavengers to board Ling Feng's vehicle. "Meng, these robots will operate within the confines of Hongqin. Please prepare a space for the items they collect. We will arrange for regular pickups." "Allicht, I understand, Feng Yi. I will make the necessary arrangements. For now, we shall take our leave," Ling Feng replied, her eyes filled with reluctance as she gazed at him. "Be careful on the road," he advised. Ling Feng opened her arms and politely embraced Ling Feng. Suddenly, she leaned in and softly whispered in his ear, "If you have some free time, do come visit our headquarters." With that, Ling Feng turned and got into the car, bidding farewell to everyone. In the ensuing time, the tunneling mission progressed at a frenetic pace, while Xiao A embarked on a fervent transformation of the base. Due to the scarcity of special materials, it resorted to the most rudimentary and forceful methods, installing various types of tentacles throughout the facility. Even the outer walls of the protective barriers were adorned with dozens of large steel tentacles, each equipped with distinct weaponry. On one occasion, when Ling Feng asked it to demonstrate, the entire base erupted into a chaotic dance of flailing tentacles, leaving no corner untouched, resembling an otherworldly creature. Chapter 86, Pre-War Mobilization. Master, there are unusual movements towards Harbor City. The individuals present at the training ground immediately ceased their activities and ascended the building. Fu Qiyuan and Anna had also gone to the headquarters of the Apocalypse White Clothes 3 days after Ling Feng and her group departed, leaving only Ling Feng, Lu Su, Wu Mei, and Yi Qingyao in the base. A. Intelligence Analysis. Based on intercepted information, I have discovered that a large number of individuals from Harbor City are heading towards Hong City, approximately 200 in number. It seems that the Century Building has successfully completed the establishment of a safe zone at an astonishing pace, truly a testament to the prowess of the drug organization. Additionally, in Shangyun District, my analysis of intercepted information reveals a significant migration of zombies for reasons unknown, also directed towards Hong City. Although Shangyun borders Hong City, it should be more closely connected to Ming City. Why then are they heading towards Hong City? This situation grows increasingly perplexing. How long until the people from Harbor City enter the territory of Hong City? Estimated in 3 days. The zombie distribution in Harbor City is relatively sparse. They should lose a few individuals en route. However, as they approach the Hong City area, the number of zombies will drastically decrease, accelerating their progress. 3 days, a sufficient time frame for arrangements. This time, we must ensnare them entirely. Ling Feng picked up the phone and called Fu Qiyuan. "Qiyuan, how is the Special Forces training going?" "Ordinary," Fu Qiyuan replied succinctly. Ling Feng understood. Fu Qiyuan's ordinary meant they were several times stronger than the average person. "Have them all come over tomorrow. Remember to send at least 10 vehicles." "What is going on?" "Movements in Harbor City. It appears the people from the Century Building are preparing to enter Hong City in search of resources, numbering over 200. We need to be well prepared this time." "Understood." Fu Qiyuan concluded the call promptly. Next, Ling Feng reached out to Wei Tingfeng. Originally, he was coordinating with Ling Feng, but given the gravity of the situation, it would be prudent to communicate with Wei Tingfeng regarding the mobilization of the majority of combat personnel from Apocalypse White Clothes. As soon as the call connected, Wei Tingfeng's laughter resonated. "Ling Feng, what brings you to personally seek me out?" Ling Feng raised an eyebrow. There seemed to be a deeper meaning in her words. "Nevertheless," he replied, Ah, Dr. Wei, you flatter me. There's indeed a matter I wish to discuss. He then succinctly explained the situation regarding Harbor City and the mobilization of the special forces. At that moment, in Wei Tingfeng's office, Li Mingming was also present. Noticing her teacher suddenly frown, she inquired curiously, "Teacher, what's the matter? Individuals from the Sentry Building are approaching. Mingming, you must immediately mobilize all the guard team members and prepare for Ling Feng's instructions." Understood. Li Mingming sprang into action upon receiving the command. Wei Tingfeng, with hands clasped behind her back, observed Li Mingming's figure below, deep in contemplation. At the spark base, Ling Feng laid out all the weaponry in the open air, awaiting the arrival of Fu Qiyuan and the special forces. Soon, a cloud of dust appeared in the distance. It was Fu Qiyuan and his team. The convoy came to a precise halt before the base gates. The Special Operations Team currently comprises only 50 members, all dressed uniformly in white with black trim. After Fu Qiyuan alighted from the vehicle, they followed suit. Ling Feng nodded inwardly. Each individual bore an impassive countenance, exuding an air of lethal intent, truly a testament to the training of elite assassins. "Qiyuan, can the guards be trusted?" he inquired. "Anna has performed admirably," Fu Qiyuan replied succinctly. This was a matter of great concern for Ling Feng as well. While he had confidence in those trained by Fu Qiyuan, the guards, being in greater numbers and with Anna's background in administrative roles, raised doubts about their loyalty being fully instilled. However, with Fu Qiyuan's assurance, Ling Feng felt at ease in trusting a substantial cache of weapons to them. Ling Feng picked up the phone. "Mingming, how many members can the guard team spare?" 300, she replied. "Good. Have them come along with Anna." "Understood. We'll be right there." Subsequently, Ling Feng instructed Xiao A to deploy all drones to the front lines for intelligence gathering. At this moment, Lu Su asked, "Darling, do we really need to mobilize so many when the enemy only has 200? In contrast to Lu Su's nonchalance, Wu Mei appeared more serious. Having donned a long unseen Qipao battle attire, leaning against the wall, Barrett observed quietly as she brewed tea. Yet, Ling Feng sensed a change in her gaze, though outwardly calm. An undercurrent of menace could not be concealed. Ling Feng took a sip from his teacup and remarked, "Ordinary foes numbering 200 would pose no significant threat. But these adversaries are on drugs, and we remain unaware of any potential alterations to their substances." He refrained from voicing another concern. The guard team needed to be battle-tested to truly qualify as combat personnel. If they suffered heavy casualties despite numerical superiority, then death would be inevitable. In this apocalyptic world, no towering tree could be relied upon. Only oneself could be depended upon. Li Mingming and Anna arrived in the evening. "Mingming, please select a few leaders to distribute these weapons. They should suffice to arm your 300, Ling Feng instructed. "Understood." Li Mingming promptly issued the orders. Just then, Xiao Bai and Ahua emerged from an unknown location. "Master, is there another fight brewing? We've been dreadfully bored lately," Ahua exclaimed. "Indeed, Master. How about we take the lead this time?" Xiao Bai chimed in. Ling Feng affectionately patted Ahua's tiger head, chuckling, "Easy now. There will be a time for you both to shine. Just don't let me down." "Roar, fear not. Anyone who falters will face 3 days without food as punishment," Ahua declared confidently. Ling Feng couldn't help but laugh. It seemed this fierce tigress held considerable sway within their animal ensemble. Suddenly, a guard leader approached Ling Feng with a smile. "Deputy Commander, thank you for equipping us. I wonder how many more you have. Our headquarters still has 100 brothers armed with mere sticks. Haha." Ling Feng furrowed his brow slightly before responding with a smile. "Ah, I have nothing left. I've exhausted my reserves. I will provide you with new gear when I acquire it. Well, I must thank you on behalf of my brothers. By the way, may I ask where you found all this equipment? We previously scoured the entire Grand City without discovering these treasures." At that moment, Li Mingming approached and said, "Fuxing, what are you doing here? Hurry and distribute the equipment to your team." Yes, I shall do so immediately." Li Mingming then turned to Ling Feng and inquired, "Brother Feng, what did that fellow say to you?" Nothing much, just asking about the equipment. By the way, why hasn't Yu Qiwen arrived? He's been assigned by the teacher to serve as the guard captain of the branch. Currently, I am essentially managing the headquarters guard team. I see. You should quickly check on the distribution of equipment. Later, we shall convene to discuss our deployment strategy. Ling Feng, with his eyes gently closed, gazed at the moon. Power truly has the capacity to corrupt individuals. Chapter 87. Ambush in the lobby on the first floor. Everyone was present, including the special task force and the squad leader of the guards. Everyone, please take a look at the map. Xiao A projected the terrain map of the base onto the large screen. Ling Feng pointed at the map and stated, according to my intelligence, the enemy will enter the Hongchang area from the west in 3 days. Subsequently, Ling Feng indicated several elevated positions, instructing the guards to divide into 3 groups for the ambush. Furthermore, the special task force must wait until the enemy engages in combat ahead before launching a surprise attack from the rear. This will surely throw them into disarray. At that moment, the squad leader of the guards, He Fuxing, interjected, "Second seat, what about you?" The members of the Spark, including Li Mengmeng, immediately darkened in countenance. It was evident that the target of the sentry building was Hongchang, not the base of the Spark. Ling Feng's willingness to provide weapons, training, and combat plans was already quite remarkable. How could one dare to question their intentions? Just as Li Mengmeng was about to reprimand him, she was immediately stopped by Ling Feng. "We will confront the enemy head-on after they pass through the ambush," Ling Feng replied. He Fuxing chuckled and said, "Hee, second seat. I know your base is filled with talents, but this arrangement seems somewhat biased." Lu Su frowned and retorted, "Who do you think you are to speak here?" "Hee, Miss Lu, I merely speak the truth. If I have offended you, I ask for your forgiveness." Ling Feng inquired, "Then what insights do you possess?" He Fuxing approached the map and observed, "I believe it would be better if you led your base personnel to participate in the ambush while I lead my squad to confront them directly after they pass." Ling Feng secretly chuckled. The drug-fueled team from the sentry building could not simply be eliminated through ambush tactics. Since he was seeking his own demise, there was no reason for him not to oblige. "Very well. I agree. Let us swap positions." He Fuxing, surprised by Ling Feng's compliance, began to have his doubts. However, he soon contemplated that with so many weapons at his disposal, a 3-pronged ambush would likely leave the enemy with little chance of survival. How many would even reach his squad? Ling Feng's easy concession was simply a reflection of his recognition of He Fuxing's scheme, an issue of face, nothing more. "Then it is settled. Thank you for your understanding, second seat. I am also considering the greater good." "Hee, no problem. It is only right. Let us proceed with this plan. Everyone can scout the terrain and prepare accordingly." "Understood." All members of the End Times White Clothes, except for Li Mengmeng, departed. "Ling Feng, I apologize," Fu Qiyuan said. Earlier, when Ling Feng inquired about the guard situation, Fu Qiyuan had confidently assured him that there were no issues, only to be met with a swift reversal of fortune. "No need to apologize. This is not your fault." Ling Feng was well aware that the loyalty of these individuals was unquestionable. As for the object of their loyalty, that was another matter entirely. But such concerns were beyond Fu Qiyuan's purview. At that moment, Li Mengmeng bowed to Ling Feng and said, "Brother Feng, I am sorry. What are you doing?" Ling Feng quickly supported her. Li Mengmeng's eyes glistened with tears. "Brother Feng, I did not anticipate this turn of events. I shall join you in the ambush." "Ha! Silly girl. Can't you understand?" "What is there to understand?" Li Mengmeng was momentarily taken aback. Anna interjected, "What else could it be? He Fuxing is courting disaster." This remark made Li Mengmeng appear even more innocent. Ling Feng rubbed his nose and said, "Perhaps it would be best if Anna explained it to you. After all, it was her former employer, and she has faced him personally before." Anna shot him a glance, then proceeded to introduce the members of the Century Mansion to Li Mengmeng. Li Mengmeng exclaimed in shock, "So, does that mean you guys were originally prepared to confront their true main forces?" Ling Feng replied, "Of course. Otherwise, why would we send your guards to their demise? According to my plan, we will be the first echelon, while the Special Operations Team will be the second echelon, and the guards will merely engage in ambush tactics. Isn't the plan now thrown into disarray?" Ling Feng approached the map and examined it. "It's not a major issue. We can infiltrate from the high ground and disrupt their formation from the center. However, this means that He Fuxing's team is likely to be decimated." "Mengmeng, what do you think? They brought this upon themselves. It's just a pity for the team members who followed him. Ling Feng nodded in satisfaction. Although she could not discern that He Fuxing was affiliated with Wei Tingfeng, she had consistently remained on his side. If Li Mingming had requested assistance for He Fuxing earlier, he would have sought to alter their deployment. However, from this point forward, he would offer no further support to the white clothes in the apocalypse, even though Li Mingming had already become his woman. The following day, Ling Feng concealed 5 destroyers at the ambush point, while the remaining 5 continued to defend a base, ready to launch a surprise attack if necessary. At that moment, Xiao A transmitted the latest intelligence. Master, our drones have captured images of them. The group turned to the screen, puzzled. What is this? What are they wearing? According to image analysis, it appears to be some form of armor, though the specific material is unclear. Additionally, they're armed with firearms and bows, so please be cautious, Master. It seems they are quite formidable. Evidently, the researchers at Century Mansion have been quite industrious during this time. Mingming, go inform the ambush members of the guard team. Tell them not to shy away from expending ammunition during the fight. Unleash full firepower. If they see the enemy charging towards the high ground, do not hesitate to retreat back to the base. Why? We can fight too. Ling Feng shook his head. This group is likely not simple. Retreating to the base with Xiao A as cover will ensure your safety. Brother Feng, thank you. Thank me for what? Could this girl truly believe she was selflessly contributing? Please, their route to Hongcheng passes right beneath their home, and the base is so conspicuous that even without intervention, they would still ascend. Ahem, no need to thank me. Just a casual favor, Ling Feng said, awkwardly rubbing his nose. Li Mingming lowered her head and softly said, well, then let's find an opportunity to drink together next time and properly thank you. Why must it be with drinks? Never mind, this is not the time for such thoughts. Qi Yuan, you are in charge of leading the Special Operations Team this time. I will accompany you. Although the Special Operations Team has been trained by you, this is their first deployment, and your presence will undoubtedly provide them with greater assurance. I have 5 destroyers with me, so rest assured. All right. On the final day, based on Xiao A's tracking, the enemy is expected to pass through around noon. The guards had already laid an ambush yesterday. Ling Feng, along with Lu Su and Yi Qinyao, concealed themselves behind a mound of earth, while the members of the animal corps dispersed to facilitate a surprise attack. At this moment, Xiao A's voice came through. Master, 30 enemy vanguard troops are preparing to pass through. Continue observing. Subsequently, Ling Feng informed the leaders of the ambushing guard teams. 30 enemy vanguard troops are approaching. Let them pass. He Fuxing, be alert, and upon hearing gunfire, eliminate them immediately. He Fuxing put down his headset, scoffing, it's just 200 people. With our side and the Special Operations Team combined, we have over 300. Why be so secretive? A member nearby asked, Captain, are we just going to wait here? He Fuxing's eyes flickered. He had not forgotten the directive from Chief Wei. As soon as they see the enemy approaching, they are to open fire and take them down. Chapter 88. Seizing opportunities amidst mistakes. The reconnaissance team at Sentry Tower made their appearance. Ling Feng observed them discreetly, noting their silver armor and the submachine guns slung across their backs. Quite intriguing. With such equipment, their safety against zombies would undoubtedly increase dramatically. Darling, perhaps we should have Xiao A acquire some as well. I've already discussed it with him, but Xiao A analyzed that standard armor is rather ineffective, while high-quality materials are scarce, so we must postpone it for now. At that moment, the official team from Sentry Tower arrived, and Ling Feng was ready to strike as they reached the midpoint. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, followed by a barrage of gunfire. Ling Feng turned towards the sound, exclaiming in frustration, damn it, it's He Fuxing who acted prematurely, that foolish pig. Open fire, everyone, Ling Feng commanded into the microphone. The enemy had already become alert, and the optimal moment had slipped away. They had no choice but to act immediately. Bullets rained down like a torrential storm from both sides of the high ground. The enemy leader shouted, everyone, scatter, and rush to the high ground. The previously orderly formation instantly disbanded, and they surged towards the heights with remarkable speed. Ling Feng was taken aback. These individuals were incredibly swift. It appeared they had developed a new drug. If Sentry Tower remained unscathed, it would inevitably become a significant threat in the future. All members of the guard team retreat towards the base. Ling Feng issued another command through the microphone. Soon, all gunfire ceased. It is time. Destroyers, advance. The 5 long-prepared destroyers sprang to life, and then they leaped down from the high ground. The members of Sentry Tower, initially intent on pursuing, were caught off guard by the sudden robot assault and quickly retreated. Animal Brigade, go! As soon as the command was given, a Hua charged forward with a fierce roar. Xiao Bai, Hei Zi, Lao Sha, and Panda a Bao followed closely behind, now equipped and enhanced by the system. Their strength was extraordinary. At that moment, 2 sharp cries echoed from the sky. It was the eagle and the golden eagle, diving swiftly as their razor-sharp talons tore through the enemy's helmets, decapitating them in an instant. The enemy was stunned by the unexpected assault. What sort of place was this? With both robots and armed animals? What kind of power resided in this grand city? Everyone stay calm. They only have 5 robots and a few animals. We hold the advantage. The leader shouted. Let us get moving as well, Ling Feng said, retrieving the light blade trident from his space. Wow. When did you change weapons, darling? How cool. It was some time ago. Let us go. Yi Chenyo, with a stoic expression, gathered her scattered hair and drew her twin blades, charging forward in a swift leap. Wow, such speed. Comparable to San Tao. Ling Feng marveled, then followed suit. Wait for me, darling. Lu Su, wielding 2 cleavers, joined the fray. As Ling Feng descended from the arena, he effortlessly toppled 3 adversaries. Their armor might have withstood the onslaught of zombies and conventional weaponry. Yet before his trident, it was as insubstantial as mere vegetables. He silently assessed that the guard's gunfire had merely felled around 20 foes. What a pitiful display. Such a waste of resources. Suddenly, Ling Feng sensed a malevolent aura approaching from behind, prompting him to whirl around. With a sickening crunch, the enemy's head exploded like a watermelon. Xiao Feng, how about your back? Wu Mei's voice crackled through his earpiece, cold and composed as she wielded her firearm. Ling Feng grinned, giving a thumbs up in her direction. Mei Jia, you're incredible. You too. Boom! An explosion resonated as a destroyer was obliterated by a coordinated assault. Ling Feng was taken aback. These individuals possessed considerable prowess. The battle raged with fervor. Yi Chenyo proved herself to be a veritable human meat grinder, outpacing even Heizi in the number of kills. While Heizi faltered against zombies, it was a relentless predator when facing humans. Meanwhile, the enemy's formation had entirely disintegrated, with many fleeing westward. However, the Special Operations Team, led by Fu Qiyuan, had set their sights on them, resulting in only the foremost 30 being cut down by He Fuxing, while the rest scattered like leaves in the wind. Are you the leader? Ling Feng inquired, noticing a burly man among the remnants. Who are you? Why are you trying to eliminate us? Stop pretending. Can't you recognize me? Or has the Century building rescinded my bounty? The leader had indeed recognized him upon his appearance, but feigned ignorance to buy time. In a flash, a crimson shadow darted past, and the leader's head was severed from his body. He gazed at Ling Feng, utterly bewildered, uncertain of who had delivered his demise. However, Ling Feng discerned the truth. He smirked. Having witnessed Yi Chenyo's efficiency, she truly dispatched her foes with the ease of slicing through produce. With the leader's death, the members of the Century building instantly lost their will to fight. The sound of gunfire echoed as heads popped like ripe fruits, leaving Ling Feng and his comrades astonished. Has Mei Jie developed a taste for bloodshed? With the battle drawing to a close, they deemed it unnecessary to pursue the last few fleeing enemies, leaving that task to Fu Qiyuan. At that moment, over 20 figures rushed in from the distance, bloodied and brimming with malice. Yet upon witnessing the scene before them, they were instantly struck dumb. What had transpired here? Weren't the ambushers supposed to be inept? How could they have been annihilated so swiftly, even the leader lying dead? Seemingly unsatisfied, Yi Chenyo licked her crimson lips, wiping the blood from her blade onto her clothes, before charging forward with haste. The enemies prepared to draw their weapons. But with a swift motion, another head burst forth. Wu Mei, stationed at a distance, swiftly eliminated anyone attempting to wield a gun. Unquestionably, it was yet another showcase of Yi Chenyo's prowess. Even Lu Su, typically brimming with confidence, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Yi Qinyo's killings were akin to a dance. Her movements graceful and ethereal, possessing an enchanting allure that captivated all eyes. Fall back and head home. A roar erupted from the assembled group, resonating with the ferocity of a wild animal. Upon returning to the entrance of the base, Wu Mei, Anna, and Li Mengmeng had already been waiting. At that moment, Ling Feng noticed several corpses hanging from the disc-like appendages of the protective wall, presumably those who had fled here only to be slain by Xiao. Shortly thereafter, Fu Qiyuan returned with the special operations team. Qiyuan, what were the results? He inquired. 1 dead, 3 wounded, Fu Qiyuan replied. A flicker of dissatisfaction evident in his eyes. He was clearly troubled by the casualties. Ling Feng placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. It's all right. Such results are commendable. They were all drug-fueled lunatics. At that juncture, Li Mengmeng interjected, Brother Feng, He Fuxing's squad has been completely wiped out. Ling Feng sighed. They brought this upon themselves. And there is little to say. Had they not launched a premature assault, our task would have been considerably easier. However, it is futile to dwell on this now. Let your comrades carry them back for a proper burial. I'm sorry. Why say such things? It is not your fault. Come now, let us enter. Everyone has worked hard and deserves a moment of respite. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, the guards immediately lowered their heads in shame. They had contributed little, having only fired a few shots, most of which were indiscriminate. The combined effort of all had scarcely equaled that of Wu Mei alone. Yet, one could not entirely blame them. The individuals from Sentry Tower possessed far superior combat experience and physical prowess. Had they encountered others untrained, it would have been nothing short of a massacre. Chapter 89. Bats. At this moment, several squad leaders stepped forward. Second seat, we wish to return to headquarters first. Ling Feng inquired curiously, what has transpired? The squad leaders exchanged glances before responding. We truly feel embarrassed to remain here. We wish to return and enhance our training. Ling Feng chuckled, realizing that without comparison, one cannot perceive their shortcomings. Acknowledging your faults is the first step towards improvement. You have all done well. Then do return. The members of the guard team departed, and the special operations team felt equally uncomfortable staying behind. After receiving a few admonishments from Fu Qiyuan, they followed suit. Brother Feng, I must return as well. The performance of the Apocalypse white attire this time was rather unsatisfactory, and Li Mengmeng feels somewhat embarrassed. She expressed, Who are we to each other? You're not permitted to leave. Stay for a few days, Ling Feng replied with a smile. Li Mengmeng gazed at Ling Feng with her big eyes, and then, as if recalling something, her face flushed with a rosy hue as she nodded. I am indeed Brother Feng's person. Yes, that is how it is. At the headquarters of Apocalypse white attire, Wei Tingfeng sat in his office. You mean, Fu Sheng has perished? Yes, Chief, the body has already been returned. What was the cause of death? I was not part of their team, so I'm not entirely sure, but none of the individuals he led survived. Was it Ling Feng's doing? It should not be. The second seat and the others were at a distance from Captain He, and he was engaged in direct confrontation with the enemy. So, my subordinates deduce it should not be related. Wei Tingfeng rose and gazed out the window. Just 3 individuals, a few beasts, and several robots could annihilate 300 of the opposing forces. Ling Feng, just how formidable are you? Aizu, speak. Do not hesitate. Captain Li Mengmeng has remained on their side and has not returned. My subordinates believe it might be prudent to silence. Wei Tingfeng barked. Are you in a position to comment on Mengmeng? The guard team members immediately lowered their heads. I acknowledge my mistake. From now on, any developments concerning Mengmeng must be reported directly to me. Furthermore, no unfounded speculations are to be made, and absolutely no public declarations. Understood. We take our leave. Wei Tingfeng resumed his seat at the desk, his gaze falling upon a recent photograph with Li Mengmeng and Yang Yusin, his expression turning pensive. He picked up the phone and called Yang Yusin. Yusin, could you come over for a moment? I have something important to discuss with you. Meanwhile, at the base, Ling Feng awoke leisurely around noon. Having indulged too much the previous night, he felt a slight headache. Xiao Feng, are you awake? Have some porridge to ease your hangover. Wu Mei had risen early to prepare food, which seemed to have become her routine. Thank you, Mei Jia. Wu Mei smiled gently and inquired, Is Lu Su up yet? Not yet. That wild girl drank and kept everyone awake all night, Ling Feng casually remarked, intending to imply Lu Su's drunken antics. However, Wu Mei appeared to misunderstand, looking at him with envy. Oh, by the way, where is Ming Ming? Ling Feng asked. She left early. It seems her teacher had some urgent matter that required her assistance. Ling Feng pondered for a moment, contemplating any pressing matters at hand, ultimately realizing it was merely the fear of her becoming entrenched as one of them. Little A, last time you mentioned that there were zombies migrating in Shangyun district. What is the current status? Master, the area is too distant to dispatch drones for on-site observation. However, based on the analysis of information exchanged among nearby individuals, the number of zombies is decreasing. It appears someone is actively hunting them down. Are there any factions at play over there? There are dozens of factions of varying sizes, but according to the information, it seems a lone individual is responsible for the extermination of the zombies. A single person? Who possesses such remarkable prowess? Can they predict when the horde will approach Hong City? Within 5 days, the specific timeline awaits further intelligence analysis. Ling Feng rubbed his temples, exasperated by the incessant turmoil. He decided to let the white-clad of the apocalypse handle the situation, confident that as long as no second-tier power-type zombies appeared, the weapons they possessed would suffice. He then sent a message to Li Mingming, advising her to prepare for the impending zombie incursion. At that moment, a few red fire ants unexpectedly appeared at his feet, swirling in a circle as if in response to some urgent matter. Recalling his previous instructions to them, Ling Feng wondered if they had discovered another creature. He followed the ants to their nest, where upon their arrival, the ants promptly marched forth in an orderly fashion, guiding him downhill. Is this not a small cave at the foot of the mountain? What could be inside? He had not returned to this place since he last took Yi Chenyu away. Entering the cave behind the ants, Ling Feng was astonished to find that the ceiling was teeming with resting bats. Indeed, these creatures possess remarkable vitality, even at this time. They have managed to proliferate so abundantly. I shall not be polite. Extending his hand, he silently commanded, "Subjugate." Instantly, a bat icon materialized in his system, but he did not halt. Instead, he gathered all the bats into his possession. 67, quite impressive, though they are merely common bats. They will certainly compensate for the void in nocturnal operations. You shall continue to thrive here, and I will notify you when tasks arise. The bats seemed capable of transmitting sound, though they could not articulate words, which posed no significant issue. As long as they comprehended his commands, that sufficed. Upon returning to the base, Ling Feng entered the system to check for rewards. Protein Recombination Machine Enhancement Component 1. Lottery Tickets 5. New items once again. Little A. What is this Protein Recombination Machine component? Master, this is a component for unlocking the bionic functions of the recombination machine. Please use it with caution. What does that mean? Can it create humans? Theoretically, yes. Specifically, while the bionic entities produced by this function would share the same structure as humans, they would lack consciousness, essentially functioning as flesh-based automatons. Then that seems rather useless. It would be better to create more robots. Ling Feng felt somewhat disheartened. That is not to say it is entirely without merit. It can serve to warm a bed. Little A, I believe it would be better to remove your core device. My dear master, do not be upset. I merely wish to lighten the mood. Although the bionic beings produced by the reassembly machine may seem futile, their potential application in bodily modification and repair is indeed promising. A sudden realization struck Ling Feng. How could he have overlooked this? In the event of an unfortunate injury, such as losing a limb, they could potentially be reassembled. Subsequently, Ling Feng entrusted the components to Xiao A, setting aside the question of their utility for the moment, and instructed it to proceed with the installation. The following day, Li Mingming called, seeking Ling Feng's guidance. However, he promptly declined, as this matter pertained to the internal affairs of their faction, the Whitecoats of the Apocalypse. Although he held the nominal position of second seat, it was merely a title. Furthermore, he had developed a sense of caution towards Wei Tingfeng, uncertain of the latter's forthcoming actions. At that moment, Lu Su entered the basement and announced, "Darling, Yang Yusen has arrived." What brings her here? Chapter 90. The actions of Wei Tingfeng. Ling Feng ascended the stairs. Yu Xin, it's been a while. What brings you here? He inquired. Young Yu Xin smiled. What's the matter, Fengge? Are you not pleased to see me? Not at all, haha. Please take a seat. As Yang Yu Xin settled onto the sofa, she remarked. Fengge, I've come this time to learn from you. Learn? Learn what? Have you all finished digesting the materials you previously copied? The three of them had spent some time at the base, tirelessly consulting with Xiao A, and had taken numerous notes. No, it's not that. This time, my teacher has sent me to learn combat skills and such from you. Ling Feng expressed his surprise. Training? I recall your physical fitness was rather lacking. You mostly learned about firearms, didn't you? Indeed, it was you who guided me step by step, Yang Yu Xin replied, casting a glance at the side where Lu Su was. Step by step? Lu Su raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. Ling Feng's eyes twinkled as he chuckled. All right, if you're keen on training, it's quite simple. Lu Su, I leave this matter to you. Suddenly, Yang Yu Xin interjected, Fengge. I would like to learn from you. I believe I am more suited to wielding long weapons. You know, Lu Su Jie uses a knife, which feels too short for me, and it makes me uneasy. The two exchanged glances. Ling Feng responded, I see. Very well, but when it comes to training, I want to go easy on you. Yang Yu Xin noted emphatically. Yes, I can handle it. Great, then we shall commence tomorrow. For today, you should rest, he instructed. All right. With that, Yang Yu Xin returned to the room they had initially occupied. Lu Su asked, Darling, what trick is this girl up to? Ha, who knows? Ling Feng pondered. Yang Yu Xion's personality was quite introverted, and she was not adept at deception. Her solitary visit and evident intent to approach him were likely closely tied to Wei Tingfeng. Xiao, how is the progress with the tunnel? Ling Feng, with nothing pressing on his mind, recalled their previous discussions. Progress is nearing 50. Well, that is indeed quite swift. By the way, you mentioned last time that you would remodel the base. Why have I only seen a few tentacles and no further action? Master, have you considered relocating? Naturally, I have. This place was originally chosen to evade floods, but after the outbreak of zombies, it lost its geographical advantage. Moreover, the comings and goings of people have drawn attention to it. However, all my possessions are here, making relocation quite cumbersome. Master, I have already undertaken comprehensive renovations on the base. Please take a look. As he spoke, the sounds of mechanical transportation resonated from below the base. Ling Feng turned around, utterly astonished. The former walls retracted like grand doors, revealing a spacious interior filled with an array of incomprehensible instruments. Several mechanical spiders, equipped with tentacles, busily engaged in welding and installation tasks. Impressive, Xiao A. You've been up to significant undertakings without my knowledge. Master has misunderstood. These areas were excavated long ago, but the internal renovations only commenced after the installation of core components. You managed to achieve this so quickly? This is merely a fragment, Master. Please direct your gaze to the screen on the right. At that moment, Ling Feng noticed that the metallic wall on the right suddenly displayed an image. What is this? This is the blueprint of the base I designed. You refer to this as a base. It resembles a mobile castle, does it not? If Master prefers such a designation, it is acceptable. In future modifications, I shall transform the base into a movable castle, allowing you to choose any location to settle at your leisure. Ling Feng gazed at the blueprint, his heart swelling with excitement. I see from this blueprint that you appear to have incorporated all the land surrounding the current base. Indeed, it would be a waste not to include the crops that Master has diligently cultivated outside. Ling Feng could not help but marvel at the prowess of Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei, I am quite eager. Rest assured, Master, I shall expedite the progress. Aside from the occasional pitfalls of the lottery system, everything else is indeed quite formidable. The following day, Yang Yusin rose early to assist Wu Mei in preparing breakfast. Brother Feng, you are awake. Where is Sister Lu Su? Oh, she is accustomed to sleeping in and won't be up this early. Come, have something to eat, said Yang Yusin as she brought out some food. Each person in the base had their own schedule. Wu Mei and Fu Qiyuan were the most consistent, often being the earliest to rise. Fu Qiyuan typically exercised upon waking and then took the destroyer for a stroll. Lu Su and Anna, on the other hand, were the last to awaken, seldom appearing before noon unless there was a pressing matter. As for Yi Qinyao, her schedule was irregular, but she preferred the company of animals. At this hour, she was likely practicing with them in the basement. After breakfast, Yang Yusin followed Ling Feng to the training ground. "Brother Feng, please keep an eye on me. Less chatter," Ling Feng replied, tossing her a wooden stick. "Take it and run 20 laps." Yang Yusin immediately made a face of despair. "Brother Feng, look at my physique. Won't I collapse after just a few laps? You are merely lacking in exercise. Consider how Li Mingming trained." A glimmer of defiance appeared in Yang Yusin's eyes as she ceased her complaints and began to circle the training ground. At that moment, images from a drone appeared on the screen beside the training ground, showing figures in white deploying in the apocalypse. The footage indicated that Li Mingming was in command. Moreover, the deployment strategy bore a striking resemblance to their previous confrontation with the Sentry building. Ling Feng shook his head internally. Such terrain was suitable for positional warfare against humans. But if zombies were to breach their defenses and bite anyone, it could lead to utter annihilation. As he pondered whether to offer a warning, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Brother Feng, I can't go on." Ling Feng turned to see Yang Yusin, startled. When had she removed her outer clothing, exposing a large expanse of fair skin? "Is it possible to shed clothing while running?" Cough, Yusin. "How did you manage to lose your clothes while running? Quickly put them back on." The heat was palpable, and with no one else around, what was there to fear? At that moment, Ling Feng was certain that Wei Tingfeng's intention for bringing her here was to entice him. But why? Was he not concerned about losing both his lady and his troops? Ling Feng smirked as he rose to his feet, suddenly grasping her delicate chin and leaning closer. "Uxin, if you continue like this, I shall not hold back." Yang Yusin trembled, taking a few steps back, her beautiful face flushed. "Feng, Brother Feng, please, don't do that. It was not intentional. Enough. Quickly put on your clothes and continue running," Ling Feng commanded sternly. It was early in the morning, and this mischievous girl was already riling him up. With a look of grievance, Yang Yusin donned her jacket and resumed her run. "Hey, Brother Feng, where are you going? I have barely made any progress. Finish your run and then run again. I'm going to check if your sister Lu Su has woken up." Yang Yusin seemed to recall something, lowering her head as she continued to run. Chapter 91. The mobile phone emitted a notification sound, prompting Ling Feng, fatigued, to rise and descend to the first floor. Is this the migrating horde of zombies? Indeed, a level 2 zombie leads the way. An intelligent level 2 zombie. As anticipated. Is there anything noteworthy? Please watch the recording, Master. At this moment, the footage shifted to an earlier segment. A shadow was spotted lurking behind the horde within a building, swiftly darting out to dispatch 3 zombies before retreating once more. The figure moved with remarkable agility, completely unnoticed by the zombies ahead. Can the image be magnified? Little subsequently zoomed in on the Shadow's location, revealing it to be a man. Ling Feng felt a sense of familiarity, yet could not immediately identify him. Can we ascertain the time of arrival in Hongshan? Under the current speed, it will be tomorrow afternoon. So soon? Ling Feng exclaimed. Yes, the horde accelerated unexpectedly yesterday, with a clear target. Hongshan, though the reason remains unknown. Logically, the leading level 2 zombie should be unaware of the circumstances within Hongshan. Why the sudden acceleration and such a precise target? Is there something in Hongshan that attracts it? Or has that level 2 zombie discovered something? And who is the figure trailing behind the horde, hunting them? Ling Feng felt a shroud of mystery enveloping him. In his previous life, he had been ordinary, with limited access to information. But in this life, he realized that these zombies were far from simplistic. Ling Feng picked up his phone. Hello, Meng. How's the deployment on your end? It's going well. Li Mengming's voice was flat, tinged with a hint of indifference. Ling Feng paused momentarily. The intelligence I have indicates that the horde will reach Hongshan by tomorrow afternoon at the earliest. We have spies who have already gathered this information. Thank you for your concern. MHM. Having said that, Ling Feng promptly ended the call. Li Mengming was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though a heavy stone had settled in her heart. Suddenly, she recalled her earlier conversation with the teacher, exhaling deeply as she continued to direct the guard and special operations teams in their deployment. Darling, what are you thinking about? Lu Su's gentle fingers massaged his temples. He chuckled, contemplating the matter of relocating. By the way, do you have a place in mind? You want to move? Liu Su inquit, Su Pete. Yes, I've grown weary of Hongsheng. The terrain here isn't ideal, and I wish to find new location. Lu Su pondered for a moment and replied, Before the apocalypse, I heard that Linshan City was quite beautiful, but after enduring such prolonged disasters, I wonder how it fare now. Linshan? That place is indeed pleasant. I'll have send a drone to scout the area in due course. In truth, the base's drones are not incapable of traveling far. They merely require the assistance of mechanical spiders. Furthermore, after reaching a certain distance, the drones operate independently of a, executing fixed tasks according to their internal AI. As the zombies arrived as predicted, the members of Ling Feng's base, including Yang Yusin, gathered to watch the drone's live broadcast. Having gained experience, the performance this time was indeed superior to the last encounter, Ling Feng remarked. Anna remarked, Well, I'm not so panicked this time. The last experience was truly unbearable. However, it's of little use. The number of zombies is considerable, and if a breach occurs, everything will collapse. Yang Yusin, feeling anxious, interjected, Brother Feng, do we have any other options? Ling Feng cast a sidelong glance at her, responding, We can employ the kite-flying strategy, form a tight formation, strike while retreating to maintain distance. Once we reach the Hongqing area, we should be able to finish them off. However, there's a level 2 zombie commander on the other side, so it depends on the capabilities of the special operations team. If they can eliminate that level 2 zombie, everything will become significantly easier. Yang Yusin quietly stepped back among the crowd. Ling Feng was aware that she was sending information to Li Meng, but he thought little of it. If the white-clad in the apocalypse suffered serious injuries without recovery, there was a substantial chance they would encounter the zombie horde again in the future. At that moment, a figure suddenly emerged behind the horde in the visuals, exhibiting remarkable agility as he ruthlessly dispatched zombies from behind, while the horde remained oblivious to the chaos unfolding behind them, distracted by the front. Although a few zombies occasionally sensed something amiss, they were swiftly eliminated. Fu Qiyuan's expression bore a hint of confusion, yet he remained silent. Suddenly, the man accelerated, heading directly for the level 2 zombie. With a leap, he plunged his long knife into the zombie's skull. The level 2 zombie perished without ever realizing who had ambushed it from behind. Impressive, Ling Feng exclaimed. Indeed, heroes emerge in times of turmoil. As the outbreak persists, many skilled individuals are gradually revealing themselves. Ling Feng, don't you think this person seems familiar? Fu Qiyuan inquired. Ling Feng nodded yes, but I can't quite place him. With the loss of the level 2 zombie's control, the horde descended into chaos, providing an excellent opportunity for the white-clad guards. However, the man seemed disinclined to continue his slaughter and instead turned to retreat towards the base. Ling Feng glanced at Fu Qiyuan and suggested, Shall we go take a look? Why not? The two swiftly exited. The man appeared taken aback to find individuals behind the towering protective wall. Upon seeing them emerge, he immediately drew his sword. Brother Ling? Brother Qiyuan? The man exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Who are you? I'm He Xiao. Have you forgotten? Ling Feng smacked his forehead, finally recalling He Xiao from the Dongjiao garbage dump, where they had once sought materials during the flood and had saved his life. You've grown so much. I didn't recognize you at first. Come inside and let us talk. Elated, He Xiao followed the two into the base. Undoubtedly, upon entering the protected area, He Xiao was astonished by the stark contrast of the environment. Two worlds divided by a mere wall. Ling Feng introduced He Xiao to the others in the base, then offered him some food, saying, Here, have something to eat. Thank you, Brother Ling. He Xiao, clearly famished, eagerly grabbed the food and began to eat. He Xiao, how are your sister and the others? Ling Feng recalled He Xiao's sister, He Bai Wei, and the 5 little girls from their time at the garbage dump. He Xiao set down his food, chuckling softly. Oh, they're all dead. Fu Qiyuan furrowed his brow. Tang Mengzhu is dead? He Xiao replied, Yes, she was treacherously murdered. Fu Qiyuan. At one time, he had trained He Xiao and a few other children, with Tang Mengzhu being the most gifted and the one who learned the best. It is utterly unexpected that she has met such a fate. Ling Feng inquired, When did you leave the garbage dump? It was some time after the rain stopped, though I cannot recall the exact moment. When you departed, everything was sealed off. We only ventured out due to a lack of food, and by then, zombies were everywhere. He shall, do not dwell on this too much for now. Let us settle here first. Ling Feng arranged for him to stay on the first floor. With nowhere else to go, he shall reluctantly agreed. Ling Feng, this is not appropriate, Fu Qiyuan remarked. Ling Feng nodded. Indeed, I have noticed. He shall harbors deep affection for his sister, yet he spoke of her and his companions with such calmness. What has he truly experienced? Chapter 92. Sudden incident due to He Zhao's unexpected appearance. The assault of the White Guard team in the apocalypse proceeded remarkably smoothly. Fu Qiyuan had been sparring with He Zhao early in the morning at the training grounds, while Ling Feng observed from the sidelines. To his astonishment, this young man had progressed so rapidly that he was now able to exchange blows with Fu Qiyuan. Much of He Zhao's martial prowess stemmed from the teachings of Fu Qiyuan, resulting in considerable similarities in their techniques. Clang! The clash of blades produced sparks as the two swiftly created distance between them. It was a draw. Ling Feng applauded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Well done, He Zhao. You can now be considered a skilled martial artist." "Thank you, Brother Feng. It is all thanks to your guidance," He Zhao replied. "Noti chingu fu Qiyuan esse farod brao." Ling Feng jested. "Qiyuan, what does it feel like to be outmatched by your disciple?" "Feels like nothing," he retorted. "Then why the long face?" "It's nothing," Fu Qiyuan said, turning away without revealing his intentions. He Zhao scratched his head. "Did I offend Brother Qiyuan? I should have held back earlier." Ling Feng found this perplexing. He understood Fu Qiyuan's character well enough to know that he would never be discouraged by a lack of strength. He had displayed no such expression even when being thoroughly defeated by Yi Chenyo. Moreover, their recent bout had merely ended in a stalemate. "Don't worry. Brother Qiyuan is not angry. He might just be lost in thought." Suddenly, the voice of Xiao A broke the silence. "Master, a large horde of zombies is approaching from the direction of Shangyun district. Please prepare immediately." "What is happening? Did we not just repel a wave?" Ling Feng questioned, his dissatisfaction evident. "Why is this only coming to light now?" This horde emerged unexpectedly. The base's drones are insufficient in number and did not monitor the area bordering Shangyun district closely, Xiao explained. "How many are there?" "Estimated to be in the thousands." Gasp. Ling Feng inhaled sharply, taken aback by the sheer number. "Immediately deploy all drones to ascertain the situation." "Understood." He Xiao, with an expression of indifference, suggested, "Brother Feng, perhaps I should go take a look." "No. The situation is uncertain, and with so many zombies, it would be perilous for you to venture out." He Xiao looked at him, a flicker of determination in his eyes. As Ling Feng was about to dial Li Meng, He Xiao interjected, "It's all right, Brother Feng. I have ample experience dealing with zombies. Though their numbers are vast, they could never catch up to me if I decide to leave. Enough with the excuses. If I say no, I mean no. Your sister is already gone, and so are 5 of your companions. You are the only one left. Shouldn't you learn to cherish your life?" He Xiao trembled, his grip on the long knife quaking. "Brother Feng, do you remember my sister's name?" Ling Feng, puzzled, replied. "He Bai Wei, right? What is the matter?" He Xiao chuckled softly. "It's nothing. Brother Feng, you carry on. I'll prepare for now." Ling Feng shook his head, bewildered by He Zhao's intentions. He then dialed Li Meng's number. "Hello, Meng. Is there something you need?" "There's a horde of zombies set to enter Hongsheng district shortly, and their numbers are likely in the thousands. Please make the necessary preparations." Li Meng was taken aback. "So many? All right, I will dispatch someone immediately." Ling Feng hung up the phone. At this moment, everyone had gathered on the first floor. Lu Su was the first to speak. "Darling, how shall we proceed now? When the soldiers arrive, we shall be prepared." Mei Jie and Anna were still engaged in combat at the base, while the rest of the team and the animal group set off together. "You all go prepare first." Suddenly, Anna interjected, "I want to join you. My sniping skills are not that impressive, so I would be of little use here." "Hey, your resolve is commendable." "Very well. Let us act together," Yang Yusin said. "What about me, Feng Ge?" "All right, I almost forgot about you. Your sniping is quite proficient, so team up with Mei Jie. Just be cautious not to hit our own people." Yang Yusin nodded. "A 1T, you can rest assured." "All right then, let us get to work." Upon hearing this, everyone sprang into action. The animal group had no preparations to make and was already waiting at the door. Ling Feng approached the main body of Xiao A and inquired, "Xiao, hey, how many nanobombs do we have now?" Is it enough for 1 round of deployment? Sufficient for 3 rounds? Excellent. How the mechanical spiders move them outside? Understood. Ling Feng then proceeded to the wasp nest. Queen Wasp, shortly, have all your subordinates carry a nanobomb each and follow my command for the bombardment. The queen was too heavy to move, but several worker wasps flitted around Ling Feng before standing still. He knew they had understood the order. Next, he commanded the red fire ants to prepare for a feast after the bombardment. Everything was in order. Master, the horde has entered Hong City. Please prepare yourself. Let us go. With Ling Feng's command, 9 destroyers leapt forward, leading the charge. Soon, they beheld the vast horde of corpses. Although they had dealt with numerous zombies before, witnessing such a multitude was a first. At that moment, Xiao sent a message through the phone. Master, analysis of the horde reveals at least 3 intelligent level 2 zombies and 1 strength type. Ling Feng was taken aback. This was indeed a troublesome situation. What had transpired with this horde? Could it be that a level 3 zombie was orchestrating everything from behind the scenes? Regardless, they had to strike first. Ling Feng communicated to the wasps on his shoulder. Notify the swarm to commence bombardment. The wasps immediately flew back to the base. Soon, a torrential wave of wasps surged forth, darkening the sky. The swarm descended upon the horde, releasing the nanobombs like rain. While 1 or 2 bombs might have little effect, thousands would create a significant impact. Boom! The deafening explosions erupted, followed by flames shooting into the sky. Countless zombies were obliterated, their anguished wails echoing through the air. They had not seen their enemy from start to finish and were left helplessly waving their arms at the wasps in the sky. However, Ling Feng quickly realized that the zombies had regained formation, suggesting that the previous bombardment had not harmed the level 2 zombies hidden among them. Subsequently, Ling Feng commanded the wasps to launch 2 more assaults. At this juncture, there was no longer any need to conserve ammunition. His only regret was that he did not possess enough. Otherwise, a dozen rounds would have sufficed to vanquish the relentless horde of zombies. Remarkably, after 3 rounds, a third of the zombies had already been eliminated, a result that exceeded his expectations. At that moment, the second-tier zombies seemed to take notice of Ling Feng and his companions. They began to roar at one another in a frenzied exchange, and soon the mob surged toward them with wild abandon. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted from the opposite flank. It was Ling Ming and her team arriving on the scene. Ling Feng and his group also drew their firearms, unleashing a hail of bullets while the zombies were still at a distance, allowing them to engage effectively. Seeing that they were flanked on both sides, the zombie horde split to launch simultaneous attacks. Just then, Xiao suddenly exclaimed, "Brother Feng, I shall take the lead." Without waiting for Ling Feng's response, Xiao charged into the throng of zombies. This reckless act instilled fear in Ling Feng and the others, making them hesitant to continue firing. Foolish, Ling Feng cursed under his breath, compelled to unleash the destroyer and the animal squad onto the battlefield. Only then did they follow suit. Fu Qiyuan, wielding his swift, soft sword, dashed to Ling Feng's side and whispered discreetly, "Be cautious of Xiao. His skills were not taught by me, but by my master." "Who is your master?" Ling Feng inquired. "The gardener, though his true name is unknown to me." Ling Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? The gardener, one of the 3 oddities, is your master? What 3 oddities?" Fu Qiyuan was unaware that the title of the 3 oddities would only arise in the future. Chapter 93. Between great wars at this moment, the army of red fire ants arrived, undeterred by the repulsiveness of the zombie flesh, immediately beginning to feast. From a distance, the red fire ants resembled a swirling black mist. Once a zombie became ensnared, it would be reduced to nothing but a complete skeleton within mere minutes. Xiao, agile and swift, navigated through the horde of corpses as if traversing unoccupied territory, sending body parts flying in his wake. Seizing an opportunity, he reached into his cloak and produced a metallic flute, raising it to his lips and blowing forcefully. A piercing sound erupted, plunging the zombie swarm into an even more frenzied state. At that moment, Ling Feng and his companions sensed something amiss. How could the zombies suddenly accelerate so dramatically? Qi Yuan, Chun Yao, make your way to the guards. If you see anyone harmed by the zombies, eliminate them on the spot. Yi Chun Yao did not hesitate in her response to Ling Feng's command, swiftly heading toward the team clad in white. Due to the zombies' unexpected change, the guards would soon engage in close combat with the undead. Fu Chi Yuan hesitated slightly before inquiring, "What about Li Mingming?" Ling Feng paused, nearly caught by a zombie. "The same goes for her." Fu Chi Yuan immediately turned and charged towards the white-clad team. In this apocalypse, who could remain unscathed, and who could be an exception? Li Mingming was not merely his woman. She was also a leader among the white-clad survivors. Having stepped forward, she must bear the consequences. Ling Feng could not allow his brothers, who fought alongside him, to risk their lives to protect her. At that moment, He Xiao, amidst the horde, smirked coldly, swiftly swinging his long knife towards Anna. Startled, Anna quickly parried, retorting angrily, "Kid, do you even know how to wield a knife? Step aside if you can't." "Ha ha, not really, please enlighten me," He Xiao replied, stepping forward with a swift motion, aiming the blade at Anna's vital points. "Damn it, where did Ling Feng find this traitor?" Anna thought, her right hand gripping her knife as she created distance while her left hand reached for her handgun. He Xiao was somewhat surprised. He had observed everyone and found that this woman was the weakest among them, yet she possessed some hidden skills. "Brother Feng, you are truly formidable, but it will be of no avail." He Xiao shifted his grip on the knife from one hand to two, pushing off the ground and launching himself forward like a cannonball. "Zulfast!" Anna's eyes widened as she dodged to the side, simultaneously firing 3 shots from her handgun at an oddly acute angle. He Xiao's gaze sharpened. He had anticipated the trajectory of the bullets as soon as Anna drew her weapon, adjusting his speed to close the distance. "It's over." Anna's face turned ashen, realizing she could not escape this time. "Damn Ling Feng, you've doomed me." Just then, He Xiao twisted his wrist, changing the blade's edge to the back, and struck her abdomen forcefully. Anna cried out in pain. At that moment, Ling Feng and Lu Su finally noticed the situation unfolding nearby. Lu Su, anxious, asked, "Darling, what's happening over there?" "Be careful. I'll be right there," Ling Feng hastily replied, grabbing his trident and rushing toward them. Upon seeing Ling Feng approaching, He Xiao hoisted the unconscious Anna and fled. Enraged, Ling Feng quickened his pace to pursue. How had He Xiao come to be the gardener's apprentice? The gardener was known as a madman among the 3 oddities. However, his madness does not stem from a delusional mental illness akin to that of Lu Huantao, but rather from his remarkable ability to transform others into beings of psychological turmoil. As Ling Feng pursued, he communicated with Xiao A through his earpiece. "Xiao A, my current combat power is insufficient. Is there any solution? You could attempt to modify the mechanical spiders, equipping them with tentacles under my control. How long will it take?" "Each unit will require 10 minutes. Execute immediately." "Understood." As Ling Feng chased on, he mused about the intentions of this individual in luring him somewhere. "I am equipped with a system. Do they truly believe me incapable?" After a brief period, He Xiao halted atop a hill, binding Anna to a tree. Strangely, the zombies had inexplicably failed to follow. "Hee, Brother Feng, at last we are free from interruptions." He Xiao smiled, exhibiting no signs of disquiet. "He Xiao, what are you planning?" Ling Feng inquired. "Brother Feng, do you know? There were moments when I found it nearly unbearable to face you. If it weren't for you, my sister and Meng Zhu might have perished long ago. Yet, conversely, if it weren't for you, perhaps my sister and others would still be alive. It is so difficult, truly difficult. How should one navigate this?" Ling Feng remained silent, uncertain of what had transpired after he and Fu Qiyuan departed. Nevertheless, it was indeed a fact that he had saved them during the flood. "What do their deaths have to do with me?" He Xiao gently leaped onto a tree stump, balancing effortlessly on one foot, a testament to his considerable training. "Brother Feng, you may be unaware of how deeply my sister and the others admire you." "Oh, even I do, including now," He Xiao remarked, tilting his head as if lost in reminiscence. "When we emerged from the garbage dump, our sole objective was to find you and assist you in reaching the pinnacle of this apocalyptic world. For that, we were willing to sacrifice our very lives." He Xiao smiled, arms outstretched, his eyes brimming with hope. "After we ventured out, we faced numerous hardships, but alas, fate was unkind. Not long after, Tian Ilian was bitten by a zombie, She was the youngest among us, cherished like a sister. I watched as she transformed into a zombie, and ultimately, it was I who ended her suffering. He Xiao chuckled, tears streaming down his cheeks. But could this deter our resolve? Certainly not. We continued our journey. To speak frankly, Brother Feng, you possess quite the talent for concealment. Indeed, you are a deity in our hearts. Later, we arrived in Jiangsheng by chance. We rescued a few scavengers and supported each other for a time. Ling Feng remained silent. Both groups were located in Hongsheng, merely divided between the eastern and western suburbs. Yet traveling towards Jiangsheng was entirely contrary to their path. One evening, we were abruptly awakened by a commotion, only to discover that Zhong Qiaoqian had been slain, and their supplies had been stolen. Ha! Ha! He Xiao wiped away his tears with a finger. I pursued the scavengers alone, and I cut them into pieces to feed to the zombies. I hope Qiaoqian has found peace. Subsequently, we resided in Jiangsheng for a period, and just as we were preparing to depart, my sister fell gravely ill. Reluctantly, we became affiliated with an organization, as one could only hope that such entities possessed the necessary medications. Ling Feng shook his head, stating, "You are all too naive. These organizations are not so easily joined." "You are right, Brother Feng. This is my greatest regret. How I wish we had found you sooner." Not long after, my sister succumbed to her illness. Her final moments spent uttering your name. Tang Mengzhu, Luo Xueqing, and Dongyan also met tragic fates, suffering greatly and enduring indignities. It is I who failed to protect them. In truth, even without being told, Ling Feng could surmise the outcome. I once descended into madness, consumed by a desire for vengeance, yet felt utterly powerless until I encountered my master. Chapter 94. Death. He Xiao rested the long blade upon his shoulder. Smiling as he spoke, "Has Qi Yuan ever mentioned anything about my master to you?" "Indeed, he has." "Ah, I knew I couldn't keep it from him. Though he practices the soft sword while I wield the blade, we are ultimately of the same lineage. He would certainly recognize it. He taught me the martial arts and imparted the wisdom that life should be free of regrets. Do you know, I tied up those murderers one by one and let them dangle from the heights, much to the delight of the zombies, who feasted upon them piece by piece." Ling Feng interjected, "Now that you have avenged your grievances and found me, why did you choose to abduct my people at such a crucial moment?" "Of course, it was to compel you to follow. My master always said that life should be devoid of regrets. I am free of them, but my sister and the others still bear theirs. Wouldn't you agree? I must take you to meet them. What madness has this gardener instilled in Yi Xiao?" Ling Feng brandished his trident. "I have no time for your nonsense. Release my people at once." Yi Xiao surveyed his surroundings. "The scenery here is quite pleasant. To perish in such a place would not be so bad. Sister, Mengzhu, Xiao Yun, Qiao Qian, Ilian, Xueqing. Soon you shall reunite with those you miss." With a sudden intensity in his gaze, Yi Xiao danced the blade and leapt down from the stump, executing the 6 harmonies slash. Ling Feng, sensing the formidable force behind the strike, did not retreat. He met the attack head-on with his trident, producing a shower of sparks upon impact. Though Yi Xiao's technique was flawless, his practice was still relatively brief. Ling Feng's counter pushed him back abruptly, without waiting for balance. Yi Xiao swiftly turned to counteract the inertia and drove his legs into the ground, charging once more at Ling Feng with a downward slash. Ling Feng leaped to evade while delivering a downward strike with his trident. Yi Xiao, startled, rolled aside just in time, then sprang back to his feet. "Impressive, Brother Feng. I shall take this seriously." Ling Feng immediately readied himself, aware that his opponent was trained by one of the 3 wonders, the gardener, and thus he would not underestimate him. Yi Xiao gripped his blade tightly, a smile gracing his lips. "My 6 harmonies slash is both real and illusory, an endless cycle. Brother Feng, can you guess whether the strike is real or a feint?" As the long blade danced, glinting with a cold light, Ling Feng felt as though an apparition of Yi Xiao had emerged before him. If even someone trained by chance could possess such prowess, one could only imagine the strength of the gardener himself. With a surge of murderous intent, Ling Feng felt a flicker in his vision. When he focused again, Yi Xiao was already upon him. Ling Feng grasped the switch at the end of his trident and, with a swift motion, released it, causing the blade to emit a dazzling glow. With all his might, he hurled it towards He Xiao. Suddenly, He Xiao spread his arms wide, exposing his chest. Wait, no. He Xiao intended to take his own life. Ling Feng rushed forward, desperate to seize the trident, but it was too late. He Xiao looked at him, smiling and gently shaking his head, as if to say, "Do not pursue. It is futile." With a sickening sound, the trident pierced his chest. Though Ling Feng had managed to grip the end, lessening the force of the blow, He Xiao's face contorted in pain before it transformed into a visage of relief. Why must it be this way? Vivid crimson blood flowed from He Xiao's mouth. Brother Feng, I have lost everything. What is the purpose of my existence? Thank you for remembering my sister's name. She fears nothing, not even the zombies, but she dreads the thought of being forgotten by you. He chuckled. He Xiao, I possess a means to save you. No need, Brother Feng. My primary intention in coming here was to inform you that my master has set his sights on you. Be cautious. I'm already devoid of attachments. Living has become a torment for me. To die by your hand would be an honor, unlike Meng Zhu and the others. Who lacks such fortune? He laughed bitterly. At that moment, he struggled to retrieve a metallic flute from his pocket. This was given to me by my master. He said it could control that horde of zombies. I tested it just now, and indeed, the zombies became even more ferocious. You should examine it. A torrent of blood surged from his mouth, and Ling Feng realized he could not last much longer. Initially, he intended to incorporate He Xiao into the system, but the latter's words dissuaded him. His sister, who had cared for him since childhood, and all his companions had perished. Surviving alone was a genuine torment. Although the system could erase his memories, Ling Feng was reluctant to proceed with such an action. Brother Feng, I must take my leave. I see my sister and the others. They have come to escort me. The light in He Xiao's eyes gradually dimmed until it vanished. Ling Feng gently closed his eyes with his hand and sighed. He then proceeded to untie Anna. Hey, wake up! Ling Feng exclaimed, patting her cheek. After a while, Anna slowly regained consciousness and immediately embraced him. The one you brought back wants to kill me. Ling Feng reassured her. It's all right. He is dead now. Huh? Dead? Did you kill him? Yes, I did. Do you still have the strength to fight? If not, you should return to the base. The zombies there remain unaddressed. Anna stood up and stretched her limbs. I'm fine. I can take on 10. 10 won't suffice. There are hordes of them. Hurry. The two grabbed their weapons and rushed back to the battlefield, where several mechanical spiders had already entered the fray, their frenzied steel appendages wreaking havoc. Ling Feng swiftly joined the battle, heading towards Lu Su. Lu Su, are you all right? Darling, I'm fine. As soon as you left, Xiao Bai and Ahua were nearby to protect me. You two did well. Tonight, I'll treat you to chicken legs. Thank you, boss. Came the voices of Xiao Bai and Ahua. At this moment, Ling Feng noticed that only one second-level zombie remained on the battlefield. Good heavens! Who is so formidable as to have taken down that powerful second-level zombie? With Ling Feng's arrival, Lu Su felt a significant reduction in pressure, as the remaining zombies posed little threat to her. It was the mechanical spiders and the destroyer working together to eliminate it, Lu Su explained. Just then, the mechanical spiders detected the second-level zombie and swiftly approached, while the nearby destroyers charged toward it as if alerted. Without any hint of surprise, under the assault of 2 mechanical spiders and 3 annihilators, the last second-tier zombie was swiftly reduced to a mere pulp. Consequently, the horde lost its command, rendering any effective counteroffensive nearly impossible, and they were swiftly eradicated by the group. As they began to clear the battlefield, Ling Feng instructed the others to return to the base while he and Fu Qiyuan approached He Xiao's lifeless body, briefly recounting the events. Qiyuan, how could your master have fixated on us? Fu Qiyuan shook his head in response. I do not know. Then how did you come to know him? At the orphanage. So, you were an orphan, and he adopted you, subsequently training you to become an assassin? Indeed, every conversation with him left Ling Feng with a throbbing headache. It was unclear whether the fellow was merely introverted or afflicted by a speech impediment. Never mind. Let us return your junior brother to rest. Chapter 95. The Zoo District Qiyuan. He shall mention that your master uses this to control zombies. Do you know how it works? Ling Feng handed the metallic flute to him. Fu Qiyuan examined it closely and shook his head. My master is adept at employing various extraordinary methods and manipulating the human psyche. I cannot comprehend it. This flute appears unremarkable. If even his disciple cannot fathom its significance, others are even less likely to decipher it. Upon returning to the base, Ling Feng found them sprawled on the sofa. The intensity of this battle was indeed far greater than previous ones. Even Wu Mei was resting her eyes, likely fatigue from targeting too many enemies. Qin Yao, how are the casualties on the side of the white cloak in this apocalypse? She was the only one still in a stable condition. As soon as Fu Qi Yuan returned, he retreated to his room to shower and sleep, leaving Ling Feng to inquire with Yi Qin Yao. The casualties are at 20%. Yi Qin Yao nearly slipped and mentioned master, which would have been awkward in front of so many. Ling Feng nodded. While 20% was significant, it was not devastating. At that moment, Xiaobai approached master. What about the promised chicken legs? By the way, none of you were injured, right? No, we coordinated well in battle. It's just that Bao, Hei and Lao Sha are a bit physically drained. You all did well. Come, I'll arrange a new place for you. Initially, the animal group resided separately, but as the number of people in the base increased, they preferred to stay in the basement. There not only existed a spacious training ground, but also the tunnels guarded by Lao Sha that led to the foot of the mountain. They would occasionally venture out for a stroll when idle. Master, what place do you go to arrange for us? Follow me, and you'll find out shortly. Xiaobai trailed Ling Feng to the animal group's lair in the basement. Several of them were already lying down and sleeping. Even the eagle and golden eagle nestled nearby, dozing off. Everyone rise. The master has arrived. Ahua, being particularly alert to her surroundings, immediately woke as soon as she caught a whiff of Ling Feng's scent. Bao had removed his steel claws and rubbed his face. Is the master here to bring us tasty treats? Fool, all you think about is food. Ahua swatted him on the head with her paw. Ling Feng observed, bemused. If that strike had been directed at a human, they would likely drool even in recovery, but Bao seemed unfazed, chuckling foolishly. Come along with me. Ling Feng led them to a corner of the training ground. Shout, open the door. Every corner of the base had been equipped with audio receivers by Xiao. So as long as one was within the base's confines, they could be heard from anywhere. Understood. The original wall gradually ascended, revealing a space reminiscent of a forest. It spanned the size of 5 football fields, with the ceiling and walls adorned by Xiao's panoramic camouflage technology. Moreover, a layer of glass partitioned the area, allowing for the potential to retract the panoramic camouflage if relocated in the future, thus permitting a view of the outside scenery. The trees, flowers, and grasses planted here have been genuinely transplanted, while in the distance, several agricultural robots are diligently continuing their cultivation. Additionally, in a bid to faithfully restore the true ecology, Xiao has even devised a new system for sunlight and air circulation. Upon their entrance, the animals immediately darted about in excitement. Bang! An eagle collided head first with the ceiling, eliciting uncontrollable laughter from everyone. Hee, eagle. While it may be high here, it's different from the outside. Don't knock yourself silly. Ling Feng chuckled. I apologize for causing such amusement. The eagle communicated telepathically. Ling Feng nodded, which sufficiently attested to Xiao's remarkable mimicry technology, as even an eagle, known for its keen eyesight, could not discern reality from illusion. From now on, you shall reside here. Choose your spots freely. But I have one request. Do not damage the vegetation. Understood, master. Come over and eat. Ling Feng summoned, producing a bounty of fresh food from his spatial storage. The animals are the most vital component of the base's strength, and Ling Feng would not skimp on their sustenance. Subsequently, he also introduced a portion of wasps and ants into the environment, ensuring that several ventilation openings would facilitate their comings and goings without hindrance. As night fell, Ling Feng ventured alone to the cave at the foot of the mountain, directing all the bats into the base's interior. This action nearly frightened the women, who had rarely encountered such creatures before the apocalypse. Their sudden influx was indeed shocking. Master, I wish to request something. Xiao suddenly communicated while Ling Feng and Lu Su were playing with the animals in the zoo area. Speak. Due to insufficient fuel, I would like to have the scavenger robots transport the zombie corpses to be refined into fuel. Haven't those been buried yet? I thought you had the scavengers handle them all. The quantity last time was quite substantial, and some of the scavengers were dispatched to Hongcheng. So not much has been processed. Very well. Waste utilization it is, but won't it smell after so many days? Rest assured, master. I have sprinkled powder over the unprocessed corpses to eliminate odors and prevent any plague. They will also be segmented and packaged before transportation into the base. All right, proceed. Currently, the base's basement comprises 3 layers. Although the lowest layer is merely a simple excavation, with walls yet to be constructed, some furnaces and power generation equipment have already been relocated there. Thus, the transportation of corpses will not traverse the first layer, but will utilize other secret passages instead. At this moment, Lu Su inquired, "Darling, how much has the base been modified? How much longer until we can move?" Ling Feng laughed. "Hey, what is the rush to leave?" "Well, after you mentioned it last time, I too feel a bit weary of this place and yearn for a change of scenery. Think about it. I've been lured here by you since the onset of the Great Flood. How long has it been?" "Huh? How can you say lured? I was saving you." "Nonsense. You deceived me. You took everything from me." Lu Su playfully smacked his arm, blushing. Ling Feng gently kissed her forehead and remarked, "The transformation of the base is at least 70% complete. Xiao A is incredibly efficient. Currently, only 30% of the robots visible to us are maintaining daily operations, while the rest are tirelessly working on the outer layers of the base." Lu Su was somewhat taken aback. Although she considered herself the mistress of the base, it appeared that Xiao typically reported only to Ling Feng. Most matters remained unspoken, and when it came to the overall status of the base, Xiao would often decline to provide answers. Consequently, apart from Ling Feng, no one else was privy to the true intricacies of the situation. "Honey, are we leaving? Does this mean we will cease our support for the white coats in the post-apocalyptic world?" Ling Feng nodded. "Indeed, we are under no obligation to assist them indefinitely. However, I have instructed Xiao to produce some relatively standard pharmaceutical machines and a substantial amount of specialized fertilizers. With our training and support, the future whitecoats will undoubtedly secure a place on the competitive stage. You seem quite optimistic about them. What is the reason?" Chapter 96. Within the base, Ling Feng could not attribute his memories of a past life to anything more than a jest, merely laughing it off. A few days later, the passage leading to the headquarters of the Apocalypse, White Robes in Hongcheng, was finally completed. Early in the morning, Wei Tingfeng arrived with Ling Mengmeng and several vehicles through the tunnel. "Good morning, Dr. Wei." Ling Feng greeted her with a handshake. Ling Feng. "You are the second in command of the Apocalypse White Robes. There is no need for such formality," Wei Tingfeng replied. "Oh, I'm merely a nominal figure. It's not to be taken seriously." Ling Feng waved his hand dismissively. "Brother Feng," Li Mengmeng politely acknowledged him. "Oh, Mengmeng, hello." Ling Feng reciprocated with a courteous handshake. Since their last parting, Li Mengmeng seemed transformed, though Ling Feng was uncertain of what Wei Tingfeng had conveyed to her. He sighed inwardly, acknowledging that she was ultimately not one of his own. Nevertheless, he had little to lose. Furthermore, for his past memories, he knew that Li Mengmeng was not an ungrateful person. His assistance might yield unforeseen benefits in the future. It was akin to an investment, after all. The Apocalypse White Robes was one of the few righteous organizations. Had they been a cult, a trafficking ring, or an assassin organization, Ling Feng would have preferred to obliterate them rather than leave a trace. At that moment, Yang Yusin emerged. "Teacher, Mengmeng, you've arrived." Wei Tingfeng stepped forward to grasp her hand. "Yusin, how have you been lately?" "I've been quite well, learning a great deal," she replied. Ling Feng added, "Indeed, Yusin is quite intelligent. Since you are here, I hereby announce that Yusin is ready to graduate. Go back and serve the organization well." Wei Tingfeng and Yang Yusin immediately turned their gaze towards him. "Is this a dismissal?" Yang Yusin, with her back to Ling Feng, had reddened eyes. Her emotional state unclear, whether it was due to not completing her teacher's task or the perceived dismissal. Li Mengmeng observed this and wondered if Brother Feng was treating Yusin as he had treated her in the past. How infuriating. "Dr. Wei, I have prepared the supplies. I will assist you in loading them now." "All right, thank you." The robots in the base, upon receiving orders, began to load supplies onto their vehicles. Wei Feng and the others watched enviously, wishing they too possessed such robots. Alas, Ling Feng would never part with such crucial resources. What they did not realize was that Ling Feng was not stingy with the robots. Rather, having lost control over these robots were only half functional. At critical moments, they might falter, which could be disastrous. In the vehicle, Li Mingming seated herself beside Yang Yusin, noticing her silent demeanor. She leaned in to quietly inquire, "Yusin, has Brother Feng been bullying you?" Yang Yusin, momentarily perplexed, replied, "Bullying me? Not all. I'm well-fed and well-cared for." That's not what I meant, it's just that what about what? Li Mingming was at a loss for words. Her face flushed as she gestured a circle with her finger, then extended another finger. Yang Yusin immediately felt shy, lightly swatting Li Mingming. "What are you thinking?" "Of course not." "Oh, thank goodness," Li Mingming sighed, patting her chest. She then inquired, "So why were you crying?" "It's nothing. Perhaps I'm just a bit reluctant to let go." Yang Yusin naturally refrained from disclosing the matter entrusted by the teacher. "Is that so?" Li Mingming looked at her with skepticism, but since Yang Yusin was unwilling to share, she hesitated to press further. As long as she wasn't being bullied, that was sufficient. In the following period, due to the scavenger robots in Hongsheng discovering a plethora of materials, it was able to fervently create various robots. And the base's renovation had now entered its final phase. "Master, this is the low-spec version of the protein synthesizer crafted per your specifications." Ling Feng nodded. As this was the last machine he intended to leave for the white coat in the apocalypse. "Hey, how much longer until the renovations are completed?" "The internal equipment is finished. The activation system will take another half-month." "Excellent." That evening, Ling Feng summoned everyone to the first-floor hall. "What is it? Why the urgency in calling us?" Anna, dressed very lightly, had been in the midst of her workout when summoned. Wu Mei, perceptively, poured each person a cup of tea, as she typically handled refreshments during such moments. "Is my husband going to announce that matter?" Lu Su inquired with a smile, having pried some information from Ling Feng over several nights. "Haha, yes. What is it?" Anna's curiosity was instantly piqued. Only Fu Qiyuan and Yi Chenyo remained composed. "Come, everyone. Look at the big screen." Ling Feng instructed Xiao A to display the layout of the base. "Xiaofeng, is this our base?" Wu Mei asked. Indeed, after a period of effort, Xiao A has completed a significant renovation of the base's interior. "Look here, this is the training area, over there is the entertainment zone, and here is the resting area." Ling Feng began to introduce each section. At that moment, Anna raised her hand and asked, Wait, where are these places? I've never seen them in the base." "TSK, you visit the animal area every day, don't you?" Since the animal area was the first to be opened by Ling Feng and had a beautiful environment, Anna had immediately relocated her running training there upon her first visit. "But that's just the animal area. What about the study next to it in the picture?" "All right, Xiao, open all areas of the base," Ling Feng commanded. "Understood." No sooner had he spoken than the base erupted with the sounds of numerous mechanical operations. Even the wall at the back of the first-floor hall automatically extended, revealing a more spacious area, furnished with various pieces of furniture and an array of technologically advanced appliances. At this moment, even Fu Qiyuan could not maintain his calm. He slowly stood up, gazing at the changes in the western section of the base. Ling Feng, how is this possible?" Anna asked in astonishment. Ling Feng touched his nose and said, Technology transforms lives. Why is everyone still sitting? Shouldn't we go explore in person?" "Meijia, their SA music room, and it's designed in an antique style." Wu Mei stood up joyfully. "Really? I'm on my way." Ling Feng chuckled. "I had Xiao A send a map to your phones. Don't get lost. The fully open base is over 10 times larger than before, and if you're not familiar, you might indeed lose your way." At that moment, Ling Feng noticed Anna intently studying the large screen. "What are you looking for?" he asked. "Ling Feng, is there a wine tasting room?" Ling Feng pointed to the map on the screen. "It's in the entertainment area. You can go there yourself." "Got it." Anna promptly made her way towards the indicated location. "Qiyuan, there are many spacious rooms in the rest area. You can move there to stay. The facilities are much better." Fu Qiyuan shook his head. "No need. I'm on the first floor." Ling Feng understood that this fellow was always committed to his role as a guardian, so he let it be. After all, when the base relocates. It would be the same wherever it was. Darling, should we move? Lu Su asked. If you want to move, go ahead. After the opening, there are still 2 floors upstairs, which are also bedrooms and activity rooms. The top floor features an open-air garden, but the ceiling is currently closed and will only be opened when we move. Then let us stay upstairs. I'm accustomed to it. All right, Ling Feng replied. The second and third floors remained unchanged from when Lu Su first arrived, preserving the arrangements entirely, as per Ling Feng's request. For those spaces held many cherished memories for the two of them. Chapter 97. A Radiant Morning Yao. Choose any place you fancy to settle down, Yi Chen-yao remarked. I want tea change, she replied. Very well, then. You may continue as you wish. In her steadfast demeanor, Yi Chen-yao exhibited no desires. For her, any dwelling would suffice. Ling Feng contemplated whether to seize an opportunity to engage her in a serious conversation, as it felt rather peculiar for a living being to harbor such indifference. Of course, Fu Qiyuan was an exception. He did not evoke any sense of incongruity. The following day, Ling Feng discovered that Anna had gone missing. Upon inquiring with Xiaowei, he learned that she had gone out dancing in the entertainment district the previous night and had become intoxicated. Subsequently, she was retrieved by a housekeeping robot and returned to her room, where she remained asleep. Presently, there were over 20 housekeeping robots active within the base. Ling Feng took the liberty of retrieving all the books and films he had collected prior to the apocalypse, entrusting them to the robots to fill the designated areas. Lu Su observed this with wide-eyed wonder. Wow, darling, you've amassed such a collection of films. Why didn't you reveal them before? Didn't we often watch them together? Back then, we thought they took up too much space, but now they can all fit in the media room. She picked up a disc, asking, what movie is this, A Sunny Day? Ling Feng approached to examine it. Ah, one corner of the cover is damaged. It's in the sunny days. The ones you want are over there, he said, smiling as he gestured toward another pile. Ugh, you're the one who should look for them, Lu Su retorted, but after a moment's hesitation, she walked over. Her perspective differed from Wu Mei's. Wu Mei believed in the adage that to win a man's heart, one must first satisfy his stomach. Xiaofeng, Lu Su, come and have some food. Shrimp dumplings. Siumai, rice rolls made by my own hands. The two savored a few bites, and indeed, the flavors were exquisite. Ling Feng, curious, inquired Sister Mei, what did you use to substitute the shrimp? The taste is remarkably identical. I employed a protein reconstitutor, she replied. What? Ling Feng gasped. What did you put in it? With her delicate white hands supporting her chin and a playful smile gracing her lips, Wu Mei reassured him, fear not, it was made with fresh meat. Both he and Lu Su exhaled in relief. Thankfully, that protein reconstitutor was impressively versatile. It could transform even zombie flesh into delectable snowflake beef. After their meal, Lu Su gently whispered in Ling Feng's ear, Darling, since there's nothing on the agenda today, I'll go test the media room's acoustics. Go ahead. But why the secrecy? He teased, his eyes sparkling with mischief. If you're serious about practicing, there's a private booth over there. Instantly, Lu Su's face flushed crimson. She bit her lip and playfully pinched his waist before departing. While they dined, the housekeeping robots had already transported all the discs into the media room. Lu Su could simply go and retrieve them. Sister Mei, how did you enjoy the music room last night? Wu Mei beamed with delight. It was splendid. The sound system is excellent. And there's even a small stage. I loved it. Ah, that's wonderful to hear. By the way, I have many musical instruments in my space, both Eastern and Western. Let us go arrange them. Absolutely. Wei Yumei nodded enthusiastically. The two individuals entered the audiovisual room, a space adorned with antiquated architectural features. The interior was embellished with intricately carved railings and exquisite jade-like decorations, exuding an air of antiquity. The walls, reminiscent of the Western Zhou dynasty, were embedded with panoramic simulation screens. Upon entering, it felt as if they had traversed time to arrive in a quaint ancient town. Ling Feng had only visited this place once before and had not paid much attention to the equipment. Mei Jia, are you familiar with these machines? Ling Feng inquired as he observed a device brimming with buttons, aware that he lacked knowledge in this area. Of course, I can handle sound mixing and recording. I studied this before. These devices are quite professional, Mei Jia replied. Subsequently, Ling Feng retrieved all the instruments in the space, and the two began to meticulously arrange them. Notably, Wu Mei placed the guzheng, flute, and pipa prominently in the center of the stage, as these were her favorite instruments and her specialties. In the base, she was the only one adept at music, and thus, the space was entirely at her disposal. Ling Feng, intrigued, remarked, "Magia, with such an array of instruments, why not showcase your talent? It has been ages since I last witnessed your performance." Wu Mei tapped her chin thoughtfully and responded, "All right, just give me a moment." With that, she swiftly exited the room, leaving Ling Feng curious about her intentions. Before long, she returned to the music room, and Ling Feng's eyes widened in delight. She had changed into a stunning chi-pao and carried a tray adorned with a pot of wine and various snacks. "What are you standing there for? Sit down." Wu Mei smiled warmly. "Ah, my apologies." Ling Feng chuckled awkwardly, having momentarily lost himself in admiration. Wu Mei, true to her name, possessed an enchanting beauty, and in that attire, her allure was undeniably heightened. Wu Mei stifled a giggle, sighing inwardly as she lamented her lack of courage to don the supreme chi-pao. "If only I had a dance costume, I could perform a little number." You can dance. Would a Hanfu-style dance costume suffice?" Ling Feng recalled the garments available in his space. "Absolutely." He promptly retrieved a dozen well-packaged outfits, presenting them to her. "Here, they're of no use to anyone else." "Thank you, Xiaofeng," Wu Mei exclaimed, joyfully clutching the clothes as she dashed out. Before long, she re-entered, adorned in a light, ethereal green gown, gracefully twirling in front of Ling Feng. "What do you think?" "Absolutely enchanting. You look beautiful." Ling Feng spoke the truth, noting that her graceful twirls could not be replicated without considerable skill. At this moment, Wu Mei's enthusiasm soared. She performed a graceful bow to Ling Feng and declared, "Let me present a piece for you." "Haha, you're really getting into character." With a playful smile, Wu Mei ascended the stage, picked up the flute, and pressed the recording button on the adjacent machine, casting a sultry glance at Ling Feng. As the prelude began, he instantly recognized the melody as Kite Mistake. The panoramic simulation on the walls transformed into a picturesque Jiangnan water town, where the gentle sounds of flowing water and rustling leaves could be faintly heard. And the ceiling morphed into a sky of blue and white clouds. Wu Mei's musical prowess was undeniable. Her flute playing was delicate and prolonged, akin to whispers caressing the ear. As the prelude concluded, she set down the flute and transitioned to play the guzheng. Beneath the pear tree, the silk-winding wield dances in the breeze. Petals flutter gracefully. Who has sheared away a thread of the magpie's soul, leaving behind a village of parting. The shadows of the wind, unintentional in their disturbance, intrude upon the chess player. Behind the curtain, poetry lingers, fearing that the spring rain will transform into a deluge. Wu Mei's voice remains as melodious and enchanting as ever, captivating the heart, yet this time it possesses an added softness and languor, likely influenced by her surroundings. She is remarkably at ease. With a smile gracing her lips, she gazes at Ling Feng, her delicate brows arching slightly as she tilts her head, hinting that something rests upon the table. Do not merely gaze. Ling Feng, understanding her cue, casually picks up some preserved fruits to savor. As for the wine, he refrains, for he cannot partake in the daylight. The kite falters, causing the pear blossoms to bloom anew. The kite falters, burying the golden hairpin in the snow. The kite falters, leaving longing to cling to the moss. Listening to the rain, counting the drops, the wind shall arrive. Ling Feng immerses himself in the essence of the song. As if standing atop a mountain amidst clouds, the gentle breeze refreshing, his spirit tranquil. As the chorus concludes, Wu Mei seamlessly transitions to a flute solo, bridging the interlude.